Yo, what's up guys? This is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Become a member of the channel to access more content, the link is in the description. 4SM Chapter 125. How far can you see those two Sharingan? Hiss. Seeing so many Sharingan, Orochimaru couldn't help but gasp. Lu Yun-jun. Could these Sharingans be? Now only Sasuke and Uchiha Itachi were left in the Uchiha clan without any survivors. Lu Yun took out so many Sharingan at once that Orochimaru had guessed something. Danzos. Lu Yun said lightly. Orochimaru's expression changed instantly, and his heart was pounding. Lu Yun-kun, did you kill Danzo? Kindness. Lu Yun responded calmly. Orochimaru, get ready, war is about to break out. This is the best time for you, how far you can go depends on yourself. Kindness. After hearing what Lu Yun said, Orochimaru was stunned for a moment, then came to his senses the next second and looked at Lu Yun with ecstasy and excitement. Lu Yun-jun, do you mean hollow? Well, the nutrients for hollows to evolve are to devour their own kind. Everyone who dies on the battlefield will become a hollow. Lu Yun will show no mercy to the souls of people from other villages except Konoha village. They will turn into irrational hollows to disrupt the chaotic battlefield. Does empty nutrition devour the soul? None of this mattered to Orochimaru. He had longed to become a hollow for a long time, and he couldn't wait to obtain the eternal life force. And after seeing Gaisa's strength, Orochimaru could no longer believe that it was a power that humans could control. One Sero completely evaporated a mountain. This power was beyond Orochimaru's comprehension. Lu Yun is quite curious about how far Orochimaru can go. Lu Yun found Julian's words unlikely. Orochimaru was a cage-level ninja, so his potential ceiling was higher than that of ordinary people anyway. Ejuka's this is Lu Yun's minimum requirement for planning. After all, human souls and Shinigami souls are different, and Lu Yun was quite surprised that he could become an Ejuka's level Manos Grande from the beginning. Moreover, Gaisa's upper limit is probably more than that. He definitely has the potential to evolve into Manos Grande, the upper level of Vasto Lord. Once he becomes a Manos Grande Arankar, the Vasto Lord level, I'm afraid no one except 6 pads level ninjas will be able to cause any harm to Gaisa. At this moment, a figure appeared outside Orochimaru's base. When those in the base sensed this aura, a strange smile appeared on their faces. Outside the base, Uchiha Itachi, wearing a red cloud outfit, looked at Lu Yun with a complicated expression. Advertisement, Mr. Lu Yun, long time no see. Thinking back to when he hadn't left Konoha village yet, this boy was just a student at the ninja school. And now, Lu Yun has become the hero of Konoha. Although it is unknown why Lu Yun came into contact with Orochimaru, it is obvious that the gap between him and Lu Yun is as huge as a chasm. Itachi, what are you doing here? Lu Yun asked calmly. At this time, Sasuke ran out of the base, staring at Uchiha Itachi with eyes full of hatred. If Kimimaro hadn't stopped him, Sasuke would have gone up and fought with Itachi. To settle a grudge, Uchiha Itachi's icy gaze fixed on Sasuke. Sasuke said with a sneer on his face, grudge? Uchiha Itachi, we do have a grudge that needs to be settled. Lu Yun looked up at Itachi. It seems that Itachi is well prepared. Although Itachi seems to be fine on the surface, his health is not as good as before. He could clearly feel the change in Itachi's aura. For Sasuke, Lu Yun spoke. Uchiha Itachi nodded. Lu Yun-kun, please don't interfere in this internal feud between our Uchiha clan. Don't worry, I won't interfere. I know the affairs of your Uchiha clan best. Itachi, have you really made your choice? Lu Yun's dark eyes looked at Itachi. Itachi's heart was shaken. What did Lu Yun mean by this? Did Lu Yun know from the beginning that he would go to this step? If this is true, then Lu Yun is too scary. Is it possible that no one in the ninja world can escape his eyes? Lu Yun-jun, it turns out I can't hide anything from you. Itachi sighed. Lu Yun didn't say anything but smiled faintly, looked at Sasuke and said, this is the grudge between you and Itachi, you two should solve it yourselves. Uchiha Itachi's eyes returned to their previous coldness, as if Sasuke in front of him was not his brother. Sasuke, let's move somewhere else, if you can keep up. With that, Uchiha Itachi disappeared again, and Sasuke followed him. Lu Yun also sensed a special aura at this time, advertisement. This scent was hidden in the surrounding plants. After Itachi and Sasuke disappeared, the scent gradually followed the direction of Sasuke and Itachi and went away. Absolutely, it seems that you were quite concerned about Itachi's movements. Lu Yun-kun, are you just going to let Sasuke go like this? Even if Sasuke-kun activated the Mangekyo Sharingan, he might not be a match for Itachi. Orochimaru said slowly. That's right, Sasuke has activated the Mangekyo Sharingan. This happened a month ago. After the battle with Gai Sasuke, Sasuke accidentally activated the Mangekyo Sharingan. Even Orochimaru is unclear about the reason for this, because the condition for activating the Mangekyo Sharingan is that the Uchiha must experience great negative emotions, such as witnessing the death of a loved one, to generate special chakra. But nothing like this happened to Sasuke. The only thing that happened in the battle that day was that guy played Sasuke in his hands. Sasuke hated his own weak strength, and his previous experiences kept appearing in his mind. He wondered if it was the emotional impact that influenced him to activate the Mangekyo Sharingan. Of course, the reason behind this may only be known to Lu Yun, perhaps it is because of Hogyoku. Hogyoku can make the wishes of those around it come true, and fulfilling such wishes requires that it possesses the potential to obtain that power. Sasuke's strong desire to gain strength and ability may have been heard by Hogyoku, which is why Sasuke activated the Mangekyo Sharingan so unexpectedly. A battle between two pairs of Mangekyo Sharingan? It's definitely worth a visit. Lu Yun's figure flew into the air, and with a sudden step, an extremely terrifying sonic boom erupted, flying towards the position of Sasuke and Itachi. Things have changed, Sasuke. Before, you rushed over recklessly without caring about anything. Itachi said calmly as he looked at Sasuke in front of him. Actually, my true inner thoughts are, Sasuke, you have become mature. Uchiha Itachi, as you said, I hate you and resent you every day. My hatred for you has increased day by day to get to this point. To avenge you, all my efforts so far have been for this day. Sasuke said in a cold tone, the hatred and anger in his words surging like a raging river. Itachi looked at Sasuke indifferently. Really? Just for today? How far can you see with those Sharingan? Chapter 126. Another pair of Mangekyo. Itachi, what I saw in my eyes was you being killed by me. Bite. In a flash, Sasuke's figure flashed and quickly appeared in front of Itachi, and the kunai with a cold glow was taken out from somewhere. He stabbed Itachi hard in the chest. But your brother is your brother after all, and this little trick is easy for Itachi. A spark exploded the moment the kunai collided, but the next second, Sasuke's figure suddenly turned into a puff of smoke and disappeared with a bang. Itachi's expression changed instantly. It turned out to be Shadow Clone. Itachi felt a chill on his back and a burst of energy and jumped up to avoid Sasuke's attack. Sasuke looked at Uchiha Itachi with a sneer and cold eyes. It seems you've grown, Sasuke, Itachi said in surprise. Sasuke's sneer remained unchanged as he said coldly, all this is just to kill you. In order to be able to kill you, all the efforts I have made so far are not in vain. You can't even imagine what I've been through here. It's beyond the limits of what a human can endure. Although Sasuke is no match for Kimimaro and Gaisa, he grows rapidly under the training of these two people and his strength is even more terrifying than in the original work. Not to mention that Sasuke is currently hiding his Mangekyo Sharingan. Ju, who was watching in secret, didn't notice Lu Yun above them at all. Itachi's brother is quite good. Those eyes are just like Itachi's. White Zetsu spoke in a sharp voice. Black Zetsu was looking at Sasuke, not knowing what he was thinking. His eyes were filled with hatred. Could this Uchiha clan kid be used to his advantage? But then he thought about it and felt that it was unlikely. The other party was just full of hatred for Itachi. However, Black Zetsu also knew why Uchiha Itachi wiped out his family and who was the mastermind behind it. If I could use it to my advantage and make this kid hate Konoha. Maybe a good seed. Bang bang bang, advertisement. A dazzling explosion of flames, the two's great fireball techniques were equally matched, and with Uchiha's eyes, they could both perfectly perceive each other's movements. A pit appeared in the area surrounding the burnt area. Ha 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 ha, Sasuke, you've finally grown to this point. Those eyes of yours. I take them. Uchiha Itachi showed an excited and ferocious expression for a moment. Such a crazy expression looked crazy, but it was just Itachi acting. The harder the blow, the more painful Itachi's heart will be. In fact, he was only a little surprised at Sasuke's strength. Being able to grow to this level in just a few years was beyond Itachi's expectations. Uchiha Itachi, if you want my eyes, come and get them if you have the guts. As soon as he finished speaking, the two of them fought in the illusion. In fact, Itachi was not giving Sasuke much resistance now, but in the world of illusion, Itachi probably still underestimated Sasuke's eye power. The two men ended their battle of illusions and looked at each other coldly. At this time, Lu Yun in the sky was watching this scene with great interest. Itachi's breathing was a little breathless. Your body can't take it anymore. Itachi's death was inevitable, and everything Itachi had done so far was to pave the way for Sasuke. In order for Sasuke to unlock the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. But actually Lu Yun also wanted to experiment. What if he hollowed Itachi? Will the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan power still exist? Just like the Rinnegan of Uchiha Madara who was resurrected from Impure World reincarnation, it is not a real Rinnegan, but only has part of the Rinnegan power. Moreover, when Madara was resurrected by Rinne Tensai, his Rinnegan also fell out of his eye sockets like fragments, but even so he could still use Susano. This was also the only thing that Lu Yun felt was unreasonable when watching the anime, if it was true. After he hollowed Itachi, whether Itachi would become a Rancor would also be able to retain the ability of the Mangekyo Sharingan. Yes, those eyes of yours will completely become mine. The Sharingan of 3 Magatama, your eyes stop here. As soon as he finished speaking, Uchiha Itachi's Sharingan changed. The 3 Magatama Sharingan turned like a windmill and turned into Mangekyo Sharingan. Now Itachi's pupil power is not as strong as before, his vision is gradually blurred, even when he looks at Sasuke in front of him, he feels as if there is a shadow. Advertisement. This is the side effect of the Mangekyo Sharingan. When the power of the Mangekyo Sharingan is frequently used and the pupil power is exhausted, the eyes will become completely blind. However, when he saw Itachi's Mangekyo Sharingan, Sasuke's lips curled into a teasing smile. Itachi, do you think you're the only one with the Mangekyo Sharingan? What? Itachi's expression changed instantly. The 3 Magatama Sharingan in Sasuke's eyes spun rapidly, and strange patterns appeared in his eyes. When he saw Sasuke's evil eyes, he completely lost his composure. Sasuke, you, surprise, huh? Sasuke looked at the surprised expression on Itachi's face, and the smugness and sneer on his face increased a bit. Mangekyo Sharingan. Why would you? As someone who possesses the Mangekyo Sharingan, Itachi clearly knows the conditions for activating the Mangekyo Sharingan. Only when he witnesses the death of a loved one or a close friend, which causes negative emotions and produces special chakra to stimulate the Sharingan, can the Mangekyo Sharingan be activated. But Sasuke shouldn't have such a person around him. Black Zetsu was also stunned when he saw Sasuke's Sharingan. When did that Sasuke kid activate the Mangekyo Sharingan? This guy seems to be very young. Who do you prefer now, Sasuke or Itachi? White Zetsu spoke. Black Zetsu remained silent. If it weren't for the Mangekyo Sharingan, then Black Zetsu would naturally favor Itachi. What is unexpected is that Sasuke also activated the Mangekyo Sharingan. Given Itachi's current condition, he might not be Sasuke's match. The key, of course, is whether Sasuke can actually master the power of the Mangekyo Sharingan. This is hatred for you, and hatred for my own weakness. I just opened these eyes that are just like yours. Amaterasu. A drop of blood leaked from Sasuke's eye. Seeing this, Itachi's pupils suddenly shrank, and he kept changing his position, running around at almost high speed. It turns out that Amaterasu has the same ability as him. The black flames burned, and they would not disappear until the target was burned. Amaterasu was the highest level of ninjutsu in the ninja world. Chapter 127 2 Susanos. Wherever the sight reaches, an unquenchable black flame will burn. The method of avoiding Amaterasu is not difficult. All you need to do is make the opponent's sight reach you a step later. There are shelters everywhere around here, so it is very easy to hide your figure. The key is, Sasuke has not yet fully adapted to the physical strain that Mangekyo places on him. Look, black flames are burning all around, but Sasuke can't hold on for much longer, his eyes are stinging. Sasuke closed his eyes and knelt on one knee, breathing heavily. It seems the side effects of Mangekyo are quite severe for Sasuke. The Mangekyo Sharingan's eye power cannot be used indefinitely. Unless it's the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. White Zetsu and Black Zetsu became commentators while watching this exciting battle, but they did not notice that Lu Yun was watching them from above. Sasuke, that brat. You're still too reckless. Using Mangekyo's abilities so recklessly will drain your chakra. On the contrary, Itachi was very smart. He was indeed surprised after seeing Sasuke activate the Mangekyo Sharingan, and Sasuke's ability also surprised Itachi. But so what? Although the Mangekyo Sharingan is powerful, the side effects it brings are also relative. Looking at the black flames burning around him, Itachi felt a chill in his heart. Sasuke's growth was beyond his expectations, but that's enough. A relieved smile appeared on Itachi's face. However, the moment he walked out, the smile on his face turned back to his previous cold expression. It's surprising. I didn't expect you to open these eyes as well. That's good. These eyes will help me regain my sight. Tsukuyomi. The moment Itachi launched Tsukuyomi on Sasuke, Sasuke's body trembled suddenly and his eyes became gradually dull. Tsukuyomi me. Lu Yun, who was in the sky, couldn't help but frown when he saw this scene. It seems that Itachi is really letting the opponent win. Although Tsukuyomi is a pervert, it should be clear that Sasuke also has the Mangekyo Sharingan like him, so it is not impossible for him to crack Tsukuyomi. Moreover, in the original plot, Sasuke with 3 Magatama has already cracked Itachi's Tsukuyomi space. Advertisement this is not. Sasuke's dull eyes gradually regained their brightness, but now there was a lot of cold sweat on his forehead, and he looked even more tired. Itachi wasn't feeling well either. He supported himself on the ground with one hand and covered his left eye with the other, looking on in horror. You actually took my Tsukuyomi. Itachi's heart was in turmoil. This was not the first time that the Tsukuyomi space had been cracked. The last time he activated Tsukuyomi, it was ineffective against Lu Yun and he even suffered backlash. However, this time Sasuke also cracked Tsukuyomi's space. Is it because of Mangekyo Sharingan? Those eyes of yours aren't anything special, Uchiha Itachi. Sasuke sneered with a sneer on his face. After recovering their strength for a while, the two fought again. Great Fireball Technique, Fengshen Fire Technique, and various fire-style ninjutsu are dazzling to watch. Sasuke's strength actually seemed to have the momentum to suppress Itachi. Of course, only Lu Yun knew that Itachi had opened up a vast ocean for Sasuke. Given Itachi's abilities, even if Sasuke was the Mangekyo Sharingan, Sasuke had only recently opened his eyes and was unable to perfectly utilize the abilities granted by the Mangekyo Sharingan. Besides, Itachi has a hidden killer move, Susano. Incredible. Itachi was actually suppressed by Sasuke. White Zetsu said in surprise. But Black Zetsu's gaze towards Itachi became a little strange. Even if Itachi was ill, his strength couldn't have declined so quickly. It seems that although Itachi appears to want to kill Sasuke, he actually has no murderous intent at all. Instead, it is Sasuke who is full of murderous intent towards Itachi. Fire style. How long fire technique? Sasuke's chakra gathered in his throat, and the flames he blew out of his mouth turned into a flaming dragon head that swept towards Itachi. Itachi also used fire-style ninjutsu to fight back, but at this moment a trace of bright blood flowed from the corner of Itachi's eyes. Amaterasu. Swish. Boom. The black flames instantly submerged the fire-style ninjutsu. Amaterasu has the ability to burn everything to ashes. Even seawater cannot extinguish Amaterasu. It is for this reason that Amaterasu is also known as the unquenchable black flame. Advertisement seeing this, Sasuke circled around Itachi, but even so, Itachi's black flames still burned Sasuke's body in an instant. Sasuke let out a scream and fell to the ground. Compared to the experienced Itachi, Sasuke's methods are indeed a bit immature. And because Sasuke activated the Mangekyo Sharingan, he didn't create a jutsu like the Kirin. Itachi's situation was not much better. He was gasping for breath, covering his eyes and his face looked pale. At this time, Liu Yun's attention was also focused on Itachi. Itachi's body has reached this point. He could feel that Itachi's breath was rapidly declining, and now Itachi was already in a terminal state. It seems that I still need to use that. Sasuke, I will show you the ultimate power of the Uchiha clan. Boom. A terrifying chakra burst out, and an orange-red skeleton rose from the ground. The intertwined chakras seemed to have added flesh and blood, turning into a giant tens of meters tall. Susano is the ultimate power of the Uchiha clan, and he is practically synonymous with destruction. Although it is not the complete form of Susano, its power is unimaginable. Susano. Oh, what is that? White Zetsu couldn't help but exclaim in amazement at the huge Susano. That is Susano, the ultimate power contained in the Mangekyo Sharingan. Since Itachi used this jutsu, Sasuke probably has no chance of winning. Susano, this power is all too familiar to Black Zetsu. Susano. It's nothing special. Sasuke showed disdain. Although it had only been a month since Sasuke activated the Mangekyo Sharingan, the ultimate power contained in the Mangekyo Sharingan had been awakened by Sasuke under the high-intensity sparring. A large amount of violent chakra was released, and the chakra quickly stabilized. A purple Susano almost the same as Itachi appeared. Itachi widened his eyes in shock. At this time, he realized that his younger brother was a genius even better than himself. He even controlled Susano's power, so it seems he can't underestimate Sasuke. The two statues standing here are as suffocating as insurmountable mountains. Chapter 128 Forgive me Sasuke, this is the last time. Two giants, tens of meters tall, the orange, red and purple Susanos stood there. Anyone nearby would probably feel suffocated, and under the immense chakra pressure, the two Susanos stood solemnly like Shinigami. Susano. You even mastered this trick. Itachi was so surprised that he didn't know what to say. Sasuke surprised him again and again. Susano's power is not so easy to master, and the price of Susano is the physical burden brought by overdrawing vitality, which is not something ordinary people can bear. To gain this power, my goal is to kill you, the traitor to the Uchiha clan. Sasuke looked at Itachi with a ferocious expression. Itachi looked at Sasuke and the emotions in his eyes became complicated. Traitor? Maybe. I feel relieved that you have grown to this point. Seeing Sasuke like this, the last bit of worry in Itachi's heart disappeared. There's no point in talking anymore, so let me see how much power you can unleash with those Sharingans. As soon as the words fell, the two Susanos collided with each other. A terrible shockwave swept in all directions, a deafening explosion sounded, and the surrounding trees and plants were destroyed by the huge wind pressure. Ju's position shifted again, and in this position they could be caught in the aftermath of the battle at any time. Is this the power of the Uchiha clan? How amazing! White Zetsu looked at the scene in front of him in shock. However, Black Zetsu, who had lived for countless years, was not moved at all by this scene. He has even seen the complete form of Susano, let alone the incomplete form of Susano. The real Susano is more powerful than this. Madara destroyed a mountain with that one strike. At the beginning, Sasuke and Itachi seemed to be evenly matched, but as time went on, Itachi seemed to be being suppressed. It's not just that Itachi is letting Susano's power put a huge burden on his body, but Itachi's body has already been terminally ill. In this state, Itachi's strength declined rapidly and even Susano found it difficult to maintain. Puff! Advertisement the moment he was hit, Itachi spat out a mouthful of blood and his face turned even paler. Itachi, I'm going to kill you. At this moment, Sasuke's murderous intent that had been suppressed for many years suddenly erupted like a Shira field. Bang! The orange-red Susano finally couldn't hold on at this moment, and a smile appeared on Itachi's mouth the moment Sasuke rushed over. Sasuke, you've finally grown up. Phew! The kunai penetrated deep into Uchiha Itachi's chest. Feeling the pain on his chest, Itachi's eyes suddenly widened. Feeling his vitality gradually slipping away, Itachi's eyes gradually lost their luster. Itachi raised a trembling hand, hovered it over Sasuke's head and tapped Sasuke's head familiarly. Forgive me Sasuke, this is the last time. After saying that, Itachi's body fell heavily to the ground, and his eyes had lost their luster. Itachi died from Sasuke's kunai. White Zetsu, who had watched the entire battle, looked at the scene in disbelief. I can't believe it, Itachi is dead. Why'd I always feel that Itachi is different from usual? His speed and strength seemed to have weakened. White Zetsu muttered as he looked at Itachi's body. Black Zetsu was looking at Itachi's corpse, wondering what he was thinking, if he could get the Mangekyo Sharingan. Sasuke touched his forehead, and Susano suddenly exploded, and the tingling pain all over his body surged up again. Sasuke collapsed on the ground and looked at Itachi's body in front of him. He felt that the scene in front of him was a little unreal. I succeeded. I succeeded, father, mother, my people, I have avenged you. Sasuke roared to the sky, and the emotions that had been suppressed in his heart for many years burst out in an instant. He didn't know if it was because of the outburst of emotions for many years or because the side effects brought by Susano were too great. Sasuke actually fainted as well. Sasuke also fainted. Black Zetsu couldn't hold back any longer. He and Obito were the only ones who knew the truth as to why Itachi became a traitor. If they can make use of it, maybe this kid can become their chess piece. However, just as Black Zetsu was about to take action, he and White Zetsu suddenly felt a sense of crisis. A sharp blade light fell, and Black Zetsu flew out like a quagmire and separated from the other half of White Zetsu's body. White Zetsu was not so lucky. Under Zanpakuto, White Zetsu was almost cut from head to toe by Lu Yun. Advertisement: White Zetsu's body split into two. The only surprising thing was that no blood gushed out of White Zetsu. After all, White Zetsu is a puppet, not a human being. He is a vegetable, so he doesn't bleed. Furthermore, the death of White Zetsu itself will not have any impact. UB**********, D. Black Zetsu's sharp voice roared at Lu Yun. Oh, did you escape? Lu Yun looked at the Black Zetsu, which was like a quagmire, with sarcasm. Although Black Zetsu was angry, he was not stupid. As one of the most cowardly people in the ninja world, he knew clearly that he was no match for Lu Yun in front of him. When did Lu Yun appear? With his and White Zetsu's perception, if Lu Yun was nearby, he would be able to sense it immediately. When on earth are you guys? Black Zetsu looked at Lu Yun solemnly. Lu Yun showed a playful smile. I have been here from the beginning to the end, but I am just above your head. It was only then that Black Zetsu noticed that Lu Yun was not standing on the ground, but instead his 2 feet were suspended in the air. Black Zetsu was shocked. This kid Lu Yun can actually fly? Obito didn't even collect this kind of information. Damn, what a waste. Black Zetsu didn't say anything and escaped at an extremely fast speed. He didn't escape from the ground but from underground using a special technique. Lu Yun has no interest in the current Black Zetsu. If he kills Black Zetsu now, it will miss out on a lot of interesting things. What's more, it is not so easy to kill Black Zetsu. Black Zetsu is a product of Otsutsuki Kagaya, and has similar properties to Yin-Yang Escape. It's not that easy to get rid of it. Lu Yun couldn't help but sigh as he looked at Itachi's soul which had not disappeared yet. The path you chose may have been the wrong path from the beginning. Lu Yun took Uchiha Itachi's soul into Hogyoku, which did not mean that he devoured Itachi's soul. There is a special space in Hogyoku, and in this space, all the souls that Lu Yun had collected before turned into void and devoured each other. This is a special space created by Lu Yun using Hogyoku, which is similar to the existence of Hueco Mundo. When Itachi's soul was absorbed into this space by Lu Yun, his soul also changed. Chapter 129. Hollow Itachi, embarrassed Konan because this space is covered by the power of emptiness. A pure soul can be affected and turned into nothingness. Under the influence of Hollow's power, in this dark world full of hollows, Itachi's soul gradually upgraded towards Hollow. Roar, after a while, a new Shu was born, and the spiritual power this Shu possessed at the moment of its birth was different from that of other Shu. The void will devour each other, especially without human souls. In recent days, many hollows have devoured each other and gradually approached Chilean, but those hollows are ordinary souls and it may not be easy for them to evolve into Manos Grande. But Itachi, who turned into a hollow, was different. From the very beginning, his strength was not on the same level as the other hollows. Itachi, who turned into a hollow, began to devour other hollows to increase his own abilities. Lu Yun, who was watching this scene from a god's perspective, had a smile on his face. Lu Yun also collected Itachi's Mangekyo. As for Itachi's body, he would naturally bury it properly. After all, it was Itachi. Lu Yun never thought that the path chosen by Itachi was the right one. If Lu Yun had to choose between killing his father and his mother, he would not stand on the side of the village. In fact, Itachi was more influenced by Shisui, who hoped that his family and the Konoha high-level officials could coexist peacefully. But this is almost impossible to do because the Konoha high-level officials have never trusted the Uchiha clan, and this is also the problem left by the second Hokage. It was also because of this that he received special treatment from the Konoha high-level officials, and the Uchiha clan also became dissatisfied with Konoha. On the eve of the coup, Uchiha Fugaku actually anticipated that it would come to this. Itachi and Fugaku were actually able to stabilize the internal situation of Uchiha. But in the end, because of the different choices made by two people, the Uchiha clan was exterminated on the night of their genocide. Perhaps his guess was wrong, because he was not Itachi and didn't know why Itachi made such a choice. However, Itachi is indeed an admirable person, and he is also a good brother, although he may be a little incompetent. As for Sasuke, Lu Yun just took a look and left Sasuke there. Lu Yun will keep Itachi's eyes for Sasuke, but it is not the right time to tell Sasuke the truth. Advertisement. Perhaps when Itachi appears again, Sasuke will know the truth of the matter. Akatsuki. Black Zetsu returned to Akatsuki and possessed another White Zetsu. White Zetsu? Uchiha Obito asked, frowning at the miserable Black Zetsu. Lu Yun chopped him down. Black Zetsu's voice sounded a little deep. Obito's voice gradually became heavier. How did you encounter that guy? Black Zetsu also slowly told Obito what had just happened. After hearing this, Obito was a little surprised. Itachi actually died at the hands of his own brother. Is this your ending, Weasel? It seems that I overestimated you. Akatsuki currently only has Kisame and some scattered members, and Obito has no plans to continue looking for new members. Their plan no longer required those people. Reanimation Jutsu. The second Hokage did invent an amazing jutsu. With the joint efforts of Black Zetsu and Obito in the past few days, they made up for the shortcomings of reanimation jutsu, and now the reanimation jutsu they mastered is more perfect than the one invented by Senju Tobirama. Hoshigaki Kisame is near the village. It is raining heavily in the village now. A crow flies over Hoshigaki Kisame's head. Looking at the crow, Hoshigaki Kisame murmured to himself, Itachi-san, is this the ending you expected? It's a shame, you found your place, but I'm still walking alone. Hoshigaki Kisame was in a complicated mood at the moment. He was walking in the rain with Samahata on his back and a hat on his back, and he looked a little lonely. Dash 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 dash. Advertisement. At the same time, not far from Orochimaru's base, Konan leaned against a big tree with a pale face. He looked a little weak, but his condition was better than a few days ago. It shouldn't be far away. Konan's only way to survive now is to join Lu Yun, and their Akatsuki organization also has intelligence that Lu Yun and Orochimaru have contact, and he wants to rely on Orochimaru to contact Lu Yun. But as he continued to move forward, what came into view was a sea of black fire. Konan stared at the sea of fire in a daze for a long time. Isn't this Itachi's Amaterasu? Why are you here? The road to Orochimaru's base was already covered in black flames. She knew the characteristics of Amaterasu clearly, and Amaterasu would not disappear unless everything in this area was burned out. And if she were to be touched by even a little bit of the black flame, she would be burned to ashes by Amaterasu. Konan stayed nearby for 2 days before Amaterasu completely disappeared, which is enough to show how terrifying Amaterasu's ability is. The power of the Uchiha clan is unfathomable. The surrounding trees, plants, and even rocks were burned to ashes by the black flames, and the area became bare. Konan was very careful, fearing that there was still some Amaterasu that had not disappeared. If he was contaminated by even a little bit, he would be doomed. Gradually approaching the area of Orochimaru's base, Konan also saw the cave base. Konan's face was now pale as hell, his aura was extremely weak, the light in his eyes flickered, and he walked unsteadily as if he was about to faint at any moment. Just as he took a step forward, suddenly a tall figure stopped him. The pair of different turquoise eyes contained an evil color. Konan also felt a special pressure under the cover of this tall shadow. Instantly, an ultimate feeling of dizziness blurred Konan's mind, and at this moment Konan actually fainted. Guy looked at the woman in front of him and the clothes on her body, not knowing what he was thinking. He did not devour Konan's soul but brought it to Orochimaru's base. Orochimaru was also a little surprised when he saw Konan that Guy brought back. As a former member of Akatsuki, Orochimaru naturally knew what Konan's status was in Akatsuki. When he learned that Konan was brought back by Gaisa from nearby, he showed an intriguing expression. Looking at Konan, who was covered in wounds and weak, Orochimaru guessed that something big had happened inside the Akatsuki organization. Chapter 130 Different Aizen. Konan opened her eyes dazedly and looked around at the unfamiliar environment. She was lying on a hospital bed. What is this place? Just as Konan was puzzled, a young man pushed the door open and walked in. Konan looked at the man in front of him warily. He is very familiar with this person. It was the brat who had always been following Orochimaru. Could it be that he was already at Orochimaru's base? Just as I expected, you are awake. Do pushed up his glasses and smiled faintly. Konan looked at Kabuto warily and asked in a deep voice, where am I? Kabuto said slowly, isn't it obvious? You were brought back by Master Gaisa, so naturally you were in Master Orochimaru's base. Guy, who is this person? At this time, Konan remembered that the moment he saw Orochimaru's base, a huge figure appeared in front of him, and when this figure appeared, she felt a suffocating pressure, and the source of this pressure was not even from her body, as if her soul was affected. That was the little bit of Ryutsu that overflowed from Guy's body, and the weak Konan at that time could not bear it at all and fell unconscious in the face of this pressure. Come out with me. Lord Orochimaru wants to ask you something. After saying this, Do turned and walked out. Konan was still wary of the fact that Kabuto and Orochimaru gave him almost the same feeling, especially the fact that the boy didn't seem to feel terrified even when facing Orochimaru. After walking out, Orochimaru was studying new ninjutsu. Lord Orochimaru, I have brought the person with me. After saying that, Kabuto left. And in this room was not only Orochimaru, but also Gaisa. When Konan saw Gaisana's tall figure again, his pupils suddenly shrank. Just by touching it, he could feel the enormous power in Gaisana's tall body. The key point is that there is a completely penetrating void in Guy's chest, and Konan immediately realized that the person in front of him is not human. Nagato had told him that there was such a person in Orochimaru's base, whose strength was unfathomable, and the means he demonstrated had surpassed Nagato's understanding of ninjutsu. The method used does not seem to be ninjutsu. And these people with holes in their bodies are not human. Orochimaru had to admit that Gaisa was a genius. After years of suffering from the drawbacks of living corpse reincarnation, Gaisa actually helped him perfect this drawback, and he didn't have to change his body again for decades. He will completely possess the body and will enjoy the lifespan that person deserves, which means that Orochimaru will not feel any discomfort after the living corpse reincarnation. As long as you keep going through living corpse reincarnation, this is also a way to achieve immortality. Advertisement. Although this drawback has been solved. But Orochimaru felt that the eternity after becoming a hollow was more real. Orochimaru was intoxicated by the powerful means of transforming into a Rancor. It was simply not a power that a ninja could obtain. Long time no see, Konan. Orochimaru looked at Konan with a smile. Konan couldn't help but shudder when he saw the smile on Orochimaru's face. He didn't know if it was because he knew Orochimaru too well. Seeing the smile on Orochimaru's face always makes me feel that nothing good is going to happen. Orochimaru, I'm not here to reminisce with you. I want to meet Lu Yun. Oh, Orochimaru looked at Konan in surprise. Want to meet Lu Yunjin? Isn't the relationship between Akatsuki and Lu Yun like water and fire? Gaisa on the side fixed his eyes on Konan. This woman. I want to meet Mr. Lu Yun. Lord Lu Yun is not someone who can be seen by anyone who wants to. In the eyes of the Arrancars, Lu Yun created their lives and is equivalent to a god. If God can see it if he says so, is he still God? It's not up to me to decide if you want to see Lu Yunjin. However, I'm curious why you want to meet Lu Yunjin. Orochimaru said curiously. Revenge. Only he can avenge me. To avenge you. Orochimaru couldn't help but scoff. At this moment, an invisible pressure suddenly descended, and the Ryutsu on Guy's body leaked out little by little and crushed towards Konan. Don't take it too seriously, woman. Master Lu Yun is not some thug. Gaisa's cold gaze was like a sharp ice knife, and just a glance at it made people feel as if their hearts were being cut by a knife. Konan widened his eyes in fear and staggered back a few steps in fear. Those eyes. Advertisement. Like a wild beast. Although it looks like a human, this posture is definitely not something a human can possess. Moreover, this pressure. Is this the pressure on the soul that Kisame and Uchiha Itachi mentioned? It simply feels like the soul is being torn apart. After a while, Konan was gasping for breath. Her injuries had not yet fully recovered, and her face turned pale under the influence of Ryutsu. I apologize for what I said before. Anyway, I want to see Lu Yun. Please help me. Konan finally realized his attitude. Gaisa looked at Konan and snorted coldly, retracting his Ryutsu. Gaisa would not easily take action without Lu Yun's order, and his ability to transform into a hollow even surprised Lu Yun. That ability is indeed worthy of the title of Shinigami. Hold the power of life and death. Haha, I finally realized my attitude. The fake smile on Orochimaru's face gave people a bad feeling. Gaisa isn't as easy to talk to as I am. I'll help you convey what you said to Lu Yunjin. As for whether Lu Yunjin is willing to see you, that's not up to me to decide. Kabuto, take Konan down to rest. Kabuto, who had been standing at the door, brought Konan back to the ward. Orochimaru raised his chin, a strange glint in his eyes. It seems that something really big happened within the Akatsuki organization, otherwise Konan would not be like this. Is Nagato dead? There was one person in Akatsuki who Orochimaru couldn't see through. The member named Afei, although he looks like a naughty teenager on the surface, the difference between the aura he exudes and his behavior is too great. And during his time in Akatsuki, he also discovered that Pain's attitude towards Afei seemed a little different. It seems there are many things I don't know. I don't know if Lu Yunjin knows anything. At this time, Lu Yun, who entered the spiritual space again, was also stunned. Because unlike usual, Aizen's stiff expression was now filled with a natural smile. This is the first time we meet, young man. Aizen pushed up his glasses and spoke in a charming voice. Chapter 131 Lu Yun vs. Aizen. Speak. Lu Yun stared at Aizen in disbelief with his eyes wide open. Are you kidding me? He has only unlocked 60% of the template now. Aizen regained his sanity at 60% of the progress. System, please say something. System. Well, it seems that the system is not reliable sometimes. However, it is really incredible, the current Aizen really gives people a sense of oppression. As the most charismatic villain in the Shinigami world, what is most frightening about Aizen is not his strength, but his brain. When you are targeted by Aizen, that is when you are truly desperate. You don't know when you fall into the trap, and when you face the reality, you will be greeted by despair. This space is very strange. It doesn't belong to Seraite or Hueco Mundo. It's really strange. Aizen looked at the spiritual space that was like a starry sky with curiosity in his eyes. Hogyoku, it looks like it belongs to you. Although the Aizen in front of him was not the real Aizen, Aizen could still clearly feel the existence of Hogyoku. When did you recover? Lu Yun asked in a deep voice. Aizen stared at the star-like light in silence for a moment, then looked at Lu Yun and said calmly, after you entered this space, I have control. This space is not a spiritual particle structure and does not belong to the world. And your spirit is connected to this space. There is a mysterious force here that influences me. This power surpasses that of the Soul King. Young man, what would you like to do if you had the power of omniscience and omnipotence? The power of omniscience and omnipotence. Lu Yun fell silent. At that moment, Lu Yun just wanted to protect everything he had. He was still far from being omniscient and omnipotent. Advertisement. However, his current power is to change everything in the present. The constant wars in the ninja world are because there is no unification. Only when the ninja world is unified will future ninja world wars become history. Who knows? What kind of scenery did you see when you once stood in the sky? Lu Yun asked back. Aizen's eyes suddenly lost their luster. Standing tall in the sky means standing alone on the top. This power is powerful but also lonely. When you stand at such a height, you will suddenly realize that there is no one in the whole world who can match you. Then your power will have no way to be displayed and lose its meaning. In the original plot, Aizen guided Kurosaki Ichigo step by step because he needed an opponent. As Kurosaki Ichigo said, when he stood at the same height as Aizen, he could also feel the loneliness. When you get this power, it is not about showing it to others but about how you use it to change the status quo. This is what Lu Yun wants to do now. If he is only obsessed with his own power, he will not be able to see through the essence of things. That power is lonely. Young man, you are different from me. You have discovered how to harness that power. Hogyoku has become even more perfect in your hands. You have evolved into another dimension. Aizen looked at Lu Yun and said meaningfully. Aizen was looking for the power that surpassed the limits of Shinigami because he was born different from others. His Shinigami power had already surpassed that of other captains, and his mind and scheming were far beyond the reach of other Shinigami. He was unwilling to obey the so-called Soul King. He wanted to transcend the boundaries between Hollow and Shinigami and see what the so-called Soul King looked like. Although the Aizen in front of him is fake, he inherited everything from Aizen. Apart from not being the real Aizen, the Aizen in front of him was actually no different from the real Aizen. How to use power. Lu Yun placed his hand on his chest, his heart throbbing, and he did not notice that the Hogyoku in his body was also shining brightly. Young man, come on. As always, your strength will increase with each battle with me. Aizen had already pulled out his Zanpakuto and took off his glasses. In an instant, the aura that belonged to an extraordinary person filled the entire spiritual space. That unruly look was the Aizen that Lu Yun knew. Advertisement. There is no point in using Shikai, as both of them are Kyoka Suigetsu's abilities will cancel each other out, making it meaningless. What they are competing for is hard power. Accompanied by fierce flames and a trail of afterimages left behind, that speed was no longer something the human eye could keep up with. The intensity of the fight between the two was no less than that with Mihawk, and was even more terrifying than that with Mihawk. The two Ryutsu rose without limit, and the pillars of light and pressure that shot up into the sky impacted the mental space, causing the entire mental space to shake as if it would collapse at any time. In the real world, Hinata, who was standing by, felt the pressure emanating from Lu Yun and couldn't help but frown. The pair of crystal-clear eyes with patterns turned and looked at Lu Yun, a hint of worry flashed in his eyes. Unknowingly, Lu Yun has become Hinata's spiritual pillar. If one day he disappears or even something happens to him, then Hinata's faith will collapse. Every time he falls into this state, Hinata will be afraid that one day Lu Yun will disappear from his sight. Time passed quickly. Lu Yun had the strength of a great swordsman and the same Ryutsu as Aizen, and even more terrifying than Aizen's Ryutsu. But even so, in terms of using strength and Kido, the gap between him and Aizen is huge. It was also because of this that, although the two seemed evenly matched, Lu Yun could not find any opportunity to counterattack Aizen during the battle. It was already dusk outside, and finally when the sun was about to set, Lu Yun's Ryutsu suddenly erupted, and then subsided. The bed beneath him couldn't withstand Ryutsu, and several of the bed boards underneath had cracked. Look, Lu Yun just moved his butt. Click. Click. The wooden bed that had been there for many years collapsed, and this wooden bed has been there for more than 20 years, so it's time to retire. Mr. Lu Yun. Hinata's kind voice reached Lu Yun's ears, and Lu Yun smiled at Hinata in front of him. Thank you for your hard work, Hinata. Hinata always guards him silently by his side. Who wouldn't like a woman like this? Hinata shook her head. As long as I'm by Lu Yun-kun's side, nothing matters. Lu Yun held Hinata in his arms and quietly enjoyed the moment. Chapter 132. Do you think I will sympathize with you? Orochimaru base. Lu Yun has agreed to meet Konan. As for Konan wanting to see him, it is indeed a bit unexpected. In the original work, Konan protects everything of Akatsuki organization. But he died at the hands of Obito. If Obito had not used Izanagi, he might have been killed in a one-for-one exchange with Konan. Seeing the countless covered detonating talismans did shock Lu Yun. Guy was standing aside, when suddenly his brows twitched. Here I come. The space was torn apart, and a space portal slowly opened. Lu Yun walked out slowly. Space-time ninjutsu. Konan was surprised when he saw this scene. Time and space ninjutsu. Their intelligence did not mention that Lu Yun knew time and space ninjutsu. How many other tricks did he have hidden? White Tiger of Akatsuki, nice to meet you. Lu Yun smiled faintly. Is this the man who has Akatsuki fooled around? Konan's heart was beating fast. The aura revealed by the man in front of him was not even as great as that of the tall monster next to him. His eyes with eye sockets made him look more like a weak scholar. It was hard to imagine that Nagato would lose to him. How terrifying is his power? Bang! Konan knelt on his knees on the spot. Orochimaru standing by was also a little surprised. Lu Yun frowned. What are you doing? He didn't like this reaction. Although he knew Konan needed his help, Konan didn't seem to understand what the relationship between him and Akatsuki was. Do you think you can get his mercy by kneeling down? There's no other way. I'm no match for that guy. I won't accept that the organization founded by Nagato and Yahiko is taken over by that guy. Ever since Nagato came into contact with that guy, the peace that Akatsuki hoped for has gone astray. It's all my fault. If I had stopped Nagato earlier, maybe none of this would have happened. Konan wanted to say something else, but the moment she looked up, Konan was stunned. What kind of eyes are those? Advertisement. There was no emotion in Lu Yun's eyes. On the contrary, his gaze was as cold as ice. You easily reveal your weakness in front of others. Do you think I will sympathize with you? All tragedies are caused by one's own weakness. Asking for help from others to show one's weakness is nothing but a joke. Since you want revenge, why don't you become stronger? Become stronger and work harder. Try harder. Konan bit his upper lip and spoke in a trembling voice, it's useless. That guy is not an ordinary person. The gap between us is like a chasm that cannot be bridged. Have you tried? Have you ever tried? You have never been under the protection of these two people. Do you give up on yourself after losing them? Lu Yun is very disappointed with Konan. If Konan showed a sincere desire for revenge and power, perhaps Lu Yun would help him to hollow Konan. After all, he and Konan are enemies. Why should I help her just because she shows her weakness and gets my sympathy? The strong will indeed help the weak. But that all depends on the mood of the strong. Konan's actions completely aroused Lu Yun's disinterest. Konan lowered her head. Lu Yun's words undoubtedly broke down her inner defenses. She had thought about trying, and even prepared tens of thousands of detonating talismans for this purpose, but it had no effect on that guy at all. She has lived until now carrying her own hatred, wanting to get Lu Yun's help, but now she finally realizes that this is just a joke. When she looked up, Lu Yun had disappeared. Orochimaru looked at Konan with a colder look. Lu Yun has left. You should leave too. If you had initially shown a desire for revenge and unyielding faith in power, perhaps Lu Yunjun might have felt sympathy. But you won't arouse any interest in Lu Yunjun at all. Orochimaru understood that what Lu Yun liked was madmen, such as the madmen like him who longed for eternity and were unyielding to their own fate. Lu Yun hates people who act like spoiled brats, especially the side of Konan that Lu Yun dislikes the most. Konan bit her lower lip, and it was obvious that she was very unwilling. But what's the use of this? Even if she shows a different attitude towards Lu Yun again, the final result will be the same. Konan is still cowardly in his heart. Nagato and Yahiko have always been Konan's spiritual pillars. Once these two people disappear completely, his disguised strength will be torn apart, revealing his inner cowardice. She got up from the ground and looked into the distance with blank eyes. What should we do next? Konan walked out in a daze, his eyes having lost their original brilliance. Let's find a place to hide. In the near future, the ninja world will undergo a major change unseen in a century. Advertisement. Orochimaru dropped a word, turned around and walked back to the base. Konan suddenly stopped and turned to look at Orochimaru's back, wanting to call out to him. But in the end, he swallowed the questions he wanted to know. A major change unseen in a century. What on earth are Lu Yun and Orochimaru going to do? From the way the monster looked at Lu Yun just now, Konan already knew that it was not Orochimaru who created the monster. But Lu Yun, a monster like that definitely has power comparable to that of a tailed beast. Stir up the ninja world, will you change the entire ninja world? ... In the land of thunder, 4 cages gathered together. They are all famous figures in the ninja world. In the ninja world, they are a group of people standing at the top of the pyramid, respected and feared by others. Shadow, the only leader of a ninja village. Raikage, you Cloud Shinobi village want to drag us down with you, simply because you can't get over the humiliation you suffered in Konoha. In this war, your Cloud Shinobi village troops should bear the brunt of the attack and serve as the vanguard. Although Onoki's voice is hoarse and he is old, his strength is no worse than any cage present. Yayui gritted her teeth and gave Onoki a gloomy look. Onoki, this B**********, D, even at this time, still didn't forget to weaken the strength of their Cloud Shinobi village. No problem, but I have one condition. Yayui agreed immediately. This surprised Onoki and Terumi Mei. Why would they let the ninjas from their own village serve as the vanguard? What on earth is this Raikage up to? What conditions? Onoki and Terumi Mei spoke at the same time, and they both glanced at each other. Yayui took a deep breath and said solemnly, I will be the commander-in-chief of the Ninja Alliance forces this time. What? Onoki and Terumi Mei's expressions changed instantly. Gaara was the only one present whose expression remained unchanged, for as the Kage he was not acting in the best interests of Sunagaku. He has no interest in getting involved in this kind of thing. As for the attitude shown by Gaara, the other 3 cages just treated Gaara as a young boy. Chapter 133 The War is Coming. Commander-in-Chief. Terumi Mei and Onoki both looked unhappy. The Commander-in-Chief is the chief commander on the battlefield. Not only does he command the Cloud Shinobi, but even the ninjas of Iwagakure and Mizukage village must obey Yayui's command. As the cage of one village, how could they allow the cage of another village to command their ninja troops? Before Terumi Mei and Onoki could speak, Yayui continued, if you disagree, the vanguard will be your 2 ninja teams. Terumi Mei and Onoki both looked very unhappy, especially Onoki, who didn't expect that his cleverness would allow Yayui to outmaneuver him. Master Feng, don't you have anything to say? Onoki frowned and looked at Gaara who was indifferent to the matter. What on earth is Sunagaku doing? He actually chose a little kid to be the cage. It seems that Sunagaku is really useless. Gaara glanced at Onoki calmly and spoke slowly, I have no objection to His Excellency the Raikage being the overall commander. This, Terumi Mei and Onoki cursed Gaara countless times in their hearts. As the shadow of a village, don't you have any sense of responsibility? Yayui looked at Gaara in surprise, she hadn't expected the cage of Sunagaku to have no objection. There's something likable about this little brat. But at best he was just a powerful brat, and he didn't see Gaara taking the responsibility of being a cage on himself in this brat. Sunagaku is no different. Terumi Mei and Onoki looked unhappy, because without Gaara's opposition they couldn't say anything. This little ghost doesn't look like a shadow. The vanguard troops. To be honest, neither of them was willing to sacrifice the ninjas of their own village in exchange for the position of chief commander. The Raikage talks about cherishing his subordinates on the surface, but in reality he is still sacrificing the ninjas of his own village in exchange for power. Just give him the position of commander-in-chief. Anyway, as the cage of a village, they can still command the ninjas in their own village. As long as there are no major problems, there is nothing wrong with letting Yayui be the commander-in-chief. Advertisement. I have no objection. Onoki and Terumi Mei also looked at each other and expressed that they had no opinion. Yayui's mouth corners couldn't help but rise, and then changed into a solemn expression. Then 3 days later, the ninja coalition will declare war on Konoha. 3 days later, shocking news came from the ninja world again. The 4 major ninja villages unanimously declared war on Konoha village at the same time. As soon as this news came out, the entire ninja world was in an uproar. Some were afraid, some were excited, and some wanted Konoha to be destroyed. When Konoha occupies this rich land, it will eventually be envied by others. At this time, all the Jonin and elite ninjas of Konoha gathered in the huge conference room. Most of the ninjas were wearing green vests, only Hinata and Lu Yun were dressed prominently. Of course, no one had any objections to the two of them. For Konoha, Lu Yun and Hinata are their trump cards of Konoha village. Everyone's face was extremely solemn. This was a war. The Fourth Shinobi World War had broken out, and the ninja armies of the 4 major ninja villages were gradually approaching the border of the Land of Fire. This time they are determined to destroy Konoha. Even if they cannot destroy Konoha, they will inflict heavy damage to Konoha. The once number 1 ninja village in the ninja world should also come to an end. Everyone should be here by now. The ninjas of Konoha and the people of Anbu took them to a safe place. If war broke out, they could not guarantee the lives of these villagers. Now the streets of Konoha are no longer as bustling as before. It is quiet everywhere and every household has closed their doors and windows. They are not in their rooms now. Kakashi clenched his fists, this wouldn't happen again. Apart from Lu Yun, even Hinata's expression was unusually serious, especially Kakashi, who knew clearly how great the tragedy brought about by war would be. Tsunade couldn't help but sigh as he watched so many ninjas trust Lu Yun. Why did Lu Yun remind them what he wanted to do? Then they began to make plans on how to deal with this war. This time, the 4 major ninja villages united to fight against Konoha for the first time. The changes on the battlefield are indeed ever-changing, but Lu Yun's words seem to remind them that once the war breaks out, unimaginable changes will occur. This kid is very popular. Everyone was stunned and looked at Lu Yun curiously. Advertisement. Tsunade looked at Lu Yun and asked. Lu Yun, do you have anything to say? They have witnessed his growth from the ninja school to this point. Lu Yun's eyes narrowed, and he spoke in a heavy voice, if anything unexpected happens on the battlefield, please don't panic, don't be afraid, trust me. So far, Lu Yun has not done anything to harm Konoha's interests. Still as reliable as ever. What is it? After the words fell, the conference room fell silent, and they all stared at Lu Yun in a daze. Although this child always gives people a particularly mysterious feeling, he believes that the many crises that Konoha has experienced were all resolved by Lu Yun. Tsunade looked at everyone seriously. The troops from the 4 major ninja villages will arrive in Konoha in less than 2 days. During this time, we must be prepared to protect Konoha and the Land of Fire. Do you believe him? Konoha now has to unite with the Fire Nation to resist the Ninja Alliance. There was nothing that Lu Yun couldn't trust. After all, he was a hero of Konoha. I believe in Lu Yun. In that case, everyone, get ready. In 2 days, we will face the troops of the 4 major shadow villages. Tsunade said solemnly in a loud voice. This is the greatest crisis Konoha has ever experienced. Now the Konoha shinobi have a leadership style among themselves. He has the ability to protect Konoha today. After all, he lost his 2 best friends in that war, and one of them died at his hands. Then one after another Jonin spoke up, and they all believed in Lu Yun. The first one to speak was Might Guy. Lu Yun was his student. However, just when everyone was expecting Lu Yun to say something, he just acted lazy. He crossed his arms over his chest and said slowly, I don't have much to say, but there is one thing I want to remind you all. They must be treated with caution. At this moment, all the Jonin's eyes were focused on the young man Lu Yun. This young man was already a legend in Konoha, and Konoha was saved by him time and time again. Chapter 134 Enemy. Where is the enemy? 2 days later, many tents were set up not far from the border of the Fire Nation, and the ninja coalition forces assembled from the 4 major ninja villages were at the gates of the city. The entire Fire Nation seems to be about to usher in an unprecedented storm, and the ninjas stationed on the border are ready to follow orders and attack the Fire Nation at any time. This is an unprecedented joint operation. It is hard to imagine that the 4 major ninja villages will unite and fight against Konoha village together. The curtain has finally come on what was once the #1 ninja village in the ninja world. Ultimately, they were attracted by the rich land of the Fire Nation. They knew that after this war in the Fire Nation, another earth-shattering war would break out, and the hatred between the major countries had long been deeply rooted. This time it was just a common opinion among several people who didn't want to miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Throughout the history of the Ninja World War, Konoha has always been the victor of every war. However, after suffering 2 frequent invasions, they do not believe that Konoha still has room to breathe. This is the 4-nation alliance. War is about to break out, and the ninjas of Konoha have already smelled the scent of war. They will not attack blindly. If any war is fought blindly and overwhelmingly, although they will win in the end, the painful price they pay will be disproportionate to the benefits they gain. On a towering mountain, looking at the Dark Ninja Coalition, Kakashi and the other Jonin shuddered. Although they had experienced war, this was the first time they had seen such a scene. Are these big countries really so anxious to get rid of Konoha? Konoha's chances of victory all lie in Lu Yun's hands. If they rely solely on the power of their ninja village, they will definitely not be able to resist this huge ninja coalition. In addition to the ninjas, the samurai of the Fire Nation also participated in this war. The Fire Nation and Konoha village have a cooperative relationship, and from the standpoint of the war, the Fire Nation will provide assistance to Konoha. And if Konoha village falls, the Fire Nation will naturally not be spared. Except for Lu Yun, everyone else felt heavy-hearted. They now needed to observe the movements of the 4-nation alliance, and the 4-nation alliance also needed intelligence personnel to provide information on the movements within the land of Fire and Konoha. There are naturally spies from other ninja villages within Konoha today. No matter which village it is, there are local spies. This war is very intriguing, and Konoha did not gather too many troops. This was all arranged according to Lu Yun's wishes. Lu Yun knew clearly that in fact, in the ninja world, numbers did not bring any advantage. Back then, Uchiha Madara was not easily slaughtered among thousands of people. And now Lu Yun also has such strength as the vanguard troops. Lu Yun was the first to sound the clarion call for the start of the war. Are you ready? Lu Yun looked at the Jonin behind him and said calmly. Advertisement. Kakashi and the others nodded heavily, a solemn look on their faces. With a shua, Lu Yun's figure disappeared in an instant. Not the body flicker technique. Everyone understood that Lu Yun was not using the body flicker technique. If it was the body flicker technique, they would definitely be able to detect the direction of Lu Yun's movements. Leave it all to him. We can only trust him now. What he said is indeed touching and makes people yearn for it. If we can truly create a peaceful world, even our sacrifice will be worth it. The Jonin were silent. When they first heard Lu Yun's words in the conference room, they all felt that it was like a fairy tale. They didn't even dare to think about such a thing, and even the previous Hokage probably hadn't thought about it either. Unify the entire ninja world. That requires such powerful strength to achieve that. When they were in doubt, they saw the unwavering look in Lu Yun's eyes, and at that moment they were impressed by Lu Yun. Thinking back on everything Lu Yun has done for Konoha and how he has solved Konoha's crises many times, this little guy has become someone people can rely on. Several ninja wars have broken out in the history of the ninja world. They are a tragedy for both the ninjas and their families. If they can really change the current situation of the ninja world, they are willing to sacrifice their lives. Above the sky, Lu Yun stood tall, his eyes filled with indifference without a trace of emotion. At the same time, another figure appeared beside Lu Yun. Lu Yun was not surprised by Hinata's appearance. Perhaps no one knew that the two of them would appear in the sky. No one had this ability except the Tsuchikage of Iwagakure. Besides, they are hiding in the clouds. Mr. Lu Yun. Hinata's delicate voice reached Lu Yun's ears. The pair of azure eyes with ice flower patterns on them were very beautiful. Lu Yun put an arm around Hinata's shoulders and said calmly, if I became an executioner, would you be afraid? Hinata shook her head. Whatever Lu Yun-kun does, I support you. The corners of Lu Yun's mouth rose slightly. That's it. Advertisement. The 4-nation alliance is nothing but a joke. Let him change the history of the ninja world. As for Obito and Black Zetsu behind the scenes, let me see what you have in your power. Uchiha Madara me. It's really exciting. The ninja coalition below is preparing for the attack. Before that, they need to survey the surrounding situation. The commander on the Kurigakure side is Ching from Kurigakure. He looked around with his Byakugan eyes but didn't see any trace of Konoha shinobi around. That's strange. Konoha's attitude towards the war seems a bit strange. The surrounding environment seems a bit too quiet, as if Konoha does not take this war very seriously. What exactly does Konoha shinobi village want to do? Although the intelligence team also provided information and the villagers of Konoha village were moved to a safe location, the Jonin and Special Operations Forces of Konoha village were still staying in the village and not taking any action. Even a cage village as strong as Konoha would have no way to deal with the 4-nation alliance. However, at this moment, a sharp rainbow light pierced through the clouds in the sky, and the shining light was dazzling. Meteor. Or a meteorite. Just as the ninja coalition was still confused by the light, Ching felt a terrifying sense of crisis and shouted in horror, "Run!" Because it was not chakra ninjutsu but pure sword energy, the perception troops of the Ninja Alliance did not notice it immediately. Boom! The slash pierced through the earth, and the surrounding territory rose from the ground. The huge dust turned into a sandstorm that swept around. The extremely powerful slash swept through the camp of the ninja coalition. In an instant, sword energy exploded and spread in all directions, blood flowers bloomed in the air, and the shrill screams echoed throughout the coalition camp. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Prepare for battle! Enemy! Where is the enemy? Chapter 135 Hell on Earth, nothing more than this. The sword energy was extremely powerful, ruthlessly tearing the earth apart. No ninja caught in the sword energy survived. Ching, who had crawled out of the dust, had already understood the terrifying sword energy. It's not that Konoha wasn't prepared, it's just that they haven't discovered it yet. Could it be that Konoha has not taken any action just to confuse them and to carry out this surprise attack? But where is the enemy? Ching opened his white eyes again, but he didn't see a single figure in the surrounding area. All he saw was bright red. The blood gathered under the outline of the sword energy and formed a channel, which then became a blood-red stream. The formation of the ninja coalition was in complete chaos. All the troops of the 4 major ninja villages were not here. There were probably more than 4,000 people here, which was not a small number. The number of ninjas from the 4 major ninja villages participating in this war is about 50,000, and the support troops in the rear are ready to go to the battlefield at any time. Ah! Screams were heard everywhere. In panic, they were looking for the enemy. They never imagined that the enemy was above them. This was the first time Ching had seen such a scene, and his face was as pale as a piece of paper. We must stabilize our troops, otherwise, we will not be able to fight the enemy in this panic. Whoosh! A figure appeared in front of Ching, and a suffocating pressure came towards him. Ching's pupils dilated and fear gradually spread. It seemed as if an invisible hand was strangling his neck, making him unable to breathe. Lu Yun looked at Ching indifferently. The next second, a stream of blood spurted out, and Ching's hoarse throat let out a tragic scream. After taking away Ching's white eyes, Lu Yun looked at Ching, who was kneeling on the ground with indifference, and said coldly, "This eye does not belong to you. The eyes that belong to the Hyuga clan must eventually be returned." Enemy. The enemy is here. Ching was trembling all over, and he mustered up the courage to warn the ninja troops loudly. All the ninjas in the ninja unit looked in the direction of the sound, and when they saw the decoration, the ninjas from Cloud Shinobi Village were shocked. This costume. He is the Eagle Eye of Konoha. Those cold eyes are chilling. The useless guy should fall first. Boom. Terrible winds and pressure instantly swept around. Under the influence of Conqueror's Haki and soaring Ryutsu, the mental will of most ninjas was shocked. Conqueror's Haki had affected their spirits. Advertisement. The weaker genin were unable to resist Conqueror's Haki and fainted. Under the influence of the double pressure, less than 2,000 of the 4,000 men could support the battle. The ninjas trembled as they looked at Lu Yun in the center of the battlefield. Even scarier than the rumors say. Is this still a human being? Especially next to Lu Yun, Ching's huge Ryutsu was simply unbearable. His soul was ruthlessly torn apart and completely turned into ashes, without even the possibility of returning to the pure land. Fear spread throughout everyone's heart, and none of them could even look Lu Yun in the eye. Want them to fight a monster like this? Can they win? Why did such a monster appear in Konoha village? In less than a minute from the start, their ninja coalition forces had lost more than 1,000 people, and now there are less than 2,000 people who can support the battle. The problem is that under the combined influence of Conqueror's Haki and Ryutsu, these people even find it extremely difficult to move their feet. Hiss. Suddenly at this moment, Lu Yun couldn't help but frown, and his eyes suddenly felt a sharp pain. His pure eyes changed in an instant, the 3 Magatama Sharingan turned like a windmill, and the world in front of him also felt different. He felt the change in his eyes. This power. Mangekyo Sharingan A. I didn't expect Sharingan to complete its evolution at this time. Lu Yun, who possesses Hogyoku, doesn't need any emotional changes to evolve Sharingan. The power of Hogyoku will help him evolve. And these eyes. Lu Yun could feel that the abundant pupil power would never be exhausted. These were eyes that would never run dry, just like the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. However, the power of the Mangekyo Sharingan should be tested elsewhere. None of these people could bring him any pleasure. There are enough souls and it is time to harvest them. I am the only one who can take care of the battlefield. Hollow. Buzz. The power of the hollow covered the surrounding area. The remaining souls were affected by the hollow, and each one became extremely hideous. They wailed and roared, looking very painful. Inexplicably, those empty postures were fully revealed, sharp roars echoed in the battlefield, and the oppressive cold air spread to thousands of meters away. Advertisement. The ninja coalition looked at the black monster in front of them with fear, and the feeling made their souls throbbing. Why are there so many monsters here again? Where on earth do these monsters come from? Cold weapons have no effect on them. Ninjutsu. Use ninjutsu. Endless ninjutsu bombarded the hollow. Ninjutsu could indeed cause damage to the hollow, but if one really wanted to destroy the hollow, the only way to do it was to use means that affected the soul. Besides, the number of hollows is no less than that of the allied ninja forces. The only good news is that the hollows will kill each other, and the ninja alliance is not just targeting the hollows. The hollow souls are devouring each other, and the scene looks creepy. That's enough. It's time to let you out. The void space opened again, and two Manos Grande, each dozens of meters high, walked out of the huge portal, and the aura of these two voids was even more terrifying. For the ninja coalition, the aura of these two hollows was like a mountain torrent that broke through their defenses. Here, it's hell for them. Start cleaning up the battlefield. There are 2 Jillian-level Manos Grandes, and one of them seems to be reaching its limit in terms of spiritual power. Itachi and Orochimaru. Before the war preparations, Lu Yun personally hollowed Orochimaru. As for the limits of both of them, they should both be able to become mid-level Manos Grande like Vasto Lord. What Lu Yun is most looking forward to is whether Itachi will still retain the power of Sharingan after Arrancar. Although he is eager to know now, Jillian is not Itachi's limit. Devour it more greedily. Don't let me down. It was a ruthless massacre. Faced with such numbers, the Manos Grande Ninja Alliance had no power to resist. Lu Yun may be an executioner, but his goal is clear. He will only attack those who attack Konoha and the Land of Fire, and will not harm the innocent civilians in the village, Lu Yun. Besides, he is not a murderer. Blood kept flowing, incomplete corpses were scattered all over the battlefield, and the air was filled with a strong smell of blood. Just taking a deep breath of the pungent smell of blood was nauseating. This is the worst hell on earth. Chapter 136 Manos Grande Vasto Lord, Self Arrancar. Screams and an atmosphere of despair gradually spread, and the ninja coalition forces were completely defeated. Facing the void, they could only block its steps but could not destroy it at all. Of course, what made them most desperate was the Manos Grande, which was dozens of meters tall and madly devoured its own kind. That horrified look in those scarlet eyes, it was as if a Shinigami was reaping their lives. Roar. Suddenly at this moment Uchiha Itachi, who had transformed into Manos Grande, let out a deafening roar, and all the fleeing ninjas on the battlefield stopped and looked back. What's going to happen again? Buzz. The red light from his mouth condensed a large amount of Ryutsu and compressed it. In an instant, a beam of red light shot out and a piece of barren land in the distance exploded with a red light. The entire land under his feet was shaking as if an earthquake had occurred. A mushroom cloud slowly rose, huge waves swept around, and the flames and scorching heat that shot up into the sky made every ninja feel the scorching temperature. Looking at the dazzling fire in the distance, the weapons in their hands gradually fell. It must be a lie. Did they really stand a chance fighting this monster? I've never heard of such a monster in the ninja world. Sero. It's very unexpected. Although Jillian-level Manos Grande possess the ability of Sero, there are only a few Manos Grande who actively use Sero, and Lu Yun can clearly feel the changes in Uchiha Itachi's spiritual power. The Manos Grande stopped moving forward, and its entire huge body was shaking constantly. Suddenly, white cracks gradually appeared on the dark body. Boom. The terrifying Ryutsu belonging to Vasto Lord Manos Grande erupted all at once. Especially those ninjas who had lost their will had no way to withstand such a huge Ryutsu. They fainted almost instantly. The ruthless void devoured their souls. These people were not even qualified to go to the Pure Land. The corners of Lu Yun's mouth rose slightly. Vasto Lord, this is the second mid-level Manos Grande under his command. There was a slight change in its body shape. Its original height of more than 10 meters was suddenly reduced to 7 or 8 meters, and its body shape looked a bit like a human. However, after becoming a Manos Grande of the Vasto Lord level, he gained some wisdom. At this time, Itachi, who had turned into a hollow, was still a little confused, looking at the people fleeing in the desolate land, and the endless flames burning in the distance. A splitting headache suddenly filled his body, and Uchiha Itachi, whose huge body had turned into nothingness, rushed around with a splitting headache. This situation also made Lu Yun frown. Advertisement. What's going on? Is it out of control? He could clearly feel that Uchiha Itachi's Ryutsu was constantly improving, and the speed of improvement was so fast that it was about to reach Geise's level. In the next scene, a blue Ryutsu broke through the sky, and Uchiha Itachi could no longer see his figure because he was enveloped by it. Lu Yun's face immediately lit up with joy when he saw this scene. Could it be? Is it Ego Arrancar? This was the only possibility Lu Yun could think of. With Uchiha Itachi's talent, it was indeed possible for him to Arrancar himself, and his strength might even be able to be raised to a higher level. Even Orochimaru, who had transformed into Manos Grande, stopped moving. As a lower-level hollow, he instinctively feared the middle-level hollow and trembled. Orochimaru's Ryutsu has not yet reached a limit, so it is not that easy for him to become a Vasto Lord mid-level Manos Grande. Gradually the violent Ryutsu stabilized, and Lu Yun came to the side of the huge Ryutsu with a shunpo. This Ryutsu is indeed huge. If it were an ordinary one, the soul would probably be torn apart in an instant. Even a shadow would not be able to withstand this huge Ryutsu. In the final analysis, Shadow is just a powerful ninja. As for the soul, only those who specialize in soul-related ninjutsu can perhaps withstand it. I'm afraid even Ying wouldn't be able to stand upright at this distance. When Ryutsu dissipated like clouds, Uchiha Itachi also changed into human form with a hollow hole in his chest, and his right arm was covered by a skeleton similar to Arrancar. After resurrection, Uchiha Itachi was briefly unconscious, and the memories of Hollow also flooded into his mind. Uchiha Itachi looked at Lu Yun in front of him with a complicated expression. You actually have such ability. This is a destructive force, a suffocating force. Your pupil power should still be there. Unify the entire ninja world. Itachi suddenly looked at Lu Yun with wide eyes. Eye power. In an instant, Uchiha Itachi's eyes widened and his mouth opened slightly. Resurrection. Even the impure world reincarnation invented by the second Hokage probably doesn't have such a terrifying method of resurrection. Moreover, this method causes his soul to undergo a qualitative change, turning him into a monster that is not human. Lu Yun looked at Uchiha Itachi's Sharingan with 3 Magatama, and a strange look appeared on his face. Advertisement. Lu Yunjin, you are too casual when you talk about this kind of thing. What a terrible method. Of course it can be avoided. As long as Konoha unifies the entire ninja world, the ninja world war will never break out. What a horrific method. Isn't it equivalent to the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan in the Uchiha clan records? Uchiha Itachi frowned as he looked at the battlefield littered with corpses. Although he had accepted the memories of becoming a hollow, Itachi knew nothing about this war. The 4 great ninja villages are waging war against Konoha, and this is the battlefield. How does it feel to be resurrected? And, there's nothing much to say about being resurrected by you, but what's going on with this scene in front of me? Lu Yun said with a smile. Lu Yun said casually. The 4 major ninja villages started a war. Life is so fragile. Why does war break out between people? Is war really unavoidable? Uchiha Itachi said with a sigh. Looking at the barren land around him, which was full of traces of war, especially the strong smell of blood, Itachi remembered some bad things in the past. A solemn look flashed in Uchiha Itachi's eyes. Looking at the corpses and the scarlet color everywhere, he sighed deeply. Resurrection. After being resurrected by you, I can no longer be called a human being. And feeling the enormous power within his body, this power even frightened Itachi. His Sharingan is still there. It's quite complicated. Why did you resurrect me? Uchiha Itachi immediately switched to the state of Mangekyo Sharingan. Not only that, this vast eye power was incomparable to before, as if it would never run out. The battles in the ninja world are so cruel. No matter you are a child or an old man, as long as you are a ninja, you must be prepared to be killed. No reason, I just think it's a pity for someone like you to die. Chapter 137 Dust Escape. But come to think of it, in the history of the ninja world, there is only one person who has such ability, Lu Yun. Even the first Hokage is probably not as perverted as Lu Yun. This method of resurrecting people and making their souls undergo qualitative changes into another kind of creature is fundamentally changing the original rules of the world. If the ninja world is unified, there will be no war. War stems from desire. Isn't profit the trigger for every ninja world war? If we want to prevent wars from happening, then this ninja world needs only one ruler. Although it will take time, nothing will happen under the strong suppression. Strength. Uchiha Itachi now understands that only strength can change everything. He hesitated for a moment, but couldn't help asking, Sasuke, is he okay? That kid seems to have been taken away by that guy Obito. Obito. Oh, I almost forgot you don't know his identity. Uchiha Obito is the Uchiha Madara you know. Itachi's pupils suddenly shrank. It's that guy. Uchiha Obito. What a familiar name. Why did he take Sasuke away? Itachi asked, frowning. Isn't that simple? Of course, we are transferring our hatred towards you to Konoha. After all, you were forced to make the choice of exterminating your family. Lu Yun said lightly. Uchiha Obito. On the night of the genocide, Itachi also cooperated with Obito, and Itachi's best friend Uchiha Izumi was captured by Obito. Izuna, who died at the hands of Itachi, also spent a happy life with Itachi in the Tsukuyomi space. It looks like Orochimaru is about to succeed too. Having detected that Orochimaru's Ryutsu had reached its limit, Lu Yun was somewhat looking forward to whether Orochimaru would become a Manos Grande of the Vasto Lord level like Uchiha Itachi. In the alien space, there are also many Killian level Manos Grande in Lu Yun's space. If there are only these hollows on the battlefield, it is not enough to support Itachi and Orochimaru to complete their evolution. In space, they devoured a lot of Manos Grande. Advertisement. As Orochimaru the Grande, Itachi looked at the huge figure in disbelief. Had he turned into this appearance before? That huge size is really scary. The logistics troops of the Shinobi Alliance, in the cloudy sky, Hinata looked at the Shinobi Alliance below with indifference. Sacrifice is inevitable for the peace of the ninja world, and these people are enemies of Konoha village. Under Lu Yun's influence, Hinata's emotional side is only open to Lu Yun. As for other people, if they are enemies, Hinata will not show mercy. Hinata's Byakugan switched to pure Tensegan, and a green chakra beam cannon condensed in Hinata's palm. In an instant, a large number of chakra beams were released and fell like a rainstorm. At this moment, the perception ninja in the logistics unit suddenly felt a large amount of chakra released from above and hurriedly ran out of the tent. Looking at the dense green chakra light cannons, he felt his scalp tingling. The perception ninja yelled, "Get out of here!" Rumble. The chakra light cannons bombarded the logistics troops of the ninja coalition mercilessly. The bombardment of the chakra light cannons was so overwhelming that they didn't even know where the enemy was. Waves of explosions rang out one after another, and the entire earth was stained with brilliant flames. Countless ninjas from the Shinobi Alliance were unable to escape the intensive attacks of the chakra light cannons. The Ninja Alliance was beaten like a headless fly, and had no ability to fight back at all. The shadows in the rear also knew what happened at the front, and when Onoki reached the logistics troops, the scene before him completely frightened him. The surroundings were filled with corpses of ninjas from the 4 major ninja villages. The corpses that had been rotted into a paste were enough to make people feel sick just by looking at them. The key point was that the dense chakra light cannons were still bombarding the logistics troops. This direction is in the air. A flying ninja. There are no flying ninjas in Konoha. In fact, in the ninja world, the only ninja who can fly is Onoki. Onoki suddenly moved and flew into the sky. If you want to stop all this, you must find the person who is releasing the ninjutsu. Such a large amount of chakra must be released by the person behind it. At the same time, Hinata above suddenly stopped and frowned at the short Onoki beside him. D3rd Tsuchikage. Who are you? As Tsuchikage, he naturally knows something about the big families in Konoha. Isn't this Hyuga Hinata, the eldest daughter of the Hyuga clan? Advertisement. But her eyes were not empty, they actually made his heart beat faster. Little girl from the Hyuga family, you Konoha village actually have such an ace hidden in your hand. I've never seen eyes like that before. Tsuchikage looked solemnly at Hyuga Hinata in front of him. As the Tsuchikage, Onoki naturally would not treat Hinata as an ordinary little girl. The strength displayed by this little girl was not inferior to that of him, the Tsuchikage. Yes, my logistics team took action. I can't just sit back and watch. The girl from the Hyuga family, please go with me. Swish. Onoki threw Hinata flying, but before he could get close to Hinata, a huge repulsive force pushed him out. Onoki flew several meters away and looked at Hyuga Hinata in front of him in disbelief. What was that power just now? A force pushed him out. Is it ninjutsu? What kind of eyes are those? The Hyuga family probably doesn't have any other bloodline limits besides the Byakugan. He saw what was happening in the frontline troops through the visual sharing of the perception troops. It was like hell on earth. What on earth was that black monster that appeared out of nowhere? How many hidden tricks does Konoha have? 3rd Tsuchikage Onoki. Lu Yun had told him to be careful of the 3rd Tsuchikage's dust release, but he didn't need to dodge it and could just use the truth-seeking ball to block it. Swish, swish, swish. Countless chakra beam cannons were released again, densely covering Onoki. Onoki's face suddenly darkened. Don't underestimate me. Dust release. Limit separation technique. The next moment, a transparent cube-like block condensed in Onoki's hand. The terrifying energy contained in it seemed to be able to destroy all matter. The moment it was released, countless chakra light cannons were swallowed up by the energy contained in the cube. The white cube suddenly transformed into a terrifying rectangular beam of light and shot towards Hinata's position. Chapter 138 Tenseigen Chakra Mode. At this moment, the rectangular transparent light column contained the power to destroy everything, and the green chakra light cannon was instantly decomposed by the transparent rectangle. Dust release, formed by the fusion of chakra of 3 natures, wind, earth, and fire, can decompose all matter into atomic state. Dust release is a bloodline elimination that surpasses the bloodline limit. The power that Onoki is proud of comes from dust release. If it were someone else, they would probably stay away from dust release. But for Hinata, no matter how powerful dust release is, it cannot cause any harm to her. Truth-seeking ball can ignore all ninjutsu, and its only weakness is senjutsu, which is the only one that can affect truth-seeking ball. Onoki doesn't know any senjutsu at all, and even if his dust release is powerful, it can't break through the defense of the truth-seeking ball. The black truth-seeking ball transformed into a black shield that enveloped Hinata. Onoki frowned as he looked at the mysterious black substance. What is that black thing? Ninjutsu. But it doesn't matter anymore. How could that thing possibly be able to block dust release? The little girl from Konoha should just turn into atoms. In an instant, the surrounding airflow began to distort under the influence of dust release, and layer after layer of airwaves exploded. Onoki was very confident that in front of dust release all matter would be transformed into atoms and disappear from this world forever. The power of dust release is far beyond the reach of most ninjutsu, and even the Raikage has to treat it with caution. Although Onoki is old and not as strong as before, his strength and the dust release he mastered are enough to make people fear him. Boom. The intense collision of dust release produced a sound similar to an explosion. However, at this moment, dust escape was instantly bounced away. The black shield formed by the truth-seeking ball did not cause any damage and completely protected Hinata from any harm. What? He actually managed to resist dust escape. How is this possible? The confident Onoki's expression changed instantly. He looked at the black substance in horror, with a hint of solemnity in his brows. Advertisement. What exactly is that black substance that can completely block dust release? Dust release is a fusion of 3 types of chakra. Could it be that the black substance is a fusion of more than 3 types of chakra? It's a bit hard for Onoki to accept this. She's just a little girl from Konoha. If she could have avoided the dust release, it would be understandable. But since he had resisted the dust escape that could annihilate all matter, it was difficult for him to accept the scene before him. Konoha actually has such a hidden trump card. Onoki suddenly felt less confident about the ninja coalition attacking Konoha. The next moment, a blue flame burned on Hinata's body, and a large amount of chakra covered Hinata's body like a burning blue flame enveloping it. Feeling such a powerful chakra, Onoki's expression changed instantly. What's with your attitude? Onoki looked at Hinata in horror. It was not the first time that Onoki felt such suffocating pressure. Just at the moment of approaching, Onoki felt the crisis of death, as if he might lose his life just by touching him. Once a war breaks out, it's either you or me. When they start a war against Konoha, they should be prepared to die at the hands of the Konoha shinobi. Especially this terrifying ninjutsu, its power is no less than that of S-level ninjutsu. Now we need to figure out what that black ball is. The key point is that his right arm fell from his hand, but he didn't feel any pain. Feeling those black balls sweeping towards him, Onoki broke out in cold sweat on his forehead. He controlled his body to fly and avoid them. I was careless. Silver wheel reincarnation explodes. Especially in the sky above, a faint smell of blood could be smelled. Hinata's face turned pale and he began to retch repeatedly in the air. Instantly, a creepy feeling enveloped Onoki's whole body. He kept a distance from Hinata and looked at his disappearing right arm with even greater horror. But it was too late to regret now. Onoki knew clearly that he was no match for Hinata, so without saying a word he turned into a meteor and ran away from Hinata. In this instant, the two ultimate forces collided, and the white clouds in the clouds disappeared without a trace due to the invisible shock wave. Hinata did not pursue further. The task Lu Yun gave him was to destroy the logistics troops of the allied ninja forces. Advertisement. As the Tsuchikage of the generation, Onoki could not accept the scene before him. Now he actually felt the same pressure as Uchiha Madara from a little girl from Konoha. What a joke. Onoki felt the crisis that made his heart palpitate, and released dust release again without hesitation, but chakra could decompose the truth-seeking ball and Onoki could not resist it at all. Hinata releases multiple truth-seeking balls from the palm of her right hand, and then spins them. The surface of the truth-seeking balls is covered with a layer of green chakra, forming a silver halo, and then a huge tornado is launched from the halo. Onoki's pupils suddenly shrank, and under the black stick, he instinctively used his right arm to block it. The end of the prelude to this war was entirely a personal show by Hinata and Lu Yun, a married couple. If he knew that Konoha had such a trump card, he would definitely consider it carefully. Is that black substance the same as dust escape? He had felt this pressure before, and it was in front of the legendary Uchiha Madara. They underestimated Konoha's strength. This little girl from the Hyuga family alone was enough to make these cages afraid. In an instant, the moment Onoki's right arm touched the truth-seeking ball, it fell off his torso like paper. This was also the first time she had seen such a scene. Although she had seen Lu Yun kill people before, the previous scenes could not be compared with the hellish scene in front of her. However, while Onoki was still sighing, Hinata's speed had exceeded Onoki's understanding and she arrived in front of Onoki in an instant. Hinata exited Tenseigen chakra mode and looked at the hellish scene above and below, and suddenly felt nauseous. Incredible power. As a Kage, losing an arm greatly affects his strength, and for an old Kage like Onoki, losing an arm weakens his strength by at least 1/3. Looking at the floating black balls, his expression became extremely solemn. It took a while for Hinata to come back to his senses. He didn't feel any guilt in his heart. That was the way of the ninja world. Does it also have the ability to annihilate all matter? The first generation Tsuchikage lost an arm and was defeated by a junior from Konoha. If such news spread from the ninja world, I am afraid the entire ninja world would be shocked. In Tenseigen chakra mode, Onoki couldn't see what expression was on Hinata's face. A terrifying storm suddenly swept out. Chapter 139 Two Arankars. Bang. Yi Yai was helpless and furious. Looking at the casualty figures reported, he suddenly felt dizzy. It was just the beginning and the losses on their side were so huge. The casualties were as many as 8,000 people. Moreover, in the front troops, they didn't even see Konoha's vanguard troops. Just Lu Yun alone completely defeated their vanguard troops. Black monster. What is that thing? Does Lu Yun of Konoha have such means? At this moment, Yayui suddenly felt that they were lacking in intelligence about Konoha, as if they had missed a lot of key information. Old guy Onoki has already rushed to the front battlefield, so there shouldn't be any big problems. Suddenly at this moment, a cloud shinobi rushed in panic and shouted towards Yayui, Sir Rakage, something bad has happened. What happened? Yayui frowned and asked loudly. Gurgle. The cloud shinobi couldn't help but swallow. See for yourself. At this time, Onoki walked in a disheveled state. All the ninjas in the room widened their pupils, as if they had forgotten to breathe at this moment. Especially Yi Yi's pupils shrank into needle points, and his eyes revealed an expression of extreme shock. Tsuchikage. What's wrong with you? Arm. Tsuchikage's arm is gone. The whole room was instantly filled with uproar, tension and anxiety. Although the third Tsuchikage is old, his strength is not weak at all. His dust release can annihilate all matter. Even ninjutsu will be decomposed by dust release. But that's how it is, the reality before us shocked everyone's heart. A bitter smile appeared on Onoki's lips. Rakage, we underestimated Konoha. A click. Yi Yi's heart seemed to sink to the bottom of the valley all of a sudden. Tsuchikage lost an arm. This situation was completely beyond Yayui's expectations. What on earth could have caused Tsuchikage to lose an arm? Advertisement. Not long after, the three Kage gathered together. As for Gaara, even the ninjas of Sunagakure didn't know where their Kage had gone. However, a representative from Sunagakure also came, that is Grandma Chiyo. Lord Rakage, what plans do you have for us to discuss at this time? The moment Terumi Mei and Chiyo walked in, they were both stunned. Looking at Onoki's empty arms, both of them had extremely horrified expressions on their faces. Tsuchikage, your arm. Yayoi sighed and said, sit down first. Granny Chiyo and Terumi May never took their eyes off Onoki's empty arm. Tsuchikage, start talking. After about a few minutes, everyone in the conference room fell silent. They were extremely shocked and even felt a little afraid of Konoha. Konoha actually has such a hidden card. The key point is that Konoha only sent 2 people from beginning to end to completely defeat their ninja coalition forces. Currently, their coalition forces still have more than 50,000 people. Although the number was still sufficient, they knew that the remaining number of the front troops and logistics troops was only 1,000 in a short period of time. Once such news is announced, the morale of the entire ninja alliance will collapse. Mizukage, Shing from your village also died on the battlefield. Tsuchikage sighed deeply, as if at this moment, the already elderly Onoki had aged many years more. Terumi May's mind went blank and her body swayed twice, unable to accept this fact. And now Lu Yun has added 2 new Arankars under his command. At this time, there was no sign of survival on the battlefield at the front line, and the remaining few voids were also taken into the space by Lu Yun. Shing is a veteran Jonin of Kurigakure and a trusted confidant of Terumi May. During his time as Mizukage, Shing helped Terumi May consolidate the position of Mizukage. You are fully responsible for this loss. Our intelligence on Konoha clearly has many deficiencies. Neither the little girl from Konoha nor Lu Yun's strange abilities were ever mentioned in the intelligence. Rakage. It was a mistake for Sunagakure to let a little kid be the Kazekage from the beginning. S-C, this power is beyond my imagination. In that case, Chiyo-chan, you will take the place of Lord Kazekage in future meetings. Advertisement. Grandma Chiyo sighed deeply and said helplessly, everyone, I apologize to you on behalf of Sunagakure. Even we are a little confused about his attitude. Several shadows couldn't help but frown. Your Excellency Feng. Orochimaru also succeeded in Arankar. Sunagakure was too casual, letting a young boy be the cage. If he had let Chiyo be the cage before, the current situation would not have happened. Now, an Arankar with fair skin and snake-like eyes appeared in front of Lu Yun. In several meetings, Sunagakure's Kazekage never raised any opinions or participated in the formulation of plans. We are cooperating in this war against Konoha. We can discuss these matters after the war is over. Right now we need to discuss how to deal with Konoha. After Orochimaru finished digesting his own consciousness, he greedily took a deep breath of air. Terumi May, Yayoi, and Onoki all looked at each other unfriendly. The Kazekage of Sunagakure had been acting as if it had nothing to do with him from the beginning until now, as if this cooperative war had nothing to do with him. Yi was silent. He sighed deeply and said, I will take full responsibility for the loss this time. We have no idea who he contacted during this time when he left the village. Is this the power of the Hollow? The current situation does not allow them to think, the situation is serious. Although Feng Ying agreed to participate in the war this time, I always feel that Feng Ying's attitude is a bit strange. It's totally beyond human reach. However, such a capable general has now died on the front battlefield. Also, the timing of his return to the village was somewhat strange. From the moment he returned to the village, he seemed to have anticipated that he would take the position of Kazekage. As long as he can contribute on the battlefield, that's enough. With your attitude, Sunagakure, we doubt your sincerity in cooperating with Sand Shinobi. Granny Chiyo, where is your Kazekage? Why didn't he attend this meeting? There was bitterness in Grandma Chiyo's words. As for the Wind Shadow, this is a realm that humans can never reach. Chapter 140. Mihawk vs. Eight Tails Jinchuriki. Eternity. He finally obtained eternal life. He no longer needed to rely on ninjutsu to gain eternal life. Feeling the enormous energy in his body, Orochimaru could not imagine how terrifying the power would be once it was released. It was then that Orochimaru noticed Uchiha Itachi standing beside him. Orochimaru said with a surprised look on his face, I didn't expect that Lu Yun-kun would also hollow you out, Itachi. I told you that Lu Yun-jun wouldn't let you die so easily. Uchiha Itachi just glanced at Orochimaru lightly. He didn't want to have too much conversation with Orochimaru. Okay Orochimaru, enough of that nonsense. You better get used to your strength quickly because I need you to do something. Oh, Lu Yun-jun, do you have any plans? Looking at the devastated battlefield, Orochimaru couldn't help but tut his tongue twice. It seems that the war has begun. The 4 major countries will regret their actions, because Konoha has Lu Yun-kun. Orochimaru's previous desire for revenge against Konoha was purely for revenge against Konoha, but now Orochimaru has no feelings towards Konoha, as he has gained eternal life, and it was because of Lu Yun that he gained the eternity he had always dreamed of. Orochimaru didn't have much thoughts about Konoha. Orochimaru goes to Iwagakure, Itachi you go to Kurigakure. It's time to let the ninja world know about Espada. Sword. Now he has 4 Arankars under his command, and he can let the ninja world know the horror of Espada from time to time. The ninja world should be more lively now. Does Lu Yun want us to destroy these 2 shadow villages? That's not necessary, it's enough to let them experience the horror of the Espada. Itachi, can you do this? Lu Yun glanced at Uchiha Itachi indifferently. Itachi nodded calmly. He has gained a new life and different powers. If Lu Yun wants to unify the ninja world and there will be no more wars, Itachi is willing to help Lu Yun do anything. At least the ninja world can usher in an era that has never existed before. Now in the Akatsuki organization, Obito and Black Zetsu's expressions are very solemn. In the previous wars, Black Zetsu had always been paying attention to the war, but what they did not expect was that there would be so many monsters on the battlefield that they could not imagine. Even those who blamed me made Black Zetsu feel a little nervous. Those hollows that could not even cause damage with ninjutsu were beyond their understanding. Advertisement, could those monsters be Liu Yun's trick? Uchiha Obito's face was as dark as if ink was about to drip out. The development of things once again exceeded his expectations. In fact, even Black Zetsu, who has lived for countless years, doesn't know what the black monster is. It seems that such a creature has never appeared in the history of the ninja world. And this era seems to have gradually changed because of Liu Yun. Can the plan to resurrect my mother go smoothly? Obito, let's begin our plan. We can't wait any longer. 1 tail, 8 tails, 9 tails, must be caught. Reanimation Jutsu. As long as we have the first Hokage's cells, we can control those previous Hokage even if they are restored to their prime. At least, with Madara-sama here, everything will be different. Reanimation Jutsu Ma. Because Liu Yun and the others' plan were all advanced, Liu Yun had to be eliminated. This was the only obstacle for him to realize his dream world. He wanted to create a world with Lin, and he didn't care even if this false world was destroyed. Damn it. Control the mic. The one before you is 8 Tails Jinchuriki of Cloud Shinobi Village. What's your purpose in messing up the village by taking advantage of my brother, you B*********? D? Killer B pointed at the man in front of him holding a black knife and questioned. Hi Sama. This guy might be from Konoha. We're at war with Konoha right now, and this guy might be trying to invade Cloud Shinobi Village while the village is empty, Omoi said, looking at Mihawk in front of him with a serious expression. Someone from Konoha. So that's how it is. Gradually, terrible chakra burst out from Killer B's body, and several huge octopus legs gradually spread out from under him. Whether you are from Konoha or not, you can't escape from me. The moment the octopus's feet landed, the entire ground was shaking. The green slash was so sharp that it seemed to be able to crush everything. His strength has already reached cage level and is comparable to that of Raikage. 8 Tails' voice reached Killer B's ears. He is indeed extraordinary. His swordsmanship is superb. Oh yeah, 8 Tails Jinchuriki is Killer B-sama. Advertisement seeing this, Amii shouted, get out of here. Master Bai is about to reveal his true form. However, even when he saw Killer B's true form as 8 Tails in front of Mihawk, his heart remained unshaken. At least when it comes to swordsmanship, Killer B is like a child showing off in front of an adult in front of Mihawk. As a Jinchuriki, I will show you my true face as a Jinchuriki. Rather than calling it a monster, it would be better to say it is more like Sea Kings. I never thought that such a huge creature could be hidden in a human body. It really is a monster. Terror, it does make people feel a little pressure. 8 Tails' voice was also a little heavy. In short, we must be careful, this is not an easy enemy. Boom. How could he still laugh in this situation? The sky-high green slash suddenly burst out. This time the slash was even more terrifying than what Killer B had seen just now, as if everything would be cut in two by this slash. Jung. The huge octopus foot fell down and crushed towards Mihawk. This blow was enough to completely destroy the surrounding area. Omoi, who was far away, was also terrified when he saw this scene. Mihawk looked at the huge creature in front of him without changing his expression. Is this the so-called Jinchuriki? Roar, is he laughing? However, at this moment, the careful Killer B discovered that there was no fear on Mihawk's face. On the contrary, the corners of his mouth rose slightly. Well, even you said so. There was only a sound similar to cotton cloth tearing, and the huge octopus leg was cut off by the sharp blow. That man is not simple. Killer B has the nickname of Killer B and his swordsmanship is amazing. But in the fight with Mihawk, Killer B did not have any advantage in swordsmanship at all. The key is that his slashing attack is no less powerful than an A- rank ninjutsu, and judging by the strength of their previous encounter, that doesn't seem to be his full potential. There was only a clear sound of sword. Mihawk's attack was too fast. 8 Tails released a tremendous sound wave, and the surrounding buildings were shaken by the sound wave, as if they would collapse at any time. This is the true strength of Lord Killer B. Lord Killer B is the first Jinchuriki in the ninja world who can perfectly control the power of the tailed beasts. After a while, a huge octopus-like creature appeared in front of Mihawk. Although its lower body was that of an octopus, its head did look like a cow, especially the pair of horns that looked very abrupt. Chapter 141 The Shock of Konoha. This time, the clouds were cut apart by the slash, and the people below broke out in cold sweats as they watched the unmatched slash. Especially Omoi's mind was blank at this moment. You're telling me this is something that can be done with swordsmanship? Looking at the divided clouds, Omoi's legs were shaking. And this is Mihawk's true strength. The huge octopus foot fell to the ground and stirred up endless smoke and dust. The entire area was covered in huge smoke and dust, and many buildings were reduced to ruins. If the villagers in this area had been evacuated before the war started, otherwise there would definitely be tragic casualties. This guy can't be underestimated. This slash is even better than the previous one. Even Killer B, who has always been optimistic, now feels a little pressured. He has never seen such swordsmanship before. Isn't the flying slash only available to the Hawkeye in Konoha village? Why would this person do that? And those eyes? This man's eyes were somewhat similar to those of a hawk, his sharp eyes making it seem as if they were Mihawk's prey. Moreover, many of Killer Bee's methods are restricted in the village. If you want to effectively attack the person in front of you, you must at least release Tailed Beast Bomb. But the power of the Tailed Beast Bomb is too great. This happened inside the village. If it is not controlled well, the village may also be affected. There's no other way. Just transform into a tailed beast. Eight Tails' form gradually shrank, and then Killer Bee returned to its original form for a brief moment, covered in the black and red tailed beast chakra. Lord Killer Bee, are you worried about the impact on the village? Damn invaders. Omoi gritted his teeth and looked at Mihawk angrily. Although he wanted to go up and help, a battle of this level was not something he could participate in. If he was not careful, he might become a burden to Killer Bee. We must find a suitable opportunity to sneak attack that man and create an opportunity for Killer Bee. Killer Bee in the tailed beast state looks like an angry beast, with tailed beast bones appearing on his elbows. He is in a charging posture and is extremely fast. It was basically impossible to see clearly with the naked eye, but under Mihawk's observation Hawkeye, his actions had been anticipated long ago. Under the huge burst of power, even Mihawk could feel a trace of pressure. Lariat. No enemy has ever survived being hit by this move. The terrifying power it unleashes can shatter all the bones in a person's body. Bang. Advertisement under the impact, a terrible storm swept around, and the building in front collapsed with a loud roar in an instant. Killer Bee climbed up from the rubble and looked at Mihawk with a serious expression. Actually dodged it. There are very few people who can dodge this move, and Konoha's Yellow Flash is one of them. I dodged it. That guy's reaction is so fast. Killer Bee had used all the moves he could and was confident in his physical skills, but the most difficult thing for him when facing Mihawk was the opponent's slashing attack. In the state of Tailed Beast, Killer Bee doesn't have the confidence to take Hawkeye's slash head-on? Kindness. What is that? Under Killer Bee's gaze, a black substance covered the opponent's hand holding the knife, as if it had turned into an iron body, especially the black sword, which looked even more evil. That guy seemed to have predicted your attack route just now. He seems to have some kind of precognitive ability. What? The ability to predict the future. Even Killer Bee couldn't help but scream in surprise. What a troublesome enemy. It's not easy to protect the village from this guy. The man didn't give him any chance to launch a sneak attack. Hiyashi was right. Lu Yun was at least on their side. Even if they had to use some means, at least Lu Yun alone was able to hold off the vanguard of the allied ninja forces. But even so, Onoki's arm was still crippled by Hinata. I don't know what the situation is on the battlefield at the front right now. Does Big Brother need my help? Hypo, a creature with an upgraded soul. But this is also the method I use against my enemies. Since they are my enemies, there is nothing to worry about. What shocked them even more was that the third Tsuchikage Onoki had one of his arms crippled by Hinata. You know, Onoki is a veteran cage-level warrior, and his dust release is so terrifying that it can annihilate all matter. Lu Yun is right. The coalition forces of the four major villages are all enemies of Konoha. Their goal is to destroy Konoha. If Konoha cannot resist the allied ninja forces today, then what they will face is the invasion of the village and the killing and looting of the villagers. When driven by desire, people have no bottom line. Advertisement Hyuga Hiyashi didn't know what to say at this moment. He was proud of Hinata. She was his daughter and the pride of their Hyuga clan. Everyone looked at each other in bewilderment. Lu Yun was right. This was a war and there could be no mercy. Ninjas of their age knew that being kind to the enemy was being cruel to themselves. The intelligence team hasn't contacted the Raikage yet. Isn't it? Everyone looked at Hinata and Lu Yun. In fact, on the mountaintop of Konoha, they could clearly see everything that happened on the battlefield. Those black monsters were beyond their imagination, and Lu Yun's slash was still as terrifying as before. Did you create that monster? Everyone's attention was suddenly focused on Lu Yun, especially now that the methods Lu Yun displayed seemed to be beyond the reach of a human. For some reason, he had a bad feeling since before, and this war always gave Killer Bee a weird feeling. He had been prepared since he was about to hollow out those dead people. There is no chance. Everyone frowned, having never heard of it before. Hyuga Hiyashi spoke up for Lu Yun. What on earth are they? Why are they here on the battlefield? From what I've seen so far, those monsters don't seem to have any rationality. If Lord Raikage doesn't come back soon, the village will be in trouble. At least the enemy in front of them is not something Lord Killer Bee can deal with alone. Yes. These two people are a huge army. The conference room fell into silence in an instant. It was so quiet that everyone's breathing could be heard clearly. The battle continued. The invisible wind and waves destroyed everything around. The overwhelming force was frightening and terrifying. The flying slashes around divided everything around. Hypo. When Lu Yun and Hinata returned to Konoha, they reported the news from the front line in detail to everyone present. Tsunade asked in a deep voice. Everyone here, I think it's clear to everyone whether Lu Yun has harmed the interests of the village since we first met him. Lu Yun, those black monsters that appeared on the battlefield earlier must be related to you. Amii looked at the scene with a pale face, his legs shaking uncontrollably. Chapter 142 Shadows of the Past. Indeed, these are not very important. But what they care about now is, will Lu Yun really help Konoha unify the entire ninja world? This is a path that Konoha has never thought of in its history. Okay, that's the end of this matter. I believe that the Shinobi Alliance forces will not dare to act rashly now. After all, we from Konoha have only sent out 2 people from the beginning. Tsunade looked at Lu Yun with a gloomy gaze. She even had some doubts, maybe they didn't need to send anyone else to the battlefield, and Hinata and Lu Yun alone could end the war? Tsunade also shook his head at the thought. How could he have such a ridiculous idea? Even if Lu Yun and Hinata were strong, they were facing the allied ninja forces. These people are the elites of the 4 major ninja villages. Where is Tsunade Naruto right now? Lu Yun asked. Although he didn't care about the allied shinobi forces, Naruto was the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, and after the outbreak of this ninja world war, he didn't think that Obito wouldn't use this opportunity to do something. Once the 9 tails in Naruto's body is extracted, Naruto will lose his life. Tsunade covered her head, feeling a bit of pain. Don't worry, he's in a safe place now. But that little guy keeps yelling about going to the battlefield, which is really a headache. Naruto is now able to master the power of 9 tails, but even so, Tsunade does not dare to let Naruto go to the battlefield at will, because 9 tails Jinchuriki is too important to Konoha. Moreover, 9 tails' power was so great that once something happened, the situation in the ninja world would become irreversible. Naruto wants to go to the battlefield. Obito, Black Zetsu, what other means do you have in this changing history? In the original work, Obito announced the Ninja World War to several major countries, and used Kabuto as a springboard to use reanimation jutsu to resurrect the Kages of past generations to start the Ninja World War. And now Kabuto is just a thug under Orochimaru, and he doesn't know reanimation jutsu at all. He has not evolved compared to the original. Lu Yun is looking forward to what changes will happen in the future. Inside the Akatsuki organization, coffins stood before Obito and Black Zetsu. The impure world reincarnation required a bit of the deceased's flesh, and then used a living person as a medium to achieve resurrection. As for the medium, White Zetsu is a good container, and they didn't have to spend much time looking for a container. Second Tsuchikage, third Mizukage, third Raikage, fourth Kazekage. Except for Itachi, all members of Akatsuki can also be resurrected. Black Zetsu originally wanted to collect them, but unfortunately, Lu Yun was there and Black Zetsu couldn't do it. Advertisement. Let's get started. Obito, wearing a purple costume and a white mask, one of his eyes having been transplanted with Madara's Rinnegan, slapped the ground. Reanimation Jutsu. White Zetsu let out a shrill wail, and fragments like paper gradually covered White Zetsu and gradually change. The shadows from past generations have been resurrected. With a bang, Yi Yui smashed the table again. He roared in disbelief. What did you say? More injured than him? Who did it? Killer B is his younger brother, and the only perfect Jinchuriki in the ninja world, whose strength is no less than that of the Kage. But even so, he was injured in the village. What happened? Ma Bui, who was standing aside, looked at the collapsed table without saying anything. The war had now entered a very critical stage, and Lord B was actually injured in the village. Did Konoha still have the strength to launch a sneak attack? It's the swordsman from last time. Swordsman? Yui I was stunned for a moment, then suddenly remembered that there was also a public security disturbance in Cloud Shinobi Village. The reason was because a swordsman disturbed the order of Cloud Shinobi Village, but the Cloud Shinobi Village guards were no match for that man at all. Konoha. Yi Yui gritted her teeth, her eyes filled with bloodshot, and her face was twisted with anger. Konoha's background is too deep, or it could be said that Konoha's surface confusion is too good. Poor Sasuke, he became Lu Yun's pawn. Speaking of which, although Sasuke's habit of showing off is a bit annoying, after all, we have been together for a while. You have no idea how boring it is to be the Kazekage. I have to deal with village affairs every day. Besides, those guys don't like me at all since I returned to the village. Lord Lu Yun has his own plans. Damn it, anyway, I won't accompany you. But then think about it, isn't it the same for me? Kimimaro said calmly. Sasuke left with someone. Advertisement. It's finally over. But he only cares about Master Orochimaru and Master Lu Yun, and for these 2 masters I am willing to give everything I have. And where is the Kazekage of Tsunagakure now? He hasn't been seen since the war began. Why? The frontline troops and logistics troops were destroyed one after another, and the number of casualties reached an extremely terrifying number. I hope Lu Yun can really create an unprecedented era. Kimimaro leaned aside and spoke in a somewhat cold voice. They were completely caught in a passive situation and were led by Konoha from the very beginning. Kimimaro continued without changing his expression. So, although I have taken the position of Wind Shadow, the people in the village still have strong opinions. At this time, in a barren desert near the Sound Village, Gaara threw the Wind Shadow's hat aside and stretched. What's the point of relying on those old guys to suppress us? Now that the mission is completed, whoever wants to sit in Fengyin can do so. Is it really that difficult to become a shadow? Lu Yun will let Sasuke go with the others? You've got the Tsunagakure guys fooled around. If it's so troublesome, then why so many people want to become the shadow of a village is really confusing. This is absolutely impossible. Kimimaro looked at Gaara with a strange expression. Gaara shook his head with a wry smile. Ah, how is that possible? By the way, where's Sasuke? Gaara then realized that Sasuke hadn't been seen since he returned. Gaara seemed to be relieved all of a sudden. Moreover, only 2 people in Konoha were exposed from the beginning to the end. They had the ability to annihilate matter like dust release. Could it be that the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan could also evolve? Gaara had an expression of disbelief on his face. It was Master Lu Yun who deliberately let Sasuke go. We noticed it early on, but we didn't take any action. Chapter 143 The Resurrected Hokage. At this time, Tsunade, who was sorting out intelligence information in the Hokage's office, had just put the information down when suddenly his hand was suspended in the air and he stood up abruptly. Her beautiful eyes widened, revealing an expression of disbelief and shock. How is this possible? This familiar chakra is grandfather. As the granddaughter of Senju Hashirama, she detected two familiar chakras at this time, and these two chakras were so huge that they covered the entire Konoha village. Hokage Iwakami. 4 figures looked at the current Konoha village with mixed feelings. This is Konoha now. Tobirama, I told you that the ninjutsu you invented would cause trouble for future generations. This is the second time we have been called back to the world from the Pure Land. Senju Tobirama's face twitched a few times. He had never imagined that the forbidden technique he created would be abused. Ultimately, it was because the village's protection of the forbidden technique was not adequate. These 4 figures were respectively facing the faces on Hokage Rock. The first Hokage, second Hokage, third Hokage, fourth Hokage, and all the previous Hokage who had died were resurrected in the form of impure world reincarnation. Swish, 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 Hokage Iwagami, Tsunade, Kakashi and the other Jonin were all stunned when they saw the Hokage in front of them. Grandfather, especially Tsunade, was looking at Senju Hashirama in front of him in shock. Teacher? Old man? Sarutobi Asuma, Hitaki Kakashi Tongyang Kanjei Namikaze Minato, Hayu Sarutobi Hiruzen Lang La Shuju. The deceased Hokage was resurrected? Oh, it's Suna. You've grown so much after all these years. Senju Hashirama also looked at Tsunade in the same surprise. Now is not the time to discuss this. This state, who on earth resurrected you from impure world reincarnation? Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama's faces froze for a moment, and they sighed helplessly. The Uchiha clan. Advertisement, indeed, now is not the time to discuss this. You must be careful. Our will has been tampered with, and our only goal here is to destroy Konoha. Suna, and all of you, be careful. What? Before anyone could react, a terrifying wave of chakra erupted from Hashirama's body. Wood style. The tree world is born. Their expressions were solemn. As previous Hokage, they did not want to attack the ninjas in their own village, but their current bodies could not be controlled by their will at all. Boom, endless chakra instantly surged out from Senju Hashirama's body like a volcanic eruption. Its terrifying chakra pressure is suffocating. The next moment, the Hokage rock beneath Tsunade and the others began to shake violently. Tsunade's pupils shrank, and she quickly shouted, "Retreat." When the tree world was born, she clearly saw that her grandfather had displayed such a terrifying ninjutsu in front of her when she was a child. Countless twisted trees broke out from the ground, and they eroded everything around them like living things, separating the Hokage rock and the surrounding land. The huge trees were connected horizontally and vertically, and then the wildly growing trees rose from the ground. Wood style. Once pacified the troubled times, it was also because when Senju Hashirama was still around, the ninja world ushered in unprecedented peace. The power of wood style is recognized by the ninja world. Seeing this scene, Tsunade and Kakashi all showed expressions of horror and shock. This is the first Hokage's wood style. It's not on the same level as Yamato at all. At this time, Yamato looked at Senju Hashirama's wood style and fell into deep thought for a while. Is his wood style considered a wood style? Faced with the ocean-like waves of trees, everyone used their best ninjutsu without holding back. But how could the trees created by wood-style ninjutsu be destroyed so easily? Various fire styles, water styles, lightning styles, and wind styles were unable to destroy the trees that were sweeping towards them. This overwhelming force was exactly the same feeling that Liu Yun gave them. Senju Hashirama's face was very dark. He also wanted to stop, but his will was simply unable to control his current body. Although this is not his full strength, it is not something that the ninjas in the villages before him can resist. The next moment, a relatively gentle repulsive force flung Tsunade and the others to a safe place. Then came a dazzling and unmatched slash, tearing through the air as it flew towards the violently twisted tree. Tear. Advertisement. Kakashi and his men tried their best to stop the raging trees, which were instantly torn apart by the terrifying slash. At the same time, Senju Hashirama, who was controlling the tree world's birth, suddenly changed his expression. What on earth is this flying thing? It doesn't look like a slash. 2 figures stood in the sky, looking at the previous Hokage with deep eyes, especially Hinata, who had a look of surprise on his face. Have all the previous Hokage been resurrected? And the third Hokage? Liu Yun. Hinata. Tsunade climbed up and yelled at Hinata and Liu Yun. Liu Yun. Grandfather and the others are being controlled by someone. Their goal is to destroy Konoha. We must find a way to stop them. With their strength, they had no other choice but to rely on Liu Yun and Hinata. Being able to destroy his wood style with one strike, this young man's power is unfathomable. Even the first Hokage, who has the title of God of the Ninja World, was somewhat surprised by Liu Yun's power. After seeing Liu Yun, third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen finally breathed a sigh of relief. With Liu Yun in the village, there should be no problem. Third generation, sir, who is that boy? Namikaze Minato looked at the unfamiliar face, which he seemed to have never seen before when he was still in the village. That child is the hope of Konoha. Konoha's hope? Namikaze Minato was a little surprised at the look in the third Hokage's eyes. He hadn't expected a third-generation adult to think so highly of the boy. However, what the third Hokage found strange was why Lu Yun and Hinata were floating in the sky. Call out, you have to know that their enemies are successive Hokage, and they have to face more than just one Senju Hashirama. Several kunai flew past Lu Yun and the others. The next moment, Senju Tobirama disappeared and appeared in front of Lu Yun and the others in an instant. Flying Thunder God Slash. Bite, Lu Yun's Zanpakuto blocked Senju Tobirama's attack. Not bad, young man. Senju Tobirama admired Lu Yun, and was surprised that his Flying Thunder God Slash was seen through by a young man. Second Hokage, the ninjutsu you developed has indeed brought a lot of trouble to future generations, Lu Yun said bluntly. Chapter 144. A strange feeling. Senju Tobirama's face turned pale, and he couldn't utter a word. When he created this technique, he did not expect that it would cause so much trouble to future generations. It was the Uchiha clan who summoned them back from the Pure Land. Did they want them to destroy Konoha? But on their way back, they saw countless corpses at the border of the Fire Nation. It was clearly a sea of blood and corpses outside. While fighting with Lu Yun, Senju Tobirama and Senju Hashirama also learned something from Lu Yun. They were extremely shocked. The four major ninja villages actually launched a war against Konoha at the same time. Did they want to break the balance of the ninja world? It is not a problem for Lu Yun to deal with Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama alone, while Hinata is also dealing with Sarutobi Hiruzen and Namikaze Minato. The strength of both of them has surpassed that of all previous cages. Senju Hashirama's wood style is indeed very powerful, and the surrounding terrain has changed because of his wood style ninjutsu. Moreover, the second Hokage's sea style is indeed well deserved. He can release such a terrifying water style ninjutsu even in a place without water. Even asking the second Hokage to create a river would not be a difficult task. It is really hard to imagine that Konoha has now become the enemy of the four major ninja villages. Wood style. Wooden golem jutsu. Wood style. Wood dragon. The next second, the ground shook violently, and a huge wooden dragon was wrapped around the body of a huge wooden golem. Everyone was shocked when they saw the huge figure that blocked out the sky. This is Shodai's wood style. How terrible. Yamato looked at the first Hokage's wood style and suddenly fell into deep thought. He looked at the small tree trunk created by his wood style jutsu and sighed deeply. His own wood style is just a younger brother in front of the first Hokage. From now on, I will just honestly protect the village of Konoha. At least he doesn't have to worry about his Konoha house. I'm afraid that after this blow, Yamato will really become the strongest construction worker in Konoha. Wood style is indeed worthy of its reputation. You're not bad, young man. Senju Hashirama was shocked by Lu Yun's strength, although this was not his full strength. He was under control and it would be difficult for him to exert his true strength without his own will. But even in this state, no one can resist Senju Hashirama. After all, this is the wood style ninjutsu that pacified the troubled times. Water style. Water waves. Senju Tobirama clasped his hands together, and a terrifying chakra surged through his body. Young man, be careful. Advertisement. In an instant, the waterspout surrounding Senju Tobirama shot up into the sky, rapidly spinning and rising when it reached a certain height. The water droplets that shot up into the sky fell like a waterfall in an instant, spreading and impacting the surroundings. At the moment the waterfall fell, it was as if a tsunami had occurred around it, submerging everything around it. Nidaim's water style has achieved this level without water. Namikaze Minato's eyes were filled with shock as he fought Hinata. Konoha, it's really getting stronger and stronger. Someone who could stand against the first Hokage and the second Hokage had actually appeared. Moreover, the little girl from the Hyuga clan in front of him seemed to have never seen such eyes before. Hinata, is the Hyuga clan okay? What are those eyes of yours? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked while he was fighting Hinata, looking at Hinata's unique eyes. Third generation, there are some things that cannot be explained for a while. Please return to the Pure Land in peace. At this moment, Hinata had a stick made of the truth-seeking ball in his hand, and he stabbed it directly into Sarutobi Hiruzen's chest. Tear. The truth-seeking ball pierced Sarutobi Hiruzen's chest, but what shocked Sarutobi Hiruzen even more was that the body of Impure World Reincarnation, which could recover infinitely, was gradually and irreversibly collapsing. This black substance actually contains all the power of yin and yang and the five elements. Once the truth-seeking ball pierced through the body of Impure World Reincarnation, the power of yin and yang that annihilated all matter would destroy Sarutobi Hiruzen's body. After recovering from his shock, Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled. Konoha has regained its former strength as the #1 ninja village in the ninja world. The choice I made was indeed the right one. Sarutobi Hiruzen gave Lu Yun a last meaningful look, and finally his body completely collapsed, and his soul returned to the Pure Land. Senju Hashirama looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen who had turned into ashes with an extremely shocked expression. That power. Could it be the power possessed by the legendary sage of six paths? I didn't expect to see such power in a little girl. Young man, the relationship between you and that girl is extraordinary, isn't it? Lu Yun nodded lightly. First Hokage, this era is no longer the era you once were. Your presence is wrong. So, let us send you back to the Pure Land. Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama had no objections. They were people from the old era, and their resurrection in this era was due to the Impure World Reincarnation. They were originally worried that if this continued, Lu Yun would fight the two of them until he was exhausted and tried to crack Impure World Reincarnation. Advertisement. Either the caster removes the Impure World Reincarnation, or the caster uses sealing techniques to seal the Impure World Reincarnation. Now, after seeing Hinata's strong methods, I can see a simpler method. It was the Uchiha clan who resurrected us this time. What's happening to the Uchiha clan in Konoha now? Senju Tobarama asked with a serious expression. Lu Yun stood with his hands behind his back, and even though he was fighting only two previous Hokage, he still looked like he had some strength left. The Uchiha clan was exterminated. Now there are only two survivors of the Uchiha clan. What? The Uchiha clan was exterminated? Who on earth did this? Senju Tobarama was deeply shocked by Lu Yun's words. The Uchiha clan, who co-founded Konoha with the Senju clan, were actually wiped out in Konoha. What happened to Konoha after their passing? What about the Senju clan? Tsunade is the only one left of the Senju clan now. What did you say? The voices of Senju Tobarama and Senju Hashirama suddenly became louder, and both of them looked incredulous, as if they could not accept such news. Tsunade is the only one left of the powerful Senju clan. What is going on? Could it be that both the Senju and Uchiha clans were wiped out at the hands of one person? While the two Hokage were lost in thought, Hinata had already ended the battle. Although Namikaze Minato was known as the Yellow Flash, Hinata's perception after activating the Tenseigan was extremely powerful. And every time Namikaze Minato gets close to him, a huge repulsive force will knock Namikaze Minato away. Namikaze Minato's body gradually collapsed, and his dark eyes were staring in a certain direction. That chakra, is it Nine Tails and Naruto's? I really want to meet you, my son. Gradually, Namikaze Minato's body completely collapsed. At this moment, Naruto, who was training with Jiraiya deep in a base, suddenly stopped. Jiraiya asked, "What's wrong, Naruto?" Naruto placed his hand on his chest and said slowly, "I don't know why I just had a strange feeling, as if someone familiar was looking at me." Chapter 145 The Inescapable Illusion. Someone familiar. Yes, for some reason, he had a strange feeling in his heart since before, as if someone familiar had appeared. The Ninja World War has begun. He must protect Naruto's safety, as Nine-Tails Jinchuriki Naruto cannot fall into the hands of anyone. Only Nine-Tails in Naruto's body knew who had just appeared. That familiar feeling. Is it the fourth Hokage? But why can't I feel the chakra of my other half? The other half of his chakra was sealed by the fourth Hokage. Now that the fourth Hokage's chakra had appeared, it was impossible for it not to feel it if the other half of its chakra was still inside the fourth Hokage's body. In fact, after the fourth Hokage was resurrected, Obito and the others had already extracted the other half of Nine Tails from the fourth Hokage's body. Now that the Gedo statue has been fully revived, only 8 tails and 1 tail remain. Is that Hinata? It's completely different. Master Hiashi, it seems Miss Hinata has grown into an excellent ninja. The people of the Hyuga clan were very excited to see Hinata being able to face two Hokage alone at the same time and even sending the two Hokage back to the Pure Land. Is Hinata already stronger than previous Hokages? With Hinata and Lu Yun, wouldn't their Hyuga clan be the #1 family in Konoha village in the future? Wouldn't all the families in Konoha have to respect their Hyuga clan? Hyuga Hiashi didn't know what was going on in these people's minds. Lu Yun and Hinata are bound to bring about some changes in the Hyuga family. Something called power is growing in the hearts of some Hyuga people. The resurrection of the former Hokage was actually Obito's way of allowing these Hokage to hold Lu Yun back so as not to affect their plans. In their view, Lu Yun is their biggest obstacle, and the original war in the ninja world has become more chaotic because of Obito's intervention. The situation in other villages is not good now. At least except for Konoha, the cages of other villages have also been resurrected. Wood style. The flower tree world has arrived. Countless huge and rugged trees rose from the ground, slapping the ground like giant octopus legs. At the same time, a huge flower bud grew in the central area. Be careful, this pollen is poisonous. Advertisement. Senju Hashirama shouted a warning. Is it poisonous? Lu Yun didn't take it too seriously. His physique was no longer that of an ordinary person, so a little bit of poison was nothing. There is almost no poison in this world that can affect him. Hinata successfully entered the Tenseigan chakra mode, and the amazing chakra in particular shocked Hashirama. That girl's chakra is already on par with mine. What's that mode? Sage mode. No, I don't have any Senjutsu chakra. The ninjas of Konoha were also deeply shaken by Hinata entering Tenseigan, and their hearts had long been numb. They looked at the wood-style ninjutsu that had covered the entire Hokage rock from a distance and didn't know what to say, especially when they felt the chakra pressure of Hinata's waves. Hyuga Hiashi once again realized the horror of Tenseigan. As the eldest daughter, Hinata did not disappoint herself. Shodai, it's time to end this. Lu Yun and Hinata stood together, and the Konoha shinobi in the distance felt extremely reassured looking at the two figures. Yeah, it's time to end it. Tobarama, it seems we are old now. Now is a new era for young people. We people of the old era should not cause trouble to these young people. A faint smile appeared on Senju Hashirama's face. Senju Tobarama remained silent. The current development of Konoha was even more different than he had imagined. These two young people alone had surpassed him and his elder brother. With these two young men around, I believe Konoha will be fine even in this ninja world war. Kyoka Suigetsu, accompanied by Lu Yun's voice fell. Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobarama couldn't help but frown, as if something had changed in their perception. But it feels like not. What Lu Yun did definitely had some meaning. You are now in a world that I control. Lu Yun looked at Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobarama with cold eyes. What's the meaning? The battle was still going on. From their visual range, they were still fighting Lu Yun Hinata. However, to outsiders, the first Hokage and the second Hokage seemed to be beating the air. Advertisement. What are Shodai and Nadaime doing? Even though Hinata and Lady Lu Yun were right in front of them, they attacked in the other direction. Tsunade frowned at her grandfather's strange behavior and asked, they were hypnosis ed. Hypnosis. Kakashi and the other Jonin suddenly understood, and they all looked at Lu Yun in horror. Even Shodai and Nadaime didn't realize they were being hypnosis ed. It's so scary. What are the conditions for Lu Yun to activate the illusion he controls? Lu Yun looked at Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobarama who were completely trapped in the illusion and said calmly, Hinata, go ahead. It seems that even Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobarama cannot escape Kyoka Suigetsu's Shikai. Puff, puff. The chests of the two previous Hokage were pierced by the black-eared truth-seeking ball, and their bodies underwent irreversible damage. When Lu Yun released Kyoka Suigetsu, Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobarama were both confused. Weren't they fighting fiercely just now? How come? Just now. Was that an illusion? Even if Senju Hashirama couldn't escape the illusion, he sensed something. Otherwise, he wouldn't have noticed that something was wrong around him at that time. Yes, it's an illusion. Shodai, Nadaime, Konoha will unite the entire ninja world, and you will return to the Pure Land. Lu Yun spoke slowly. The pupils of Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobarama suddenly widened, and just as they were about to ask something, their bodies completely collapsed. The soul also returned to the Pure Land. Tsunade and the others looked at the scene in front of them in a daze. Was the battle over like this? The previous Hokage was defeated by Lu Yun and Hinata. Isn't this too fast? Suddenly they felt a sense of loss in their hearts, as if they had not been able to help from the beginning. It seems that Konoha now only needs Lu Yun and Hinata. They are responsible for the affairs within Konoha, and it seems that they are no longer needed for matters outside Konoha, including wars. Are the two of them equivalent to a ninja village? Chapter 146 Wangshu's Flash. White Zetsu's body was torn apart in anger, and terrifying lightning raged around everything. At this time, Cloud Shinobi Village was filled with thick black smoke. The once prosperous village was reduced to ruins, and the surrounding area was a scene of devastation. The ninjas of Rock Shinobi Village had absolutely no courage or ambition to fight against the two figures. Second Raikage Adult, Third Raikage Adult. Why would the two resurrected Raikage destroy Cloud Shinobi Village? Are the two masters being manipulated? The fourth generation masters and the younger masters are almost unable to hold on. The Raikage looked at the white Zetsu around him, as well as the second Raikage and third Raikage after the Impure World reincarnation, with an extremely grim expression. It's so ugly. That's all you can do. Our current state isn't our full strength. If you can't even defeat us, how are you going to protect Cloud Shinobi Village? Get your act together. Break us. The second Raikage and the third Raikage also suppressed immense rage in their hearts. Seeing themselves being controlled and destroyed after being resurrected, such a method was truly heartbreaking. The purpose of the person behind this may threaten the entire ninja world. Because when they were resurrected, they met the legendary figure, Senju Hashirama, who was known as the god of the ninja world. I'm afraid Konoha is not feeling well right now. Yayui and Killer Bee were out of breath, especially Killer Bee. If he was not a tailed beast Jinchuriki, he probably would not be able to fight with Yayui at all. He could only barely keep up with the speed by using lightning-style chakra mode to transform into a tailed beast. Is that the strength of the third-generation adults in Nadaime? This kind of strength is not all. Looking at the corpses strewn around Cloud Shinobi Village, Yayui suppressed endless anger in her eyes. This is the second Hokage's reanimation jutsu. Could it be those guys from Konoha? It is despicable that the people of Konoha actually played with the souls of their village's previous heroes. Despicable behavior. However, the third Raikage shook his head and transformed into a flash of lightning. While engaging in a taijutsu exchange with Yayui, he slowly said, "It's not Konoha. The one who resurrected us is an even more terrifying figure." Advertisement. Back in Konoha, their four Hokage were also resurrected. I'm afraid Konoha is in a worse situation than our Cloud Shinobi Village. What's the deal with the coalition waging war against Konoha? Why would you do such a thing? The third Raikage asked with a frown. It is absolutely impossible for the major ninja villages to trust each other. Even if they win this war, new wars will continue to break out. By then, the situation in the ninja world that has been stable for 100 years is likely to become the Sengoku era. Because of a young man from Konoha. That young man is not only a threat to Cloud Shinobi Village, but potentially to the entire ninja world. Oh, the third Raikage's brows were almost squeezed into the shape of a Chuan character. What kind of young man from Konoha could make I so dissatisfied? All the major ninja villages have been attacked by previous generations of Kage, and now this war is bad news for the entire ninja world. At the same time, a figure stood in the sky. Orochimaru, who had transformed into a Rancor, looked at the corpses below with a sneer on his face. Life is so fragile. Those who have not obtained eternity have no idea what eternity means. He has surpassed humans and become a completely new life form. Fourth Raikage, second Raikage, third Raikage. Just touching it from a distance gives people a feeling of palpitations. The reason is that most of the ninjas are still on standby on the battlefield in the rear, and he is currently unable to get away. As the commander-in-chief, those people will not leave that place without his order. The tailed beast transformed Killer Bee condensed and compressed chakra, and a tailed beast bomb with high-density chakra was released from Killer Bee's mouth all at once. Killer Bee, transformed into a tailed beast, roared, and in an instant, chakra even more terrifying than before burst out from Killer Bee's body. The huge octopus leg once again covered the sky above the entire Cloud Shinobi village. Orochimaru chuckled, and a huge wave of Ryutsu suddenly enveloped the entire Cloud Shinobi village. At this moment, all the ninjas in Cloud Shinobi village felt their souls shake. Tailed Beast Bomb. Kuei Yang Tailed Beast Bomb. A dazzling dark purple flash, shining with the ultimate light, covered the entire sky. The Raikage below had already noticed the abnormality in the sky, and their pupils shrank when they saw the dark purple light. Eight Tails in Killer Bee's body felt a strong sense of crisis, and the voice was actually a little panicked. Buzz. Call out. Advertisement. Under the boundless and terrifying Ryutsu, cold sweat broke out on the foreheads of most people, and the instinctive fear suddenly surged into their hearts. Wang Shu's flash. Boom. If such a flash of light were to fall on Cloud Shinobi village, the entire village would likely be destroyed once the energy exploded. And at this moment, the dark red Sero stimulated the dark purple Raikage, and the tailed beast bomb was gradually swallowed by Sero. The Vasto Lord level Manos Grande is on a different level from the Killian level Manos Grande, and the power of the Sero released is dozens of times greater. In that case, I'll give you some more fuel. Haha, Cloud Shinobi village is really lively. The third generation Raikage and the second Raikage were resurrected, and the village was attacked by unknown creatures, especially those white creatures. Although their strength was not high, their large numbers made it difficult for even the existing ninjas of Cloud Shinobi village to deal with them. Yi Yi was horrified. Everything that was happening in the village was beyond his expectations. Roar. The atmosphere shook, and a terrifying shockwave transformed into wind and waves that struck Cloud Shinobi village. But how can Tailed Beast Bomb be compared with Wang Shu's flash? You know, Wang Shu's flash can distort time and space. Suddenly, Tailed Beast Bomb was unable to resist Sero's terrible corrosive power and collapsed instantly. Bye. What are you doing? How could this happen? Bye. That's not good. Especially the Raikage who were fighting, under the influence of Ryutsu, suddenly stopped their actions. The Tailed Beast Bomb was actually swallowed by the flash. Even the power of the Tailed Beasts cannot compete with that power. The moment the dark purple Sero was released, the surrounding space and time were distorted, and the destructive energy was so terrifying just from a distance. The buildings around Cloud Shinobi village could not withstand this horrific impact. Cracks as big as bowls appeared again, and they looked shaky and could collapse at any time. What a feeling. The soul is trembling. They are Raikage. Killer Bee yelled in horror. Chapter 147. Kisame picks up the bargain. Yi Yi screamed in horror. He could feel the terrifying energy in it. Although he was the Raikage, he felt powerless in the face of this huge energy. Under this dark purple flash, he was like an ant and unable to resist. But after seeing Killer Bee completely transformed into a tailed beast, Yui could no longer remain calm. Bye. Stop messing around. You can't handle this thing alone. The tailed beasts can be resurrected after a few decades of death, but when a Jinchuriki dies, he is truly dead. Although he is now in the form of a tailed beast, the pain caused by injury is shared by the tailed beast and his brother. I'm sorry, brother. I want to protect the village. If this thing explodes, the whole village will be destroyed. Killer Bee, transformed into 8 tails, roared, and its giant octopus legs transformed into a shield that covered everything around it, including the ninjas of Cloud Shinobi village, Yatsuki Ailai, the second Raikage, and his father. That was all he could do now. No. Bye. Yi Yi roared and screamed, his eyes filled with bloodshot. And Orochimaru, who was in the sky above, was watching this scene with great interest. Sacrifice yourself to protect those people. But you, how can you bear it? Killer Bee released several tailed beast cannons in an attempt to weaken Sero's power, but how could Sero be weakened by the tailed beast cannons? When several tailed beast cannons hit Sero, even the air was shaking. Everyone under Killer Bee's protection could feel the strong vibrations coming from the ground. Because of the influence of Ryutsu, the second Raikage and third Raikage's movements were temporarily restricted, perhaps because the influence of Ryutsu directly affects the soul. So they did not attack Yi at this time. At this moment, their hearts were like Yi Yi's, shocked and terrified. They didn't know what Cloud Shinobi village was going through. Bang! The next moment, the terrifying Sero smashed into 8 Tails' massive body. The terrifying power that was enough to destroy everything erupted instantly, and the entire Cloud Shinobi village was enveloped in a brilliant dark purple light. 8 Tails let out a terrible wail. The ninjas who were protected inside felt as if their hearts were stabbed with a knife when they heard 8 Tails wail. Advertisement. Someone knelt weakly on the ground, his eyes gradually becoming moist and tears falling. Killer Bee adult. Compare. Yui staggered back a few steps, her body swaying as she heard 8 Tails screams that sounded like Killer Bee's heart-wrenching and painful wails. The same was true for the third Raikage. His heart, like Yui's, felt as if it had been cut by a knife. Although Killer Bee is not his son, the third Raikage has always regarded Killer Bee as his adopted son. Now, when he saw Killer Bee sacrificing himself to protect them, his heart was deeply shocked. In an instant, Sero's terrifying aftermath was still impacting the surroundings, and Eight Tails' huge body was gradually torn apart. The pain was ultimate, and one could clearly see the huge body of Killer Bee, which had transformed into a tailed beast, trembling. He was holding on by his own will. Boom! Sero exploded a second time, completely annihilating all matter caught in Sero's flash. The earth, rocks, plants, buildings, and the mountain that held Cloud Shinobi Village were instantly reduced to dust. At the moment the flash of light disappeared, only 1/3 of the entire Cloud Shinobi Village remained. What? Killer Bee's consciousness was almost broken, and Eight Tails was also suffering the same damage as Killer Bee. At this time, the shark's body size expanded again because it absorbed Yi's chakra, and its power also increased several times. For Shu, everything here is a feast for the gluttons. Hoshigaki Kisame ignored the growling sound from behind. Yi's face twisted again. With a bang, huge smoke covered the surroundings and the unconscious Killer Bee fell from the sky. A huge shark-shaped water bomb appeared and bit towards Yi mercilessly. Killer Bee's eyes rolled back and he was seriously injured. If he wasn't a tailed beast Jinchuriki, he would have died long ago. Chakra. It is such a pity to let these souls return to the Pure Land. Advertisement. A-hole. Put by down. If Killer Bee had not been protecting the village, protecting the ninja might not have required paying such a tragic price, but now Killer Bee's consciousness finally couldn't hold on and completely collapsed. After seeing countless soul energies, Orochimaru couldn't help swallowing his saliva. He wanted to devour all of these soul energies. Eight Tails' huge body was covered with burns from the impact of sweat, especially the arms that he used to resist Sero were completely disabled. Water style. Big Samadin technique. Then be absorbed by this technique. War is tragic, and Orochimaru will not care without Lu Yun's order. Moreover, hollows are murderous in nature, and no matter who becomes a hollow, their emotions will change to some extent. Yi erupted with violent lightning-style chakra, and he suddenly punched the water-style shark that was biting towards him. The tailed beasts have huge chakra, but this chakra is still not enough in front of Sero. Seeing this scene, Yi screamed and rushed over like crazy. Compare. The terrifying feeling and the horrible flash before were even more terrifying than what he had felt when he and Itachi went to Orochimaru's base before, especially the flash, which seemed to make everything disappear. Really, I don't have time to waste here with a bunch of monsters like you. Hoshigaki Kisame, a cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He had been lurking here disguised as a ninja from Cloud Shinobi Village, looking for an opportunity to bring Eight Tails Jinchuriki back to the organization. Meanwhile, Hoshigaki Kisame fled from Cloud Shinobi Village without hesitation, holding Killer Bee. Yui lost consciousness again and failed to defeat this ninjutsu. Monsters like you will die if you stay here. Right now. Get out of here. Hoshigaki Kisame released all his chakra, and in an instant the big Samadin crushed it. The ninja world is likely to undergo tremendous changes because of this. Although the tailed beasts are a collection of chakra, they are also living beings. The pain they endure in their current bodies is actually the same as that of humans. Let it go. How could that be possible? He had risked his life to come here. But in the end, Orochimaru suppressed the idea in his mind. Without Lu Yunjin's order, he didn't dare to make any decision on his own regarding these soul energies. Chapter 148. The wind stopped, the sky cleared, and Urzuzi felt that he was fine again. Just like that, Hoshigaki Kisame took Killer Bee away right before Yui's eyes. Orochimaru in the sky saw this scene and watched it with interest. Eight Tails Jinchuriki. But I can't let you take it away so easily. Buzz. A bit of Ryutsu condensed at the fingertips. This was ordinary Sero, not Wang Shu's flash, but even this level of Sero was not something Hoshigaki Kisame could withstand. Call out. The high-speed flash of light made Hoshigaki Kisame feel a huge sense of crisis. His eyes suddenly shrank and he looked at the pale purple Sero in horror. That guy really noticed it. Because Orochimaru looked different now than before, no one recognized him. Although it is a bit similar, no one thought that the person who could possess such means would be Orochimaru. If Orochimaru's strength were placed in the original Akatsuki organization, he would only be considered a middle-level person. It's not chakra, and even Samahata can't resist it. Earth style, earth wall. Suddenly, a huge earth wall rose from the ground, nearly 10 meters high. But it was too naive to think that he could resist Sero with just an earth wall. Even if Hoshigaki Kisame dodged it, the violent energy after Sero's explosion would still erode him. And now Killer Bee is just hanging on by a thread at best. Although the power of the tailed beast is helping him recover from his injuries, Killer Bee will not wake up in this short period of time. Bang! The earth flow wall was pierced in an instant, and in front of Sero, the earth flow wall was like a paper wall. Damn it! Is this the end for me? Feeling the threat of death, Hoshigaki Kisame looked very unwilling. He couldn't resist Sero. Although he was also called a monster, he was just a stronger ninja in front of this real monster. Susano. Suddenly at this moment, a figure stood in front of Hoshigaki Kisame, with violent chakra bursting out of his body, and a huge chakra giant condensed. Who are you? Hoshigaki Kisame looked at the man in front of him and was briefly distracted for a moment, then a bitter smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Advertisement. Haha, I didn't expect that I would be saved by you. Sasuke, dressed in purple robes, gave Hoshigaki Kisame a cold look and said, leave this to me. You can take Eight Tails Jinchuriki back. Thank you so much, Sasuke-kun. Hoshigaki Kisame was not polite and left Cloud Shinobi Village with Eight Tails Jinchuriki. Bang. Yi, who had torn the giant shark bullet into pieces, looked solemnly at the purple giant in front of him. This evil force, those eyes. The Uchiha clan. Little devil, get out of my way. Yayoi once again unleashed lightning-style chakra mode, and the aura that erupted from her body was no less powerful than that of the tailed beasts. Sasuke looked at Yayoi impatiently and said sarcastically, you guys are so annoying with all your chatter. The flash of lightning flashed by, and Yayui's speed was as fast as thunder, and unmatched thunder attribute chakra burst out from his hands. Lateral bolt of pain. Yayoi gathered lightning style in her hand and smashed Susano with a knife. However, Sasuke's Mangekyo Sharingan looked a bit strange, and seemed to have more patterns than before. A huge impact erupted all of a sudden, but Sasuke's position did not shift at all. Even Yayui's attack could not break Susano's defense. How could this happen? Yayui looked at the intact Susano in disbelief. Could it be that the power of the physical skills he used suddenly decreased because he was exhausted? Sasuke showed a hint of disdain. Is this the level of the fourth Raikage? It's nothing special. The violent chakra surged again, and the skeleton giant changed into another posture, looking more like a half-body warrior. The evil chakra gave people an even more chilling feeling. The wind stopped and the sky cleared up, and Urzuzi felt that he was fine again. Susano swept the sword in her hand. Yayui knew clearly that she could not withstand this attack head-on, so she used the speed burst out in her lightning-style chakra mode to easily dodge it. However, this blow destroyed countless buildings in the village, and now no part of Cloud Shinobi Village is intact. Cloud Shinobi Village, once one of the 5 great shadow villages in the ninja world, has now become a ruin. The collapsed buildings around it and the thick black smoke and flames everywhere are completely different from the previously prosperous Cloud Shinobi Village. Bang. Advertisement. The air vibrated, and Orochimaru's figure appeared before Sasuke. Who are you, Orochimaru? Looking at the face that looked no different from the wanted poster, Yayui screamed in horror, and his gaze towards Orochimaru was even more terrified. Because there is a void in the opponent's chest. If a normal human has this void, he would not be able to survive. Where are the organs in the cavity? The one who attacked their Cloud Shinobi village before was actually Konoha's traitor ninja Orochimaru. If he was a traitor ninja, why did Orochimaru attack their Cloud Shinobi village? Orochimaru, why are you attacking Cloud Shinobi village? Yayui questioned loudly, and when he thought of Killer Bee's appearance, his uncontrollable anger broke out in an instant. He used his remaining physical strength and chakra to unleash a lightning-style chakra mode that was even more terrifying than before. In the eyes of others, Yayui's speed was so fast that it could not be seen with the naked eye. I just felt a flash of lightning rushing away. Lateral bolt of pain. Chop. Yayui leapt into the air, struck lightning-style chakra on her hands and dived down, dealing a heavy blow to Orochimaru. When Yayui used this move, she cut off Eight Tails' left horn with one hand. With a loud boom, the ground could not withstand its powerful force. Rough cracks spread everywhere and a huge hole appeared on the ground. Yellow sand and smoke filled the sky, and the Cloud Shinobi could only see flashes of lightning in the smoke. Did Raikage-sama succeed? The hearts of the Cloud Shinobi present were tense. They hoped that Yayui would succeed. In their eyes, Orochimaru was the devil who destroyed Cloud Shinobi village. However, although Yayui was fast, she was still not fast enough to avoid Orochimaru's probing nerves. As expected of the Raikage, his strength cannot be underestimated. But Hokages should also leave the stage. As the figure fell, a blazing white blade light flashed by. Phew. In the smoke and dust, Yayui let out a miserable wail, and the Cloud Shinobi's faces turned pale when they heard the sound. Raikage adult. When the smoke and dust cleared, what lay before them was a scene they had never imagined. Chapter 149. What a delicious food. Tick, tick. Blood kept flowing, and Yayui looked extremely miserable with disheveled hair, and his usual image as a Raikage was completely gone. Raikage. Adult. The Cloud Shinobi looked at Yayui's missing arm in horror, with blood dripping out uncontrollably. Their brains stopped thinking and they looked at the scene in horror. Where's the Raikage's arm? Where did his arms go? Yayui looked extremely embarrassed. As the Raikage, seeing this look in front of the Cloud Shinobi was a huge psychological shock to them. The cage of a village is the spiritual pillar of support for all ninjas and the leader of the village. This scene completely broke the Cloud Shinobi's mental defenses. You are no longer human. Yayui looked down at Orochimaru in front of her. Why did Orochimaru become like this, and what is this posture? What else in the ninja world do they not know about? Although the ninja world has a long history, there are many unknown secrets in it. But I've never heard of Orochimaru appearing in this form. Especially those means that are not inferior to those of humans. Orochimaru's strength is already above 8 tails. This power is already comparable to 9 tails, the most powerful of the tailed beasts. Even scarier than 9 tails. Yayui tore off a large piece of his clothes to bandage the wound. Even if the wound was simply bandaged, the clothes would soon be stained scarlet. It's time for the problem to return here. Sasuke-kun, what are you doing? Or, you betrayed Lu Yunjun and joined Akatsuki. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes, a dangerous aura emanating from his entire body. Sasuke's eyes are indeed not ordinary Mangekyo. Advertisement. Orochimaru placed Itachi's eyes in the laboratory right under Sasuke's nose. Since Obito wants to take Sasuke away, he will naturally mention Itachi's eyes. If Sasuke could obtain the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, it would be a nice addition to their side's combat power. Orochimaru, don't think I don't know that you and Lu Yun are both villains just like Konoha. Itachi has been protecting this village. You must be very happy to see Itachi die in my hands. I will take a portion of Itachi's power to take revenge on Konoha. I have already seen the scene of Konoha being destroyed by me in front of these eyes. Tisk tisk. Sasuke felt that he was fine again. It seemed that this kid had not been beaten enough by Kimimaro. Just a pair of eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, do you really think you are invincible? Although these eyes are indeed terrifying, Orochimaru is not incapable of dealing with them. Even if he cannot deal with Sasuke, he is definitely not a match for Lu Yun. He underestimated Lu Yun's strength. But if Sasuke knew that Itachi was resurrected by Lu Yun, what kind of scene would that be? Will there be another war between brothers? At this time, the confusion in the eyes of the second Raikage and the third Raikage gradually disappeared. They clenched their fists, and after a brief shock in their hearts and a brief comeback, they looked at each other. Powerful chakra erupted from both Raikage's bodies at the same time, and they, like Yotsuki-eye before them, entered lightning-style chakra mode. In an instant, the two Raikage exploded on the spot, their bodies wrapped in terrifying thunder as they charged towards Orochimaru. Their target was not Sasuke, because the current losses in Cloud Shinobi Village were caused by Orochimaru alone. It was because of him that Cloud Shinobi Village was reduced to ruins today. The 5 major ninja villages in the ninja world were now in such a dilapidated state. Cloud Shinobi Village was the home of the second Raikage and the third Raikage. Looking at this moment, the surviving Cloud Shinobi and residents of Cloud Shinobi Village are all distraught as they watch their home, where they once lived, become like this. No matter how fast they are, they still cannot escape Orochimaru's detection nerves. The detection nerves of the hollow are very sensitive, and can still capture them no matter how fast they are. Sizzle, sizzle. The flames that erupted from Lightning Style's powerful force crackled. Really, wouldn't it be better if you just stayed there quietly? Orochimaru showed an impatient expression the moment Zanpakuto was pulled out. Advertisement. The Ryutsu, which was a Vasto Lord level Manos Grande, erupted in an instant. The oppressive and suffocating Ryutsu made both Raikage pause. This time, the Ryutsu was aggressive and completely suppressed their souls. Especially those Cloud Shinobi who fainted directly under the influence of the Ryutsu they received. What kind of ability is this? Why can't I move? Damn it, move now. Orochimaru licked his tongue and said, since both of you have died once, it shouldn't be a problem for me to eat your souls. What? Eat the soul? The second Raikage and third generation Thunder shrank back in fear. Orochimaru took a deep breath, and Ryutsu gathered in his throat. A huge Ryutsu with a suction force like a black hole pulled the souls of the second Raikage and the third Raikage out of the body of Impure World Reincarnation. What a delicious meal. Orochimaru, who experienced the power of soul absorption for the first time, showed an intoxicated expression, and the Impure World Reincarnation bodies of the two Raikage gradually collapsed and turned into confetti. This is the delicious taste of soul power, it is so delicious. This feeling will become addictive once you experience it. If Orochimaru hadn't been worried about Lu Yun's blame, he would have devoured the souls of everyone in Cloud Shinobi Village. Of course, only a few people possess such delicious souls as the two Raikages. After all, soul energy is related to a person's strength. The stronger the Yamato, the purer the soul, and the purer the soul power it possesses. Orochimaru, did you really devour the souls of my father and the second Raikage? Looking at the collapsed body of Impure World Reincarnation, Yui couldn't help but scream in fear. How could there be such an ability in the ninja world that can devour souls? What kind of monster has Orochimaru become? Don't you see, their Impure World Reincarnation bodies have collapsed, and their souls have naturally been taken away by me. Fourth Raikage, all this is due to your ignorance. You have no idea what level your opponent is at. You are the one who caused Cloud Shinobi Village to become like this. Chapter 150 Orochimaru's Liberation. What the hell are you talking about? Yui looked puzzled. He never realized that all this was related to Lu Yun. Apart from Sasuke and Obito, no one would think that Lu Yun would have any connection with the traitor Orochimaru. As a Raikage you're certainly not good enough in terms of brains. But you are also a brainless gorilla. Orochimaru sneered mercilessly. Yui stood up angrily, but the moment he stood up, a terrible impact force directly knocked him away. Falling heavily into the ruins, Yui, who was severely injured again, has completely fainted. Well then, Sasuke-kun. What do you want to do next? Orochimaru exuded a dangerous aura, but Sasuke, who had obtained the power of the eternal Mangekyo, did not care about Orochimaru at all. Even in his mind, Orochimaru was nothing more than that, and having gained the power of the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, Sasuke had fallen into a state of blind arrogance. Orochimaru, don't worry, I will let Lu Yun accompany you after you die. I will repay him double for all the humiliation and pain he has brought upon me, bit by bit. From the very beginning, Sasuke not only had hatred towards Itachi, but also had some hatred towards Liu Yun. The reason was because he was weak. In his opinion, everything he did was just Liu Yun's mercy. From beginning to end, he lived under Liu Yun's shadow, in that lingering nightmare. After obtaining this ultimate power, Sasuke wanted to break this inner demon. The ultimate power of the Uchiha clan is invincible. Orochimaru couldn't help but scoff at Sasuke's words. The sarcasm in that laughter was fully revealed. Sasuke-kun, it's not that I look down on you. Even if you possess this ultimate power, you are still no match for Liu Yunjun. Your naive thoughts will only make people laugh. Boom. As Orochimaru finished his words, a terrifying surge of chakra pressure swept through the surroundings. The evil chakra surging from Sasuke was cold and frightening. Then you should first experience the despair brought about by this power. Sasuke looked at Orochimaru with cold eyes. A complete Susano that is 100 meters tall has taken shape. In front of this 100-meter tall Susano, Orochimaru is like a tiny ant. Advertisement. Sasuke sneered and looked at Orochimaru, who was like an ant under him, with disdain. Such a height, such a scenery, this is the strength he has always wanted to obtain. He finally got this strength. Nissan, I am very accustomed to your eyes. Let me use this power of yours to destroy Konoha. Orochimaru, who was below Susano, was a little stunned. He was indeed a little shocked when he saw Susano hundreds of meters in front of him. But he was just a little shocked. Even if Sasuke was powerful, if there was no means to harm the soul, their hollows would not die, and they relied on their own skills' high-speed regeneration. Even if an arm is broken, it can be restored in a short time. However, it seems that the Uchiha clan's ultimate power is not just talk. This chakra surpassed that of all previous Kages. Even the 3 previous Raikage would probably be insignificant in front of Sasuke. Nishiuchi. Sasuke manipulated Susano and wanted to step on Orochimaru. In Sasuke's eyes, Orochimaru was just like a grasshopper that could be easily destroyed. However, the reason why Sasuke was so arrogant was that he did not see the flash of King Hollow that Orochimaru had shown before. At that level of Sero, Sasuke thought that Orochimaru's strength was no more than that. Really, if I hurt you, Itachi-kun would have an opinion. Orochimaru complained silently in his mind. Strangle him. Snakes. Liberation. This is the first time Orochimaru has released his Ryutsu, and this is Orochimaru's original true appearance after he turned into a hollow. The majestic and vast Ryutsu suddenly covered the entire Cloud Shinobi village, and the clouds in the sky seemed to be cut apart due to the influence of Ryutsu. The soaring Ryutsu stirred up the wind and clouds, and a terrifying tornado suddenly erupted. Sasuke's expression did not change at all in the face of this change, which showed his confidence in his own strength. No matter how much Orochimaru changes his posture, everything seems so insignificant in front of his power. Is this the power of liberation? What an exaggerated power. I can't believe this is my body. Advertisement. The dust and mist dissipated, and a white Yamada no Orochi, half a head shorter than Susano, appeared in front of Sasuke. Sasuke's eyes flashed with disdain. Is this your method? Nothing more than that. Orochimaru, now transformed into the Yamada no Orochi, let out a creepy laugh. Sasuke-kun, I will show you my newfound power. Strangle them, boys. Sizzle. Tens of thousands of terrifying snakes, countless in number, spread out in all directions, and Orochimaru's Yamada no Orochi split into countless small white snakes. Orochimaru's ability after being released is infinite division. If the main body cannot be strangled, these white snakes will continue to divide and eventually spread throughout the Cloud Shinobi village. It's just a small trick. Swish. Sasuke, who was controlling Susano, drew out his katana and swung it, causing the surrounding space to shake. This swing of the sword dealt another heavy blow to the already devastated Cloud Shinobi village. Boom. The outpouring of chakra energy turned countless white snakes into ashes, and the hilltop of Cloud Shinobi village in the distance was completely cut off by this knife. A mountain just disappeared like that, which was indeed beyond the ninja's comprehension of power. This also proves that bloodline is still powerful in the Hokage world. Sizzle. Orochimaru was affected though, having 5 of his heads chopped off. However, due to high-speed regeneration, Orochimaru's head grew back after a while, and Sasuke found that although this sword killed many white snakes. However, compared with the previous number, the number of white snakes has not decreased at all but has increased. After seeing Orochimaru's 5 heads regenerate, Sasuke's heart trembled. It can actually regenerate. Is there such ability? In addition to the ability to split, Orochimaru's little snakes also have the ability that once these little snakes touch a person or an object condensed by chakra, they will absorb the chakra. Once it reaches its limit, it will explode due to absorbing too much chakra, and these tens of thousands of white snakes have now climbed onto the purple Susano. Their tiny bodies gradually swelled up, as if they would explode at any moment. At this moment, the little snakes that had absorbed chakra to the limit trembled at the same time, followed by a roar. A raging fire erupted in an instant, and the explosion, like thunder, echoed throughout the entire Cloud Shinobi village. Chapter 151 The Dying Raikage. Bang, bang, bang. Although the power of the snake explosion is not great, this number of explosions will still have some impact on Susano. And these snakes. Growing. The limit of chakra absorption of the split white snake is different from that of the previous small snakes. The amount of chakra they swallowed is more and deeper than before. This means that the more time passes, the more powerful the explosion will be. Faced with such a fierce bombardment, even Sasuke was unable to control himself and stand firm on Susano, although Susano's solid defense under his feet had no effect at all. But the constant shaking made Sasuke very uncomfortable. For the time being, this move was not able to completely defeat Sasuke, and Orochimaru had never intended to defeat Sasuke from the beginning. He was just taking this opportunity to test his ability to liberate himself. Buzz. The violent energy rubbed against the air, making a sizzling sound, and the 8 snake heads suddenly condensed into 8 dark purple Sero. This wasn't just Wangshu's flash. If it was 8 Wangshu's flash, the entire Cloud Shinobi village would probably be destroyed. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, 8 Sero were released instantly, and the suffocating pressure they brought made Sasuke, who had always been calm, finally feel a sense of crisis. Such a flash can actually release 8 in an instant? Sasuke swung his sword again, sweeping it across, trying to defeat these Sero with one blow. His eye power became more and more unfathomable as he used it. Boom! Ultimate's flash distorted the space, and the sound of violent movement echoed throughout the Cloud Shinobi village. The aftermath of the invisible shockwave was like a violent hurricane. The purple Susano was affected by the impact and moved back a few feet. When the huge flames dissipated, Sasuke felt that something was wrong with Susano. When he looked down, the dense swarm of white snakes covered Susano's entire lower body. He could clearly feel that the chakra that stabilized the complete form of Susano was dissipating bit by bit. Damn snake! Advertisement Orochimaru couldn't help laughing when he saw this scene. This level shouldn't be enough to completely destroy Susano. But Sasuke-kun, the power of the hollows cannot be underestimated. Swish! Orochimaru disappeared from the battlefield of Cloud Shinobi village. At the same time, the small snakes covering half of their bodies expanded simultaneously in an instant, and in an instant the entire Cloud Shinobi village was engulfed in a beam of fire rising into the sky. The entire Cloud Shinobi village was shaken by the explosion, and the huge flames instantly engulfed Susano. The power of Orochimaru's move was probably more terrifying than Delata's ultimate move. Most of Cloud Shinobi village was caught up in the explosion, and the flames completely engulfed 4th Raikage Yatsuki-ai. As to whether they can survive is still an unknown. Although Cloud Shinobi village has evacuated a large number of villagers before, there are also a large number of ninjas on the front line. But what is the point of Cloud Shinobi village existing now that it has been reduced to ruins? When Mabui received the news, he rushed to Cloud Shinobi village with some of the ninjas from Cloud Shinobi village. Shocked by the scene before them, they all looked blankly at the ruins before them, their faces pale as they looked at their former village. This is Cloud Shinobi village. None of the surrounding buildings were intact, and the ruins of collapsed buildings were everywhere. The moment they stepped in, they felt the scorching temperature, and the flames that had not yet been extinguished around them suffocated them. Even if these people still want to rebuild the village, the energy and time required will be incalculable, and will be affected by such an impact. It was at this time that Samui suddenly remembered the Raikage Yui who was in the village before. The Raikage is now hanging on by a thread at best. Village. Is this a village? Samui felt a pang of pain in her heart as she looked at her former home which had turned into ruins. All of their hearts sank to the bottom as they looked at the corpses around them and the huge fire in the distance. Looking at the corpses of the ninjas in the surrounding villages, the pain and pressure in their hearts were enormous. They prayed in their hearts. Even the sound was stuck in the throat and couldn't come out. There were such large-scale burns and the breathing was so weak. Advertisement: they must find the Raikage. If this is a village protected by the Raikage, then the Raikage is most likely already. If the cage of a village dies in battle, the ninjas of Cloud Shinobi village will be demoralized and will have no will to fight. Go find Raikage-sama. However, in this explosion, finding the Raikage is not an easy task. When they saw the Raikage covered in burns, their breathing became stagnant. Raikage. Raikage adult. In a place where fire was spreading and there were small flames on the ruins and rubble, Samai suddenly stopped and looked at the dark figure lying on the pile of stones. Although he couldn't see the face clearly, Samui was certain that the charred figure lying in the rubble was their Raikage. Illusion. This is all an illusion. Samui quickened her pace and sprinted over. Looking at the man in front of her, Samui finally couldn't stop crying. Is this Cloud Shinobi village? No, this isn't true. This is all fake. The chest was still rising and falling slightly. A thick haze hung over everyone's heads. It's not that they are too pessimistic, but the scene they see now makes them feel despair. Cloud Shinobi village may lose its voice in influencing the ninja world from now on. There was a ninja from Cloud Shinobi village, whose mental defenses completely collapsed after seeing this scene, and Cloud Shinobi village was completely destroyed. Moreover, in the powerful explosion just now, the chances of the severely injured Raikage surviving were extremely slim. What on earth happened to Cloud Shinobi village during this period that even the Raikage became like this? The last bit of hope in Mabui's heart was that the Raikage was still alive, even if he was seriously injured. Raikage-sama is here. Raikage-sama is here. She wiped the tears from her eyes and continued to search for the Raikage in the ruins. When the Cloud Shinobi heard Samui's voice, they rushed over without saying a word. Whether Raikage-sama is dead or alive, we must find him. Samui looked at the destroyed village in dismay. Under the protection of Raikage-sama, Did the village eventually become like this? Chapter 152 Uchiha Madara. Not long after Cloud Shinobi Village was attacked, news of attacks by the previous Hokage spread from several other major ninja villages. This news was like a dark cloud hanging over the heads of everyone in the ninja world, as if a storm was about to hit the ninja world at any time. In addition to being attacked by the second Tsuchikage, Iwagakure was also attacked by another person, who was the disappeared Uchiha Itachi. When Onoki saw Uchiha's posture, he was extremely shocked. Because the posture shown by Uchiha Itachi is no longer that of a human being, and Uchiha Itachi also revealed a piece of information that is an organization called Seireii, and they are the Espada in the organization. There are 10 people as strong as him. When this news came out, it shocked the entire ninja world. At this time, everyone in Konoha village gathered together and focused their attention on Lu Yun. Because ever since Onoki spread the news, they all thought that this matter was related to Lu Yun, and if Cloud Shinobi Village was just attacked by the previous Hokage, Cloud Shinobi Village would never have become like that. For a moment, countless people were worried. The means Lu Yun displayed were too powerful and unknown. This was no longer something they could control. Lu Yun, is what happened in Iwagakure related to you? Tsunade asked in a deep voice. Although several major ninja villages launched a war against Konoha, actively invading and attacking other villages meant that there was no room for maneuver. Moreover, the unknown means demonstrated by Lu Yun might become a hidden danger, making everyone in the ninja world afraid of what Konoha's intention is. At this point, Lu Yun no longer intends to hide it, everything is ready. Yes, Uchiha Itachi was me who asked him to go to Cloud Shinobi Village. Uchiha Itachi had already died once before, and I was the one who brought him back to life. What? Resurrection? In an instant, everyone here lost their composure and looked at Lu Yun in shock. Although Impure World Reincarnation is also a resurrection ninjutsu, they believe that the resurrection Lu Yun mentioned is definitely not the same as Impure World Reincarnation. Resurrection? Are you serious? The usually calm Tsunade was now extremely excited. Lu Yun could also understand why Tsunade was so excited. In fact, Tsunade had always been in pain in his heart. Advertisement that is his younger brother and lover. Can Lu Yun's resurrection ability resurrect his younger brother? After thinking about it, Tsunade gave up his ridiculous idea. His brother had been dead for so many years, so why bother him again? Well, rather than being resurrected, it's more like becoming another life form. While the self-awareness is still there, it's just that the posture is a little different from that of a human. Another life form? Their hearts began to shake again. Does this mean that Lu Yun now has the ability to create life? Jiraiya's eyes were solemn. He once believed that Lu Yun could change everything in Konoha today. Even if Lu Yun was not the son of prophecy as Toad Sage said, he did not believe that Lu Yun would bring disaster. But now Lu Yun's talk of resurrection made Jiraiya a little confused. Everyone was unable to calm down for a long time. The news Lu Yun revealed to them was really too hard to accept. Now, because of Uchiha Itachi's attack on Cloud Shinobi Village, Iwagakure believes that Uchiha Itachi did not judge Konoha from the beginning, and the means and strength displayed by Konoha now have far exceeded their expectations. Is the heritage of the once number one ninja village really so unfathomable? Hinata stopped and looked at Lu Yun and asked, Lu Yun-kun, can you let me go with you? Lu Yun was stunned for a moment, then took Hinata's hand and said with a smile, let's go. There is no second Tsuchikage, and there is also the legendary famous figure of the Sengoku period, Uchiha Madara. Orochimaru walked out of the base and showed a look of disbelief when he saw the two figures. Although the system can erase the projected will of Aizen, Lu Yun feels that it is unnecessary to do so. It was a feeling that no matter how hard you struggled you couldn't turn over. In fact, after suffering heavy losses, Onoki also thought about negotiating with Konoha to stop the war, but after being attacked, Onoki vowed to make Konoha pay a heavy price. Character unlock progress. 85%. That's right, Lu Yun's template progress has now reached 85%. In fact, when it reached 80%, the system prompted him that he could release Aizen Sasuke into the real world. With Hinata's current strength, she shouldn't be in any danger. It's unfathomable. However, Onoki didn't have that ability, and neither did Iwagakure. Advertisement Orochimaru and Gaara in the base felt this extremely powerful chakra, and cold sweat broke out on Gaara's forehead. Sir Lu Yun actually knows time and space ninjutsu? I have detected One Tail's chakra. If I can devour One Tail, the ninja world will usher in permanent peace. After the brief meeting, the Konoha leaders were still trying to digest Lu Yun and the information they had said. However, Aizen refused. Even though this Aizen was constructed by the system's energy, he was still the arrogant Aizen he had always been. He could not accept being under the command of one person. It was like an abyss. Fortunately, Lu Yun was from their Konoha. If he was from another village, the despair would be unimaginable. He respected Aizen, at least a man like him deserved to be treated that way. Uchiha Madara said coldly, Hinata, I'm going to be out for a minute. Besides, just when Lu Yun and Hinata returned to Hyuga's house, Lu Yun couldn't help but frown. Second Tsuchikage Wu, who was now controlled by Obito, was in the base. Obito controlled Second Tsuchikage Wu and Uchiha Madara to come to the vicinity of Orochimaru's base. Even if Aizen was projected into the real world, it would still have no impact on the current situation in the ninja world. Lu Yun's fingertips cut through the void, and in full view of everyone, Lu Yun took Hinata into the void passage. The Hyuga clan members were also stunned. The Sharingan with 3 Megatama clasped its arms and looked at the Orochimaru base. At this time in Orochimaru's base, 2 figures appeared near Orochimaru's base. You are Uchiha Madara, open black lens bracket character template. Aizen Sosuke close black lens bracket. Shake hands and make peace. What a terrifying chakra, this was the most powerful chakra he had ever sensed. A ninja wrapped in bandages all over his body, and another ninja with huge chakra, wearing red armor, a black tight combat suit inside, and long black hair that reaches his waist. Chapter 153, The Great Passage. Wow, I recognized it immediately. Uchiha Madara looked at Orochimaru in front of him with interest. It's just as Obito said. The person in front of me can no longer be called a human being. It is surprising that the empty space in his chest is still alive. It is indeed a bit curious. But although Obito reminded himself that they were very powerful, in the eyes of Uchiha Madara they were just minor characters. He is Uchiha Madara, and the only one who can stand against him is his good friend, Senju Hashirama. In his opinion, except for Hashirama, all the ninjas of this era are just a bunch of chickens and dogs. Second Tsuchikage, Uchiha Madara, a rare visitor. Orochimaru's expression remained unchanged as he faced Uchiha Madara. It is an honor to meet a legendary figure. During the Sengoku period, there was a great war between the Senju clan and the Uchiha clan. The 2 most famous people in this war were Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. The strength of these 2 men was so great that even the ninjas of that era felt suffocated. Uchiha Madara himself was a person who didn't like nonsense. After hearing a burst of breaking air, Uchiha Madara flew towards Orochimaru at a rapid speed. Frontal assault. This overwhelming aura makes him worthy of being a legendary figure, but we can't underestimate him. Boom, it was as if a brilliant beam of light shot up into the sky, and the heavy Ryatsu, like an ocean wave, suddenly exploded, and the immense pressure caused the ground to tremble. Uchiha Madara's pupils shrank, and he was distracted for a moment before quickly coming to his senses. Oh, as expected of Uchiha Madara, Orochimaru looked at Uchiha Madara in surprise. Uchiha Madara's taijutsu is not bad in itself, and his power is boundless. After fusing with Hashirama's cells, Uchiha Madara is now even more powerful than he was in his lifetime. Orochimaru was defeated in the physical battle with Madara, but even so, with his steel skin, although he seemed to be suppressed, he did not suffer any serious damage. Uchiha Madara was slightly displeased. He's a tough guy. Is that guy's skin made of steel? Advertisement, even the kunai couldn't penetrate it. Uchiha Madara slowly formed hand seals, gathered a mouthful of fiery chakra in his mouth, and suddenly blew a stream of flames towards Orochimaru's position. Fire style. Great fireball destroyed. Boom, it was only a B-rank ninjutsu, but when Uchiha Madara used it, its power was comparable to that of an S-rank ninjutsu. The blazing sea of fire swept over, covering most of the surrounding area. The temperature around it rose in an instant as if it were in a big furnace. The sea of fire shot towards Orochimaru like a giant arrow. Facing the sea of fire that roared like a tsunami, Orochimaru remained calm and drew out his Zanpakuto. A sharp white light blocked the oncoming sea of fire. At the same time, his other hand condensed a little flash, and the dark purple flash condensed and shone with brilliant light. Call out. Sero was released instantly, roaring away with a sound that broke through the air. In an instant, a blue flame rose from Uchiha Madara's body, and violent chakra condensed into shape. Susano, who turned into a giant skeleton, resisted Orochimaru's Sero. What was that just now? Ninjutsu? No, that's not right. He has no chakra properties and hasn't made any hand seals yet. With Sharingan, there's no way he can see the other person's hand seals. As expected, even the means he used were not human means. What happened in the ninja world during the years since his death? As expected of Uchiha Madara, even Susano's strength is different from the others. Orochimaru said as he looked at Uchiha Madara appreciatively. Looking at Orochimaru's admiring expression, Uchiha Madara felt a little nauseous. It felt like being mocked by an ant. It seems I underestimated you. You have the right to dance in front of me. But how can you resist this move? Uchiha Madara's Mangekyo Sharingan switches to the Rinnegan form. This time, Susano has slightly changed. Compared to before, the front face has disappeared, and there is a face on each side. There were arms on both sides, covering Susano and forming a seal at the same time as Susano. Can you handle a move like this, Tengai Shinsei? For a moment, a huge shadow covered the yellow sand. Feeling the pressure from above, Orochimaru raised his head and his pupils couldn't help but shrink. Advertisement meteorite? It turned out to be a meteorite. That guy Uchiha Madara actually has that ability, and his eyes are actually Rinnegan. Doesn't the Rinnegan belong to the leader of Akatsuki? What on earth was there that he didn't know? The huge shadow cast an oppressive atmosphere. Uchiha crossed his arms and looked at the stunned Orochimaru with interest. How can you deal with such a move? Taking advantage of this opportunity, Obito controlled the second Tsuchikage and rushed into Orochimaru's base, wanting to take Gaara away. However, all this will not be so smooth, because inside the base there is Gaisa, a Vasto Lord-level Arrancar. It was basically impossible to take Gaara away from under Gaisa's nose. If it were in the past, Orochimaru might have felt fear in the face of this huge meteorite, because the power levels of the two people were not in the same dimension at all. But now, although Orochimaru feels a little pressure, he may not be unable to deal with it. Buzz. A huge amount of Ryotsu condensed at Orochimaru's fingertips, and the high density of Ryotsu even distorted the surrounding space. Uchiha Madara, who was not far away, looked at the flash of light condensed in Orochimaru's hand and couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. What was that flash? Even the space was affected. Could it be that this guy's strength is more than that? Thinking of this, Uchiha Madara's face turned ugly. He knew how much he had paid to reach his current powerful state. Have times really changed? Boom! Wang Shu's flash was released in an instant, and the terrifying impact force swept in all directions, creating huge wind and waves. Using the Rinnegan Uchiha Madara, he could clearly see that the surrounding space was affected by the beam of light. With a boom, the moment Wang Sero's light exploded, a storm suddenly came, and dark purple light covered half of the sky. The dazzling light made it difficult to open one's eyes. The violent energy contained in King Sero's light instantly shattered the huge meteorite into pieces. However, when Orochimaru was still gloating over it, the meteorite appeared in his sight again the next moment. There are actually two? Orochimaru widened his eyes in disbelief. Uchiha Madara's mouth curled up. How are you going to deal with the next one? Chapter 154 The Power of Infinite Nesting Dolls. A playful smile appeared on Uchiha Madara's face. The method just displayed was indeed terrifying, but he also carefully observed that such a flash of light required a short time to condense. In the second, Orochimaru didn't have time to condense Sero. There is no other way but to be liberated. However, just as Orochimaru was about to use release. Suddenly, at this moment, a suffocating and terrifying power suddenly descended, and a figure jumped out. Lu Yun made a sword-drawing gesture and covered Zanpakuto with armed color. The knife was so fast that it seemed to transcend time and space, making it impossible for people to react. A bright dark red light swept across the sky and hit the meteorite with the power of a tsunami. Boom! A deafening roar suddenly broke out, and an invisible shockwave suddenly erupted. The dazzling red light tore apart the huge meteorite. One could clearly feel that when the meteorite hit the dark red light, cracks gradually spread. The whole world was shrouded in that dark red slash, the clouds in the sky were stirred, and a strong wind blew over. The thick white clouds in the blue sky were cut off by that terrifying slash. The sky was cut off. Uchiha Madara could no longer remain calm after seeing this scene. Who is it? Orochimaru was stunned for a moment before a smile returned to his face. Lu Yun is here. The void portal slowly disappeared, and two figures appeared vaguely in the smoke and dust. When the smoke and dust completely dissipated, Uchiha Madara looked at the two young figures with a frown. When did these two people appear? When he saw the Zanpakuto in Lu Yun's hand, his pupils suddenly shrank, and the might that had not yet dissipated from his body was as sharp as the red light just now. Could it be that the red light just now was released by the young man in front of me? How is this possible? How many years have passed in the ninja world? How could such a powerful monster appear? I've long heard of your name, Uchiha Madara. Then let me be your opponent. Lu Yun smiled faintly. He also wanted to test the strength of the legendary ninja. He will not use the power of Shinigami. Remember that his current Mangekyo Sharingan has not yet tested his abilities. The being before him, the ancestor of the Uchiha clan, was the perfect object for his power experiment. Uchiha Madara's expression instantly darkened, and a gloomy voice rang out. You little brats, do you also want to be my enemy? Advertisement, you want to dance in front of me too? The corner of Lu Yun's mouth twitched slightly. He was really arrogant. The next second, Lu Yun's eyes switched to Mangekyo Sharingan. Both Orochimaru and Uchiha Madara were stunned when they saw the change in Lu Yun's eyes. Lu Yun's eyes have actually evolved into Mangekyo Sharingan? How terrible, Orochimaru said, inwardly shocked. Similarly, Uchiha Madara looked at Lu Yun's familiar eyes in disbelief. Mangekyo Sharingan. How is that possible? He did not sense the blood of his own race in this young man. Could it be that these Mangekyo Sharingan were transplanted? After a brief pause, Uchiha Madara's face showed a look of disdain. A mere pair of transplanted Mangekyo Sharingan, is that what you are confident of? Lu Yun smiled faintly. Who knows? Let me try what the power of these eyes is. Snort. Arrogant and ignorant. Uchiha Madara snorted coldly, and shot out, turning into an arrow and flying towards Lu Yun's position. Suddenly at this moment, a huge suction force sucked Lu Yun towards Madara's position. Universal pull. Lu Yun, who flew over, was not too upset, but instead had a faint smile on his face. At this moment, Lu Yun's Mangekyo Sharingan was turning like a windmill. Phew. Uchiha Madara pierced Lu Yun's chest with one hand, and blood splattered everywhere. Uchiha Madara looked at Lu Yun's stunned expression with even more disdain. It seems you were just talking big. Arrogant people should at least have relative strength to be arrogant. This is the price of your ignorance. Suddenly at this moment, everything around stopped in the next second. Uchiha Madara's face showed a hint of disdain. A mere pair of transplanted Mangekyo Sharingan is all you need to be confident? Kindness? Advertisement? Suddenly Uchiha Madara's expression changed completely. Why did I repeat the same sentence again? And, didn't he kill Lu Yun? Why did he appear in front of him? Uchiha Madara was sure that he was not under an illusion just now. If it was an illusion, he would have been able to detect it immediately with that touch and that bloody smell. At this moment, Lu Yun's eyes revealed excitement. So this is his ability. At this time, Uchiha Madara rushed over again, wanting to find out what had just happened. Try again. Just like before, Universal pull sucked Lu Yun's body over, and Uchiha Madara pierced Lu Yun's chest again. This is reality indeed. The expression on Uchiha Madara's face changed again. However, at this moment, everything around stopped again. Uchiha Madara's face showed a look of disdain, a mere pair of transplanted Mangekyo Sharingan. Before he could finish his words, Uchiha Madara's expression changed completely. What on earth did you do? Uchiha Madara almost roared at the smiling Lu Yun. Lu Yun showed a faint smile on his face. What just happened was indeed real, even the Uchiha Madara piercing his chest was all real. However, due to Sharingan's ability, all of this reality returned to the original point when he used his eye technique. The ability to create unlimited nesting dolls. His pair of Mangekyo Sharingan is related to time. The moment the eye technique is activated, time is set to an origin. This is not a specific eye technique activated on a certain person. As for the impact on the surrounding time, once Lu Yun is in danger of his life, the pupil technique will be activated again to return to the time origin set by the previous pupil technique. His pupil technique is the ability to go back in time. Even Lu Yun himself did not expect that the pupil technique of his eyes was related to time. It's really heaven-defying. At this time, Orochimaru and Hinata were just as confused as Uchiha Madara, although Hinata knew that Lu Yun would not have any problems under Uchiha Madara's hands. But the moment she saw Lu Yun's chest pierced by Uchiha Madara, her heart was torn apart by pain. Hinata's eyes now have a hint of redness. Chapter 155 The Clash of Ultimate Powers. Answer me. What on earth did you do? Uchiha Madara roared angrily. Meanwhile, in Orochimaru's base, the second Tsuchikage, who was controlled by Obito, collapsed to the ground, his body gradually turning into confetti. The second Tsuchikage's soul had been devoured by Geisa, and at this moment, somewhere, Obito had beads of cold sweat the size of soybeans on his forehead, revealing a frightened expression. Monster. How could they possibly deal with such power? The development of the situation has exceeded their expectations. Is it really possible to have such a monster in Project Tasuki no Mi? Obito thought for a while, and without saying anything, the space around him gradually distorted and Obito entered the Kamui space. The monster's ability is to devour souls. If that's true, then Madara is in danger. Now their plan must not lose Madara. If Uchiha Madara's soul is devoured, then Project Tasuki no Mi will be completely doomed. Now Uchiha Madara no longer dares to act rashly. Is this an illusion or some other ability? Lu Yun put away his smile and said lightly, it seems that even you can't see the power of these eyes. Uchiha Madara frowned, anger burning in his heart. As an unrivaled figure in the Sengoku era, he was actually fooled by a young man. The time around here has been affected by my pupil technique. No matter how many times you kill me, time will always bring us back to this point. Lu Yun said in a louder voice. Impossible. How can there be such a pupil technique? Uchiha Madara screamed in disbelief. Mangekyo Sharingan. This is just a pair of Mangekyo Sharingan. And it's not eternal Mangekyo yet. His Rinnegan didn't even have such heaven-defying abilities. Although his Rinnegan's abilities were limited now that he was an impure world reincarnation, his previous abilities couldn't compare to the eye technique of the young man in front of him. What puzzled Uchiha Madara the most was why Lu Yun's Mangekyo Sharingan was so effortless to use, without even causing him any side effects. Advertisement. If these two Sharingan were transplanted, it would definitely be a huge cost for those who are not of Uchiha clan blood to use them. But Lu Yun seemed so at ease from beginning to end. Lu Yunjin, nothing that happens to you is surprising anymore. Orochimaru's eyes were fixed on Lu Yun. The ability to manipulate time is unimaginable. This is just the ability of a pair of Mangekyo Sharingan. Call. As the mastermind behind the ninja world, Uchiha Madara briefly adjusted his mentality. It seems that I have lost my composure because of this little kid. Since killing this kid will return time to the starting point, then if we beat him up, the pupil technique will not be activated. The next second, Uchiha Madara suddenly burst into laughter, and his long dormant heart began to beat again. This familiar feeling, this is the battle I want. Kid, I recognize you. Besides Hashirama, you're the second ninja I've ever taken seriously. May I have your name? Lu Yun. There was no emotion in that cold voice. Uchiha Madara secretly memorized the name. It's worth my Uchiha Madara's full effort. Uchiha Madara said excitedly. Then a dazzling blue flame rose up, and the rising pressure of the chakra made Uchiha Madara's long black hair stand up. The blue giant's figure gradually expanded, and the violent chakra gradually stabilized, turning into an extremely tall blue warrior giant. And, even better, then let's see whose Susano is stronger. This chakra. The two huge blades transformed from chakra collided with each other, and even the surrounding space was affected. The powerful force was enough to affect the surrounding space. Go on. Keep dancing in front of me. Seeing this scene, Uchiha Madara's face changed instantly. Advertisement. Great. This is more interesting. From the very beginning, this kid gave him a different feeling, a familiar feeling he had felt from Hashirama before. Even though Sasuke has the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, the power of those eyes has not been fully utilized. The power of those Mangekyo Sharingan could actually support him in condensing the complete form of Susano. Could it be? A terrifying chakra pressure rose from Lu Yun's body, and the rushing airflow broke through the clouds in an instant. The dark red violent chakra gradually condensed into a huge shape. Hinata, who had never seen such power before, couldn't help but change her expression. What a terrible chakra pressure. The blue energy and the dark red energy intertwined together, and the pressure they emitted made all creatures within a radius of 10 miles crawl on the ground and unable to move. Boom. Orochimaru could feel the pressure from Uchiha Madara's perfect Susano much more than Sasuke's Susano. Similarly, Lu Yun still looked at Uchiha Madara calmly, and also controlled Susano to draw the samurai sword. Congeal. Lu Yun-kun and Uchiha Madara are in a completely different dimension from the ninjas of this era. The complete blue Susano looks even more majestic, as breathtaking as a mountain. The complete Susano. Such power also transcends human beings. Boom. Uchiha Madara is located inside a crystal between Susano's eyebrows. Uchiha Madara's Haki Rinnegan looked down at Lu Yun, who was as tiny as a speck of dust. He said in a very calm tone, "Use this perfect form of Susano to test your strength." The blue Susano drew out the samurai sword, which flashed a dazzling blue light. The huge blade formed by the condensation of chakra looked extremely terrifying. With a loud boom, under the aftermath, a sharp slash transformed from a dazzling blue light cut off half of a mountain not far away. A power even more terrifying than before suppressed the surroundings. The huge warrior giant who was barely visible in the sky full of yellow sand brought an unprecedented sense of oppression. His power level still seems to be a little lacking. Lu Yun looks even smaller than the tall Susano. Magic. But even Hashirama couldn't maintain his normal senjutsu mode all the time. Madara wasn't sure at first, but now he could basically conclude that Lu Yun was also in senjutsu mode under normal circumstances. However, Hinata seemed somewhat unaware that even she had surpassed the strength of all previous cages, and even her full strength power might not be weaker than Uchiha Madara. Even Orochimaru couldn't help but feel a little nervous when facing this collision of ultimate power. Chapter 156 Invincible Slash. Susano's power has surpassed Orochimaru's imagination. Is this the ultimate power of the Uchiha clan? It's really scary. As expected, the Uchiha clan's bloodline is the most powerful in the entire ninja world. If there were no outstanding people like Lu Yunjin, who else in this ninja world can be a match for Uchiha Madara? Cut. Uchiha Madara looked at Lu Yun unhappily. This kid was obviously not from the Uchiha clan, but he could actually use the eyes of the Uchiha clan to the ultimate. Could it be that Sharingan has no aversion to him? Uchiha Madara would never have imagined that these eyes were not transplanted by Lu Yun, but had belonged to Lu Yun from the very beginning. His powerful eye power is almost indistinguishable from the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, and with the help of Hogyoku power, his eye power will be endless. And there are no side effects to the use of Sharingan. The sky was covered with dark clouds, thunder flashed, and a blue and a dark red giant were fighting. The scene looked like the end of the world. Hinata's expression did not fluctuate when she saw this scene, but her eyes were full of curiosity as she looked at Lu Yun. How did Lu Yunjin get those Susano eyes? And Hinata looked at Orochimaru beside her and was even more surprised. Lu Yunjin has been in contact with Orochimaru all this time. What is going on? Although Orochimaru was the murderer of the third Hokage, everyone's emotions had almost disappeared after experiencing that day. So Hinata doesn't have any hatred towards Orochimaru. What puzzled her was what was going on with Orochimaru's attitude. There was a hollow hole in the chest that was still alive, and the internal organs inside had disappeared. If it were a human, it would have been dead long ago. Could it be that Orochimaru is no longer human now? I really don't understand. Hinata was filled with doubts. It seemed that everyone who had contact with Lu Yun had undergone some changes. For example, myself. He had never imagined that his pair of Tenseigen would have such powerful abilities that even Shadow was no match for him. At that time, he resisted the Tsuchikage's dust release and was more or less surprised. She never thought that she would one day cripple Tsuchikage's arm. Advertisement. ... Countless mountains collapsed due to the battle between the two, and the ground beneath their feet was covered with rubble and had countless cracks. It is unknown where the end of those cracks extends to, and their depth is more than 10 meters. Standing on the edge gives people the feeling of being on the edge of a cliff. Is this the power of the Uchiha clan? In the dark red crystal between Susano's eyebrows, Lu Yun had a blank expression, showing no emotion. He remained calm when facing Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara's power is indeed the strongest in the ninja world. When facing Hashirama in the village, Hashirama was affected by certain wills and that was not his full strength, but now the Uchiha Madara in front of him has reached its peak strength. But even so, the battle with Uchiha Madara didn't feel that exhilarating. Have I become too strong? Although Susano is powerful and can chop off a mountain with a single blow, Lu Yun's swordsmanship is just as powerful. Kendo. Suddenly, a gleam of brilliance flashed in Lu Yun's eyes. Yes, Kendo. Why didn't I think of that? If Susano were to combine it with his swordsmanship, what terrifying power would it have? From the very beginning, the sword clash between him and Uchiha Madara was just an ordinary slash, but the aftermath of the slash was extremely terrifying. The sky is now covered with dark clouds, and the changes in the surrounding terrain are all affected by the simple moves of the two people. Damn little devil, is his pupil power inexhaustible? Uchiha Madara looked at Lu Yun with an ugly expression. He never thought that a little kid could be more troublesome than Hashirama, and that such an outstanding ninja could be born in this era. Even I was suppressed. Uchiha Madara couldn't accept it and felt bad. Uchiha Madara couldn't accept his own heart and actually felt a little timid when facing Lu Yun. In an instant, the heaven and earth trembled, and a terrible storm broke out on the boundless land. Lu Yun's sword gave people the illusion that the entire ninja world was split in two. Swish. In the next second, Lu Yun's actions changed. I'm Uchiha Madara. The unstoppable slash spread forward, and the deep outline on the ground turned into a bottomless abyss, which was much deeper than Lu Yun's usual slash. Advertisement. Under the current circumstances, unless Madara becomes 10 Tails Jinchuriki, he will never be a match for Lu Yun. The power of this slash is indeed terrifying. It is enough to destroy an entire ninja village. The power displayed by Lu Yun has exceeded Black Zetsu's imagination. This time's slash truly demonstrated what it meant to be invincible. How could a ninja more powerful than Madara be born in this era? Draw your sword. Flash. But to become a Jinchuriki, there is still one important tailed beast missing, and that is one tail. What does this kid want to do? Black Zetsu, who was hiding somewhere at this time, was extremely shocked when he saw this scene. Impossible. There's absolutely no way such a thing could happen. Kindness. Uchiha Madara's expression changed slightly. At this moment, Lu Yun controlled Susano to make a sword-drawing gesture. At the same time, even Susano changed with Lu Yun's momentum. The blue Susano was overwhelmed by the unmatched slash and was swallowed up in an instant. In front of Lu Yun, the terrain created by the slash turned into a valley, and looking down from the bottom of his feet, it was as if he was peering into an endless abyss. The space was distorted by the slash, and the cracks in the atmosphere made it seem as if the space would shatter at any time. Lu Yun doesn't think Uchiha Madara is dead. Don't forget that he and Impure World reincarnations' bodies can be resurrected after suffering any fatal damage. These low-level creatures in the ninja world can actually give birth to such a terrifying monster. His hands couldn't stop shaking. That terrifying dark red slash was going to split the entire ninja world in half. The strike was so fast that people couldn't react in time. Standing on this corner, the loose Lois seems to be about to collapse at any time. How so? Me. Uchiha Madara is actually scared. When he looked into Lu Yun's cold eyes, Uchiha Madara's pupils suddenly shrank. The storm erupted for a long time before it subsided, and the surrounding terrain was completely changed because of Lu Yun's slash. The dark clouds in the sky dissipated in an instant, but the suffocating atmosphere around them was like a mountain pressing down on people's hearts. At this moment, Uchiha Madara's body trembled involuntarily, and he looked at his hands in disbelief. Is it really impossible to complete the plan to resurrect my mother? One tail is now protected by Lu Yun, and they have no way to take action. Even with the Rinnegan, Madara was no match for Lu Yun, something Black Zetsu never expected. Chapter 157 The Only Chance. Uchiha's body was gradually healing, his Impure World reincarnation body practically immortal, even after being overwhelmed by such a terrifying slash. He can still be resurrected. But Uchiha Madara, the Hokage who used to be so high-spirited, now had a look of horror on his face. He never imagined that Lu Yun's attack would be so terrifying. Looking at the endless landscape behind him, Uchiha Madara's heart was numb. Even in his current state, he couldn't achieve such a terrifying impact, as the slashing blow seemed to split the ninja world in two. Uchiha Madara is human after all, and he is also affected by his emotions. Before this, he didn't take anyone in the ninja world seriously, and no one was worthy of his attention except Senju Hashirama. Even when Obito told him to be careful before, he never took it to heart. He's just a little kid, how can he be compared to Uchiha Madara? But now Uchiha Madara knows that what Obito said was not a lie, and Lu Yun's strength has really reached a level that is unprecedented and unparalleled. Susano, who possesses Senjutsu chakra, might not be Lu Yun's opponent during the Senju Hashirama era if he hadn't awakened his Rinnegan and improved his pupil power. It's a mess, a complete mess. The only way now is to become 10 Tails Jinchuriki to have a chance to fight Lu Yun and gain the power of the legendary Sage of Six Paths. But one tail Jinchuriki is now protected by Lu Yun, and the second Tsuchikage has been in there for so long without any movement, which obviously means something has gone wrong. At this time, Uzumaki appeared in the surrounding space, and Obito's figure gradually emerged. When he saw the scene and terrain in front of him, he felt a sense of despair in his heart. If this is Lu Yun's power, then how can they defeat Lu Yun and complete Project Tsuki no Mi? Lord Madara, please retreat first. As long as there is Green Mountain, there is no need to worry about running out of firewood. Let's take a long-term view. Obito and Madara disappeared into the desolate yellow earth. Kindness. The breath disappeared. Madara actually escaped. This was something Lu Yun had not expected. For a person like Madara who had been so proud all his life, if he chose to escape, it would be an enormous blow to his heart. But Lu Yun did not underestimate Uchiha Madara. Sometimes it is not necessarily shameful to retreat temporarily under the crushing of absolute strength. At least he could understand why Uchiha Madara fled in front of him. Susano's power, combined with her own swordsmanship, is truly unimaginable. At least in his opinion, the subsequent crisis is no longer serious. Now we have to unify the entire ninja world. Advertisement. At this time, Uchiha Madara, Obito, and Ju in the base all looked desolate. Especially Uchiha Madara, who once looked down upon the entire ninja world, is now no match for his juniors. Obito glanced around and frowned. Zetu, where's Sasuke? Sasuke is also a member of their organization, and at least a fighting force that cannot be ignored. As he possesses the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, his future achievements may not be worse than Madara's. However, Ju then revealed a shocking piece of news. The White Zetsu saw Itachi in Iwagakure. Sasuke left after learning the news. What? You saw Itachi? How is that possible? Hasn't Itachi already? As the real mastermind who has always controlled the ninja world, Black Zetsu, who knows the history of the ninja world, also has a headache. What is happening now is beyond Black Zetsu's expectations. Yes, I saw Itachi die at Sasuke's hands. I suspect Lu Yun possesses some means of resurrecting people. Resurrection. Obito frowned and asked in a deep voice, are you talking about the same method as impure world reincarnation? No. Black Zetsu shook his head. According to my information, Lu Yun's method of resurrection seems to be to transform the original person into another creature. Didn't the previous Orochimaru also undergo a transformation? That posture may no longer be human. A means of changing human biology. After hearing this, Obito and Uchiha Madara's expressions changed at the same time. The ability to change life is probably no longer an ninjutsu. Lu Yun is no longer an ordinary human being. If the power he wields is comparable to that of the Sage of Six Paths. From the abilities he displayed from the beginning, and his Sharingan, he definitely has secrets that we can't even imagine. Yes, those Sharingan. When it touched the second Tsuchikage's body, even the impure world reincarnation's body decayed due to his power. As someone who had died once, Uchiha Madara naturally knew about the existence of the Pure Land. If his soul was devoured, wouldn't that mean he wouldn't even have the chance to enter the Pure Land? Otherwise, you may end up in an irretrievable situation. Black Zetsu and Uchiha Madara's expressions changed slightly. Advertisement. They no longer have the possibility of a Jedi counterattack. A dojutsu that can affect time has never appeared in the history of Uchiha Madara so far, and such a dojutsu actually appeared on a ninja who does not have the blood of the Uchiha clan. There are probably about 20 to 30 chapters left in the Hokage volume, and it may end with the pirates. I apologize for the many unreasonable places, and I will improve some systems when I open a new project later. Madara was silent. Black Zetsu was right. Such news was undoubtedly a bombshell. Uchiha Madara looked at Black Zetsu and asked in a deep voice, Black Zetsu, are you telling the truth? The author has something to say. But now one-tail Jinchuriki. Lord Madara, we are not completely without a chance. The thought of one-tail Jinchuriki gave them an immense headache. Black Zetsu hesitated for a moment. Madara-sama, it doesn't matter now if it's true or not. This is our only chance. With Lu Yun protecting them, capturing one-tail Jinchuriki was no easy task. Even knowing that it possessed the ability to devour souls, they had to be extremely careful. Kindness. This is their only chance now. That is true death. According to White Zetsu's investigation, ninjas from the past once appeared in the ruins of Lulin. This is their only chance to fight back. A dark glint flickered in Uchiha Madara's eyes. Dragon Bane. Can it really go back to the past? Lulin. I have news, too. There is also a monster in Orochimaru's base, and his abilities are equally terrifying. Devouring souls. He has the power to corrupt everything. The ability to devour souls is enough to make people fearful. The only way to defeat Lu Yun now is to gain the power of the Sage of Six Paths. Perhaps we can take this opportunity to break the seal of the Dragon Bane and give it a try. And those monsters seem to have the ability to devour souls. Black Zetsu, just tell me what you think. There was a dark glint in Uchiha Madara's eyes. Lord Madara, beneath the ancient ruins of Lulin lies the power of a Dragon Bane. The energy of this Dragon Bane is so immense that it can affect time and space. Chapter 158. Uchiha Kaharu's nonsense. Except for Konoha, other ninja villages suffered huge losses. The two villages that suffered the most damage were Iwagakure and Cloud Shinobi Village, where Onoki was injured in the battle with the second Tsuchikage. As for Cloud Shinobi Village, it is even more desperate. Their own Raikage is now hanging on by a thread, and the key is that all of Cloud Shinobi Village's sophisticated medical equipment has been destroyed. The Cloud Shinobi who were preparing at the front line saw that scene after returning to the village, and their heads were buzzing for a moment. The entire village was essentially destroyed, with not a single intact building left. What was even more difficult for them to accept was that Mr. Hai was also missing. The disappearance of Eight Tails Jinchuriki had thrown the entire Cloud Shinobi village into a state of panic. If Killer Bee were still there, he would probably be able to stabilize the current situation. But Killer Bee is now missing, and I'm afraid he's in great danger. Countless Cloud Shinobi could not accept this sad fact. If the village became like this because of the battle between the Raikage and the previous Raikage, it would be basically impossible. The previous Raikage were all taijutsu ninjas, and the impact it would cause could not lead to the destruction of the entire Cloud Shinobi village. There may be other people involved, but no one knows who it is. Because at that time, except for the Raikage who was still alive, the bodies of all the others in the village were not even intact and had turned into charcoal. There were obvious signs of an explosion in the center of the village, something the entire ninja world had not expected. The war between the four major ninja villages and Konoha would actually cause such terrible losses, reanimation jutsu. This was invented by Konoha's second Hokage, and almost all the voices in the ninja world were directed at Konoha at once. However, Even if Onoki knew that the impure world reincarnation of the previous Kage was not on Konoha's side, Onoki did not intend to reveal any information. He also learned some information while fighting the second Tsuchikage. In Konoha, their Hokage was also resurrected, the legendary first Hokage, as well as the second Hokage, third generation, and fourth generation. But Konoha did not suffer any losses, only the Hokage rock was destroyed, which was insignificant for Konoha. The war has not stopped yet, but the major ninja villages no longer have the will to fight Konoha. As for Sunagaku, fortunately, Elder Chiyo paid the price of his life to resist 4th Kage Rasa. Sunagaku is now in a state of chaos. Sunagaku has lost Elder Chiyo and the whereabouts of 5th Kage are unknown. There is no one who can stabilize the situation right now. If the chaos continues, Sunagaku will be at risk of disintegration. Advertisement. At this time, Iwagakure, which had finally stabilized, once again welcomed an uninvited guest. This chakra. Sure enough, Itachi appeared here. Sasuke came near Iwagakure, and his expression changed when he sensed the familiar chakra. What is going on? Weasel, isn't he dead? Although Sasuke already knew the truth about Itachi, he still had mixed emotions towards him. Could it be impure world reincarnation? But that guy didn't seem to revive Nissan. Sasuke sneaked into the Rock Shinobi village, captured a Rock Shinobi, and used illusion to roughly know what had happened before. Itachi did come to Rock Shinobi village, and the Tsuchikage mansion in Rock Shinobi village was also destroyed by Itachi. What is going on? Sasuke is no longer able to figure it out, and now he has to find Itachi. He wants to know if the truth is really what that guy said. After a few days, Konoha regained its former prosperity, although the war was not over. However, the major ninja villages have all been severely damaged. The worst hit is undoubtedly Cloud Shinobi village. The Raikage is now seriously injured and in a coma. Eight Tails Jinchuriki is missing and the village is almost destroyed. Many Cloud Shinobi were left homeless, and rebuilding the village would require a huge amount of manpower and resources. Now that the old guys in Konoha's upper echelons see that the major ninja villages are no longer interested in war, Uchiha Kaharu actually proposes to make peace with other ninja villages. Hearing this, Lu Yun couldn't help but sneer on his face. As expected of Elder Kaharu, you are the only one who can offer such advice. Konoha is not weaker than them. Konoha is now the undisputed number 1 ninja village in the ninja world. Others were about to fight at your doorstep, and you actually wanted to shake hands and make peace. Advertisement. Innocent. Uchiha Kaharu's face instantly turned red, and she shouted at Lu Yun angrily. Lu Yun, what's wrong with shaking hands and making peace? Are you really going to destroy the balance of the ninja world? War requires material, manpower, and resources. Have you carefully calculated it? You are dragging Konoha into war for your own selfish gain. What are your intentions? Everyone sitting around couldn't help but feel a headache. As expected, these two people would always quarrel no matter what time it was. Mitokado Homura sighed. Kaharu, stop talking and sit down. Why won't you let me speak? Uchiha Kaharu, who is already an elderly woman, actually started throwing a tantrum like a little girl. It was puzzling that this typical little girl's temper was like throwing a tantrum when she couldn't win an argument. Mitokado Homura had a melancholy expression on his face, and he seemed to have aged by 10 years. We are already old. This is the era of the young. We old guys should just watch quietly. Mitokado Homura knew very well that the so-called elders of Konoha were no longer needed, and the current Hokage and Lu Yun were already capable of making decisions. Moreover, these old guys seemed to be too afraid of war, which has always put Konoha in a passive situation. When the third Hokage was here, they just compromised to avoid war. In the end, Sunagaku caused such huge losses to Konoha, but their first thought was not to compensate Sunagaku, but to try their best to maintain the relationship between the two villages. But was Konoha village really that weak back then? Even though Konoha village lost its third Hokage, it is still stronger than Sunagaku. Konoha should have shown their strong attitude towards Sunagaku. If it weren't for Tsunade and Lu Yun, Konoha would probably have to compensate Sunagaku for some of the losses. If something like that really happened, then Konoha would become a laughingstock in the ninja world. Homura, even you don't support me. Uchiha Kaharu looked at his old friend in disbelief. Mitokado Homura looked at Uchiha Kaharu and said slowly, we are old now and it is time to retire and hand over the affairs of the village to the younger generation. This is no longer something we can control. Times have changed. Let's leave it to these young people. Chapter 159 Konoha's counterattack. Uchiha Kaharu's face turned pale and purple when he heard this. She didn't expect that her old friend, who had worked with her for many years, would persuade her at this time to stop interfering in Konoha's affairs. Even the little power she has is going to be taken away. Ultimately, Uchiha Kaharu is still used to the little quirks of the Hokage, as the overall interests of a village are based on the Hokage. Even if Kaharu were to become an elder, he could only offer suggestions and had no right to make changes. The reason why the fourth and third Hokage had this power was, firstly, because he was too nice and the fourth Hokage respected the elders, and secondly, because he was doing it for the sake of his old friend, plus he was older. The third Hokage's thoughts at that time were actually similar to Uchiha Kaharu's. Tsunade's face was gloomy and uncertain, and he said in a deep voice, Elder Homura, please take Elder Kaharu back. I don't want anyone irrelevant to our meeting to interrupt. Uchiha Kaharu's expression suddenly changed when he heard this. Tsunade. Don't forget who supported you to sit on the position of Hokage. Instantly, Tsunade's face darkened. Threaten her. Kaharu, stop talking. Mitokado Homura was also frightened by Uchiha Kaharu's words. How dare you, a Hokage advisor, threaten the Hokage? Uchiha Kaharu was dragged out of the meeting room by Mitokado Homura. Tsunade's expression remained icy as she spoke in a cold voice. I intend to abolish Elder Kaharu's position as Hokage advisor. Does anyone have anything to say? Abolish Elder Kaharu. Except for Lu Yun, everyone in the conference room showed an expression of disbelief. Abolishing the Hokage advisor was unprecedented in Hokage history. However, Elder Kaharu did overstep his bounds this time. What right did a Hokage advisor have to threaten the Hokage? Hokage is the cage of a village. Only the Hokage has a Hokage advisor, and the rights of the Hokage advisor are given by the Hokage. Although those present here also have some rights, they are not as arrogant as Uchiha Kaharu. If everyone here has no objection, I will pass it on. Tsunade said calmly. Everyone looked at each other and said nothing. Advertisement. They had actually already tacitly abolished Uchiha Kaharu's position as Hokage advisor. Seeing that no one had any objections, Tsunade sent someone to notify them. Whether Uchiha Kaharu accepts it or not, this is not something he can change. As the Hokage's advisor, she overstepped her bounds. Then this farce is over, and they should discuss business now. Lu Yun, if the other major ninja villages come to us to negotiate peace, what should we do? Peace talks. Lu Yun sneered. They are not qualified to negotiate peace. The trend of unification is unstoppable. Just a few villages like these have no standing to negotiate. Hearing Lu Yun's domineering words, everyone fell silent. Unified. Can the ninja world really be unified by Konoha? In addition to the 4 major ninja villages, there are other small ninja villages in the ninja world. Even if Konoha showed its strong strength, those small ninja villages might not necessarily compromise. In fact, Konoha, which has always been peace-loving, was a little uncomfortable with such a sudden change. Konoha never takes the initiative to cause trouble. Lu Yun then continued, the road to unification is ultimately a bloody one, but once it is completed, there will be no more war in the ninja world. Children born in the new era will be free from war. Hearing the latter sentence, everyone was shocked. Free from war. During the several times that the Ninja World War broke out, there were actually children from all the major ninja villages involved, and those children were only 12 or 13 years old. They should have had a perfect childhood, but because of the outbreak of war, they had to witness the cruelty of the ninja world in advance. The outbreak of war is a tragedy for everyone. Tsunade looked at Lu Yun, a look of determination flashing in his eyes. I understand. For the sake of a new era and lasting peace, this path must continue. As for how to manage it in the future, I believe that since Lu Yun can think of the method of unification, there should be relevant governance plans. Advertisement. Afterwards, because the major ninja villages no longer had the ability to wage war against Konoha, they took the initiative to contact Konoha and wanted to end the war. Because of the previous impure world reincarnation, the ninja world believed that Konoha used the forbidden technique to attack several major ninja villages. This forbidden technique, which played with the souls of the dead, made many people in the ninja world dissatisfied. The storm suddenly fell on Konoha's side. The reason why Onoki did not reveal the news was that he wanted to use the public opinion in the ninja world to restrain Konoha, so that they could deliberately trick Konoha at that time. However, after they contacted Konoha, the answer given by Konoha was unexpected. Now it's not the 4 major ninja villages waging war against Konoha, but Konoha waging war against the 4 major ninja villages. Konoha will conquer the 4 major ninja villages in the near future. As soon as this news was released, the entire ninja world was in an uproar. Is Konoha crazy? If a village has 4 enemies that are no weaker than its own, it will be of no benefit to anyone if a war breaks out. And it is very likely that the balance will be disrupted because of this. Now the other major villages have been severely damaged and need time to recover. Is Konoha's move an attempt to take revenge on the 4 villages in one fell swoop? Are they crazy? Take it. Konoha's answer was beyond everyone's expectations, so much so that Onoki didn't know how to respond next. If Konoha is serious, so how should their village face Konoha's invading army? His injuries have not yet recovered, and more importantly, one of his hands is disabled, which greatly affects his strength. Now the ninjas in Iwagakure village are still recovering from their injuries from the previous attack. When he thought of Konoha's strength, Onoki couldn't help but feel a palpitation in his heart. If they had known from the beginning that they should not have believed the Raikage's words, Konoha had indeed suffered an invasion by the Akatsuki organization before, and the village had also suffered losses. However, the number of casualties was extremely small, which means that the invasion of Akatsuki did not cause any substantial damage to Konoha. They were all blinded by interests, and for a moment they all thought about the resource-rich land of the Fire Nation. And now Konoha refuses to talk to them and even wants to wage war against their village. The only way now is to seek help from other villages. If Konoha really does this, then only several villages can unite to overcome it. In addition to Kurigakure, Cloud Shinobi Village, and Sunagakure, they must also seek help from others, such as the Iron Country, a country that also has considerable strength in the ninja world, to jointly resist Konoha. They also don't want the balance of the ninja world to be broken. A monopoly situation does not benefit them at all, and they are even worried that Konoha will one day take action against them. Chapter 160 Death of Onoki. All around Konoha, there were enemy ninjas everywhere trying to spy on Konoha's actions. For a moment, Konoha felt like it had become the enemy of the entire ninja world. However, their surveillance was useless because Konoha did not need to deploy a large number of troops, and they did not even know that there had been any changes in the top leadership of the Fire Nation. Lu Yun is helping Konoha unify the ninja world, not helping the Land of Fire. The daimyo of the Fire Nation actually sent people to negotiate with Konoha, but under the shock of Lu Yun's powerful strength, the Fire Nation did not change on the surface. However, there have been changes in its internal top management, and all the top leaders of the Fire Nation are under the control of Lu Yun. The Land of Fire is the Land of Fire of Konoha, and the real core should be Konoha. Basically, the village and the big country are in a cooperative relationship. The big country provides funds, and the responsibility of the ninja village is to protect the security of the big country. However, even so, what use is a big country in the face of absolute strength? For example, Uchiha Madara in the original work, if it weren't for Naruto and Sasuke, two cheating guys, it would probably not be difficult for Madara to experiment with the Moon Eye. Even after Black Zetsu resurrected Otsutsuki, no one could resist. Moreover, later on, after the entire ninja world is unified, many systems will change. Lu Yun thinks that the Fire Nation's plan for governing the country is too backward. And at this moment, Iwagakure dash 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 dash. The Iwagakure ninjas didn't notice the two figures in the sky at all. Lu Yun lowered his eyes and looked at the Iwagakure below and said calmly, "Let's start from here." At this moment, Lu Yun looked even more unfathomable, and his aura gave people a feeling of being out of touch with the world. This is because he has learned the sage mode of the Wetbone Forest, and the sage modes of the three holy places have also been integrated by Lu Yun. And he has now completed the so-called immortal state. After integrating the three sage modes, he also opened up a new mode. Senjutsu Chakra Mode. This mode is somewhat similar to Hinata Tenseigen Chakra Mode. His control over natural energy has surpassed the three immortals of the three holy places, and even a random blow has the power of destruction. Say hello to Onoki first. Lu Yun murmured. In an instant, a terrifying power was released from Lu Yun's body. Ryutsu flooded the entire Iwagakure like a tsunami, and the heavy pressure seemed to have a tremendous force. At this moment, the expressions of all the Iwagakure ninjas below changed. They bent their bodies and could not stand up straight under this huge pressure. Their eyes revealed fear and the whole Iwagakure was like a headless fly. Onoki, who was handling official business, felt the pressure and his expression changed instantly. Under this pressure, even Onoki felt a suffocating feeling. Where did such terrible pressure come from? Onoki carried this pressure and walked out of the room and flew into the clouds. Advertisement. When he saw the two young figures, Onoki looked frightened. A little girl from the Hyuga clan. Besides, Lu Yun of Konoha. Onoki was terrified. Could it be that those guys from Konoha have always been serious? You Konoha are really going to force the other ninja villages into a dead end? Onoki asked through gritted teeth. Forced into a desperate situation. Lu Yun sneered and said sarcastically, "You should have thought about the consequences when you started a war against Konoha. There are never winners in war, only losers. Your other ninja villages are destined to be stepping stones on the road to the unification of Konoha." Onoki was shocked, and then looked at Lu Yun in disbelief. What do you mean by that next sentence? What unity? What on earth do you Konoha want to do? Looking at Onoki's loss of composure, Lu Yun didn't care at all. Since the establishment of the ninja village, there has been constant war. The so-called peace is only short-lived. When big nations compete, small nations suffer. Countless families are torn apart and countless lives are lost in war. Everything is due to the interests of several major ninja villages. The only way to resolve this situation is unification, and Konoha is the pioneer on the road to unifying the ninja world. Boom. It was like a thunderclap exploding in Onoki's mind. Unify the ninja world. Konoha actually wants to unify the ninja world. Konoha, which seems to be peace-loving on weekdays, actually hides such a wolfish ambition. Wolverine ambitions. Wolverine ambitions. Everyone in the ninja world has been deceived by you, Konoha. But its power is not as strong as it was at its peak. I'm afraid no one except Konoha has ever thought about the path of unification. It is so difficult to unify the entire ninja world. In an instant, Onoki felt a sharp pain of being torn apart, blood gushed out of his chest, and bright blood flowers bloomed in the air. Although Onoki lost one arm, he could still use dust release. Advertisement. Onoki shouted with a trembling expression. At this moment, Onoki was finally afraid. That's Tsuchikage-sama. The light of Chenden gradually dimmed. Tear. Hehe. It's blood. Compared to the rough and transparent white block before, the dust release used by Onoki at this moment is not even a little bit inferior. It won't work. When he looked up at the sky, a small figure fell straight from the sky like a comet. Onoki laughed wildly with his last breath, and his crazy voice echoed throughout the sky. Lu Yun didn't want to waste time, and a Shunko figure disappeared from Onoki's sight. Catch Tsuchikage-sama. Onoki's pupils widened and gradually lost their luster. The ninjas of Iwagakure are tenacious. Dust release. Limit separation technique. Don't even think about it, Konoha. No major country has such ability, but Onoki, who knows Konoha's methods, knows it very well. Onoki's behavior is like hitting a rock with an egg. Blood. Tsuchikage adult. I will never submit to you, Konoha. You, Konoha, will not succeed. You will succeed. The rock shinobi below shuddered at the familiar voice. Don't underestimate the will of stone of rock shinobi. The will of stone. The will of stone. It's just a stepping stone on the road to Konoha's unification. At this moment, a drop of blood fell on the face of one of the rock shinobi. The ninja thought it was rain, but when he wiped it with his hand, his face changed instantly. Onoki trembled all over. Onokisa looked at him in horror, and said in a hoarse and trembling voice, You. Konoha will not. Where are the people? I will never allow you to touch Iwagakure. With such strength, Konoha might really be able to unify the ninja world. Chapter 161, Chakra Mode. Everyone was horrified when they heard this. That figure was actually their Tsuchikage. How is that possible? Looking at the figure that was falling like a comet without any movement, everyone's heart sank. All the Jonin and Chunin in the village rushed over, their eyes following Onoki's small figure. Suddenly at this moment, a Jonin jumped up and caught Onoki, but when he looked at Onoki in his arms, his expression changed instantly. Onoki's clothes were completely stained with blood, and the entire chest was bright red. What was even more suffocating was that at this moment, Onoki's chest did not rise or fall at all. The moment he hugged Onoki, the Jonin clearly felt the temperature of Onoki's body gradually fading away. Boom. When everyone saw Onoki, who looked like a dead man, it was like a thunderclap exploding in their minds. Tsuchikage adult. Dead. Call the medical department. Jonin was worthy of being Jonin. Even though he couldn't accept the fact before him, he quickly came to his senses. The other Chunins were also shocked by the sound and rushed towards the medical department. What on earth happened? Why does Tsuchikage-sama have such injuries on his body? You have to know that he just came out from Master Tsuchikage a second ago, but less than 10 minutes had passed. The Tsuchikage who was alive and well before him, has now turned into a cold corpse. No matter whether there is still hope or not, they will never give up. Because Onoki is the shadow of a village, unless it is truly confirmed that there is no hope, the glimmer of hope in their hearts will be extinguished. The residents of Iwagakure watched this scene in horror. How so? They covered their mouths and stared at Onoki's body with wide eyes. Tsuchikage adult. Is he dead? The shadow of their village is dead. When the cage of a village died, no one would fail to understand what it meant, especially a veteran Tsuchikage like Onoki. Advertisement. Onoki has always been the cornerstone of the Iwagakure ninjas and villagers. If anything happens to Onoki, the entire Iwagakure will collapse. Now they have to figure out what happened. Why did Tsuchikage-sama become like this? At this moment, two figures fell from the sky. Jonin, who was holding Onoki, looked at the figures in horror with his pupils shrinking. That forehead protector. It's someone from Konoha. The Iwagakure ninja saw that both Lu Yun and Hinata had drawn their kunai and looked at them warily. That girl. An image emerged in Jonin's mind, and that image was none other than Hinata herself. Is this the little girl that Tsuchikage-sama was talking about? She was the one who broke Tsuchikage-sama's arm. Onoki is dead. You, Iwagakure, will become vassals of Konoha village. Lu Yun looked at the people below and said lightly. Everyone was stunned for a moment, then stared at Lu Yun with great anger. Iwagakure becomes a vassal of Konoha. You are simply wishful thinking. Iwagakure will never become a vassal of Konoha. The unyielding will of stone will not compromise. It's you. You're the one who killed third Tsuchikage-sama. The Jonin holding Onoki looked at the expressionless Lu Yun with bloodshot eyes. Lu Yun nodded in confession. That's right. Hinata on the side watched quietly, and her heart did not fluctuate at all no matter what. It's all in vain. They seemed to be completely unaware that it was Iwagakure who had previously waged war against Konoha, and now they seem to be putting all the blame on Lu Yun. I will show you with your own eyes how fragile the so-called will of stone is in the face of absolute strength. Stop your fearless resistance. You don't stand a chance. Looking at the rock shinobi who were still determined to fight, Lu Yun's eyes gradually turned cold. Only the injured party will think of themselves as victims, and what they did before has long been forgotten. Advertisement. Your will of stone is but a stepping stone in the face of absolute strength. When everyone saw Lu Yun's confession, all their emotions exploded in an instant. Countless kunai were thrown at Lu Yun, and all kinds of earth-style ninjutsu were bombarded towards Lu Yun and Hinata. We fight to the bitter end. They don't even care about the blood on their hands. The ninja world is supposed to be a carnivorous world where the strong prey on the weak. The sword light that burst out only lasted for a brief moment, and the arc of light like a thunderous tsunami instantly submerged the rock shinobi. If Konoha was not strong enough, I believe the ninja coalition of the four major ninja villages would not show mercy to the ninjas of Konoha. Immortal chakra mode. The pressure released by the senjutsu chakra was suffocating. The senjutsu chakra condensed in just a blink of an eye turned into a shock wave that destroyed all the kunai thrown at it. The terrifying senjutsu chakra sizzled at this moment, and the suffocating pressure made all the rock shinobi tremble. Lu Yunjin was right. If they wanted to prevent wars from breaking out in the ninja world, they would have to pay a price, and they couldn't be soft-hearted. Konoha has the power to crush the entire ninja world, so why not take this opportunity to unify the entire ninja world? Revenge for Master Tsuchikage. Onoki died at my hands. He spoke of the will of stone just like you. That figure was extremely majestic. Is this the so-called will of stone? Boom. That's how people are. War is often so cruel that no one can have a trace of mercy. These people simply don't understand what Lu Yun's gesture means. Iwagakure will not compromise. The chakra sword was suddenly swung out, and the sword art released by the immortal chakra Lu Yun was ultimate. At this moment, Lu Yun's aura suddenly changed, and in that instant his posture was like Hinata entering Tensagen chakra mode. No matter how many people resist, it is all in vain in front of Lu Yun and Hinata. This feeling stems from their own fear. Their legs were shaking constantly. At the moment of release, the energy contained in it radiated out, causing the other rock shinobi's faces to turn extremely pale. But in anger, they still rushed towards Lu Yun. They wanted to avenge the third Tsuchikage, and it was their responsibility to protect the village. The immortal chakra condensed into a sharp sword condensed from chakra, which contained the terrifying energy of the immortal chakra. Chapter 162 The Fall of the Land of Earth. The immortal chakra seems to be in a stable state on Lu Yun's body. However, only those who truly understand natural energy know how terrifying the energy contained in the magical chakra that shrouds Lu Yun is. In an instant, before the group of rock shinobi even realized what was happening, the violent power contained in the senjutsu chakra overwhelmed and tore them apart. There was a huge rumbling sound, and the house collapsed in an instant like paper in the face of this mighty force. Under this majestic blow, nearly 30 rock shinobi had no room to resist. Even the rising earth wall could not withstand it. Countless cracks appeared in an instant and it collapsed in an instant. Lu Yun was unwilling to waste his energy, and the only way to make these people lose their will was to show his power so that they could not resist. Swish. Boom. Another slash was launched, and the momentum of this slash was as unstoppable as a prehistoric beast. What was even more breathtaking was that this terrifying slash was nearly 30 meters high, taller than their house, and the space was therefore affected. Under the gaze of everyone, the slashing blow slammed into the rock wall of Rock Shinobi village that protected the village from foreign enemies. Iwagakure had spent countless resources to build this defensive wall. However, everything was in vain in the face of this slash. The 50-meter-high rock wall was cut into a smooth surface by the slash. Under Ultimate's slash, the moment the sword light burst out, the rock wall protecting Iwagakure collapsed in an instant, and the periphery of Iwagakure was stirred up by endless smoke and dust because of the collapsed rock wall. Haitu, who had arrived at this time, was also stunned when he saw this scene. In the face of this devastating force, Haitu felt that everything was in vain. No matter how the rock shinobi resisted, the final outcome was already determined. Because they and Lu Yun are not in the same dimension at all. The power displayed by Lu Yun was unmatched. Iwagakure had already lost the Tsuchikage, and their inner defenses were about to collapse. After witnessing Lu Yun's power, their original passionate fighting spirit was instantly overwhelmed by fear. Looking at the dazed rock shinobi, Lu Yun knew that the effect he wanted had been achieved. These rock shinobi no longer had any desire to resist. At least he doesn't have to spend so much energy dealing with these rock shinobi. At this time, Lu Yun also noticed Haitu rushing over. Black soil. Advertisement. She is worthy of being called the long-legged goddess, with a pair of slender long legs matched with black stockings. Tisk tisk. It's really lewd. However, Lu Yun was not in such a mood at the moment. As Onoki's granddaughter, if Kuretsuchi still had the fighting spirit to respond to the rock shinobi, then these rock shinobi might still resist stubbornly. Looking at Haitu's dull eyes, Lu Yun probably knew that his worries were unnecessary. Not long after, an extremely shocking news came from the ninja world. The news that the land of Earth was annexed by the land of Fire spread throughout the ninja world. Everyone in the entire ninja world was terrified by this. In the long history of the ninja world, although wars broke out between major powers, there had never been such a thing as annexation. They knew what this meant. It meant that the 5 major countries in the ninja world had now become 4 major countries, and Konoha had absolute strength to launch an offensive against other major countries again. As soon as this news came out, the entire ninja world was in an uproar. The balance was completely broken. If Konoha was just seeking revenge, there would be no need to go this far. But Konoha actually destroyed the land of Earth. The purpose behind Konoha is terrifying. The one who feels most uneasy is the land of lightning. The land of lightning's defense is now weak, and the Cloud Shinobi village that cooperates with the land of lightning is still under reconstruction. The 4th Raikage is now unconscious, and 8 Tails Jinchuriki is nowhere to be found. The land of lightning, which does not even have cage-level combat power, is too worried about becoming Konoha's next target, so it actively seeks cooperation with the land of water. It just so happens that the land of water also has such an idea. As a big country, they cannot just sit and wait for Konoha to annex them, at least they will not be willing to do so. The annexation of the land of Earth was just a small episode on Konoha's road to unifying the ninja world. After the land of Earth declared its demise, it became a vassal of Konoha and turned into the rock city of the land of fire. As for the person in charge, no one would have thought that the person in charge of Rock City would be Orochimaru. What no one in the ninja world expected was that, although they had thought that there would be riots in Rock City in the early days of Konoha's unification, the villagers of Rock Shinobi village seemed to be fine. Not only that, Even the rock shinobi were no different from usual. It was as if they had accepted their fate of being unified by Konoha, and it all seemed a little too weird. Whether it is the villagers of Rock Shinobi Village or the ninjas, all of them have their wills rewritten by Tensagen's ability. This is also Lu Yun's way to avoid riots. Advertisement. He does not discriminate, and the former villagers of Rock Shinobi Village continue to live their lives. Under the unification of Konoha, Lu Yun believes that Rock City will become better and better under Konoha's management. At least Rock Castle has a lord like Orochimaru, so even if someone with cage-level combat power attacks, there will be no threat. At this time, on a certain mountain peak, Lu Yun looked down at the bustling Rock City. Behind him, a young girl looked at him in horror. Her face was pale and her voice was trembling as she spoke. You're a demon. Kuretsuchi roared angrily. Lu Yun rewrote everyone's will except Haitu. As for why Lu Yun did this, even Haitu himself could not understand it, but Lu Yun's methods were indeed desperate. A demon. Maybe I am a devil in your eyes. And what I did was just for the future of the entire ninja world. Lu Yun looked at the black soil indifferently. The future is fake. You, Konoha, are only trying to realize your own ambitions. You have destroyed the peace of the entire ninja world and are the enemy of everyone in the ninja world. Lu Yun looked at Haidu with cold eyes. Destroyed the entire peace. Did the ninja world have permanent peace before? The competition among major powers never considers small countries. When you launched the war against Konoha, did you ever think of the word peace? If Konoha wasn't so strong, I'm afraid Konoha wouldn't be in the state it is in today like Iwagakure. Your emotions are nothing more than thinking you are a victim, but have you ever thought about what you have done to others? Maybe you felt guilty at first, but you all put it behind you in the end. Just wait and see. Under Konoha's governance, an unprecedented era will be ushered in. Chapter 163. Mysteriously confident Sasuke. Haitu was stunned. Why is this man so confident? Does he believe that war will never break out again in the future ninja world under Konoha's governance? For a moment, I don't know why Haitu's emotions were so complicated. Lu Yun killed her grandfather, so logically she should have hated Lu Yun's death. Of course, Haitu now also has some hatred towards Lu Yun in his heart. But Haitu's eyes revealed longing for the unprecedented era that Lu Yun mentioned. He wanted to see whether it was true that war would never break out again in that era as Lu Yun had said. In fact, under the absolute unification of power, there may be problems with public security, but large-scale wars will no longer break out in the ninja world. Although Uchiha Madara's Moonai is also a peaceful plan, it only makes everyone immersed in a false dream and does not bring about any substantial changes. Neither Uchiha Madara nor Senju Hashirama had ever thought of this path, perhaps it was because of Lu Yun's previous life that he thought of the path of unification. Haitu's figure gradually disappeared. Lu Yun didn't care at all about Haitu's departure. Maybe Haitu would take revenge on her in the future, but if Haitu was smart enough, she should know that no matter what she did in front of Lu Yun, it would be useless. The only way out is to surrender to Konoha and Lu Yun. Looking at the rock city, Lu Yun looked towards a certain location with a faint gaze. It's time to bring the land of lightning under Konoha's wing. At this time in the Orochimaru base, Kimimaro and Geisa had already left, and now there were only two figures in the base. Both of them went to control other small villages in the ninja world. They would not show mercy to those who rebelled. You must know that their essence is still murderous hollows. The way out Lu Yun offered was that those who surrendered would not be killed. Faced with the sheer strength of these two, it was likely that if Ryutsu was released those people would have no desire to resist. Of course, there are a few strong-willed people in every village, but they all become dust in the history of the unification of the ninja world. Kabuto looked at Uchiha Itachi's Arankar posture, a hint of envy flashing in his eyes. What a perfect gesture. Pity. He is not qualified. In fact, Do is not unqualified, but he has never mentioned it. If Do misses Arankar, he can just tell Lu Yun. But Do found it difficult to speak because of Lu Yun's instinctive fear. Do is no longer in a crazy state now because he has been influenced by so many things. Advertisement. And now he is willing to be a thug under Orochimaru. Soon he will go to Rock Castle to be Orochimaru's assistant. In fact, Lu Yun had already had the idea of hollowing out of consideration of his strength. The base was completely silent. Uchiha Itachi sat quietly in one place from beginning to end, and Kabuto didn't dare to disturb him. Always dealing with the things at hand. At this moment, a familiar voice appeared at the entrance of Orochimaru's base. Kabuto's face changed when he detected this chakra. Looking at the position where Uchiha Itachi was before, Itachi's figure had disappeared. Sasuke looked deeply into the base. This place. There was a cold glint in his eyes, and the chakra in his body was about to explode in an instant. Suddenly a figure made him stunned. Sasuke stared at the figure in a daze, his heart beating rapidly, as if he had seen a ghost. No, this is impossible. You haven't already. Sasuke looked at Uchiha Itachi in front of him with a trembling expression. Of course, he understood instantly after noticing the hole in Itachi's body. It's Lu Yun. Could it be that Lu Yun resurrected you? This attitude. Have you become a hollow too? Answer me, Uchiha Itachi. After knowing the truth, Sasuke seemed to have lost his mind when he met Uchiha Itachi again. He was afraid inside, because he killed his beloved brother with his own hands. Uchiha Itachi sighed, Sasuke, you already know this clearly. Now you know this posture in detail better than anyone else. Those eyes of yours. It seems you have taken my eyes. There was a click. Sasuke felt as if his chest had been hit hard, and his breathing suddenly became irregular. The next moment, Sasuke roared in rage, that guy. That guy actually played with the souls of the dead. I'm going to kill him. Kill him. Advertisement. Sasuke couldn't accept that Uchiha Itachi was still alive. When a dead person appears in front of him, I believe no one can remain calm. Uchiha Itachi's brow furrowed as he snapped, calm down, Sasuke. There's nothing wrong with me now. At least I can witness a whole new history of the ninja world with my own eyes. Sasuke's expression changed slightly, and the emotions in his heart gradually calmed down. He looked at Uchiha Itachi with a gloomy look. At this moment, he seemed to feel the brother who once cared for him in Itachi again. Uchiha Itachi, I have so many things I want to ask you. The only thing Sasuke cares about now is whether the truth Obito said is true. If Madara told you that, he's right. But, maybe my choice was wrong. I used to trust myself too much and failed to realize my own powerlessness, and the choices I made were wrong from the beginning. Uchiha Itachi had a self-deprecating smile on his face. Sasuke angrily looked at Uchiha Itachi and shouted, Father, Mother, are the members of the Uchiha clan less important than those guys in Konoha? In Sasuke's view, Konoha is the culprit for the destruction of the Uchiha clan. What he cannot understand the most is that his brother abandoned the family and chose to stand on the side of Konoha. Uchiha Itachi was silent. Only by experiencing it personally will you know how powerless the choices were at that time. There is no benefit in a conflict between Uchiha or Konoha. Even if the Uchiha clan eventually defeated Konoha, they would not be able to rule Konoha because the residents of Konoha had already developed a fear of the Uchiha. That fear started with the Nine Tails Rebellion. From the very beginning, the Uchiha clan had no way out, and now that Sasuke is still alive, Itachi still has hope of reviving the Uchiha clan. Seeing the powerless expression on Uchiha Itachi's face, Sasuke felt very complicated. He had never seen such emotion on Itachi's face. But the next words that Sasuke said changed Itachi's expression. For the sake of my family, I want revenge on Konoha. Itachi's expression changed instantly, and he said in a deep voice, are you kidding? Do you think that with the power of the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan you can be Lu Yun's opponent? Sasuke looked at his brother sarcastically, a confident smile on his face. Nissan, you have no idea the power of those eyes. Damn it, why does Sasuke have such self-confidence? I think you don't understand Lu Yun's power. Chapter 164 Sasuke can't accept reality. Uchiha Itachi was resurrected by Lu Yun. He was well aware of Lu Yun's unfathomable abilities, not to mention that Sasuke now had the Mangekyo Sharingan. What is the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan ability compared to Lu Yun? Can your eternal Mangekyo Sharingan's ability resurrect a person? Become another creature. In Uchiha Itachi's opinion, if there is a god in this world, then Lu Yun is the most suitable one. His stupid brother actually tried to provoke Lu Yun. Is this because you think you have too many lives? Not enough. Looking at Sasuke's face full of confidence, Uchiha Itachi wanted to slap Sasuke in the face. But he finally endured it. Uchiha Itachi looked at Sasuke in a low voice. Do you think that the power of the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan can surpass the entire ninja world? Those eyes, no matter how powerful your pupil power is, you still can't be a match for Lu Yun. In fact, the current eye power of Uchiha Itachi's Mangekyo Sharingan is not weaker than the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan at all. Because of the hollow, the eye power is almost infinite. As for the side effects of the Mangekyo Sharingan, they are harmless to the current Uchiha Itachi. Uchiha Sasuke sneered and looked at his stupid older brother with disdain. My stupid Nissan, you will never understand the powerful ability brought by these eyes. If you can't possess these eyes, you will never understand their greatness. Uchiha Itachi's mind was suddenly filled with black lines. Is Sasuke completely carried away? Although Uchiha Itachi loves his younger brother is now so stupid that he cannot accept it. Those eyes are just that. After a brief change of mood, Uchiha Itachi calmed himself down and looked at Sasuke indifferently. Sasuke frowned and said dissatisfiedly, Nissan, you won't understand until you experience the power of these eyes. In that case, let me see how strong your so-called power is. Uchiha Itachi said coldly. Ha! Sasuke looked at his brother in some surprise. In his impression, his brother was a calm and stable person. The history of the Uchiha clan also records the power of the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. If his brother truly understood it, he would never have said this. Is it because? Sasuke's expression changed slightly, and he clenched his hands as anger burned in his body. Advertisement. Nissan, am I so unbearable in your eyes? Just Lu Yun, but with these eyes, he can easily rule the entire ninja world. Well then, let me show you the power of these eyes. After all, some of the power of these eyes belongs to Nissan. Nissan, witness the power of you and me. Boom. The huge chakra suddenly shot up into the sky, purple fireworks soared, and a tall figure gradually expanded into a giant as short as a mountain. Susano complete form. Sasuke looked down at his brother in the crystal on his forehead, as if he were a child showing off his strength. How about this power and this chakra, Nissan? You should be able to clearly feel the terrifying power of this. Even though Sasuke had suffered a loss at the hands of Orochimaru before, he still didn't learn his lesson. Although the last explosion was indeed very powerful, Susano was not destroyed. Sasuke himself wasn't hurt, and Lu Yun was only slightly stronger than Orochimaru at best. However, Sasuke himself misunderstood the concept of these billion points. Uchiha Itachi looked up at his childlike brother and sighed helplessly. Sure enough, I'm still not mature enough. This power was nothing special, but the power of the Mangekyo Sharingan really surprised him. Could a human body obtain such enormous power? This eye power is almost comparable to what he has now. Boom. Another terrifying aura. Sasuke's face changed instantly in the purple crystal, watching the burning orange-red flame rise to the same height as Susano. Sasuke's pupils suddenly shrank. The rising orange-red flames gradually solidified and changed, and a huge skeleton came into view, which shocked Sasuke greatly. However, the next scene made Sasuke's brain even more confused. Susano's violent chakra stabilized and then changed into another posture. This posture is exactly the same as the complete form of his Susano. What's going on? Why is Nissan's Mangekyo Sharingan still there? What the hell is wrong with those eyes of yours? It's obviously not the Mangekyo Sharingan, but its eye power is even stronger than the Mangekyo Sharingan. How could such a thing happen in this world? Unbelievable. Advertisement. Sasuke couldn't believe that his brother's Mangekyo Sharingan were still there. And it's even more powerful than his own eternal Mangekyo Sharingan's eye power. How is this possible? Sasuke had lost some of his mind. Uchiha Itachi was not surprised at all by Sasuke's behavior, because he knew that no one could accept what he saw. For example, when Uchiha Madara faced Lu Yun. That's what I said, you don't understand Lu Yunjin's power at all. Uchiha Itachi said calmly, if the Sage of Six Paths is a legendary immortal, then the only person in this world who could possibly be a god is Lu Yunjin. My foolish brother, you are still the same as before. Your hatred is meaningless. Sasuke's expression suddenly changed. He looked extremely horrified and shouted angrily, impossible. How can there be such a ridiculous thing in this world? Fake. All fake. You. And you. You're fake too. You're not Uchiha Itachi. You definitely aren't. Sasuke roared almost crazily, and he looked at Uchiha Itachi in front of him with anger and hostility in his eyes. Uchiha Itachi's expression suddenly darkened. Are you still so immature? I thought Sasuke had grown up, but he's still not fully mature mentally. Once you encounter something you cannot accept, you just want to escape. Uchiha Itachi would never let Sasuke die in vain. Well, I'll let you see this power. Uchiha Itachi said calmly. The orange-red Susano suddenly drew out the katana, and Sasuke, unwilling to lose, controlled the purple Susano and slashed at the orange-red Susano. Boom. In an instant, the heaven and earth roar. Chapter 165. Base Collapse, Sage of Six Paths. A force powerful enough to destroy an entire nation suddenly erupted, and the earth shook violently as if two demonic giants were colliding. Its destructive power affected everything around it, and at this moment even the clouds in the sky were cracked. After a long time, Orochimaru's base survived tenaciously, but only because the aftermath was too powerful. Cracks also appeared in the base, and it seemed that it could collapse at any time. The forest where the two men fought was completely flattened to the ground, and several huge pits appeared inside, with darkness like a bottomless abyss. Sasuke collapsed into a pit, gasping for air and staring blankly at the sky. He lost. He lost to his brother. Is the power he gained so fragile? Is this the only power of the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan? In the Sengoku era, Uchiha Madara's Mangekyo Sharingan defeated all the Hokage of that period except Senju Hashirama, but now it may be because the times have changed. Is this pair of eternal Mangekyo Sharingan so vulnerable? Could it be that his brother's powerful eye power was obtained by transforming into a so-called hollow creature? Think about Orochimaru before. Although Orochimaru did not cause any substantial damage to himself, without Susano Sasuke would definitely not have survived the explosion. Hope of revenge. Sasuke couldn't see it at all. Tap tap tap. The dull footsteps reached Sasuke's ears, making Sasuke a little frightened. He didn't know whether it was because of instinctive fear or fear of his brother. He quickly got up and looked at Uchiha Itachi in front of him with some fear, especially the empty hole in his chest, which made him feel a little panic. This guy, could it really be the resurrected Itachi? Obviously, those Mangekyo have merged with his own eyes, but why does Itachi in this posture still possess the eye power of Mangekyo Sharingan, and his eye power is even greater than his own? Why? Advertisement. Sasuke roared inwardly. Looking at Sasuke who was afraid of him, Uchiha Itachi looked at him with a complicated expression. Do you understand the difference in power now? The seemingly mighty power capable of destroying everything is even more vulnerable in front of Lu Yunjin. You should have seen the abyss near the jealousy before. That abyss was created by Lu Yunjin. Can you truly bridge such a huge gap? That abyss. Sasuke's pupils suddenly shrank. He had indeed noticed the endless abyss before, but Sasuke thought that it was some kind of natural disaster nearby that caused such a huge impact. But now Uchiha Itachi told him. That was actually caused by Lu Yun. The future of the ninja world will be ruled by Konoha, so whatever we do will be useless. Besides, back then, Uchiha Itachi's mouth showed a hint of bitterness. My choice was wrong. Sasuke's eyes were red and bloodshot as he climbed to his feet and angrily demanded, then why did you choose Konoha? If someone were here, they would definitely exclaim in surprise, because this is exactly the same as the Sage of Six Paths recorded in the legend. Could it be? Could it be? Is the family not as important as Konoha? Especially the ninja named Lu Yun, that kind of ability does not belong to ninjutsu, nor is it a method of the ninja world. What he didn't expect was that even Shinigami broke free from the constraints of the Pure Land and became a living being. The last trace of will left in Shinigami was wiped out by Lu Yun in an instant. Live well and don't do anything stupid again. It will definitely affect the balance of the ninja world. Sasuke looked at Uchiha Itachi's serious expression and the genuine emotion he showed, and memories kept churning in his mind. A figure rushed out of the base, turned around and looked at the collapsed base in confusion, then stared at Uchiha Itachi for a long time. Seeing this, Uchiha Itachi hugged Sasuke and looked at him with eyes full of heartache. A click. Boom. Advertisement. Could it be that Lu Yun, like his mother, is an alien from outer space? For a moment, Sasuke also shed 2 lines of tears. He collapsed on the ground and roared helplessly, letting his voice spread out, and Sasuke's voice continued to echo around. And his father also has a pair of Mangekyo Sharingan. Can't 2 pairs of Mangekyo Sharingan intimidate those people in the family and solve the family's difficulties? Sasuke, who has never experienced Itachi's situation, would not understand, and now Itachi also regrets the choice he made. Perhaps he could have found other solutions. The clan is a family, and Konoha is also a family. And this person is the Sage of Six Paths who has been watching over the ninja world. And Uchiha Itachi also looked at the ruins in front of him with a dull expression. Methods that do not belong to ninjas in the ninja world. Sass, I don't have anything to say to you right now. And at one moment, he saw with his own eyes that there was a mysterious power in Lu Yun, which created a life. Sometimes his spying on Lu Yun had no effect, and he could only see a little bit from time to time. When Sasuke's voice died down, Sasuke also fell to the ground. In fact, his father was ultimately unwilling to turn against the Konoha high-level officials, but because of certain voices in the family, his father was pushed step by step to make this choice. So, my parents' last words before they died were for me to take good care of you. By that time, the Uchiha clan had already been ostracized by the villagers. Even if the family successfully staged a coup, the Konoha they would have obtained would have been just an empty shell. At this time, Otsutsuki Hagoromo was watching everything that happened in the ninja world with a frown on his face. The current development of the ninja world was beyond his expectations. The Uchiha clan is home, and Konoha is also home. Itachi, who has always been burdened with the identity of a double agent, has long been exhausted physically and mentally. Such means. You are our family's most beloved brother. We will always love you no matter what. At this moment, in a certain empty space, a figure was floating in the air. The person held the truth-seeking ball scepter in his hand, a pair of Rinnegan that was extremely captivating, and a Six Paths feather robe on his body. His posture was like that of an immortal. Just as he was about to carry Sasuke back to the base suddenly shook violently as he reached the door, and the cracks around the base gradually expanded and spread. In an instant, countless pieces of rubble rolled down, and the weathered base finally collapsed at this moment. Advertisement Chapter 166 Wind, Flower, and Snow. From the perspective of the Sage of Six Paths, outsiders are the uncertain factors that destroy the ninja world, but Lu Yun is still a human being no matter how you look at it. If he is really an alien like his mother, then are there other aliens besides the Otsutsuki clan? After all, Sage of Six Paths was born in the ninja world. Although he has the blood of the Otsutsuki clan, he doesn't know much about the Otsutsuki clan. The only person of the Otsutsuki clan he knows is his direct mother Otsutsuki Kagaya. And now Konoha's actions are considered brutal even by the Sage of Six Paths. Can changing the current situation in the ninja world at all costs really bring permanent peace? Hamura, you gave your chakra to that little girl. Do you really think that the ninja world will ever have permanent peace? In the long history of the ninja world, Otsutsuki Hagoromo also regretted that he founded the shinobi sect. If there was no shinobi sect, there might not be such a thing as ninjutsu in the ninja world. It was his son Ashura who discovered the changes in chakra and derived such a thing as ninjutsu. Unify the ninja world. Otsutsuki Hagoromo has no intention of interfering in the affairs of the ninja world for the time being. After all, he is a dead man, but Lu Yun's method of changing souls is really too frightening. Such methods have seriously affected the balance between the yin and yang worlds, just like the reanimation jutsu created by Konoha's second Hokage. Lu Yun's methods are even more terrifying than reanimation jutsu. But now think about it, the land of Earth and Iwagakure, which are now divided into the territory of the land of Fire, did not seem to suffer large-scale massacres from Konoha, and Lu Yun only dealt with a few people who resisted, which also shows that Lu Yun is not a murderer. Otsutsuki Hagoromo still plans to observe and wait and see. If things really get serious, he will intervene. At the same time, he still had doubts about Lu Yun's identity as an alien. Perhaps the Lu Yun in front of him was not the Lu Yun of the past, but was possessed by someone else. In the land of lightning, Konoha's army is approaching. Leading the way, Hyuga Hinata demonstrates his immense strength, leaving the ninjas of Cloud Shinobi Village completely demoralized. This is an undoubted victory. On that day, Hinata showed the world the powerful strength of Tenseigan, a strength beyond that of humans, and the entire land of lightning was split in two because of that move. 3 days after fighting with Konoha, the Land of Lightning announced its surrender, and the daimyo of the Land of Lightning announced that there would no longer be a Land of Lightning in the ninja world. The Land of Lightning and Cloud Shinobi Village also became Konoha's territory, and the Land of Lightning was renamed the City of Lightning. When this news spread, the entire ninja world was in turmoil, and the people in the water country were even more panicked. Now the water country is the only remaining big country in the ninja world, and Konoha's next target is their water country. Advertisement. It is estimated that it won't be long before Konoha's army arrives at the city. Although they knew that they might not be a match for Konoha, no one in any country wanted their country to be destroyed. Konoha's move had exceeded the expectations of everyone in the ninja world. But what is puzzling is that although Konoha conquered several major countries, apart from the casualties in the war, Konoha did not launch a massacre against the indigenous people of other countries. Instead, it educated them and made them part of the Fire Nation and Konoha. Does Konoha want to be the only one in power and rule the entire ninja world from now on? How could Konoha have such a grand ambition? The Land of Water wants to unite with other small countries in the ninja world to fight against Konoha, but no one is willing to be cannon fodder. Some villages even submitted their letters of allegiance to Konoha, thus becoming a part of Konoha and receiving its protection. Under Konoha's protection, those villages also became more and more trusting of Konoha. The trend towards unification is now unstoppable. In the Snow Country, a figure was walking in the territory of the Snow Country at this time. Countless people were full of awe towards him, especially the big black knife which made people feel terrified. Today's Snow Kingdom has been completely transformed. Fenghua Nutao, the ruthless man who killed his brother and usurped the throne and controlled the Snow Kingdom for 10 years, could not withstand a single blow from Mihawk. Now the new king of the Snow Kingdom is Fenghua Xiaoshui. Mr. Mihawk's swordsmanship is so superb that the strength he displayed is beyond the knowledge of the people of the Snow Country. The subordinates under Fenghua Nutao were like ants in front of Mihawk, unable to withstand his sword attack after another. Arrived at the government office. When the Snow Country guards saw Mihawk coming, they all respectfully called out, "Mr. Mihawk." Mihawk didn't respond and walked straight in after the guard opened the door. Only after Mihawk left did the guards dare to wipe the cold sweat from their foreheads. Phew. Mr. Mihawk's oppressive presence is no exaggeration. Just looking at it is terrifying. Mr. Mihawk's aura is just like the black knife behind him. After all, it was Mr. Mihawk who saved our Snow Country. Fenghua Nutao and the others are no match for Mr. Mihawk. Advertisement. If it weren't for Mr. Mihawk, none of us would have thought that Fenghua Nutao was the murderer of the previous monarch. It's really sad. The two guards from the Snow Country couldn't help but sigh. Basically, everyone in the place where Mihawk passed by would say hello to him, but Mihawk always looked indifferent to everyone. No one was dissatisfied with this, because everyone here was used to Mihawk's silence. If Mihawk suddenly greeted them, these people would probably feel a little uncomfortable. In a luxurious room, a maid knocked on the door and whispered, "Master Xiaoshui, Mr. Mihawk is here. Please come in." Fenghua Xiaoshui stood up from her seat and looked at Mihawk, a hint of redness appearing on her fair face. Mr. Mihawk. As the king of a country, Fenghua Xiaoshui was still full of awe for Mihawk. "I wonder if Mr. Mihawk has anything to tell you this time." Fenghua Xiaoshui said slowly. Mihawk looked at Fenghua Xiaoshui and said calmly, "The master wants to see you." Adult. Fenghua Xiaoshui's pupils suddenly shrank. Mihawk had said the same thing when he saved her. The reason why Mihawk saved himself was not because of his excessive sympathy, but because he was instructed by the big man behind him. A person as powerful as Mihawk actually has a big man behind him. This was unimaginable for Fenghua Xiaoshui. Fenghua Xiaoshui's heart couldn't stop beating. Was Mihawk going to take her to see that adult? "Mr. Mihawk, is the master you mentioned currently in the Snow Country?" Fenghua Xiaoshui asked tentatively. Mihawk shook his head. "My lord will be here soon." 5SM Chapter 167. The Surrender of the Snow Country, Snow City. A crack in the void slowly opened, and Fenghua Xiaoshui looked at the scene in disbelief. A young figure slowly walked out from the crack in the void. Lu Yun looked at the snowstorm outside the window and smiled faintly. "Is this the Snow Country? It's really different from the weather outside." Lu Yun was wearing very thin clothes. Even in the room, the temperature was still very low. In addition to Lu Yun, Fenghua Xiaoshui and Mihawk also put on a thick coat. Fenghua Xiaoshui stared at Lu Yun in front of her with wide eyes. Is this what Mihawk calls an adult? Fenghua Xiaoshui never expected that the adult Mihawk was talking about was actually a young man. Although Lu Yun was young, Fenghua Xiaoshui did not dare to underestimate him, because what he just did was undoubtedly time and space ninjutsu. "Lord Lu Yun." Mihawk called out, head bowed. Lu Yun nodded slightly, looking at Fenghua Xiaoshui in front of him with interest. Fenghua Xiaoshui, the new king of the Snow Kingdom, is also the most popular actress in the Snow Kingdom. However, at this time Fenghua Xiaoshui's expression changed to one of shock. Lu Yun. This name is well known. I believe no one doesn't know this. Because the news that Konoha wants to unify the ninja world has spread throughout the ninja world, and the most famous person in Konoha is Lu Yun. Countless people call Lu Yun a devil, believing that Lu Yun is a cruel and brutal person who destroys other people's homes. Naturally, the name Liu Yun has also been heard of in the Snow Country. After taking the position of monarch of the Snow Country, Feng Hua Xiaoshui also had some understanding of Liu Yun. Is this person in front of me the Liu Yun who is called the devil? This seems to be somewhat different from the image of the devil in her mind. Not only is it different, it's unimaginable. Such a young man was actually called a devil by everyone in the ninja world. Looking at Feng Hua Xiaoshui's shocked expression, Liu Yun smiled faintly and said, "It seems my name has already spread to the Snow Country." Feng Hua Xiaoshui looked at Liu Yun with some fear. "You are actually the master that Master Mihawk mentioned." Feng Hua Xiaoshui's mind went blank at this moment. Did Mihawk save her because he wanted to gain control of this country? Such a kendo master is actually from Konoha. How many masters are hidden in Konoha? Kindness. I am what he calls an adult. Advertisement. Feng Hua Xiaoshui looked at Liu Yun in front of her with a pale face and horror, shouting, "Don't tell me, are you planning to attack the Snow Country?" Their Snow Country had no strength to resist a behemoth like Konoha. Even Mihawk alone was enough to sweep across their Snow Country. If Liu Yun takes action against the Snow Country, then the Snow Country is doomed to be a tragedy. Do it? Liu Yun smiled helplessly. "I won't do it for no reason. And this time I came to give you a chance? Chance?" Feng Hua Xiaoshui was stunned for a moment, but still couldn't believe what Liu Yun said. She asked fearfully, "What opportunity?" "I'm giving you a chance to join the Fire Nation. Konoha's goal is to unify the ninja world, but it doesn't have to be built on blood. As long as the Snow Country is incorporated into the Fire Country, then the Snow Country will not have to suffer the same treatment as the big countries. In fact, any village or small country that joins the Fire Nation will have a better life than before. Konoha is simply accomplishing something our ancestors never imagined. As long as the entire ninja world is unified, the wars that have broken out between the great powers will disappear, and the ninja world will usher in permanent peace." Feng Hua Xiaoshui, you are a sensible person. At least in this Snow Country, in my opinion, you are a smart person. Liu Yun looked at Feng Hua Xiaoshui and said lightly. Feng Hua Xiaoshui looked at Liu Yun with constricted pupils. Let their Snow Country be incorporated into the territory of the Fire Country? This? How can this be? Isn't that equivalent to the destruction of the country? But, if they resist, the Snow Nation will eventually become part of the Fire Nation. The people of any country are ordinary people. All they seek is a better life, and Konoha can provide that for them. Even if it is incorporated into the Fire Nation, you will still be the administrator here. It's just that the country has been transformed into a city and needs to follow the laws of the Fire Nation. Daily life will not be affected, you can consider it yourself. Should we resist stubbornly or join us? Feng Hua Xiaoshui glanced at Mihawk secretly, and a sad smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. Looking at Mihawk's indifferent expression, it was obvious that Mihawk put Liu Yun first. Her previous naive idea actually wanted to. Advertisement. Because Mihawk is Feng Hua Xiaoshui's savior, Feng Hua Xiaoshui has always had some special feelings for Mihawk. But now it seems that it was just my own wishful thinking. How could such a man have his own emotions? Feng Hua Xiaoshui smiled bitterly, then said somewhat weakly, "This is not something I can decide alone. Can you give me some time?" "Sure." Liu Yun smiled faintly. Feng Hua Xiaoshui breathed a sigh of relief. It was good that they could give her some time. At least they didn't have to press her so hard. He knew that even if the Snow Country resisted Liu Yun, they would be baptized in blood, because the man in front of them was even more terrifying than the first Hokage of Konoha, who was hailed as the god of the ninja world. "I'll try to convince others," Feng Hua Xiaoshui said seriously. Liu Yun looked at her and said calmly, "1 week. I'll give you 1 week." "That's enough." Feng Hua Xiaoshui's queenly temperament was immediately revealed, and that kind of confidence was the confidence in her own abilities. Liu Yun narrowed his eyes and looked at Feng Hua Xiaoshui in front of him with some surprise. This kind of temperament really has some of the style of a queen. She would be a good leader. Then I will wait for your good news. Mihawk will continue to stay in the Snow Country to maintain its safety. Remember, it's a week. I hope you can give me a satisfactory answer. After saying that, Liu Yun created a crack in the void on his finger. Feng Hua Xiaoshui couldn't help but shrink her pupils when she saw this and looked at the crack in horror. Not ninjutsu? Is it because of one's own abilities that one is able to influence the space? Feng Hua Xiaoshui couldn't help but take a breath. How powerful is this Konoha shinobi that he can actually influence time and space? Incredible. After coming back to her senses, Feng Hua Xiaoshui gave Mihawk a complicated look and smiled bitterly. "Mr. Mihawk, I'm leaving the safety of the Snow Country to you." Mihawk nodded calmly and walked out of the room. Feng Hua Xiaoshui leaned back in her chair, rubbing her brows a little tiredly, and then summoned the ministers of the country. It took Feng Hua Xiaoshui 5 full days to convince those ministers. After all, they were just trying to save their own lives. No matter how much they crave power, without life everything is useless. Not long after, Konoha announced that the Snow Country was incorporated into the territory of the Fire Country and renamed Snow City. Chapter 168. Sealing Technique Prepared for Liu Yun. During the time when Geisa and Kimimaro disappeared, all the ninja villages, big and small, had been controlled by them. Even if the Water Country wanted to win over allies, it would be of no avail. Because those people have become part of Konoha. Apart from the Iron Country and other small countries, the Water Country does not have many allies, and the Wind Country was occupied by Konoha long before the Lightning Country. The strength of the Wind Country is the weakest among the several major countries. Without the cage-level strongmen, the people of the Wind Country have no resistance to Konoha. Terumi Mei looked at everyone present with a serious expression. They all felt extremely heavy-hearted because Konoha's army was already rushing towards their water country and it was expected that it would reach the border of water country in 3 days. If the water country is also destroyed, there will be no force in the ninja world that can stop Konoha's atrocities. In fact, these people knew in their hearts that even with such a desperate resistance, the chances of defeating Konoha were extremely small, but they were unwilling to give up their homes. Watching his relatives and descendants being assimilated into Konoha, each of their countries has its own special features. Sealing technique? Mifune, are you sure the sealing technique will work on Konoha's Luoyuan? Terumi Mei frowned and asked in a deep voice. Mifune said solemnly, there's no guarantee, but this is our only chance. If we can seal Luoyuan away, we might still win this war. Besides, the sealing technique is to seal a person in a different dimension. Even Luoyuan should find it difficult to break through. Sealed in a different space. How come I have never heard of such a sealing technique before? It seems that the Iron Country has many hidden cards in secret. Mifune was right. This is their only chance to win Konoha. If they don't even try, where will the chance come from? Okay, let's try it as you say. The sealing technique requires preparation time. It can only be activated once. If we seal the wrong target, there will be no chance anymore. Mifune said solemnly. Everyone present nodded heavily. This was a matter concerning the survival of their village and country, and they dared not be careless in the slightest. At this time, the ninja world was shrouded in dark clouds, giving people an extremely suffocating feeling. Everyone in the ninja world felt a pressure as heavy as a mountain. Will the ninja world really be unified by Konoha? What will the ninja world become by then? Everyone becomes Konoha's slaves. This is what most people think, because due to rumors, people who don't understand Konoha regard Konoha as a devilish country. They arbitrarily deprive others of their lives and destroy other people's countries. However, in fact, those people under the rule of Konoha live better than before. Now Konoha's system is gradually being improved, and the villagers of Konoha are also happy to accept villagers from other villages. Advertisement actively make those people become part of Konoha. Seeing the increasingly powerful Konoha, countless Konoha villagers are proud of it. At this time, at the front line, 2 figures stood in the air. Luoyuan and Hinata couldn't help but smile as they looked at the preparations of the water country. It seems that the water country has found some allies, but in the face of absolute power, the so-called allies are nothing but chickens and dogs. However, with Luoyuan's perception, he seemed to have sensed something within the territory of the Water Kingdom. There was an amused smile on the corner of his mouth, as if there was something interesting. Is it specially prepared for me? Interesting? On the walls of the Land of Water, countless people felt their hearts pounding as they watched the crushing army of Konoha approaching, their palms sweating profusely. The army participating here includes not only people from Konoha, but also people from Iwagakure, Sanagakure, and even Cloud Shinobi Village. Why did these people join Konoha so easily? Don't they have hatred in their hearts? Terumi Mei looked at those people with an extremely ugly expression. At this time, those people all had the uniform Konoha forehead protector on their heads, and they had all become part of Konoha and the Land of Fire. I guess Terumi Mei couldn't have imagined that all of those people had their spiritual wills rewritten. Konoha and the Land of Fire were their homes, and some of them chose to join Konoha. In order to witness the historic moment with their own eyes, those people chose to join Konoha's army. Mizukage-sama has not found any trace of Konoha Luoyuan. Mifune and Terumi Mei frowned at the same time, didn't you find? It is absolutely impossible for Luoyuan from Konoha to stay in the village, and he may be nearby. But, where is it? At this moment, Terumi Mei suddenly remembered something and suddenly raised her head to look at the sky. A young man looked at Terumi Mei and Mifune with a playful expression. A click. Terumi Mei's heart sank to the bottom. Konoha's Luoyuan could actually fly. The rumors were not false. Mifune. Terumi Mei shouted. Advertisement. Mifune suddenly raised his head and saw Luoyuan in the air. His pupils suddenly shrank, and he immediately shouted, Seal Squad. At the command, those who were preparing to seal the ninjutsu understood it all at once. Boom, all of a sudden, something like a barrier enveloped Luoyuan. Luoyuan frowned, because he could clearly feel the changes in the surrounding space. This is sealing technique? Something seems to be wrong? The next moment, a brilliant white light enveloped Luoyuan, and in an instant Luoyuan's figure disappeared. The people of the Water Country and its allies were looking nervously at the shrinking barrier. This was their only chance. If they failed, both the Water Country and they would be powerless to resist the army of Konoha. Crack, crack. The barrier made a sound like a mirror shattering, and it was broken in an instant. Luoyuan also disappeared. Everyone was stunned for a moment, and then the people of the Water Kingdom and their allies shouted in ecstasy. They successfully sealed the demon. Even Terumi Mei couldn't believe it, it actually worked. In the empty space, Luoyuan looked around with a frown. This is different space? Is it because of the previous sealing technique? It feels a bit strange. Just when Luoyuan was confused, suddenly a dazzling light obscured his sight, and an old figure appeared in front of Luoyuan. Luoyuan stared at the old man in front of him with wide eyes, an incredible expression on his face. Who are you? Chapter 169. First meeting with Otsutsuki Hagoromo. He has brown hair, 2 special horns on his head, wears a white feather robe, has 6 black magatama-shaped patterns on his chest, and a red spiral mark on his back. Especially the pair of purple Rinnegan, which is dazzling. Otsutsuki Hagoromo. Lu Yun looked solemnly at the old man in front of him, the legendary sage of 6 paths, Otsutsuki Kaguya's eldest son, Otsutsuki Hagoromo. Otsutsuki Hagoromo frowned when he saw Lu Yun calling out his name. You actually know his name? People of this era probably call him the Sage of 6 Paths and don't know his name. Could it be that? Is this Lu Yun really an alien? Nice to meet you, Lu Yun-kun. Otsutsuki Hagoromo said lightly. The special aura emanating from that body was more powerful than anyone Lu Yun had ever seen. He was worthy of being the ancestor of ninjas. The power he possessed was even more terrifying than he had imagined. You have to know that Yuya was only in a soul state now. If he were in front of me, his strength would probably be terrifying. Facing Otsutsuki Hagoromo, Lu Yun did not feel afraid at all. Because Lu Yun has gradually completed the evolution of life level, if it is Sage of 6 Paths, he should be able to feel that Lu Yun is different from ordinary people. In fact, when Otsutsuki Hagoromo met Lu Yun, he was also shocked by the huge vitality in Lu Yun. Such a powerful vitality is even more terrifying than when he transformed into 10 Tails Jinchuriki. Is this really a vitality that a human being can possess? He also felt that there was some kind of mysterious power in Lu Yun, and that power made his heart palpitate, which was why Otsutsuki Hagoromo was wary of Lu Yun. I see. It seems the sealing technique they prepared was your work. Lu Yun said lightly. Otsutsuki Hagoromo smiled and said, it's just a little trick. I just wanted to meet a special person like you. Is it special? Haven't you been watching me all along? Lu Yun looked at Otsutsuki Hagoromo with a deep gaze. Otsutsuki Hagoromo's pupils suddenly shrank, and he looked at Lu Yun with a horrified look. How did he know? Advertisement did he know from the beginning that I had been secretly watching the ninja world? How is this possible? Even Mother Kaguya wasn't this terrifying. It seemed that Lu Yun was not particularly surprised to see him. Who is Lu Yun? Mr. Lu Yun, I just want to ask you a question. Will you destroy the ninja world? Otsutsuki Hagoromo asked with a serious expression. Destroy the ninja world. Lu Yun showed a look of surprise and looked at Otsutsuki Hagoromo with a strange look, but then he smiled. Indeed, in Otsutsuki Hagoromo's view, he might be the evil star that will bring disaster to the ninja world. After all, the balance of the ninja world is gradually being broken. No, my goal is just to unify the ninja world, that's all. The goal is just to unify the ninja world. Logically speaking, he shouldn't interfere in current reality, because everything has cause and effect, which is a natural law. The 5 major countries in the ninja world may eventually become history. I see. I will not interfere in the affairs of the ninja world from now on. I hope what you said is true. Otsutsuki Hagoromo stared at Lu Yun for a long time, and suddenly the empty space around him changed again. At this time in the land of water, Terumi Mei looked at the beautiful figure in fear, and Hinata, who had entered Tenseigen mode, stood in front of them like a god. They would never have thought that besides Lu Yun, there was such a terrifying monster in Konoha, and Terumi Mei was terrified. He remembered what Onoki had said earlier, dead. It turns out that the girl that Tsuchikage was talking about was really the child of the Hyuga family. Those eyes were a pair that had never appeared in the history of the ninja world. What kind of eyes were those that had such god-like powers? Hinata walked towards Terumi Mei with a cold look in his eyes and asked coldly, where is Lu Yun-kun? This little girl is also a monster. Terumi Mei looked at Hinata in front of her with a pale face and trembling body. Mizukage-sama died just like that. In an instant, murderous intent like a mountain torrent and tsunami erupted from Hinata's body. The temperature around him suddenly dropped to freezing point, and countless people looked at Hinata in fear. Advertisement boom. The 4 great nations of the past have been completely destroyed, and no one can resist the unification of the ninja world. Terumi Mei sneered and said, you will never see him again. He has been sealed in the other dimension and can never come out. But you have to know that Hinata's heart has always been with Lu Yun. Lu Yun disappeared without saying hello to him, which made Hinata's heart unbalanced. Lu Yun-jun will come back. You don't understand Lu Yun-jun's power at all. In an instant, morale dropped significantly. After experiencing a war, only a few people were still resisting. However, the vast majority of people lost the courage to fight because of the deaths of Mizukage and Mifune and gave up resistance. It was like a thunderclap exploding in the minds of the Kirigakure ninjas, and their minds went blank as they watched the familiar figure lying in a pool of blood. Lu Yun has never taken villains like you seriously. Maybe he doesn't care, but I will never allow anyone to offend him. Master Lu Yun. It's Master Lu Yun. Monster. We are Konoha. Those who surrender will not be killed. Mifune the adult. Mifune the adult. There is no suspense about the final outcome of this battle. No matter when, Konoha will always be at the top. You guys, the Mizukage is dead, put down your weapons. And at this moment, a familiar figure appeared on the battlefield. However, Lu Yun still has some concerns in his heart. Where did Uchiha Madara, Obito and the others go? Boom. Master Lu Yun is back. At that moment, Lu Yun's breath suddenly disappeared from his perception, which made Hinata a little panicked, although he believed that nothing would happen to Lu Yun. Hinata-sama has never been so angry. What did that Mizukage say to Hinata-sama? Terumi Mei's pupils suddenly widened, Blood gushed out, and she covered her neck to stop the torn wound. However, no matter what she did, she eventually fell to the ground and turned into a cold corpse. Really dead. The warriors of the Iron Kingdom screamed in horror, and when they saw Mifune's body, they all showed the same expression as the ninjas of Kirigakure. Ha 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 ha. I told you there's nothing in this world that can stump Master Lu Yun. She possesses such a strong murderous intent at such a young age. How many people have died at her hands? Tier. Next comes the time to consolidate the new system. Chapter 170, the final battle. The situation of the unification of the ninja world has been completely stabilized. With the implementation of the new laws of the Fire Nation, major cities have also begun to strictly enforce them. At this time, Konoha was more prosperous than before. Many of the people coming and going were from other villages, but now they have all become part of Konoha. Hokage Prefecture. Looking at the prosperity of Konoha, Tsunade himself couldn't help but sigh in his heart. No one expected Konoha to become like this today, and what Lu Yun said was finally achieved. Konoha really unified the entire ninja world and became the undisputed overlord of the ninja world. Looking back, it seemed that he, the Hokage, had done nothing. Looking at the documents on the table, Tsunade couldn't help but feel a headache. Although Konoha has become stronger, it also has more things to deal with, and Tsunade has no way to deal with Lu Yun, the Hokage's assistant. For this reason, Tsunade plans to replace someone else to assist the Hokage in the near future. His good apprentice Shizune might be able to help him a lot. Shizune should have almost finished his trial in the medical department, and it was time for him to return to her side. At this moment, Shizune in the medical department sneezed inexplicably and felt a chill on his back. This feeling. What's going on? Poor Shizune probably didn't even realize that he would be living a life like hell in the next few days. You should know that Tsunade's files include not only those for Konoha village, but also those for other cities. Although Konoha has unified the entire ninja world, transportation still needs to be improved. Lu Yun also conceived some transportation equipment and handed it over to the people in the scientific research department to solve. As for the city's public security, basically, apart from some minor riots, there is not much impact. Now everyone in the ninja world feels an unprecedented peace. They no longer worry about the outbreak of war, the destruction of their families, or the death of their loved ones in the war. And some people whose spiritual wills have not been changed also increasingly feel that Konoha's decision is correct. At least they had never felt so at ease before. Wars between big countries made small countries worry about becoming battlefields. Now, even if the country has become a city, those powerful people may be dissatisfied, but for ordinary civilians, they only care about their own future lives. As long as those people do not riot, this situation will remain stable. Advertisement. At Hyuga's house, Lu Yun and Hinata were walking hand in hand in the yard. Hinata felt as sweet as if she had eaten honey, and she was quietly enjoying the days alone with Lu Yun. Lu Yun also enjoyed this moment. After going through so much, he deserved a good rest. Open black lens bracket character template. Aizen Sosuke close black lens bracket, character unlock progress, 95%. Now that the progress has reached 95%, Lu Yun is also looking forward to who the next character template will be. When the progress reaches 100%, Aizen Sosuke in the spiritual world will completely disappear. As for materializing Aizen, forget it. During these days, Lu Yun accompanied Hinata, admiring flowers, watching the moon, shopping, enjoying the scenery of the ninja world, playing in major cities, and seeing what the ninja world under the rule of Konoha looks like now. These days were the most relaxing time Lu Yun had ever had in this world. It's time to settle the previous shame. In the ancient ruins of Lulan, the huge dragon vein energy caused the entire ruins to vibrate. A pillar of energy light shot through the clouds, and several figures walked out of the light pillar. In fact, this is also what Uchiha Madara is confused about. At that time in space, he had captured all the tailed beasts, and even the power he has obtained now has surpassed the Sage of Six Paths. Konoha actually unified the ninja world. When he was in Konoha, Lu Yun had already sensed the explosion of the Lulan Dragon Vein's power. At that moment, he clearly knew that the countless auras and huge chakra belonged to Uchiha Madara. In his opinion, these were just children's thoughts. Now he has reached the other side. At this time, White Zetsu appeared beside them and told them about the changes in the current situation in the ninja world. His posture is just like the Sage of Six Paths in the past. He has gained the legendary power. 3 people returned from the past. He is God. Are those big countries all trash? Advertisement. After returning to the past, Madara used Nagato to perform the Rinne Tensai technique, which is why Obito is still alive now. Could it be that Lu Yun's birth time was calculated incorrectly? Now he understood why Uchiha Madara had disappeared for so long. Originally, he wanted to find Lu Yun's biological parents, but he discovered that they had died in the Ninja World War, which made Uchiha Madara even more confused. Uchiha Madara, Obito, Black Zetsu, how is that possible? In Konoha, Lu Yun changed into his own clothes again, took Hinata's hand and smiled faintly. This is the final decisive battle. But now Obito is just an insignificant pawn to Madara. Otherwise, nothing would have changed. This shouldn't be possible. It turns out that he used the power of the Dragon Vein to return to the past time and space, collected the tailed beasts, resurrected 10 tails, and became 10 tails to seek revenge on him. Now Uchiha Madara is full of confidence in his power. He has obtained the power of all things that can only be mastered by the Sage of Six Paths. From now on, he stands at the top above all life forms. There was no such person as Lu Yun in the past time and space. What happened? However, in Uchiha Madara's view, unification still cannot bring permanent peace. Human beings will still fight and can only sleep in an eternal dream. The ninja world will truly usher in permanent peace. Lu Yun guessed that although the power of the dragon vein could return to the past time and space, the past time and space had nothing to do with their time and space. As expected, the ninjas of this era were a bunch of trash except Lu Yun. However, what he didn't expect was that the peace-loving Konoha would actually choose the path of unification. In an instant, Madara's expression changed. And now Uchiha Madara has obtained the power he has always dreamed of. Uchiha Madara's skin has turned black and white, and his body is wrapped in a feather robe that is a combination of yin and yang chakra. This left Uchiha Madara confused. Dash 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 dash. After returning to the past, Uchiha Madara wanted to kill Lu Yun who had not yet grown up, but after he arrived in Konoha's past, he found that there was no such person as Lu Yun in Konoha, as if Lu Yun had never been born. Could it be that Lu Yun's existence itself does not belong to this world? Chapter 171. Let me show you what the power that controls everything is. In the Valley of the End, there was deathly silence, and four figures suddenly appeared. Uchiha Madara looked at the two people in front of him indifferently, his eyes deep and cold. Look, now I have surpassed humanity and stood at the pinnacle. I am the god of this world. Looking at Uchiha Madara, Lu Yun's face was extremely indifferent, and he sneered when he heard Uchiha Madara's words. God? Do you think you're invincible just because you've gained the power of the Sage of Six Paths? Why not just activate the Eye of the Moon? Why run over here and die? Kindness. Uchiha Madara and Obito's pupils suddenly shrank, and they looked at Lu Yun solemnly. How did you know? Project Tasuki no Mi should only be known to him and Obito, but considering Lu Yun has a pair of Mangekyo Sharingan and can also decipher the Uchiha clan's stone tablets. But his Mangekyo. Snort. So what if we can change time? People now have already reached the other shore. Lu Yun knew very well that Uchiha Madara's aura was now extremely powerful. Even the power of the Sage of Six Paths was not so terrifying. It seemed that after returning to the past time and space, Madara should have captured all the tailed beasts of the past time and space. Looking at the sarcastic smile on Lu Yun's face, Uchiha Madara's anger was ignited, and he remembered what he had experienced at Lu Yun's hands before. His body suddenly turned into a black shadow and appeared in front of Lu Yun in an instant. At the same time, his truth-seeking ball, which possessed the power of yin and yang and the five elements, suddenly swung towards Lu Yun. The truth-seeking ball has the ability to annihilate all matter, so he doesn't believe that Lu Yun still has the power to resist the truth-seeking ball. But the next second, boom, a huge amount of immortal chakra burst out, and Lu Yun instantly entered the immortal chakra mode. The Zanpakuto in his hand was wrapped in Sen chakra, blocking the truth-seeking ball scepter. Uchiha Madara looked at Lu Yun who had entered the Senjutsu chakra mode with a gloomy gaze. What kind of posture is this? He could clearly feel the huge amount of magical chakra and natural energy. Could it be that this guy had even developed a new mode of magical arts? How is this possible? Although the energy of immortal arts can barely resist the truth-seeking ball, what material is the knife in Lu Yun's hand made of? Even the truth-seeking ball couldn't be destroyed. It shouldn't be. He has obtained the power of all things and can control everything. How could he not be able to destroy even a knife? What a joke. However, the next moment, Uchiha Madara's expression changed drastically. Advertisement. Even Uchiha Madara, who has become 10 Tails Jinchuriki, can still feel the fear of Ryotsu. The Ryotsu on Zanpakuto released its impact in an instant, and the huge Ryotsu instantly released and crushed away, and terrifying wind waves surged in all directions. The air around was surging like a tsunami. The ground could not withstand the terrifying pressure and collapsed, spreading out spider web-like cracks. The air froze for a moment. Uchiha Madara kept his distance from Lu Yun and looked at him in astonishment. His hands were shaking from the impact of Ryotsu. It's shaking. At this time, he also felt an extraordinary chakra. When he looked over, his expression suddenly changed and he looked at Hinata who had entered Tenseigan chakra mode in great shock. What is that? Truth-seeking ball. How could this happen? I should be the only one who has obtained the power of all things. Seeing Uchiha Madara enveloped in green chakra, he suddenly lost his composure, especially after seeing the opponent's truth-seeking ball. He became even more terrified. He has surpassed humans. How can a human's power be comparable to his? In this world, besides Lu Yun, there is actually another ninja who can be comparable to him. And she's a little girl. Unacceptable. He, Uchiha Madara, could not accept this cruel fact. Black Zetsu, who had been observing secretly, had a change in his eyes. Could that be Tenseigan? Why did Tenseigan appear on the Hyuga clan? Does that mean Hagoromo Hamura is not dead? Impossible. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. But where did the Tenseigan of that little girl from the Hyuga clan come from? Even Obito, who possessed the Mangekyo Sharingan, was no match for Hinata at all. He was forced to retreat step by step by Hinata and had no power to fight back. Uchiha Obito had never felt so suffocated. Swish. The roaring sword energy tore through the earth, like a roaring prehistoric beast crushing it. Lu Yun looked at Uchiha Madara indifferently and said calmly, Let me show you what the power that controls everything is. However, Hinata exited Tenseigan chakra mode after killing Obito, and stepped away to the side, watching quietly. Even he would find it difficult to face Lu Yun and this girl at the same time. Advertisement Uchiha Madara's several truth-seeking balls turned into a barrier that enveloped Uchiha Madara. The powerful sword energy impacted the truth-seeking balls, and even the surrounding air trembled. However, Uchiha Madara thought he had blocked Lu Yun's sword, but at this moment his chest was torn open. At this time, a shadow appeared behind Uchiha Madara. Such speed made Uchiha Madara a little surprised. As the sword came down, Uchiha Madara took out the truth-seeking ball to block it, and he couldn't help but sneer at this scene. He had clearly blocked it, so why was he still injured? Uchiha Madara's face darkened when he saw Obito dead. Waste. The power of all things that I have obtained with so much difficulty is so insignificant in your eyes. In a few seconds, he turned into a cold corpse. This scene instantly ignited the anger in Uchiha Madara's heart. The cold, black, stick-shaped truth-seeking ball pierced his chest. Obito spat out a mouthful of blood and looked at Uchiha Madara with resentment. Let me show you the true power of the universe. What happened just now? Is that so? Uchiha roared in anger. Uchiha Madara formed seals with his hands and spit out a deep purple aurora from his mouth, sweeping towards Lu Yun's position. Blood gushed out of the wound. Very good, swish. With a crisp sound, Lu Yun easily deflected the purple laser with Zanpakuto in one hand. Bite, but it was too late. Hinata disappeared from his sight in an instant. It's not Shunpo. Uchiha Madara's expression suddenly changed, and he was filled with horror. Call out, Sage Art, Storm Release Light Fang. Obito's expression changed drastically, and a huge sense of crisis enveloped him. He wants to hide, so you think there's no need to take action? Good. Did Uchiha Madara think he couldn't see through such a simple attack? Chapter 172 Ten Tails. You must be joking. The power to control everything should be in my hands. Could it be the ability of your pupil technique? Illusion? That's impossible. If it was an illusion, he should have noticed it long ago. There shouldn't be any illusion in this world that he can't detect. He is Uchiha Madara. Even after becoming a Ten Tails Jinchuriki, one still fights using the five senses. Sight, hearing, smell, touch, and taste. Wouldn't it be easy to control you if I could control your five senses? Lu Yun said calmly with a cold expression. How could it be? How is it possible to control the five senses? I, Uchiha Madara, will be dominated by someone. This is absolutely impossible. Uchiha Madara's innate pride would not allow him to be dominated by anyone, even if it meant damaging his five senses. If your five senses are controlled by someone else, isn't that just being manipulated? Wheel Tomb and Border Prison. Four invisible shadows attacked Lu Yun from both sides. However, although Lu Yun, who had a keen sense of perception, could not see the shadow of the Wheel Tomb, he knew the location of the four shadows. The power that penetrated everything swept across the sky, and the invincible sword pressure released a dazzling white light that swept across. Such power was beyond the limit that the Wheel Tomb clone could withstand. The two stone statues in the Valley of the End collapsed in an instant, and an endless storm surged towards the surroundings. What? You actually saw through the Wheel Tomb? The expression on Uchiha Madara's face froze instantly. When Lu Yun attacked him, he used the truth-seeking ball to resist. However, even so, whether it was touch, vision, or hearing, he felt that he had blocked the attack, but there was another scar on his left arm. What kind of ability is that? Black Zetsu watched in horror as Six Paths Madara was toyed with by Lu Yun. If Infinite Tsukuyomi couldn't be activated, his mother wouldn't be able to be resurrected. Could it be that the plan he prepared for such a long time was all in vain in the end? That's impossible. Advertisement, that's impossible. You? Why does a person like you appear in this era? Uchiha Madara looked at Lu Yun in front of him with shock and hatred. He hated it. Why did this world give birth to a monster like Lu Yun? In the end, the power he pursued was not the pinnacle of the ninja world? Stop joking. Uchiha Madara suddenly let out a terrifying roar, and a devastating aura suddenly burst out from his body. His Six Paths level strength burst out in an instant, and his body suddenly turned into a black shadow and rushed towards Lu Yun. Such a terrifying power even distorted space. Seeing that Uchiha Madara had lost his mind, Lu Yun spit out two words in disdain. Idiot. It's just useless anger. The next moment, the huge Ryotsu in Lu Yun's body exploded in an instant, and at this time the Hogyoku in his body also responded to him actively. Boom, an invisible impact made Uchiha Madara unable to react at all, and he crashed into a mountain like a meteor. The huge impact force destroyed the mountain, and a great power suddenly descended upon the world. The dazzling light enveloped Lu Yun. At this moment, it seemed as if the whole world was trembling because of Lu Yun's power. Hinata looked at Lu Yun, who was enveloped in light, in shock. He could clearly feel the change in Lu Yun's power. A random blow from that kind of power has the power to destroy the world. Lu Yun walked out from the light curtain, with flowing black hair, fair skin, and a pair of eyes as bright as stars, as if the whole world was gathered in his eyes. We've finally come to this. The final evolution was finally completed. The ultimate powers of Shinigami and Ninja merged with each other under the promotion of Hogyoku to help them evolve. Now the posture displayed by Lu Yun is the true posture of a god. The Sage of Six Paths, who was watching everything in the void, was also shocked when he saw Lu Yun's posture. The power Lu Yun possesses has surpassed that of his mother Kaguya. What on earth was there in his body that helped him gain such powerful strength? Otsutsuki Hagoromo can clearly feel the changes in the world. Even the laws of the ninja world are gradually changing because of Lu Yun. Call out, Uchiha Madara reappeared. As Ten Tails Jinchuriki, he had an extremely strong vitality. Even if half of his body was destroyed, he could still be reborn. Advertisement. But when he saw Lu Yun's posture, he widened his eyes and looked at her in horror. Why? I can't feel anything. He could clearly feel Lu Yun's aura, Lu Yun's strength, and the pressure of Lu Yun's immortal chakra. But now, Lu Yun in front of him seemed to have turned into nothingness and he could not feel anything, giving people a feeling of returning to nature. Could it be? Lu Yun is completely out of the same dimension as him? How could the gap be so huge? The shadow of Rinmokuro Bagoku flew out from Uchiha Madara's body again. However, this time Lu Yun did not use his perception to detect the position of the shadow, but his eyes were able to clearly see the shadow of Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara is now like a fish on a chopping board, without any resistance. Uchiha Madara switched places with the shadow and instantly came to Lu Yun's left side. The truth-seeking ball scepter slammed towards Lu Yun's forehead. Faced with such a sudden attack, Lu Yun seemed to have anticipated it and swung his sword without changing his expression. The power of this sword has surpassed the power of 6 paths. Boom! There was a roar even louder than thunder, and a dazzling light suddenly appeared between heaven and earth. Its terrifying power shattered the space into pieces. The dazzling sword energy rose from the ground and suddenly rushed into the sky, piercing a huge hole in the entire sky. The sword energy was like a tsunami that was thousands of meters long and submerged everything, drowning Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara wanted to dodge, but found that his body could not move, as if he was overwhelmed by the momentum of the sword and could not move. This sword completely changed the map of the ninja world. Fortunately, there was no village where the sword energy was spreading, but it spread straight towards an uninhabited area. The sword energy had not yet dissipated, and those bits of sword energy were fluctuating with each other. As long as they touched each other slightly, they would be torn apart by the power of the sword energy. Roar. At this moment, a sound like the roar of a wild beast suddenly rang out. 10 sturdy tails, that ferocious monster-like body. 10 Tails has separated from Uchiha Madara's body. He is no longer 10 Tails Jinchuriki. Having separated from 10 Tails, his death is not far away. Lu Yun looked at the roaring 10 Tails with cold eyes. Then comes the final cleanup. Chapter 173 Hado number 90, Black Coffin. Lu Yun Jun, is that 10 Tails? Yeah, that's right. It is also because of him that Uchiha Madara was able to gain 6 paths level power. It's indeed a monster. Hinata could clearly feel the violent energy in 10 Tails. Once that energy was released, it would be devastating. Black Zetsu, who saw this scene in secret, was horrified. Uchiha Madara failed, and the plan to resurrect his mother completely failed. The only worry now is how to transfer 10 Tails. As long as 10 Tails was there, he still had a chance to turn the tables. However, at the moment he was thinking, a figure appeared in front of him. The eyes like stars made Black Zetsu look horrified. I almost forgot about you, Lu Yun said coldly. What are you going to do? Black Zetsu cried out in horror, his voice filled with fear for Lu Yun. Tear. A ruthless sword swing was swung out, and just a simple swing of the sword could cause the distortion of space. This was enough to show how terrifying Lu Yun's current power was. Under the sword, Black Zetsu let out a tragic wail, and the sword completely wiped out its soul. Otsutsuki Kaguya's only backup plan was completely destroyed by Lu Yun. Swish! Lu Yun's speed broke through the space and arrived above 10 Tails. Now that the great nation is gone, there is no need for the power of the tailed beasts to exist. A monster like 10 Tails would be a time bomb if he stayed in the ninja world. Advertisement. Give it a try. A faintly murky emblem, a rebellious and arrogant talent, a surge, a denial, a paralysis, a moment, hindering eternal sleep, the crawling iron princess, the clay doll that constantly mutilates itself, combines, rebounds, and extends to the ground, knowing your own powerlessness. Hado number 90, Black Coffin. Boom boom boom. Under Lu Yun's chant, Black Coffin rose from the ground and enveloped the huge 10 Tails. 10 Tails seemed to have sensed something and panicked and wanted to destroy Black Coffin. However, Lu Yun's power has already surpassed 10 Tails by many levels. Moreover, this is the black light released by the chant, and its power even exceeds the black coffin that Aizen used on Kurosaki Ichigo. It's useless. Watching 10 Tails being gradually closed by the evil black coffin, Lu Yun's eyes were devoid of any emotion, and he looked at 10 Tails as if he were a dead object. When he releases the chanted black coffin, the energy of the space inside the black coffin will distort the space. At this time, 10 Tails was in darkness inside the black coffin. The space inside was like a black hole, ruthlessly destroying and tearing 10 Tails apart. Its violent energy made 10 Tails unable to resist. Even releasing the tailed beast bomb couldn't destroy Black Coffin. The violent energy ruthlessly devoured 10 Tails' body. Gradually, 10 Tails turned into pieces under the distorted space of Black Coffin and completely disappeared from the ninja world. From then on, there were no more 10 Tails in the ninja world, and the only 2-tailed beasts left were 9 Tails and 1 Tail. Even 9 Tails and 1 Tail probably could not have imagined that Lu Yun had destroyed all the tailed beasts except them. Because the previous commotion was so loud, the people of Konoha felt like they were in the Valley of the End. When they saw the road opened up by Lu Yun's sword, they instantly showed a look of horror on their faces. This is a sword mark, sword scar? Did Lord Lu Yun do this? What happened here before? Especially those ninjas who wanted to get closer, but Lu Yun's remaining sword intent prevented them from getting close. They felt like their skin was about to be torn apart just by getting a little closer. Looking at the destroyed mountain in the distance, the huge natural pit under the cliff, and the space that has not yet recovered, everyone's expressions were dull. A few months later, Lu Yun and Hinata were walking on the street and many people greeted them. Lu Yun is now a celebrity in Konoha, and countless people regard him as an idol. Advertisement in the past few months, the Fire Nation has also completed many systems to manage the cities under it. To those who greeted him, Lu Yun just nodded slightly. Arriving at the Hokage's residence, several familiar figures appeared in the Hokage's office: Uchiha Itachi, Orochimaru, Kimimaro, Gaisa, and Sasuke. Tsunade looked at Lu Yun helplessly, as if she had a headache. You really gave me a big surprise. Not only Uchiha Itachi, but even Orochimaru has become a different person, but the current Orochimaru seems to have changed a lot compared to before. Tsunade wanted to meet the managers of several cities in Konoha, but what she didn't expect was that these managers were actually her vicious, old acquaintances. You wanted to see them, so I asked them to come, didn't I? Lu Yun smiled faintly. Tsunade was speechless for a moment. It was indeed Tsunade who asked Lu Yun to call those people over to the city lord, but none of these people were not wanted persons by Konoha before. Except for Kimimaro and another unknown Gaisa, I know everyone else. As for Sasuke, he is not the manager of the city, he just follows Uchiha Itachi. Now Sasuke helps Itachi manage public security in the Water City and has created a department similar to the previous Konoha Guard. It is not easy for Sasuke and Uchiha Itachi to restore the former glory of the Uchiha clan. Tsunade sighed deeply in disgust. If the villagers knew about this, who knows what kind of trouble they would cause. However, with Lu Yun here, they shouldn't have too big of an objection. After Tsunade and Orochimaru exchanged a few words, they left the Hokage's office. As for where they would go next, of course, they would return to their respective posts. After Konoha unified the ninja world, the peace that people longed for was realized. After experiencing these months, the villages that had previously voluntarily joined Konoha felt that they had made a wise choice. On a street in Konoha, a tall figure wearing a black windbreaker was walking on the street of Konoha. Looking at the prosperity of Konoha, the expression in Kuretsuchi's eyes was very complicated. During these few months, Haidu stayed in the City of Rock, City of Water, City of Thunder, and City of Wind for a period of time, and she also witnessed the new era that Lu Yun had mentioned before. This is indeed an unimaginable new era. Such peace would have been unattainable before. Kuretsuchi's feelings are very complicated. She has hatred for Lu Yun, but at the same time she also has a complex emotion. To the people in the ninja world, Lu Yun is a hero who ushered in a new era. At least that's what those whose spiritual wills haven't been rewritten think. Lu Yun has given them a more perfect world. Kuretsuchi glanced at the prosperous streets, sighed in his heart, and slowly walked out of Konoha village. Chapter 174 Otsutsuki Toneri, Absorbing Giant Tenseigen. As night fell, Hinata and Lu Yun finished their dinner and went to the roof to quietly look at the bright moon. Under the moonlight, Konoha added a mysterious color. Peace is wonderful. Hinata sighed sincerely. Lu Yun nodded. As a person with memories of two worlds, he knew that peace was hard-won. If he wanted permanent peace, he had to at least strengthen himself. There is no world that is always at peace, only countries that are always at peace. However, when Lu Yun saw the bright moon, he suddenly remembered something. It seemed that there was still blood of the Otsutsuki clan on the moon. This also seems to be a threat, in the future. He was going to leave the ninja world. Now Lu Yun's Aizen template has reached 100%, but the system has not opened a new template. Before this, Lu Yun also asked the system because Lu Yun needed to go to the next world to open a new template. This answer surprised Lu Yun, and he was also curious about what kind of world he would go to next. Before that, he couldn't leave any threat to the ninja world. Hinata, do you want to go to the moon? Lu Yun smiled faintly. Hinata, who was looking at the full moon, suddenly turned her head and looked at Lu Yun with wide eyes. Go to the moon? Kindness. Lu Yun stood up, took Hinata's hand, looked at the moon and said calmly. Speaking of which, there is still one thing that has not been resolved. What are you talking about, Lu Yunjun? You're not going to do it on the moon, are you? Kindness. Lu Yun nodded lightly. Come on, let's go with me to see the bloodline of that clan. The moon, home of the Otsutsuki clan, two figures appeared on the moon. Hinata covered her mouth and looked at the ancient and magnificent palace in front of her in disbelief. There are actually people living on the moon? Hiss, advertisement. Suddenly at this moment, Hinata couldn't help but gasp and covered her eyes. What's wrong, Hinata? Lu Yun asked worriedly while hugging Hinata. I'm fine. I just feel like something in this palace is calling me. Lu Yun frowned when he heard this. Could it be a giant Tenseigen? However, just as they were thinking, hundreds of puppets suddenly flew out of the ancient palace and surrounded Hinata and Lu Yun. The energy possessed by such a large number of puppets is not simple. Lu Yun is very clear that these people are puppets of the Otsutsuki clan and have no emotions or thoughts. Born to serve the Otsutsuki clan, Lu Yun remained calm in the face of such a large number of puppets. Dazzling chakra energy balls condensed in the hands of many puppets. Hundreds of energy balls enveloped Lu Yun and the others, as if they were surrounded by stars. Just when Lu Yun was about to take action, Hinata stopped him. Lu Yunjun, I'm here. After taking a look at Hinata, Lu Yun slowly put his hand down. Hinata entered Tenseigen chakra mode, and the truth-seeking ball in her hand, the moment it was released, spun at high speed and turned into a terrifying tornado, its terrifying power destroying hundreds of puppets. Hinata is now able to skillfully use Tenseigen. They're just a group of puppets that can be easily destroyed by Hinata. Inside the palace, Otsutsuki, who had been silent inside the palace, suddenly stood up from his seat, his whole body shaking violently. Could it be that the people outside possessed Tenseigen? He couldn't be wrong about this feeling. Could it be the tribe members who were left behind? Impossible. If they were members of the tribe who stayed outside, how could they not control the mechanical puppets? Could it be the natives of the ninja world? Thump, thump, thump. At this moment, two figures stepped into the palace, and Otsutsuki Toneri clearly felt the pair of Tenseigen coming from Hinata. I can't believe that anyone other than the Otsutsuki clan possesses the Tenseigen. Who the hell are you? At this time, Otsutsuki Toneri had no eyes, but his keen perception was able to sense the positions of Hinata and Lu Yun. Advertisement, especially when he sensed the vast energy possessed by Lu Yun, his heart palpitated. As expected, you are the only one left of the Otsutsuki clan on the moon. Otsutsuki Toneri. Hearing Lu Yun call out his name, Otsutsuki's face changed drastically and he stumbled back 2 steps, shouting in horror. Who are you? Why do you know my name? Aren't you the tribe members left behind? Otsutsuki suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. The coldness from the other person made him feel like he was in a world of ice and snow. With almost no warning, Lu Yun placed a hand on Otsutsuki's shoulder and said coldly, you don't need to know who we are. It's enough for you to know that you will die at my hands. The crisis of death instantly loomed over Otsutsuki, and when he reacted it was too late. Ah! Otsutsuki Toneri howled in pain, and the fairy chakra ruthlessly destroyed the cells in his body. Not long after, Otsutsuki Toneri turned into a cold corpse. Looking at Otsutsuki's body, Lu Yun's eyes were filled with indifference without a trace of emotion. Now the Otsutsuki clan bloodline remaining in the ninja world has been completely cut off. Lu Yun took Hinata's hand and came to the bottom of the palace. A huge yellow energy body was hidden under the palace. This huge yellow energy body is the giant Tenseigen. Coming here, Hinata's feeling became even stronger and he was filled with shock at the huge Tenseigen. How many pairs of Byakugan are needed to create a Tenseigen? No wonder I feel like my eyes are always being pulled by something. It would be a shame to destroy this huge Tenseigen. Even Hinata would find it difficult to absorb such a huge amount of energy. Lu Yun placed his hand on the giant Tenseigen, and a strange energy spread throughout Lu Yun's body. His palm was like a black hole, distorting the surrounding space and gradually absorbing the energy of the giant Tenseigen. The devouring process took 2 full days, which was enough to show how terrifying the energy contained in this giant Tenseigen was. And now the energy in Lu Yun's body is even purer, and it seems as if it is about to break through some shackles. Now the Hogyoku in his body is as bright as a gem, emitting dazzling light, nourishing Lu Yun's powerful body. Boom! With a deafening explosion, the Otsutsuki clan's palace exploded and turned into ruins. At the same time, an unusual feeling was felt on the moon, as if there was another breath of life on the moon. Otsutsuki Kagaya never disappeared, her will remains on the moon. Unfortunately, Otsutsuki Kagaya has no chance of resurrection. Perhaps this breath of life comes from Otsutsuki Kagaya. After staying for a while, Lu Yun and Hinata disappeared on the moon. Chapter 175. The Wedding, End of Hokage Volume. 2 years later, the order in the ninja world gradually stabilized and under peace, more and more people felt that Konoha's choice was correct. At this time, in the Hyuga family, countless pairs of eyes were staring at Lu Yun. Lu Yun, are you serious? Hyuga Hiyashi asked solemnly. Not only him, but also the other people in the Hyuga clan looked at Lu Yun in disbelief. Uncle, what Hinata said is true. I plan to take Hinata to another world. Lu Yun said seriously. Hearing this, all the Hyuga people present gasped and looked at Lu Yun in horror. Another world? Could it be that there are other worlds besides the ninja world? They knew that Lu Yun had now gained power beyond all of humanity, and it wouldn't be an exaggeration to call him a god. They absolutely couldn't understand what Lu Yun had done using common sense. Is that so? Hyuga Hiyashi's heart was stirred. It turned out that there was another world besides the ninja world. I can promise you that. But you have to promise me one thing. ... A few months later, Konoha welcomed a happy day, and the 12 young warriors all attended the wedding, which was the wedding of Lu Yun and Hinata. This is what Hiyashi was talking about. Hinata has now grown into a beautiful lady with graceful figure. Ino and little Sakura are especially envious of how Hinata grew to such a big size. Look at them. I suddenly felt inferior. Under the gaze of everyone, Lu Yun walked on the red carpet holding Hinata's hand. Everyone attending the wedding banquet applauded and blessed Lu Yun and Hinata. As for outside Hyuga's house, the Konoha village residents outside also played music to bless Lu Yun and Hinata. No one was surprised that Hinata and Lu Yun had come to this point. I've finally waited for this day. Hinata-sama and Lu Yun-sama have finally come this far. They're truly a match made in heaven. Advertisement. If it weren't for Master Lu Yun and Master Hinata, the peace in the ninja world today would be something we never could have dreamed of before. In everyone's eyes, the two are a match made in heaven, a perfect match. The strength of the couple is enough to look down on the entire ninja world. Hinata looked at Lu Yun in front of him, tears welling up in his eyes. Lu Yun watched Hinata wipe away the tears from her eyes and said with a smile, "Why are you crying on such a beautiful day? Let's go and meet our old friends." Lu Yun took Hinata's hand and walked into the crowd to greet all their friends. When Hyuga Neji saw Hinata's bridal look, tears fell from the corners of her eyes. He has respect for Hinata, but at the same time he also treats her as his own sister. Seeing Hinata transformed into a beautiful bride, his heart was moved. "Hinata-sama, you are more charming today than ever." Hyuga Neji looked at Hinata and spoke. Hinata looked at Neji and smiled. "Thank you, Neji-san." At this time, Lu Yun noticed that Naruto was sitting alone, looking unhappy and putting food into his mouth. Lu Yun sat down next to Naruto and asked, "What's wrong?" Naruto glared at Lu Yun with a somewhat frustrated look. "Brother, I've said before that becoming Hokage is my dream, right? Kindness. But now I have changed my mind. I want to be a ninja like my big brother who is loved and recognized by everyone. But I find this difficult to do. It's hard to surpass big brother." This is not only Naruto's voice, but also Sasuke's voice. "Pa." Lu Yun slapped Naruto on the back of the head. "Huh?" Seeing this, Lu Yun couldn't help but smile. After all, even Naruto and Sasuke don't think they can surpass Lu Yun with their own talents. Naruto spoke in a resounding voice, his eyes filled with determination and seriousness about becoming Hokage. Swish. After the wedding had been going on for about 2 hours, most people had left. In the brightly lit room, Hinata sat on the bed with a blushing face, looking at Lu Yun's burning gaze and feeling her face getting even hotter. Advertisement, however, not long after Naruto finished speaking, Sasuke stood up again, looked at Naruto coldly and said, "I am the one who will become the next Hokage." After hearing what Naruto said, Sasuke clenched his fists. His eyes were fixed on Lu Yun, but just looking at this man made him feel powerless. Hinata was immediately thrown onto the bed, a few plum blossoms fell, and the room was filled with the melodious sound of a yellow oriole. "What did you say, Sasuke?" Looking at the two people arguing, Lu Yun showed a helpless expression. "It turns out that you two are a pair of bickering lovers. And there is no one in this world who can surpass me. You move to the back of the line, Naruto." Hinata nodded heavily, a hint of anticipation flashing in her eyes. "Because just by looking at it, you can feel the abyss that cannot be crossed. I figured it out, bro. I want to be the next Hokage." Lu Yun told him not to forget his original intention and do what he can. When the two figures completely disappeared, the portal also suddenly disappeared. Naruto shouted in dissatisfaction, holding his head. The silent Naruto finally came to his senses. He had always wanted to be a ninja recognized by everyone, whether he wanted to be the big brother, the Hokage, or the Jonin. The system opens the dimensional door. Do what you can with your current abilities, protect Konoha, protect the villagers of the village, and don't forget your dreams. "Brother, why are you hitting me again? You're the only one who wants to become Hokage? It's still 200 years too early. I'm trying to wake you up. Since you already know it's impossible, why are you still struggling with it?" Gradually, a dazzling light curtain turned into a portal. Seeing the portal, Hinata and Lu Yun looked at each other and then disappeared into the light of the portal. The latter sentence may sound a bit like self-promotion, but there is no doubt that what Lu Yun said is indeed true. On a mountain peak somewhere, Lu Yun held Hinata's hand, looked at her, and said, "Are you ready?" Hokage can also gain everyone's recognition and demonstrate his own value. Hinata is full of anticipation for the other world that Lu Yun mentioned, and what a different world that other world will be. Is this the right way? As long as I can help them, that's enough. Chapter 176 New World, East Blue Pirates World. East Blue, a restaurant on the sea. Everyone looked at the split pirate ship in shock. In front of this huge pirate ship, the restaurant on the sea looked so small. But just like that, this huge pirate's ship was split in half by a single sword. What happens? Hey, the Creek pirate's ship has been split open. What? Are you serious? Is that guy who can split the ship in half really a human? Zoro looked at the man sitting in the coffin-like boat with a hint of excitement in his eyes. Hey, Zoro. What are you doing? Luffy yelled. Don't stop me, Luffy. This is what I'm after. At this moment, Zoro had tied his headscarf and was slowly walking towards Hawkeye with his knife in hand. Did you use that knife to split the boat in half? That's right. Hawkeye didn't care at all when Zoro appeared. This was the weakest East Blue. Even the swordsmen with some fame were pathetic weaklings. I went to sea for you. How about we have a competition? Hawkeye's sharp eyes stared at Zoro without any emotion. For what? The strongest. Zoro's piercing eyes met Hawkeye's gaze. A disdainful smile flashed across Hawkeye's lips. Pathetic weakling. The courage to draw a sword against me comes from one's own ignorance. A frog in a well doesn't know how big the world is. Zoro's fighting spirit remained undimmed, and he said, biting a knife between his lips, "Are you a frog in a well? Let me see what the world's #1 can do." Madness. Hawkeye pulled out the knife from his neck. Seeing this, Zoro immediately became angry. What do you mean? Hawkeye gave a mocking smile. Unfortunately, I don't have a knife smaller than this. There's a limit to looking down on others, don't regret it when you die. Zoro flew towards Hawkeye in one step, still assuming the demon-slashing stance. Advertisement, frog in the well, let me show you how big the world is. Demon Slash. Zoro's unique skill, this move has never failed since Zoro went to sea. Bite, a crisp sound was heard, and Zoro's pupils shrank, and he suddenly felt suffocated. Blocked. I can't move at all. What on earth did he do? Just a small knife was enough to block the ghost slash. It should be impossible for others to see through this move. The world is so big, is the gap so huge, how can such a ridiculous thing happen? The worlds can never be so far apart. Zoro launched another fierce attack on Hawkeye, but all these attacks were blocked by a knife in Hawkeye's hand. Big brother, Joseph and Johnny had cold sweat on their hands. They clenched their fists tightly, watching Zoro's offensive being broken again and again. Their hearts were already in turmoil. In the end, Zoro fell at the hands of Hawkeye, but at this moment, the space around them suddenly distorted. Hawkeye's observation Hawkeye sensed the change in space and raised his head to look at the distorted space. A curtain of light slowly emerged and turned into a door. Everyone in the restaurant at sea stared at this scene with wide eyes. What's going to happen next? Someone shouted in horror. Hawkeye frowned, even he was a little confused about what was going on. Demon fruit power. It doesn't look like it. If it is demon fruit power, what kind of ability would it be? Bang. The void portal suddenly exploded, and two figures appeared in front of everyone's eyes, bathed in light. When the two of them were suspended in the air, Mihawk's pupils constricted. Can it stay in the air? Could it be some kind of person with special abilities similar to lion fruit? No, it doesn't seem right. Where is Lu Yunjun? Hinata was stunned when she saw such an unfamiliar environment. When she lowered her head and looked down and saw Hawkeye, her expression suddenly changed. Ah! Everyone was so shocked by Creek's death, but in Lu Yun's heart it was just like crushing a grasshopper. Advertisement, old man, did you see clearly what happened just now? Hawkeye's eyes were extremely solemn. As one of the few top-tier warriors in this world, he could clearly feel that there was a terrifying power hidden within Lu Yun's body. In Lu Yun's eyes, the jumping Creek was like a fly hovering around his ear, extremely annoying. What on earth did that man do? Everyone believed that Creek's death had nothing to do with Lu Yun. Looking at the ruins below, it seems something happened here before. Creek, who had not yet been killed, was shouting below. As the overlord of East Blue, he was actually stepped on twice in a row. Joseph and Johnny supported the seriously injured Zoro, and their legs were shaking as they looked up at Lu Yun in the sky. It just turned into blood clots scattered around so easily? How dare you stand on top of me? Get off me right now. Isn't it Lu Yunjun? Sanji said with a trembling voice. I can't defeat that man, so can't I take my anger out on you two young boys? Hey, who are you? No, brother, it's just two flying demon fruit powers, nothing special. An eyesore. The next second, Creek's whole body trembled violently, and his eyes became dull. There seems to be very little land, and it is basically occupied by the ocean. East Blue Overlord Creek. Boom, however, at this moment, Lu Yun glanced at Creek casually. No. She is not Mihawk. Although she looks the same as the Mihawk you know, she is not the Mihawk you know. As long as these two dared to come down from the sky. A ferocious look flashed in Creek's eyes. Under the gazes of everyone, Creek's body exploded, turning into a crimson blood mist, with organs and flesh scattered everywhere. Is that so? This world looks different from the ninja world. Although the young man did not do anything under the gaze of the crowd, everyone present witnessed the scene. Red-footed Zafu's mind was blank at this moment, and he looked at the expressionless Lu Yun in the sky with fear in his eyes. Creek, the East Blue Overlord with a bounty of 17 million berries, died for no reason? When the people in the sea restaurant saw this scene, they screamed in horror and looked at Creek, who had turned into a pool of blood with a terrible expression. Chapter 177. The sea was split, a strong one, an unheard of strong man. Both the young man and the girl with strange eyes next to him are strong and capable. Sharp. It can actually stay in the sky. I must make those two my crew. Luffy looked at Lu Yun and Hinata with shining eyes, and the people around him looked at him speechlessly. Take these two people as crew members? Is there anything wrong with your brain? These two people are obviously not ordinary people. Although they know that this young man is a pirate, pirates also have different strengths. Lu Yun and Hinata slowly fell down. What is that? Eagle Eyes noticed the Zanpakuto hanging on Lu Yun's waist, and his eyes suddenly lit up. Is he a swordsman? In the weakest sea, East Blue, there is actually such a swordsman. Will to fight? Lu Yun noticed a burning gaze focused on him. He glanced at Hawkeye and couldn't help but smile. Is it a swordsman's instinct? Although he had practiced against the Hawkeye in the spiritual space countless times, that Hawkeye was transformed by system energy after all, while the Hawkeye in front of him was the real Hawkeye of the 7 warlords of the sea in the pirates' world, Dracula Mihawk. Are you a swordsman? Hawkeye's eyes fixed on the unusual young man in front of him and he asked. I guess so. The world's greatest swordsman, can't help but strike out of his swordsman's instinct? Lu Yun smiled faintly. It seems you are the same as me. A hint of fighting spirit flashed in Hawkeye's eyes. He could feel that the boy possessed the same talent as himself. The onlookers couldn't help but shrink their pupils when they saw Hawkeye's serious look. Is that young man also going to have a contest with Hawkeye? It's useless. He's the world's greatest swordsman, the 7 warlords of the sea. Just now, that ship was split open by a sword. We all saw it with our own eyes. But that boy is not simple either. At dawn, a gentle breeze blew, and Lu Yun's long black hair fluttered in the wind. Advertisement: how long can this mysterious boy withstand the attacks of Hawkeye Mihawk? Old man, how many moves do you think that young man can take? Sanji asked Redfoot Jefu. He knew clearly that this old man had been to the Grand Line before and was most familiar with the strength of these big pirates. Although the boy is also very mysterious, he is facing one of the few swordsmen who stand at the top of the world. I don't know. That boy is not that simple. Redfoot Jefu looked at Hawkeye and Mihawk solemnly. Sanji's eyes changed slightly. Isn't it that simple? In the instant that everyone was watching, the figures of Lu Yun and Hawkeye suddenly disappeared, and the only sound that reached everyone's ears was the sound of blades clashing. The pupils of all the onlookers suddenly shrank, so fast. I can't see clearly at all. Boom, a sword energy was swung out, and the entire sea was split into 2 halves. The sea was turbulent, the ship was shaking, and everyone in the restaurant on the sea screamed in fear. Zoro widened his eyes, looking at the scene in front of him in shock. The sea was split apart. Is this something a swordsman can do? A bitter smile appeared on Zoro's lips. It turned out that the gap between him and the world was so huge. I have always been looking at the world from a narrow perspective. However, Zoro was not discouraged by this scene. On the contrary, his eyes were full of excitement, because after witnessing this battle, Zoro would open up a whole new world. The swordsman's power is enough to destroy the world. Oh my god, the sea is split open. Is this the power of the world's greatest swordsman? Is this kind of miracle possible with human power? All the onlookers looked at the scene in front of them with horror in their eyes. They could not see the battle between the 2 sides, but were shocked by the sea that was split into 2 halves before them. The 2 men were evenly matched in their fight, but the expression on Hawkeye's face gradually became strange. Why? Why does it feel like fighting with this young man in front of me is a competition with myself? Whether it is the sword stance or sword moves, this young man is almost exactly the same as mine. What the hell is going on? Very familiar, huh? Advertisement. Boom, the 2 blades collided, and 2 sword energies flew vertically into the air and suddenly exploded. The clouds in the sky disappeared in an instant because of the power of the explosion. Who are you? Hawkeye's gaze gradually became serious. The boy in front of me is a completely different self. Lu Yun smiled without saying anything, and made a gesture to draw his sword. A sharp sword force burst out from Lu Yun's body. His figure was unclear, as if he turned into a ray of light and flew towards Hawkeye, and he himself seemed to have turned into a sharp sword. Just in time. A glimmer of admiration flashed across Hawkeye's sharp eyes. It had been a long time since he had met such a swordsman. Lu Yun's sword-drawing slash is very ordinary, but precisely because of its ordinariness it can trigger unpredictable power, which is why this move is so terrifying. Armament Haki covered Zanpakuto and turned into a black sword. This was a kendo contest, and Lu Yun would not use other powers to compete with Mihawk. Although he has gained the power to look down on the world, he still respects Hawkeye Mihawk, the top swordsman in the world, as a swordsman. He will defeat Hawkeye with the power of kendo. Hawkeye swung his sword, and the evil armament Haki covered the blade. Boom, black knife. Flash. Hawkeye's figure was also unclear, and his figure seemed to have turned into a messenger of the night. With a loud boom, the collision between the 2 sides caused a powerful storm, and the entire sea was shaken. Red-footed Jefu screamed in horror. The storm is coming. Crash. A tsunami that was more than 20 meters high rose up, like a beast that devoured everything. Everyone in the sea restaurant looked at the horrific scene with pale faces. Does this mean that all of them will be buried in the sea today? At this moment, Hinata on the boat stretched out her white palm, and a terrible impact suddenly erupted, forming an extremely powerful shockwave that pushed the tsunami away. Although the entire ship was shaking violently, this impact was nothing compared to being engulfed by the tsunami. Everyone looked at Hinata in horror. They all looked at Hinata in shock. Tsunami. The tsunami was pushed away. They were saved. Red-footed Tetsuo looked at Hinata, who looked like a weak little girl, in shock. Does even this little girl have that kind of terrifying power? It's so scary. Red-footed Zafu's heart could not calm down for a long time. He had a premonition that the sea would no longer be calm because of these 2 people. The ocean will be turbulent in the future because of these 2 people. Chapter 178. The world's greatest swordsman changes owner. Hey, the skies cracked. One of them pointed to the sky with a trembling hand. Everyone looked up at the sky, and their expressions changed all of a sudden. The sky seemed to be split in 2, as if it had been split by something. The 2 figures were still trembling, and everyone felt that the surroundings were shaking like an earthquake. They could not see the figures of Hawkeye and Lu Yun with their naked eyes. What kind of battle is this? Just getting close will tear you apart, right? Many people also glanced at Hinata, who had a calm expression. Gurgle. Some people couldn't help but swallow their saliva. If this girl could stop the tsunami, how powerful must she be? At this time, the ruins of the ship under the feet of the 2 people were almost unable to hold on. After a few more Namikaze storms, it would completely collapse and sink into the sea. Ever since he fought with red hair, no opponent had ever made him feel so excited. He would have no regrets if he could fight with such a swordsman in his life. Let's decide the outcome with one move. That's exactly what I meant. Hawkeye's mouth corners raised slightly. Finally, two figures appeared in everyone's sight. The two men faced each other and their heavy breathing seemed to be clearly felt by them. Zoro, who was pulled to the sea restaurant, was completely shocked by the competition between the two. Is this the world's top strength? That boy was obviously much younger than me, but he already had the strength to fight Hawkeye. Then look at me. Zoro clenched his fists unwillingly. Become stronger. He has to continue to become stronger. He will never give up on his goal of becoming the world's greatest swordsman. After this battle, this young man will be famous throughout the world. Red-footed Jefu murmured in a deep voice. Being able to compete with Hawkeye on equal terms, and still so young, such a person will definitely be famous throughout the entire ocean. But these two young men should not be pirates. After a long silence, Hawkeye's eyes showed an unprecedented solemnity. This young man was undoubtedly the strongest swordsman he had ever fought besides the red-haired man. He swung a dark red knife and roared away. Nothing could stop this slash. The waves broke and the sky was torn apart. Everything pales in comparison to this blow. Advertisement. The dazzling red light seemed to devour the world. As expected of the world's greatest swordsman, such a strike is enough to cut off everything. The corners of Lu Yun's mouth rose slightly. Even Kaido of the Beasts, the most powerful creature in the world, might not have the confidence to withstand this slash head-on. Zoro stared in amazement at the tsunami-like slash. Is this the gap between him and the world? As expected, what Hawkeye said before was right. He has always been a frog in the well. How to face it? If he couldn't block it, he would most likely be buried in the sea by this unmatched blow. Not only Zoro was curious, even Hawkeye was curious about how Lu Yun would block his strongest move. Lu Yun put the knife back into his sheath, and a sharp sword force burst out from his body like a tide. Such momentum made even Zoro feel like a knife was on his neck. This sword force. Hawkeye's pupils shrank slightly. Jung. Everyone only heard the sound of a sword ringing in their ears, and saw a flash of knife light in front of their eyes, as if the whole world and even the dimension were cut off by this knife. The people in the restaurant at sea all had the same dull expression on their faces, as if they were frightened by something. The dark red slash that rolled up like a tsunami disappeared completely. Everything around him calmed down at once. No one knows what happened. At this time, Lu Yun had already put Zanpakuto back into his scabbard. Has the winner been decided? Everyone was eager to know who won. Hawkeye's face was extremely pale at this moment. He didn't know when a bloodstain appeared on his chest, and a trace of bloodline flowed out from the corner of his mouth. He lost. He thought he would lose, thought there would be a swordsman who would defeat him, but he didn't expect that all this would happen so quickly. How did he suddenly get on deck? The entire ocean will be shaken by this. Hawkeye revealed a bitter expression, looked at Lu Yun and said in a complicated tone, "You win." Lu Yun said lightly. Advertisement red-footed Jefu made a gesture of invitation, and Lu Yun walked into the restaurant with a faint smile. And he lost to a young boy. Hinata's eyebrows twitched slightly. The winner was decided. The onlookers were stunned for a long time before they came to their senses. Everyone gasped when they saw Hawkeye's back. The world's greatest swordsman, Hawkeye Mihawk, actually lost. Lu Yun stared at Hawkeye for a long time, and then his figure appeared on the deck of the sea restaurant in an instant. When Lu Yun passed by Johnny and Joseph, both of their legs were shaking. Lu Yun looked at Zoro walking towards him with interest and said meaningfully, "Pirate Hunter Zoro, if you don't treat those fatal injuries, you will lose your life." Zoro's forehead was covered with sweat, and a proud smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. "If I die at this level, it means that I am just a man of this level." The sea. Zoro. Suddenly, Zoro lowered his head and bent at a 90-degree angle, shouting in a resounding voice, "Please. Teach me swordsmanship." Lu Yun's sword strike did not injure his internal organs, it simply completely destroyed Hawkeye's swordsmanship. "There's going to be turmoil, sir, please come in." Interesting. Looking at the smile on Lu Yun's face, red-footed Jefu was a little stunned. "Brother, what are you going to do?" Zoro broke free from Johnny and Joseph's support and slowly walked towards Lu Yun with a pale face. "What a man of great courage. If you have anything to say, just say it." "Incredible. Is this the great swordsman who defeated Hawkeye before? Compared to when he just held the sword, he looks like a completely different person." Luffy watched Zoro walk towards Lu Yun, his intelligent eyes staring at him, not knowing what he was thinking. At that moment they didn't even understand what was happening. Lu Yun took Hinata's hand and said to Redfoot Jefu, "Boss, you guys should have something delicious here, right? The young man who defeats Hawkeye will become the world's greatest swordsman." Everyone took several steps back in fear because of Lu Yun's sudden appearance. He simply uttered 3 words and disappeared from everyone's sight with his injuries. Since you're a restaurant, you naturally have food. Unless you see it with your own eyes, no one would believe that Hawkeye, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, was defeated by a teenager. Chapter 179 Treating Zoro. Can you teach me swordsmanship? I didn't expect that my rival would change the plot again. Should I teach Zoro swordsmanship? I'm sorry I can't teach you, Lu Yun said regretfully. I don't have the habit of taking in disciples, nor do I have the habit of teaching others. You should follow your own path in swordsmanship. Besides, you are not qualified to be my apprentice right now. This is East Blue, the weakest sea. Even if you're a well-known swordsman here, there are countless swordsmen like you in the Grand Line. The weakest sea. Zoro gritted his teeth with a look of unwillingness on his face. He used to think that even if he couldn't compare to the world's greatest swordsman, the gap wouldn't be too big. But after seeing the battle between Liu Yun and Hawkeye, he realized that he had always been looking at the world from a narrow perspective. He can't swing that devastating sword now. Looking at the somewhat disappointed Zoro, Liu Yun looked at him and slowly said, I can't accept you as my apprentice, but I have no problem giving you some pointers on swordsmanship. Zoro, who had originally given up hope, brightened up his gloomy eyes again. At this moment, Luffy ran over and showed a carefree smile. I'm Luffy, you two are so strong. Are you interested in being my partner? I've been looking for a partner to be a pirate? Hinata smiled helplessly for a moment as she saw the smile on Luffy's face. This child seems too naive and gives people the impression that he is not very smart. Become pirates? I'm not interested. Straw Hat Boy, if your grandfather knew you were a pirate, he would kill you, right? Liu Yun looked at Luffy with a playful expression. Ding ding ding. Luffy's face turned pale and he took several steps back, and he broke out in a cold sweat when he thought of his grandfather. How do you know my grandpa? Are you sent by grandpa to take me back? Luffy looked at Liu Yun with a wary look. Liu Yun glanced at Luffy and said calmly, Don't worry, I'm not your grandfather's man. If you want a strong person to be your partner, then you must at least be stronger than them. Otherwise, why would they want to board your ship? Just then, Luffy, oh no. The long-nosed Usopp hurried in and glanced at Liu Yun and Hinata with fear in his eyes. Advertisement, what's wrong Usopp? Luffy looked at Usopp in confusion. Nami escaped with the Mary. Huh, what did you say? Luffy's eyes widened in disbelief. Boss Luffy is real. However, judging from the direction Sister Nami is sailing, her destination should be Kokoja village. But it is said that in that area, Joseph paused after he finished speaking. But what? It is said that the area is ruled by the fishman Arlong. Murloc? What is a Murloc? Luffy asked curiously. Luffy, who just came out of Windmill Village, has never come into contact with fishmen, but now Luffy is full of curiosity about everything. Murloc Arlong? Liu Yun pondered for a while. In the original work, the fishman Arlong was the first small boss defeated by Luffy and his crew. That is why, after this battle, the strength of Zoro and Luffy also increased. Kokoja village is a nice place. After enjoying the food made by Sanji, Liu Yun couldn't help but sigh that the food was worthy of being made by Sanji, it was so delicious. But speaking of it, I'm sorry, I don't have any money on me, can I pay with something else? Liu Yun asked politely. Redfoot Jeffu walked forward and said with a somewhat unnatural smile, It's our honor to have someone like you come to our restaurant. This meal will be free of charge. Joke. How dare they charge someone for defeating Hawkeye? Even if he had 100 guts, he wouldn't dare to ask Liu Yun for money. That won't work. I don't know how much this is worth, but it should be enough to cover the cost of a meal. Liu Yun didn't know when a dazzling gem appeared in his hand. He put the gem on the table and everyone around him was immediately attracted by the dazzling gem. OMG. Advertisement? I've never seen such a pure gem. A gem like this is probably worth millions of berries, or even tens of millions. This is enough to cover the cost of a meal. Even buying this restaurant is possible. Hiss. The onlookers gasped. You're giving away gems worth millions of Baileys? Even red-footed Jeffu was a little slow to react. Even if they were given the gems worth millions of Baileys, their restaurant would not have that much money to give to Liu Yun. Forget it, sir. Even if you give it to me, our restaurant doesn't have the money to give you. Red-footed Jeffu said with a wry smile. Take it. This gem means nothing to me. I don't like to owe others. Although Liu Yun's words were calm, they gave Redfoot Jeffu an unquestionable order. Under such pressure, Redfoot Jeffu had no choice but to accept the gem. Then he thanked Liu Yun. Liu Yun glanced at Zoro, who was leaning against the wall weakly, and slowly walked towards him. Everyone present was also worried about Zoro. That's a really rough approach. Zoro's injuries have affected his internal organs. Although they won't have any impact in the next few years, the risk of hidden injuries will gradually increase as he gets older, and it is very likely that he will lose his life. Get out of the way. Liu Yun spoke, and the vast sense of oppression made Joseph and Johnny feel a little breathless. But for Zoro, they mustered up the courage in front of Liu Yun and shouldered this huge sense of oppression. What do you want to do to Big Brother? Liu Yun glanced at the two of them and said slowly, Don't worry. If I want to do something to him, who among you can stop me? Johnny, Joseph, get out of the way. Luffy believed that Liu Yun would not do anything to Zoro, and Luffy would never allow Liu Yun to do anything to Zoro. No matter how powerful Liu Yun is, he cannot be forgiven for doing something that hurts his friends. After Liu Yun squatted down, a faint green light appeared on the palm of his hand. Everyone was shocked when they saw this, especially red-footed Jeffu, who looked as if he had seen a ghost. Demon fruit power? This guy is not only a great swordsman, but also a demon fruit power? Oh, are you also a demon fruit power? Luffy shouted excitedly, as if he had seen a close friend. That's not the devil fruit's ability, Liu Yun said lightly. Liu Yun is not actually proficient in medical ninjutsu, but it is no problem for him to help Zoro heal his injuries. After all, he has reached another level now. Even if he is not proficient, his recovery effect is far better than that of most medical ninjas. Chapter 180. Do you want to learn? I'll teach you medical ninjutsu? When will Liu Yunjun learn it? Hinata stared at Liu Yun with wide eyes of curiosity. At this time, the coquettish Sanji came over and asked politely like a gentleman, "Beautiful lady, what is your relationship with that gentleman?" "Couple." Hinata glanced at Sanji and responded calmly. "This person's eyebrows are so strange, they are actually curly." Sanji instantly turned into a petrified statue, and his heart broke when he heard this answer. They are actually husband and wife. Damn it. How much luck did that guy accumulate in his previous life to be able to marry such a beautiful lady? Sanji fell into autism. The green light on Lu Yun's hand gradually dimmed. He stood up, glanced at Zoro, and said slowly, "It's okay. Your injuries have healed, but the scars will still remain." "What? Recovered?" Johnny and Joseph cried out in shock. "Are you kidding? My brother's injury is fatal and it will take several months to heal. This guy won't fool me again, right? That's it?" Red-footed Jeffu frowned and thought to himself, could it be some kind of devil fruit related to healing? Zoro's face gradually regained its color, and he stood up and stretched his arms. The drastic movement really scared Johnny and Joseph. Doing this will tear the wound. But Zoro, who was fatally injured, knew it best. He no longer felt any pain from his wound, as if it had really healed. Zoro violently ripped off his bandages, and this action made everyone else's faces change. "Zoro!" Usopp screamed in horror. However, the next scene stunned everyone around him. Even Zoro himself was unable to react for a while. The injuries on his body really recovered, even the wounds healed. Although the scars were still there, the wounds had indeed recovered. Advertisement, hiss. There are such incredible things in the world. He was fatally wounded, hiss, how terrifying. Hiss. Is he a god? Brother, stop hissing, my ears are burning. The man looked at the person who was breathing in the cold air with disdain and quickly moved away. Why must I breathe in his ear? This guy must have some kind of habit. Is it a devil fruit ability related to healing? Red-footed Jeffu looked at Lu Yun with deep eyes. Does such a strong man also need the assistance of devil fruit? He did not doubt that Lu Yun's methods were not the power of the devil fruit. In this world, only the demon fruit power could possess incredible methods. As for Lu Yun not talking about the devil fruit ability, Red-foot Jeffu felt that the other party was just hiding his special ability. Demon fruit power, which can heal fatal injuries, is extremely rare in the entire ocean. Thank you. Zoro looked at Lu Yun deeply. The man in front of him not only has strength that surpasses the world's greatest swordsman, but also has many incredible abilities. Is it the same demon fruit power as Luffy? He will find an opportunity to repay this kindness. However, Zoro himself was unaware of this favor, and he would never have the chance to repay it in his lifetime. Naval Headquarters, Marineford, Aokiji, Kizaru, Garp, and Marines Marshal Buddha Sengoku gathered together. At this moment, they each held a piece of paper in their hands, and Sengoku of Buddha now had a serious expression. Young people these days are so scary. Kizaru looked at the message in surprise. 7 warlords of the sea, as the world's greatest swordsman, his strength is comparable to theirs, but such a person was defeated in the weakest sea, East Blue. The title of the world's greatest swordsman has changed hands since then. Did the invincible Hawkeye lose? It's hard to believe. Aokiji looked at the childish photo and his expression became as serious as Sengoku's. Hawkeye was one of the few strong men standing at the top of the ocean, and now he was defeated. You have to know that the situation in the ocean is turbulent now, and even the Marines are somewhat unable to control it. Because of a word from the Pirate King Roger, an unprecedented pirate era began. Advertisement. More importantly, the 7 warlords of the sea, the Marine, and the 4 emperors are the 3 forces that maintain the balance of the ocean. Now that Hawkeye has been defeated, I'm afraid this stable situation will gradually be broken. Lu Yun. Buddha Sengoku muttered the name. However, although Garp also saw the news about the Hawkeye's defeat, his attention was not focused on it. That B******** D Luffy actually went out to sea as a pirate without telling me. Garp was so angry when he saw the photo of Luffy. It seemed that Luffy had forgotten his beloved Iron Fist. I didn't expect such a strong man to have remained unknown in the sea. Where on earth did these 2 people come from? Buddha Sengoku had a headache. Things happened one after another at sea recently, and even he, a marine marshal, felt heavy in his heart. Marshal Sengoku, what should we do now? Aokiji asked. The identities of the other party have not yet been confirmed. These 2 people may not be pirates. Don't issue the reward for now. First, secretly investigate the identities and hometowns of these 2 people and find relevant information about them. Remind all branches Marines to be on the lookout for these 2 individuals. Let's observe the other party secretly and find out their details first. Aokiji agreed with Sengoku. We still don't know what the other party's purpose is at the moment. If we issue a bounty at this time, we will really be standing on the opposite side. When facing a powerful enemy with the combat power of an admiral, even a huge marine has to be cautious. After reaching a consensus, everyone agreed to the observation plan. Sengoku probably didn't know that the sea would become even more turbulent in the future because of Lu Yun, and might even submerge the naval headquarters. A medium-sized ship on the sea. Zoro, Sanji, Luffy, Usopp, Joseph, Johnny. All on board. Lu Yun bought this ship with his own money. He exchanged the gems he had stored for nearly 10 million berries, and the price of this ship was only 1 million berries. On the deck, Zoro was panting as he looked at Lu Yun holding a wooden sword. Originally Zoro thought that his strength had improved and he could close the distance, but now he couldn't even destroy the wooden sword in Lu Yun's hand. What exactly is that black substance? Are you curious? This black thing. Lu Yun noticed the burning look in Zoro's eyes and said with a smile. Ah, it's really curious. Anyone would be curious if a wooden sword turned into a black sword. Although Zoro was a little breathless, his words were steady. The corners of Lu Yun's mouth rose slightly. Want to learn? I'll teach you. Chapter 181. The Rat Colonel died at sea on a marine warship. A marine who looks like a mouse is lying leisurely on the recliner. Colonel Mouse. Colonel of the 16th Marine Division. He was also in collusion with Arlong in a despicable way, and his sailing route was exactly the village of Kokoja. How long will it take for the Marines to arrive? Report to the Colonel, we will reach Kokoja village in 10 minutes. Kindness. A trace of disgust flashed in Colonel Mouse's eyes. Although those fishmen were his cash cow, he still felt sick every time he saw those guys. The sight of such filthy creatures as the Murlocs made him feel nauseous. If the dragon pirates were not his cash cow, he would not even want to see Arlong and the Murlocs. At this time, a marine who was observing the situation on the sea suddenly saw the silhouette of a ship. He quickly ran to the side of the mouse and reported. Report to the captain, a ship has been spotted on the right side of our warship. Is it the pirates' ship? No pirates' flags were seen. Could it be a transport ship? Colonel Mouse couldn't help but frown. The only correct route is Kokoja village, which has been occupied by Arlong, so it is impossible for the transport ship to go there. Colonel Mouse was worried that his improper collusion with Arlong would be exposed, and a murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Bombard them. Ah. The marine looked at the mouse captain in surprise, hesitating and saying, but the ship you're on isn't a pirate ship. Not smart guy. Anger welled up in Colonel Mouse, and he said darkly, what if this is a pirate ship disguised as a transport ship? Can you take responsibility? Are you the colonel or am I the colonel? Marine, you just need to obey orders. Looking at the gloomy look in Colonel Mouse's eyes, the marine shuddered as he remembered some rumors he had heard. Yes. At the same time, Lu Yun's ship had also spotted Colonel Rat's warship. Usopp saw the warship and said worriedly, should we avoid that warship? So as not to conflict with them. No, keep going. Lu Yun said lightly. Advertisement. Hearing this, Usopp shut his mouth obediently. Lu Yun was leisurely enjoying the freshly squeezed drink made by Sanji. Not to mention, he really wanted to pull Sanji onto his boat. Brother Lu Yun, something seems to be wrong. The sharp-eyed Joseph and Johnny noticed that the gun turret on the warship was moving slowly. Suddenly, the deafening sound of a cannonball being fired reached their ears, and the dazzling light of the fire came into their eyes. Damn it. Those Marines actually attacked us. Johnny and Joseph were both shocked and angry. What are these Marines doing? Their ship doesn't even have a pirate's flag, so why would the Marine attack them? The black shells were heading straight for their ship, and at this moment Luffy jumped over, grabbing several poles on the ship and using the Rubberman's special pulling ability to turn him into a huge net. When the shell hit Luffy, it was instantly bounced back. Colonel Mouse, who was originally leisurely on the warship, was frightened to the ground by the sound of a cannonball and the shaking of the warship. The Marines hurried over and helped the Mouse Colonel up. Colonel, this is bad. The enemy bombarded us. Then fight back. Hit me hard. This ship must be sunk to the bottom of the ocean. They dared to attack the Marines. This ship is definitely full of pirates. Colonel Mouse shouted in a furious voice. Boom boom boom. Boom boom boom. There was continuous artillery fire, and another series of artillery attacks were directed at Lu Yun and his group. However, this time the shell did not fall on Luffy, but instead stayed in midair. Huh? Luffy looked at the stopped shells in confusion, with a surprised expression on his face. Then the shell was bounced out by the repulsive force and ruthlessly bombarded Colonel Mouse's warship. Waste. Waste. What are you all for? Colonel Mouse was both angry and frightened. Was he going to die in the sea today? Could it be that the damn pirates had already anticipated that they would come to Kokoja village and ambush here? Colonel, the other party seems to have demon fruit power. What? Luffy has always wondered why Hinata and Lu Yun can use so many special abilities even though they're not demon fruit powers. Luffy stretched out his hands, grabbed the Mary and flew away. Advertisement. Let's go. Go into the village and find Nami. The warship was reduced to ruins under the intensive artillery fire and sank into the sea. That's all. The questions he was curious about were also what everyone else wanted to know. Endless sea water poured into the cabin, and the entire ship was shaking and could sink into the sea at any time. Demon fruit power. But in the end they were the ones who suffered. Is this the Mary that gave birth to the ship elf? About 10 minutes later, Luffy and Usopp finally saw the coast, and saw their Mary on the side. With good wine and my wife as my companions, the voyage would not be so boring. Luffy jumped down from above and asked curiously, what happened to those shells just now? Why did they bounce back? Both of them are very powerful, but why do they appear in East Blue? Usopp finally let go of his anxious heart and breathed a long sigh of relief. Even in the Grand Line, both of them are considered strong. Another artillery attack, and Colonel Mouse's warship was smashed through in an instant, and the power of the explosion of the shell tore the warship apart. Hinata spoke calmly. I don't know how many people shed tears when they saw the burning of the Mary in the final farewell. The Mary may be a regret in the original book. Boom. But Nami was not on board. As a Marine colonel, Colonel Mouse naturally understood what devil fruit was. Devil fruit was known as the secret treasure of the sea. As long as one ate devil fruit, one could gain special abilities. How could demon fruit power appear in such a place? Shouldn't characters like this stay in the Grand Line? Now the 3 admirals of naval headquarters all have the ability of devil fruit, and their abilities have the power to destroy the world. To the others on the boat, the identities of Lu Yun and Hinata are both extremely mysterious. They can stay in the air and possess a variety of abilities. After going ashore and carefully checking, nothing was missing from the Mary. That's great. Fortunately, the Mary wasn't sold by Nami. Blown by the sea breeze, Hinata's long black hair fluttered in the wind, making her look even more beautiful. It's my ability. These Marines will never understand that the shells flying towards them are actually shells from their warships, even if their artillery fire is fierce. Colonel Mouse was stunned immediately. Quite interesting. Lu Yun looked at Hinata's figure, his eyes full of admiration. Chapter 182 Dragon Pirates Arlong Paradise. Nami stayed in the room alone, frowning as she thought about everything that had happened at sea. At that moment, the sea suddenly became turbulent for some reason, making Nami think that a storm was coming. However, the weather did not change at that time, and it seemed that the reason why the sea was not calm was man-made. Why did such a commotion happen on the sea before? As a navigator, it is impossible for Nami to misjudge the weather and movements at sea. Never mind. Nami shook her head. A gloomy look passed over her face. Now is not the time to think about those things, it's almost there but still a little bit left. He was almost there, almost enough to collect 100 million berries. He was almost there, almost enough to save the entire Kokoja village from the suffering brought by Arlong. Everything he had sacrificed so far and betrayed so many people was for this purpose. As long as we can collect 100 million baileys, everything will be over. At this time in Arlong Paradise, a man with a jagged nose that looked like a shark had an evil smile on his face. On the Dragon Pirate's ship, the pirate with the highest bounty on East Blue, the fishman Arlong, has a bounty of 20 million berries. Kruby slowly walked towards Arlong, handed over a drawing and said slowly, "Arlong, this is what I found in Nami's room." Arlong opened the drawing with great interest. When he saw the nautical chart on the drawing, his eyes narrowed slightly and his gaze became strange. He sneered, his teeth like a hacksaw bearing their shape. Our lovely Nami actually has such a talent. Arlong, are you really planning to let Nami collect 100 million berries and then sell Kokoja village to her? Ju asked with a frown. How is that possible? The sneer on Arlong's face did not diminish at all. Nami will always stay with the Dragon Pirates. She will never be able to escape from my control in her lifetime. They're just a bunch of inferior humans. There's no need to keep your promise. That mouse guy should be here soon. If he follows his plan, Nami will never be able to collect 100 million berries in his lifetime. One of the extra fishmen sneered, what a foolish woman. Both that rat guy and Nami are under the control of Boss Arlong. Hearing this, Arlong and the other fishmen burst into laughter. At this time, Lu Yun and his team had already entered the Kokoja village. When you enter the village, you can hardly see any human figures, and the land on the ground seems to have not been repaired for a long time. Kokoja village gives people a feeling of being dilapidated and oppressed. The rumors are indeed true. Arlong has taken over the entire village of Kokoja. Advertisement, Joseph said with horror in his eyes. There are many abandoned houses around, with cracks all over them, as if they could collapse at any time. Lu Yun and his friends are now on the outskirts of the village, where very few people live. What happened here before? Usopp shouted, looking at the situation in front of him in horror. Johnny took a deep breath and said with some fear, it's said that fishmen have 10 times the strength of humans. Seeing how damaged this place is, it seems the rumors are true. 10 times stronger than an average human's wrist strength? Hinata asked curiously, Lu Yun-kun, what exactly is this fishman they're talking about? They're just a group of half-human, half-fish creatures. There is nothing to worry about. As for their tenfold arm strength, it's only comparable to that of an ordinary human. For a truly powerful being, those fishmen are nothing. Lu Yun said lightly. Brother Lu Yun seems to know a lot about the Murlocs. Brother, have you ever been to the Grand Line? A strong person like you would definitely have a place in the Grand Line. Grand Line? Luffy's eyes lit up when he heard these words. Grand Line. I haven't been there yet, but that's my destination. Lu Yun smiled faintly. Luffy has always wanted to lure Lu Yun onto his ship. When he heard that Lu Yun's destination was also Grand Line, he mentioned again that he wanted Lu Yun to join his ship. However, with a bang, Lu Yun hit Luffy's head with a fist. It hurts. Sanji and Zoro both looked at Luffy and grumbled, you're a rubber man, but you felt pain when you were hit by a fist. Lu Yun's fist is the same as Grandpa's, Luffy said with a trembling voice, holding his head. Of course. Armament Haki is effective against all devil fruit users. But it's too early for you to master Armament Haki now. On the boat, Lu Yun also explained the principles of Armament Haki to Zoro and Luffy, but even with their penultimate talents, it would take them a while to master Armament Haki. It takes time to practice to master it. Armament Haki. Advertisement. Zoro touched the only remaining knife at his waist. As long as you master Armament Haki, every sword can be a black sword. He must master Armament Haki. During the few days of competition with Lu Yun, Zoro's strength has also improved slightly. Of course, competition is just a competition. If you want to improve your strength, the best way is to experience life and death battles. This is the only way to quickly improve your strength. At this moment, several figures suddenly appeared in front of them. There seems to be someone in front. Are you from Kokoja village? However, when those figures gradually approached, the pupils of Joseph and Johnny suddenly shrank. No, it's a fishman. These fishmen were patrolling the Kokoja village. If they found anyone suspicious, they would bring the person to Arlong and hand him over to Arlong for handling. Murloc? Luffy rushed over immediately. This is the fishman? It's really amazing. Fish can actually walk on land like humans. The world outside is really interesting. Luffy was surrounding several fishmen. He didn't notice at all that the fishmen's faces had already turned dark. UB********D. How dare a mere lowly human belittle a Murloc? I'm going to kill you. One of the fishmen, who was a head taller than Luffy, punched down with a mace. Mercemen are the greatest race in this ocean. Luffy lowered his hat, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Bang! The fishman's attack hit the ground, causing it to explode and several cracks to appear. Luffy was above the Murloc. His hand extended back dozens of meters and slammed down on the Murloc. Rubber pistol. Boom. A burst of airflow burst out, and the fishman instantly flew out like a kite with a broken string, and crashed heavily into the ruins of the house. The other fishmen were dumbfounded. This human seems a little different. After that, Zoro and Sanji also joined the battle and easily dealt with the patrol team of Murlocs. A mere squad of fishmen is not a strong enemy for Luffy and his crew. Chapter 183 Nokigo and Aegean, too strong, as expected of big brother Luffy. Is that stinky cook really that powerful? Johnny complained dejectedly. It's really confusing that he's just a chef but has the same strength as Luffy and the others. Is this the fishman? That's all. Zoro coldly retracted his knife. He didn't want to chop everything. He had originally had some expectations for the fishman. But the strength of these fishmen was not as strong as he imagined. To ordinary people, these Murlocs are just like monsters. However, to Luffy and his group, except for the leaders of the dragon pirates who make them feel pressured, the rest of the Murlocs are just minions. The life and death of those unconscious fishmen were unknown, and Lu Yun estimated that they only had one breath left. After Lu Yun and his friends walked into Kokoja village, the noise they made attracted a person. She has short blue curly hair and a hot body that is perfectly displayed against the background of her clothes. The unique tattoo below her collarbone is very seductive. Najigo looked at the unconscious fishman, covering his mouth with a look of horror on his face. Hiss, looking at the fishman covered in wounds, Nokigo couldn't help but gasp. Who injured these fishmen? It would be disastrous if Arlong and the others found out. We must find them before Arlong sees them, otherwise. Najigo looked at the footprints on the ground and quickly ran forward. He had to stop those people, he had to stop them before they were killed by Arlong. There were also bounty hunters who came to East Blue because of Arlong's reputation. However, after seeing Arlong, none of the bounty hunters who came to Kokoja village came out alive from Arlong Paradise. Arlong is a monster that those people cannot imagine. Is this Kokoja village? So desolate. Although the houses and buildings are intact, the deserted streets give people a very desolate feeling. Hey, who are you? At this moment, a middle-aged man appeared behind Lu Yun and the others. He was wearing a garrison uniform, with a windmill on his hat, and several scars on his face that looked a little scary. Who are you, uncle? Luffy asked confusedly as he walked over. A strange face. Are you from outside this place? Advertisement as the police officer stationed in Kokoja village. Aegean must remember the people in the village. These people are not from the village. Come with me. If Arlong sees you walking into the village like this, you will die, Aegean said in a deep voice. Just as Aegean finished speaking, another voice was heard. Aegean. Aegean turned around and looked at Nojigao in disbelief. Nokiko glanced at Ken and then at Luffy before saying, I saw a seriously injured fishman outside the village. If Arlong finds us, we'll be in trouble. What? An injured fishman? Aegean's expression became serious. Suddenly, Aegean's eyes turned gloomy. Could it be you guys who did this? My partner and I did it. Luffy said bluntly. Lu Yun, who knew Luffy's personality, did not find it strange, because Luffy has always been this carefree person, or he has a single-minded mind. Ken looked at Luffy gloomily, then did a 360-degree turn, revealing a smile. He patted Luffy's shoulder and laughed, well done. The people of Kokoja village have no good feelings towards the fishmen. They have to pay money to buy their lives every month, work under Arlong's exploitation, and pay tribute to Arlong. If they fail to pay tribute on time, the only thing that awaits them is death. This is not the place to talk, let's go somewhere else. Come to my house. Najigo spoke. Aegean nodded. At this moment, at the location where Colonel Mouse's warship sank, Xiao Ba saw the sunken warship on the bottom of the sea. Xiao Ba's expression suddenly changed, and he went deeper and saw the bodies of Colonel Mouse and Marine. At this time, Xiao Ba realized that something was wrong. Colonel Mouse had made an appointment with them to meet at Arlong Park at the agreed time, but they waited in the park for a long time but never saw Colonel Mouse. Arlong was worried that something might have gone wrong, so he sent him out to investigate the situation. Now it seems that things are somewhat out of their control. Coming to the coast again, Xiao Ba saw Lu Yun's boat and his expression became extremely gloomy. Someone came in. That's too much, I'm going to beat that guy named Arlong up and rescue Nami. Luffy clenched his fists in anger. Nijigo had told them everything that had happened in Kokoja village. Advertisement at this time, Nokigao's attention was on the calm and composed Lu Yun. Lu Yun looked calm and enjoyed the freshly brewed hot tea. This man's temperament is completely different from Luffy and his gang. That's impossible. Arlong is a fishman and a monster. The town of Gosa next door was destroyed by Arlong's people. Aegean shook his head and said weakly. Sanji took a drag on his cigarette and frowned as he asked, "Where's Marine? Doesn't Marine know anything about what's going on here?" Marine? Marine is not something you can rely on at all. That guy Arlong is so unscrupulous because he's in collusion with Marine. Arlong doesn't just want to rule this small island, he wants to rule the entire East Blue. Hiss. This made Usopp take a deep breath. This fishman has great ambitions, wanting to rule the entire East Blue. By the way, you mentioned Nami before. Do you know Nami? Nijigo asked. Luffy grinned. Nami is our partner. Partner? There was a hint of surprise in Nijigo's eyes. It turns out that this was the group of people Nami had talked to her about before. What a pity. Nijigo's eyes dimmed. Under Arlong's control, it would be extremely difficult for Nami to escape. At this moment, a voice came from outside. Arlong and the others are here. These words made Nokigao and Aegean's expressions suddenly change. They said in a panic. Hide quickly, if Arlong finds you, you will be finished. Has that guy named Arlong arrived yet? Luffy seemed not to have heard what Nijigo said. He opened the door and walked out. Even Zoro and Sanji left the room with Luffy. What are you doing? You are no match for Arlong and his gang. They're monsters. Luffy and his group's actions really scared Nijigo and Ken. Just as Nijigo was about to pull Luffy and the others back, a calm voice suddenly reached her ears. Don't worry, they are so weak. Arlong and his gang, they can handle it. The 8-year rule of Kokoja village should also come to an end. Lu Yun sat on the chair, glanced at Nuokagao and said calmly. Chapter 184 Luffy vs Arlong. Arlong's face was extremely gloomy, and his height of nearly 2 meters gave people a suffocating feeling of oppression. Colonel Mouse was an important part of his completion of the Arlong Empire, but now he has died at sea. Inferior humans are inferior humans. They can't even breathe in the sea. How can these humans rule the land? The mermen are the most noble race in the world. Anyone who destroys the Arlong Empire he dreams of creating is unforgivable, and he will tear that person to pieces. Arlong, look at those people. Xiao Ba pointed at Luffy and the other two in front and shouted. It seems that he is not from the village. Strange faces, are they the ones who ruined my plan? A cruel smile appeared on Arlong's lips, whether it was them or not didn't matter anymore. At this time, Arlong was suppressing his anger, and Luffy and the others were just tools for Arlong to vent his anger. Nami, who was standing by, saw Luffy's heart suddenly tremble, and a trace of panic flashed in his eyes. Why are they here? Nami didn't want Luffy and the others to die at Arlong's hands, and the days she spent with Luffy and the others had already infected her invisibly. Why did these guys insist on following here so viciously? Wouldn't it be better to just take your boat back and leave? Us. Luffy looked at Nami and shouted in surprise. Arlong's expression changed slightly. He looked down at Nami and said, What? So you know these guys? Brother Luffy, I was right. Nami and the Dragon Pirates are in cahoots. Joseph looked at Nami angrily. Hello, Joseph. I won't let you slander my friends. Luffy turned around and looked at Joseph with a dark face. At this moment, Luffy seemed like a different person. Even Joseph was startled. Brother Luffy. Partner. This guy Nami said you're their partner. Ha 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 ha. It seems that a bunch of stupid guys were deceived by Nami. Our lovely Nami is most skilled at betrayal. Arlong and his group laughed sarcastically. They were not only laughing at Luffy and the others, but also at Nami. Because in their opinion, people like Nami are not worthy of having partners, and people who are used to betrayal will never be trusted anywhere. The mocking voice pierced Nami's heart like a knife. Nami clenched her fists and her body trembled slightly. Advertisement. Luffy looked at Arlong with a gloomy gaze and shouted angrily, Nami is our partner. This is an agreement. Anyone who slanders a partner will not be forgiven. Stop talking nonsense. A bunch of shameless guys actually followed us here. Arlong is right. You were all just my prey. I followed you before because it was profitable and I only pretended to be your partner. Now that our goal has been achieved, there's nothing more to say to you. Nami had a cold expression, showing no emotion. Luffy looked at Nami in silence for a moment, then slowly said, You're lying. The eyes don't deceive. A click. Nami's delicate body trembled suddenly. At this time, Arlong's cold hand was placed on Nami's shoulder, causing Nami to shiver. Why? Why did you follow me here for someone like me? I don't want you to die because of me. Arlong's face showed a cruel smile. How dare a mere lowly human say that? Hello. Kruby, Xiaoba, these people are my prey, please don't do anything. Tisk, you're just a bunch of low-class humans. I don't intend to steal my prey from you. Kruby snorted disdainfully. Xiaoba also nodded. This guy is so noisy, I want to chop him up. Zoro looked at Arlong with an annoyed expression. Sanji finished smoking a cigarette, threw the butt on the ground and stomped it out, saying coldly, I will not let go of anyone who makes Miss Nami sad. Green algae head, that guy is my prey. Huh, what did you say, you curly-browed B****************. Are you looking for death? ... Seeing Sanji and Zoro arguing, Arlong's expression grew more disdainful. Inferior humans are indeed inferior humans. They're fighting among themselves even at this time. I have no interest in listening to humans quarrel. Arlong was also getting a little impatient. Hey, Zoro, Sanji, I'll take care of the other fishmen and leave that guy to me. I must beat this guy out. Luffy said in a deep voice. Luffy. Advertisement. It was the first time for both of them to see Luffy look so serious. Sanji glanced at Luffy and said slowly, I understand. If you lose to that guy, you won't be able to ride on my ship. Don't worry, I won't lose. Luffy smiled. Arlong's height of over 2 meters made him look like an adult and a child standing in front of Luffy. It's quite courageous of a mere human to stand before me. But it will fall down soon. And so do your companions. However, just as Arlong finished speaking, a powerful punch hit Arlong in the face. Arlong's face suddenly twisted into a look of pain, and he flew out, rolling several times on the ground before stopping. You're so annoying, I just want to beat you up. The other fishmen were all stunned at this time, and all had dazed expressions on their faces. The villagers who were peeking from their houses looked at Arlong lying on the ground with an incredible look on their faces. That guy Arlong was knocked away. Are they seeing things? A monster like that would also show its miserable side. Nami's expression was a little dull at this time. Nami has been with Arlong for so long, and she has never seen anyone dare to do this to Arlong. Hey, Nami, do you really want to follow that guy? Luffy yelled at Nami. Damn little devil, don't be so arrogant. Arlong climbed up, his eyes were bloodshot and full of hostility. Arlong was like a man-eating shark, and his cruel eyes made people tremble. Arlong kicked his legs and turned into an arrow, flying towards Luffy's position. Same on darts. Arlong opened his bloody mouth, revealing his sharp iron and copper teeth, as if he wanted to bite Luffy into pieces. Too slow. Luffy twisted sideways, effortlessly dodging Arlong's attack. A leg extended from the back for more than 10 meters and kicked Arlong with a whip kick. Arlong suffered another heavy blow and groaned, then crashed into a house nearby. The house gradually collapsed and turned into ruins, and Arlong was buried in the ruins. Fortunately, there was no one in the house. If there was someone living there, I'm afraid the people inside would have suffered. Chapter 185 New Character Template. Inside the room, New Uchiha and Aizen were stunned. So strong. That monster Arlong was completely defenseless. As that guy in the straw hat also a monster. His arms can actually stretch like rubber. Looking at the shocked New Uchiha and Aizen, Lu Yun was not surprised at all. That's the Devil Fruit's ability. Luffy is a rubber man who has taken the rubber fruit, a demon fruit power. Devil Fruit. That secret treasure known as the sea. Aizen had heard of demon fruit power in his early years. You should know that the 3 admirals today are also demon fruit power. This is enough to show how terrifying the strength of demon fruit power is. Kindness. Lu Yun nodded lightly. Although it was only a few days of training, you have to know that Zoro and Luffy's training target was Lu Yun. Even if I get beaten every time, the training and improvement effect is extraordinary. Of course, the reason why Arlong is being beaten so badly is because he underestimated Luffy's strength. If Arlong had been more serious at the beginning, he would not have been beaten so badly. At this moment, a long-lost throbbing appeared in Nami's silent heart. Can it succeed? Looking at Luffy wearing a straw hat is like seeing a little light on the dark road, the only hope. Arlong. Damn humans. This ignited the anger of Hachi and Kruby, and just as they were about to go to support Arlong, Zoro and Sanji stopped them. We can't let you get in the way of our captain. You are courting death, inferior human. Xiao Ba and Kruby were furious, and they started a fierce battle with Zoro and Sanji. However, the two men became more and more frightened as they fought, because their usually overwhelming strength against humans could not even gain an advantage in front of Sanji and Zoro, and there was a vague trend of being suppressed. The cadres have been suppressed. Brother Arlong. Xiao Ba. Damn humans. A group of fishman cannon fodder rushed forward, wanting to support Arlong and the others, but at this moment a series of black gunpowder flew over. Sure kill. Gunpowder star. Boom boom boom. Advertisement. The dazzling flames ignited instantly, and the fishermen who rushed up were all roasted and covered in the scorching flames. It's so hot, so hot, so hot. From generation to generation. Usopp rubbed his long nose proudly. As long as the great Captain Usopp is here, I will not allow you to harm my companions. My true feelings. Fortunately, I managed to hit them all. These fishmen are so scary. Clang, clang. Arlong, who was trapped in the rubble, finally crawled out of the rubble, and rolling rubble flew everywhere. Damn it, lowly human. I want you dead. Arlong roared, exerting all his strength and charging towards Luffy. The surging murderous intent also represented Arlong's determination. He was determined to tear Luffy into pieces to intimidate these damn humans. At the same time, Lu Yun in the room's indifferent expression gradually changed because of a voice. The character template has been loaded successfully. Please check it on the host. Finally loaded successfully. Lu Yun showed a look of joy. After he came to the pirate's world, the system's character template had been loading, and now it was finally loaded. Who will it be this time? Lu Yun was a little excited. Entering the spiritual space, Lu Yun couldn't help but be stunned when looking at the person in front of him. So it was him. He was over 1.9 meters tall, wearing a black uniform and a black eye mask, with pure white hair standing up, and an evil smile at the corner of his mouth. Gojo Satoru. The corners of Lu Yun's mouth rose slightly. Gojo Satoru is an invincible character in Jujutsu Kaisen. He is the ceiling of combat power in that world. His spells can even interfere with matter at the atomic level and control space. What an unexpected surprise. Hinata noticed the change in Lu Yun and asked, Lu Yun, what's wrong with you? Hinata's voice brought Lu Yun back to reality and she smiled. It's okay, I just thought of something happy. This made Hinata even more confused. Let's go out and see what the so-called fish man is. This is a unique creature in this world. Seeing Lu Yun and Hinata about to leave, Nuo Chigao quickly shouted, you guys want to leave. There's a fierce battle going on outside right now. If you get caught up in it, you'll definitely be unable to escape. Lu Yun showed a confident smile. It doesn't matter, I am invincible. Invincible. Nuo Chigao's heart was shocked, and he looked at Lu Yun's back in a daze. Advertisement. Is he really invincible? How much does this man believe in his own abilities? At this moment, Xiaoba and Kruby outside were both defeated by Zoro and Sanji. They fell in a pool of blood, covered in scars and unconscious, and no one knew whether they were dead or alive. Arlong got up from the ground in a panic, looking at Kruby and Xiaoba who were lying unconscious in a pool of blood, his eyes full of anger. Xiaoba, Kruby. These people are his brothers who have been through thick and thin with him since the Fishman Island. Ah, damn it, damn it. If we were in the sea, you would definitely not be my opponent. The strength of the Murlocs on land and in the sea is completely different. Only the sea is the Murlocs' home ground. Demon fruit power is just garbage abandoned by the sea. If it were on the sea, it would not be in such a mess. Arlong's gaze shifted to Nami, and suddenly an idea popped into his mind. Swish. Arlong was very fast, and Luffy mistakenly thought that Arlong was coming to attack him, so he took precautions and dodged. However, Arlong's target was not Luffy but Nami. Arlong's palm revealed a cut like his sharp teeth and he threatened coldly, don't come over here, kid. If you take another step, I'll cut Nami's neck. You be asterisk 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 D. Aren't you and Nami companions? Ha 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 ha. Arlong laughed unscrupulously. Companion. Stop joking. You lowly humans are not even qualified to be companions of the Murlocs. Nami is just a tool to serve me. Arlong showed a cruel smile on his face, while Nami's face turned pale, his legs became weak, and his eyes were full of fear. You despicable fellow. Luffy gritted his teeth and glared at Arlong angrily. At this moment, even Arlong himself didn't notice that a figure suddenly appeared beside him, as if it appeared out of thin air. Suddenly, Nami felt her whole body flying away, and she fell into Luffy's arms. Lu Yun looked at Arlong in front of him and smiled playfully. Is this the fishman? Interesting. Arlong watched Nami fly into Luffy's arms and suddenly became furious. What the hell did you do? Boom. At this moment, a huge aura enveloped Arlong. Arlong, who was about to take action, had his arms suspended in the air, and his fierce gaze gradually turned into fear. His body couldn't stop shaking, and the fear struck his soul directly, as if his soul would be wiped out if he took action. Nami stared at Arlong with eyes wide open in disbelief. In all the years he had been with Arlong, this was the first time he saw Arlong showing a fearful expression. It turns out that even a monster like Arlong can feel scared. Chapter 186. This is a farewell gift. Can't move. Why, it is indeed a half-human, half-fish creature. Lu Yun looked at Arlong with interest. Hearing the words half-human, half-fish, Arlong was furious but he couldn't move. What happened to Arlong? What did Lu Yun do? Everyone who saw this scene was very confused. Why couldn't the evil dragon move? Hey, Lu Yun, I have to beat that guy to pieces. Luffy shouted in dissatisfaction. However, at this moment, Luffy suddenly wanted to say something but couldn't speak. Luffy stared with a hint of panic. Lu Yun's voice came out slowly. Luffy, just watch quietly there. I'm very interested in fish men. Suddenly, a dark green chakra blade appeared at Lu Yun's fingertips. As the blade slowly approached Arlong's chest and cut a hole, those who were watching closed their eyes. Arlong didn't dare to watch any further and was extremely terrified. He could only watch helplessly as Lu Yun slaughtered him. There was a cut on Arlong's body, and blood was gushing out. But Arlong himself didn't feel any pain at all, not even the cut flesh caused any headache. Lu Yun dissected Arlong's chest, looked at his internal organs, and touched his chin. The internal organs are no different from those of humans, except that they are slightly larger than those of humans. There are no other changes. However, Lu Yun did not stop there. Instead, he stabbed Arlong in the heart. Although Arlong felt no pain, the fear he felt when he watched others dissect him was like being in hell. What did you do? Why don't I feel anything? Lu Yun said nonchalantly. Don't worry, you won't feel any pain now. Your 5 senses are now under my control. Now Lu Yun has completely integrated Zanpakuto, and the Zanpakuto on his waist is not Kyoka Suigetsu. The power of Kyoka Suigetsu has long been integrated into his body. The Zanpakuto around his waist is Lu Yun's own Zanpakuto after he gained the power of Shinigami. Because its power is too great, Lu Yun will not use Zanpakuto's ability casually, because even Lu Yun cannot control the powerful power in Zanpakuto for a while. Tear. A bright red cut was opened, and blood fell like a waterfall. The ground under Arlong was completely dyed bright red. Even Zoro, whose knife was stained with blood, frowned at the sight. What does it feel like to watch yourself being dissected? I'm afraid even death is a luxury. Advertisement. I see. Is this the heart of you fishmen? A normal person's heart is about the size of a fist, but Arlong's heart is as big as 2 fists, and beats at a frequency of 4 beats per second. Ah, kill me now. Even if Arlong couldn't feel the pain, this kind of torture had already exceeded his limit. Nohigo looked at Lu Yun with a pale face. He didn't expect that Lu Yun, who always looked gentle and refined, with extraordinary temperament, could use such terrifying and shocking methods. Murloc. Really interesting creatures. The chakra blade suddenly disappeared, and Lu Yun released his control over Arlong's 5 senses. At this moment, Arlong felt pain dozens of times more severe than the pain of having his skin peeled off. Arlong tore his lips and wailed in pain. In just 2 seconds, Arlong fell in a pool of blood and died. Luffy walked over, patted Lu Yun and pointed at his mouth. With a click, Lu Yun snapped his fingers. Lu Yun, help me untie it. Luffy was ecstatic upon hearing his own voice. I'm fine again. Nami looked at Arlong's cold body, walked over in a daze, and all her emotions burst out at once when she looked at the cold body. Puff, puff. Even though it was a corpse, Nami held the blade and stabbed Arlong's gradually cooling body again and again. Nohigo watched Nami rush out of the room and hugged her. It's all over, Nami. It's all over. Clang. The blade fell to the ground and Nami hugged Nojiko and sobbed. It's making too much noise. Isn't that Arlong guy going to destroy Kokosia village? This place is a cash cow for us all. Ju, who came out of Arlong paradise, slowly approached Arlong's position with his fishman brothers. Suddenly, Ju stopped in his tracks. Looking at the figures lying in a pool of blood, Ju widened his eyes with a look of horror. Advertisement. That's Brother Arlong. Xiao Ba. Kruby. Everyone. What's wrong? Damn you humans. What have you done? The fishman rushed forward with angry eyes, and at this moment an invisible shockwave exploded, and the air vibrated and distorted, and the huge energy tore the fishman's body into pieces. Before Ju's brain could react to the scene in front of him, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him. Condensation. Release. Lu Yun punched out, and the cursed power turned into a black flash that submerged Ju. Boom. The enormous impact force sent Ju flying to an unknown place, but the only thing that was certain was that there was no chance of Ju surviving under this black flash. Looking at the cursed energy flowing on his fist, Lu Yun's mouth corners slightly raised. The cursed power has changed, and the feeling of this change in cursed power is quite strange. Oh, what was that just now? Black flash. So cool. I want to learn. I really want to learn. Can Lu Yun teach me? I want it too. Luffy looked at Lu Yun with stars in his eyes, and his desire for learning was stronger than ever. At this moment, Hinata came to Lu Yun's side without knowing when, and the next second a domineering aura like that of a king burst out from Lu Yun's body. Everyone in Kokosia village was hit by Conqueror's haki and fainted instantly. Nami and Nohigo's eyes were blurred, and they looked at Lu Yun in horror and fainted on the ground. Swish, swish, swish. Bang, bang, bang. 3 figures flew backwards in an instant. Sanji, Zoro, and Usopp were all knocked away by Lu Yun's casual attack. Luffy relied on his own willpower to glare at Lu Yun angrily. What are you doing? You be asterisk. D. Lu Yun glanced at Luffy calmly and said, this is a farewell gift. You are too weak now, knowing your own weakness. If I wish, all of them will die. Remember this pain and never forget it. Bang. Lu Yun punched Luffy in the abdomen. Puff. A mouthful of blood spurted out of Luffy's mouth. He looked at Lu Yun unwillingly and then fainted. The breeze blew gently, and the figures of Lu Yun and Hinata had disappeared in Kokosia village. Chapter 187 Encounter with the Buggy Pirates. Logue Town. In the office, Smoker, who holds the rank of colonel, sits with his legs crossed and a cigar dangling from his lips. It is hard to imagine that this seemingly gangster-like figure is actually a colonel of the Marine branch. Smoker originally worked at the naval headquarters, but was assigned to Logue Town in East Blue due to some circumstances and became the person in charge of the Logue Town Marine base. As the ability of the Logia fruit, it is easy to suppress the pirates of East Blue who have not even been to the Grand Line. It is also because of this that Logue Town is much safer than other villages, and many pirates dare not act openly in Logue Town. Colonel Smoker, something's wrong. A Marine rushed in without knocking. Smoker frowned and asked, what is it? The Marine glanced at Smoker, a hint of fear in his eyes. All the Marines in this Marine base had received hellish training under Smoker, and it was precisely because of this that the Marines in the base were somewhat afraid of Smoker. It seems Captain Mouse of the 16th Marine Division was attacked by pirates and his fate is unknown. The 16th Marine Division is unable to contact anyone on Captain Mouse's ship. Maybe he was killed by the pirates. What did you say? When Smoker heard the news, his first reaction was that it was too unbelievable. East Blue is just the weakest of the 4 seas. Even the so-called great pirates cannot destroy a Marine colonel's warship. Moreover, the so-called big pirates of East Blue were so weak that even if they entered the Grand Line, they would be nothing more than cannon fodder. In Smoker's eyes, those people were just small fry. Suddenly at this moment, the office door was pushed open again. A tall woman with short black hair and black-framed glasses walked in. Colonel Smoker, I've received news about the Marine 16 branch you asked me to investigate. Please take a look at these materials. A colonel from the Marine branch is actually colluding with the pirates. He's the scoundrel in the Marines. No wonder more and more people don't trust the Marine. It's all because of these parasites that the Marine has lost the public's trust. After taking a look at the information, Smoker's face gradually darkened. A-hole. A bunch of damn bastards. They actually gave shelter to the pirates. A group of pirates actually ruled a small island for 8 years, and the people lived under the oppression of the pirates during these 8 years. Bastards. A bunch of damn bastards. Tashigi, notify everyone to prepare the warships to go to Kokosia village and destroy the dragon pirates. That. Tashigi hesitated for a moment and said, Colonel Smoker, the dragon pirates were wiped out a few days ago. Was it destroyed? Who is it? Advertisement. Marine from another branch. Smoker asked with a frown. Tashigi shook his head and said, it's not a Marine, it's a pirates group. Pirates. Does East Blue have such a powerful pirates group? Tashigi, the fights between the pirates are all about profit. The pirates who destroyed the dragon will definitely replace the dragon pirates and continue to oppress the people of Kokosia. Only by completely eliminating the pirates can we liberate those people. Tashigi sighed helplessly, but those people have left. Left. What about the villagers of Kokosia village? Intact, and the people of Kokosia village are deliberately concealing the news from the pirates. They don't seem to trust the Marine. Smoker gritted his teeth and slapped the desk. A bunch of bastards. If it weren't for those parasites, the Marine would not have lost its credibility among the public. It's very likely that this group of pirates attacked them. Regardless, we should issue a wanted warrant first. Even the weakest of the 4 seas has been uneasy recently. Is this the impact of the Great Pirates era? Smoker knew clearly that not long ago, the 7 warlords of the Sea World government admitted that pirates Hawkeye Mihawk appeared in East Blue. The appearance of such a person in East Blue was itself abnormal. Besides, Mihawk the Hawkeye was actually defeated, and rumor has it that the man was a young man. It is hard to imagine that a young man defeated the world's #1 swordsman, Hawkeye Mihawk. In these turbulent times, can he maintain the peace of Logue Town? At this moment, Lu Yun and Hinata are enjoying the sea breeze on the deck. Character template. Gojo Satoru. Character unlock progress. 5%. Curse power is indeed a magical ability. Buggy the Clown. Change your image. Lu Yun's destination was Logue Town. Although there was no navigator on board, he could roughly guess the location of Logue Town by following the route he remembered. Advertisement. Buggy led the pirates under his command and rushed forward. Mochi used a telescope to look at Lu Yun and Hinata on the boat. If you want to live, hand over the treasure to me immediately. Is that Straw Hat Boy? These 2 people are really brave. Just 2 people dare to sail on the sea. Aren't they afraid of encountering pirates and dying at sea? This ship does not need anyone to control it, and even the sea breeze cannot change its course, because the entire ship is controlled by Lu Yun. Coming to another world, one must change one's image. One cannot remain unchanged. The most eye-catching feature of this pirate's ship is its red nose, which attracts people's attention at first glance. Everyone, stand up for me. I am the great Captain Buggy of the Great Pirates. Yes, Captain Buggy. This pirate's ship is much larger than Lu Yun's pirate's ship. The logo on the bow looks like a skeleton clown, and the entire ship is dressed like a circus. Boat. After sailing for a while, a strange pirate ship suddenly appeared in front of Lu Yun and his crew. Don't use artillery fire. Rush forward with me and grab all the treasure. Hinata looked at Lu Yun's snow-white hair and couldn't help asking, why did Lu Yun-kun turn his hair white? Captain Buggy, there's a ship ahead of us. Buggy is also one of the most common pirates in the sea. Lu Yun looked at the pirate's ship with his eyes narrowed and a smile appeared on his face. However, it is time for Lu Yun to consider whether to go to Logue Town to recruit a navigator to join the ship. It's really fate. Most pirates on the sea are those who commit murder, looting and commit all kinds of evil. Pirates like Luffy are extremely rare. It wasn't the Straw Hat Kid. It was a man and a woman on Captain Buggy's ship. Lu Yun smiled faintly. However, after Buggy and his companions rushed over, Lu Yun and Hinata did not move at all, as if they ignored Buggy and his companions and continued to lie on the recliners enjoying the sea breeze. For some reason, the white-haired Lu Yun-kun seemed more attractive, and Hinata couldn't help but blush as she looked at him. When Buggy and the others saw that Lu Yun and Hinata were unmoved, their faces suddenly darkened. Led by Buggy, the pirates' ship approached Lu Yun's ship and threw out spears to hook Lu Yun's pirate ship. MD. Little one. There's work to do. The pirates under Buggy's command all shouted excitedly. Buggy's eyes flashed with a fierce look, vaguely hoping that the person on the ship was Luffy. Chapter 188. Reversal of the technique, he. Hey, kid. Our captain is asking you a question. Did you hear me? TND, this kid is deaf. One of the pirates' extras couldn't stand Lu Yun's arrogance, so he walked up to him with a look of disdain on his face. Just as he was about to touch Lu Yun's shoulder, he suddenly felt a sharp pain like a needle PK spreading across his arm. Ah, my hand. The pirate's extra took a few steps back, and several blood lines spread out on his arm. In an instant, the pirate's extra's arm suddenly exploded and turned into pieces of meat. One arm was just broken. Lu Yun glanced at them and said calmly, "If you want the treasure, go get it yourself. Don't touch me with your dirty hands." Buggy looked at the piece of meat on the ground with a pale face, and a trace of fear flashed in his eyes. Damn it, what just happened? Could it be that the other party is also a demon fruit power? You know, Buggy has always been a bully who only fears the strong and will run away without saying a word when facing someone stronger than him. He thought there were only 2 people on the ship, and he didn't intend to make things difficult for them as long as they obeyed and handed over the treasure. But now it seems that they are the ones who will suffer. The pirates under Buggy were all stunned and didn't see what had just happened. The man with the broken arm was still wailing. The blood couldn't stop oozing out. What have you done? Most of these pirates are extremely vicious and there is no need for Lu Yun to show mercy to them. One of the pirates rushed over, and a sudden repulsive force sent the pirate flying. Puff. The pirates fell into the sea without any movement. Stop it, you bastards. Buggy's eyes widened, and he shouted quickly as if he had thought of something. There have been a lot of news coming out of East Blue recently. It is said that Hawkeye was defeated by a teenager, and the teenager was accompanied by a woman with special white pupils. Coincidentally, the woman with long purple hair had white eyes. Damn it, he can't be that unlucky. Could this be the guy who defeated Hawkeye? Advertisement. Done. Done. I'm dying. I'm dying. I think Buggy's ability to roam the ocean is based on the simple word, scratch. He is unscrupulous towards those who are weaker than him, and he dares not even get close to those who are stronger than him. This guy is the one who defeated the greatest swordsman in the world. His pirates group is nothing compared to this guy. Captain Buggy, what's wrong with you? There are only 2 of them. Even if they are very powerful, can't we handle them? We have to avenge our brothers on Buggy's ship. As expected, Buggy's subordinates are as idiots as Buggy. Haven't these pirates noticed the difference yet? Boom. At this moment, an invisible shock wave spread out in all directions, and the pirates on the deck felt their bodies lose their balance. Puff, puff. Wave after wave hit the deck, and the pirates on the deck were swept into the sea by the invisible repulsive force. As for whether these people can survive, the power of the repulsive shock wave has already caused damage to their internal organs. The chance of survival is only 0. After the deck was cleared, only Buggy was left standing there trembling. He immediately knelt on the ground and said in a trembling voice, "Master, please spare my life." Uncle. Several black lines appeared in Lu Yun's mind. Do I look old because my hair has turned white at a young age? Lu Yun asked himself this question silently in his heart. You know me. Gurgle. Buggy swallowed fearfully. It's just a personal judgment. Lu Yun glanced at Buggy again and said, "It seems your little brain is still useful. The treasure is inside. Go and get it if you want." Lu Yun said nonchalantly, "Master, please forgive me. Did Buggy just kowtow to someone on the boat? ... Who? Ha, ha. Advertisement. The sea was thus rolled up into huge waves, and in an instant Buggy's huge pirate's ship was destroyed into pieces and turned into ruins. Before Mochi could finish his words, he suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. Hey, what's that? Lu Yun glanced at them nonchalantly and muttered to himself, "Just try your best." Looking at the burning flames and broken wreckage, Lu Yun felt nothing in his heart. Everyone looked at the red light on Lu Yun's fingertips, and their pupils suddenly shrank. When competing with Gojo Satoru in the spiritual space, what disgusted Lu Yun the most was the infinity between the two. With the same technique, the power of the spell used by Lu Yun was not even a little bit inferior to that of Gojo Satoru. Lu Yun's somewhat cold voice reached Buggy's ears. You already know you don't dare to take it, so why don't you get out of here? The rest of the pirates looked at Buggy in confusion. Did they see it right? He didn't care whether Buggy was dead or alive. Lu Yun came out of the spiritual space, gasping for breath. Hinata has been motionless ever since she first glanced at Buggy. During the days of sailing on the sea, Lu Yun also practiced his control over the magic power. Black Flash does not require people or objects to use it, it can also be shot at the air. Not only him, but everyone else on the boat felt it. Reverse the technique, huh? On the deck, Lu Yun cast Black Flash again and again, more than 10 times in one day. Buggy on board. Everyone on the Buggy pirates felt a red light engulfing them and the scorching temperature burning them. Without saying a word, Buggy returned to the boat alone. Gojo Satoru's pervert strength is not only due to his cursed power, but also his invincible ability. Even if you give me 10 times the courage, I wouldn't dare to take it. He was still not used to controlling the power of cursed energy, otherwise the power would definitely be more than that. The sun is a little glaring today. This made Buggy even more panicked. He showed a smile that was uglier than crying and looked very funny. Looking at the sun in the sky, Lu Yun frowned. Lu Yun was getting used to the cursed energy surging through his body. The power of the technique was far more than just a little bit. MD pervert. No wonder the curses of that world only thought of sealing you away. Buggy was ecstatic, but he didn't dare show it. He nodded quickly and said, I'm leaving. I'm leaving. I'm leaving now. Buggy looked like he was about to cry. After following Lu Yun for so long, even Hinata has begun to get used to enjoying life. Chapter 189 Logue Town. Along the way, apart from encountering the clown Buggy, there were no other problems. And they saw a small town in front of them. Lu Yun smiled. We're here at Logue Town. Logue Town East Blue is the most famous town and a must-pass for many pirates because it contains the relics left by the Pirate King Roger. The Pirate King who opened the Great Pirate Era was executed in this small town. Lu Yun's ship was docked at the port, near which you could see several warships of the Marine branch and several pirates' ships. His idea was to gather some supplies in Logue Town and find a cook. If he remembered correctly, there seemed to be a beautiful chef named Carmen in Logue Town. In the original book, this chef had a cooking competition with Sanji. Although he lost to Sanji, his cooking skills were also recognized. Now he needs a cook and navigator on his ship. It is not difficult to find a chef, but a navigator is the hardest to find, and Lu Yun does not want an ordinary navigator. It was only a matter of time before his goal was to bring the entire ocean into the New World. Juyu would not even look down on Lu Yun, the navigator whose sights were limited to East Blue. Entering Logue Town, compared to other towns, the pirates here are much more low-key, and the people in the town don't seem to be that afraid of the pirates. It seems that Smoker has protected this town well. However, just after Lu Yun and Hinata entered the town, several obscure eyes stared at them. In an inconspicuous alley, several people were monitoring Lu Yun and Hinata. It's the two of them, right? Yeah, that's right. The intelligence didn't tell us that guy's hair was white. That woman's eyes are surprisingly white. Could she be from some special race? CP5. The secret cipher pole is directly under the world government. These people were specially sent by the world government to monitor Lu Yun and Hinata. It is hard not to take seriously a strong man who can defeat Hawkeye and possesses admiral-level combat power. Once such a person is established, or joins a Four Emperors pirates group, the balance of the ocean will be broken. They thought they were hiding well, but they didn't know that Lu Yun had noticed them from the moment they entered Logue Town. They're just a few insignificant little mice, no need to rush to deal with them. The world government wants to monitor him, but it depends on whether they are qualified. This Logue Town is really nice, with much more things than other towns. He and Hinata bought a lot of things. They were all fruits and ingredients. They didn't buy much supplies in the small town where they stopped before. Lu Yunjin, what is that place? Hinata noticed the unique spot in the very center. Advertisement. The execution platform. A place where criminals are dealt with. Kindness. A trace of regret flashed across Lu Yun's face. It's a pity that Roger's soul here has disappeared. If Roger's soul was still there, he would find a way to give Roger's soul to Hollow. Create Espada in the pirates' world, adding another organization that influences the balance of power on the ocean. Come on Hinata, let's go look somewhere else. Kindness. At the same time, at the Marine base, a Marine also reported on the situation at the port. Colonel Smoker, 3 pirates have landed in Logue Town, including an unknown ship. Smoker took a deep breath of the cigar and exhaled a puff of white smoke. Those 3 pirate groups aren't a concern, but are there any records of the person from that unknown ship? The soldier nodded and told Smoker everything about the port. Smoker couldn't help but frown. The white-haired boy and the white-haired girl, they sound a little familiar. Wait a minute. Smoker seemed to have thought of something, and suddenly took out the intelligence that the naval headquarters had sent to the branch from his drawer. Wasn't it a young man who defeated Hawkeye in East Blue City before? The intelligence report stated that the boy was not alone, but was accompanied by a purple girl with white eyes. Smoker's expression was stern, and his eyes revealed a hint of solemnity. It's that guy. Is that guy's goal also to enter the Grand Line? Smoker, who hadn't felt pressure for a long time, couldn't help but look a little heavy. The appearance of an admiral-level fighter in Logue Town puts Smoker under unprecedented pressure. Although it has not been confirmed that the other party is pirates, their powerful strength is enough to make Smoker worried. Bulu Bulu. Smoker took out his Den Den Mushi and planned to report the news to naval headquarters. What? But, Tashigi watched Smoker leave the Marine base on his motorcycle. You're a piece of shit. I'm a big pirate with a bounty of 23 million berries, isn't it just a Marine? Advertisement. Bang. The author has something to say. It was the first time she saw Colonel Smoker look so panicked. Smoker's face changed drastically. Just because the common people wouldn't provoke Lu Yun didn't mean the pirates wouldn't. If the pirates angered Lu Yun, Logue Town would probably be implicated as well. After receiving the order from Marshal Sengoku, Smoker also knew what to do. Have others keep an eye on them, and remember not to provoke them. Sengoku in the Marshal's office told Smoker how to deal with it with a serious face. Is something going to happen? Colonel Smoker. Unable to contain himself any longer, Tashigi put his tea aside and followed him out with his sword in hand. Smoker rushed out of his office, and Tashigi, who was about to report on the Marines' training, was also stunned. Smoker, please don't act rashly for now. We don't know their purpose yet, so don't provoke them. If something like this really happens, let's leave it all to headquarters to handle. I hope no B************ D will provoke us for no reason. After the Marines left, Smoker sat on the chair and rubbed his brow. It was the first time he felt such heavy pressure since he took charge of Logue Town. The Marine has now used all his strength to secure his place in the New World Pirates, and now he no longer has the energy to deal with a figure comparable to the Admiral. Boss, I heard that Logue Town is the graveyard of pirates. Will Marine just sit back and watch us enter Logue Town so blatantly? Sensing the murderous intent in his captain, the pirates nodded with a pale face and trembling. What should I do if the other party causes trouble in Logue Town? Damn it, how could I have forgotten about this? ... Where are they going? You little b asterisk 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 d, if I hear you say something like that again, Lousy will chop you down with his sword. The captain of the Sawtooth pirates had a sinister smile on his face and looked at the pirates with hostility. Yes, Marshal Sengoku. The other party has not been confirmed to be pirates, so there is no need for us Marines to provoke them. Yes, Colonel Smoker. As long as they dare to cause trouble for me, I will let them know what it means to come but never return. A strong man with the strength of an admiral, they cannot act rashly and provoke such a powerful enemy for no reason to the Marine. No jerk would provoke that guy. One update today, my head hurts a bit, I'll resume updating tomorrow. That guy landed in Logue Town. Chapter 190 The Unlucky Guy. I found you. In a restaurant in Logue Town, Lu Yun looked at the restaurant's head chef and smiled. Her fiery red hair is very eye-catching, and her curvy figure attracts even more attention. She also wears a green crystal necklace around her neck. Chef Carmen. Originally, Lu Yun thought it would be difficult to find, but he didn't expect his luck to be so good. Although Carmen's cooking skills are inferior to Sanji's, the fact that so many people recognize her is enough to prove her cooking skills. Besides, Lu Yun glanced at the empty plate on the table and raised the corners of his mouth slightly. The food Carmen cooked was also very much to his liking. At this moment, the restaurant door was violently pushed open. The fierce gaze from the jagged pirate's ship made everyone in the restaurant stiffen. That person is a bounty of 20 million Baileys on Sawtooth. Hiss. Why is this guy here? Could it be that the Sawtooth pirates are also planning to enter the Grand Line? The originally lively noise in the restaurant turned into a silent silence. This is a restaurant. Then waiter, hand over the best food in your restaurant to us, we are hungry. Please wait a moment, sir. I'll ask the chef to do it right away. The waiter put on a smile that was uglier than crying, and stood next to the saw with trembling legs. Bang. At this moment, a gunshot rang out. The waiter's eyes widened, and a bloody hole appeared on his chest. Sawtooth blew away the smoke from the muzzle of the gun and said in a low voice, "What the hell? Why do you losers have to force me to take action? Can't you see that we don't have enough space?" With a bang, another gunshot hit the waiter's chest. The restaurant was suddenly in chaos and the guests who had gathered in the restaurant fled out of the restaurant in panic. The waiter didn't care at all. There was no way he could survive after being shot twice. What does a mere waiter have to do with them? They have to save their own lives. Ha 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 ha. You're worthy of being the captain. Now this restaurant is ours. Hey, chef, bring out the food. Carmen looked at the people from the Sawtooth pirates with a dark face. She took a deep breath and said seriously, I refuse. You trash don't deserve to eat the food I cook. Jagged Tooth and his minions exchanged a glance, then let out a shrill laugh. Advertisement. Ha 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 ha. The captain, the beautiful chef, called us garbage. Hey, do you want to die? One of the pirates pulled out his gun and pointed it at Carmen's head and said coldly. The moment Carmen's beautiful eyes touched the cold muzzle, they narrowed. Her whole body became stiff. This was the first time she had come into such close contact with death. Put the gun down, a-hole. Sawtooth slapped the pirates on the head, and looked at Carmen in front of him with interest, revealing an intriguing smile. It's been a long time since I met a woman as interesting as you. How about this? Come to my ship and be my cook, and I'll spare your life. The younger brothers under Sawtooth were all a little surprised when they heard what was said on their ship. The boss actually wants to recruit this chef. Tisk tisk. No wonder. The head chef was also a stunning beauty, and the boss felt pity for her. Women are just playthings for the boss. Once the boss gets tired of the woman, she will belong to them. Carmen looked at him gloomily and said coldly, don't even think about it. You see bugs. Sawtooth's eyes darkened in an instant, his limited patience had been almost worn out. Yeah, then go to hell. Sawtooth took out the gun from his waist, pointed it at Carmen and was about to pull the trigger. Suddenly a green beam of light pierced through Sawtooth's head, and no one could react to what was happening. Sawtooth's body softened and fell to the ground, his eyes full of confusion as to why his consciousness was becoming increasingly blurred. Bang. The pirates under Sawtooth were stunned for a few seconds, their minds blank as they looked at Sawtooth lying in a pool of blood. Even Carmen didn't understand what was going on. Boss Sawtooth. You must be kidding. How could this happen? Hey, Boss Sawtooth, stop joking with us. What on earth did you do to the captain, woman? At this time, the sound of moving a stool was heard in a corner of the restaurant, and everyone looked over. Looking at Lu Yun and Hinata, their expressions changed. There was actually someone who stayed in the restaurant and didn't run away. Advertisement. What an unlucky guy. She's the chef I like. I can't let you do whatever you want. Lu Yun looked at Sawtooth's body and said with some regret. What do you mean? You be asterisk 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 D. Could it be that you killed the captain? Certainly. Lu Yun smiled and nodded. You be asterisk 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 D. I want to avenge the captain. Bang, bang, bang. A pirate fired several shots at Lu Yun, but the bullets hovered in the air at the moment they flew out, and suddenly shot back into the pirate's body. Dot 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 dot. Outside the restaurant, Smoker listened to the gunshots inside the restaurant and his face instantly darkened. These damn pirates actually dared to attack openly in Logue Town. He had been in charge of Logue Town for so long and had never encountered such arrogant pirates in Logue Town. What's going on? Smoker's expression changed again, and a series of screams echoed throughout the restaurant. There shouldn't be anyone in the restaurant. Without saying a word, Smoker rushed into the restaurant alone. Even the bounty of 23 million was just an insignificant minion to Smoker. Possessing the Logia fruit, he is invincible against the East Blue pirates. With a boom, Smoker broke open the door of the restaurant. But when he saw the scene in front of him, his face changed instantly. The pirates of the Sawtooth Pirates were lying in a pool of blood, and it was unknown whether they were dead or alive. Especially when Smoker saw Sawtooth's body, his eyes widened. Smoker, you're too slow. When Smoker saw Lu Yun, his pupils shrank into needle-like shapes. It's you. Now he understood why these pirates fell to the ground. A group of blind guys dared to provoke this monster. The young man in front of him was someone who could be compared to a Marine Admiral. So these blind guys have provoked you. A bunch of disgusting pirates are dead. But I'm more curious why someone like you appears in East Blue. Smoker looked at Lu Yun with a serious look. Do you believe me when I say I'm here for fun? Chapter 191. Are you, the world government, worthy? Smoker was confused. Is this guy kidding him? A character like him also has a unique sense of wickedness. At this time, the owner of the restaurant was already scared silly. Lu Yun casually threw a gem, which landed accurately in the hands of the restaurant owner. The loss here will be offset by this gem. Lu Yun's voice reached the restaurant owner's ears. The restaurant owner stared blankly at the gem in his hand. At this moment, he felt as if he was dreaming. Not only did I recover my losses, but I also seemed to make a profit. Oh, I almost forgot. Your chef also belongs to me. Ah, Carmen looked at Lu Yun in some surprise. She didn't even seem to know who the person in front of her was, and this guy said he wanted to take him away. Lu Yun glanced at Carmen and said calmly, I didn't say I needed your consent. Smoker looked at Lu Yun carefully. This guy doesn't seem to be a pirate. Pirates wouldn't be so generous as to compensate the restaurant for its losses. Lu Yun noticed that Smoker hadn't left yet and said calmly, why? Are you Marines still interested in me? Smoker took one last look and left the restaurant. At this time, the Marines from the Marine base had already arrived near the restaurant, and Smoker ordered the Marines to deal with all the pirates inside. Lu Yun took Hinata's hand, glanced at Carmen and said, come with us. Carmen hesitated for a moment before speaking, who are you? Pirates. Pirates. Lu Yun smiled faintly. It depends on the world government's attitude towards me. Now I might be more appropriately called a traveler. Don't even think about running away. The person I'm eyeing can't escape from my grasp. Carmen hesitated for a moment as she watched Lu Yun walk out of the restaurant, but then she followed closely. Lu Yun couldn't help but smile when he noticed Carmen's presence following him. He has found the chef. Now all that's missing is the navigator. Dash 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 dash. Sure enough, pulling you aboard was the right choice. Lu Yun praised the food Carmen cooked highly, and even Hinata nodded in agreement. Advertisement. Watching people enjoy the food she cooks is undoubtedly the happiest thing for Carmen. After sitting down, Carmen asked, are Mr. Lu Yun and Ms. Hinata also from East Blue? Ah, this one. Lu Yun put down his cutlery and said, to be precise, we are not from this world. Hinata glanced at Lu Yun in astonishment. Lu Yunjin just admitted it like that. This is too casual. Don't they need to hide their identities? Carmen was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, Mr. Lu Yun's joke is just a bad joke. Lu Yun just smiled and didn't answer Carmen. I'm full. Go out and digest the food. The moment Lu Yun stood up, Hinata called out to the monk, Lu Yun, are you going to catch mice? Kindness. Mouse. Are there rats on board? Carmen couldn't help but shudder. Carmen, sometimes the rat doesn't refer to the rat itself, but the person who hides behind and dares not show up is also a rat. Carmen was confused by this. She had no idea what this vague statement meant. Lu Yun was walking alone on the streets of Logue Town. It was night and there were not many people around. Many doors were closed and the cars were off. Several dark shadows passed between the buildings. Lu Yun sneered and suddenly disappeared from the street. The CP5 members suddenly stopped and stared at the empty street with wide eyes. Where are the people? Everyone in CP5 frowned, looking confused. Are you looking for me? At this moment, a clear voice reached the ears of CP5. Their faces suddenly changed, and they quickly jumped away to keep a safe distance from Lu Yun. When? The power of the devil fruit, huh? It all depends on what the world government chooses. Lu Yun's words became a little colder when he said this. A sneer reached the ears of the middle-aged man. Advertisement. The middle-aged man leading CP5 humbly said to Lu Yun, Mr. Lu Yun, we have no intention of offending you. We are leaving now. In an instant, a bone-chilling chill spread through the bodies of the CP5 members. An enemy, Lu Yun said lightly. After taking a look at the unconscious CP5 Lu Yun, his figure disappeared on the rooftop. The world government sent you to monitor me, didn't they? You, the world government, think too highly of me. Where the hell did everyone go? Prior to this, the five elders specifically instructed them not to take the initiative to attack Lu Yun even if they were discovered. Otherwise, it would not be a wise choice to create a powerful enemy for the marine and world government for no reason. No. Besides, their strength is not as good as Lu Yun. If they have a conflict with Lu Yun, they will definitely not be Lu Yun's opponent. The middle-aged man's pupils constricted. Bang. Devil fruit has always been called the secret treasure of the sea. It is called devil fruit because there are rumors that the devil lives in the devil fruit. It's very strange, the ability of devil fruit. It seems that I can get a devil fruit to study it someday. As for whether demons really exist, perhaps his Hogyoku can unlock the mystery of the devil fruit. When the user of the hypnosis fruit releases their power, something similar to light waves will appear in the hypnosis person's brain. However, Lu Yun's spirit is so terrifying that the power of the hypnosis fruit has no effect on Lu Yun at all. Watch your surroundings. Didn't you guys notice? Where are the people? If you want to monitor, you can monitor. If you want to leave, you can leave. The CP5 members all had serious expressions on their faces. When Lu Yun approached them, none of them noticed. It was truly creepy. Does your world government deserve it? Should we define him as a pirate, or should we just swallow our anger for the time being? A simple punch covered with cursed energy directly knocked one of the CP5 members away. The best strategy for now is to show weakness. Since they have been exposed, their mission is over. It is a difficult task to monitor such a person without being discovered. No matter what choice they make, it doesn't matter to Lu Yun. Damn it, Mr. Lu Yun, do you want to be an enemy of the world government? Just to teach you a lesson. He didn't like being stared at by bugs, especially these weak bugs. After a while, all the CP5 members fell on the roof. One of them was the user of the Paramesha hypnosis fruit, but the hypnosis fruit ability had no effect on Lu Yun at all. Chapter 192, Five Elders' Choice, Issue of Bounty. Grand Line, Holy Land Mariajoy. The headquarters of the world government and the back garden of the world's noble celestial dragons. In a luxurious room, 5 old men gathered together. These 5 people were the supreme leaders of the world government. What do you think? There are 2 photos on the table, one of Lu Yun and the other of Hinata. The old man in a black suit, with white curly hair, a fluffy white beard, a flat hat, and a scar on the left side of his face, fixed his eyes on the other people. He blatantly defies the world government. This guy is undoubtedly someone who blatantly disregards the world order just like the pirates. Should we issue a wanted warrant? CP5 is their intelligence organization. As the saying goes, when beating a dog, you have to look at the owner first. Openly attacking their people can undoubtedly be regarded as a provocation. Besides, CP stands for world government. The 5 elders are also deciding whether to consider Lu Yun as an enemy. The current situation on the sea cannot be stabilized by the marine alone, especially when the marine is asked to deal with such a powerful enemy. Issuing a wanted warrant means completely putting Lu Yun and the world government on opposite sides. A person who is stronger than Hawkeye. They have to think carefully about it. 5 elders, who had a mustache and a Madara birthmark on his forehead, picked up Lu Yun's photo and flashed a deep look at him. This guy is so arrogant that he actually said something like that. The world government is the dominant force in maintaining this world order, yet he dares to say that the world government is not worthy of being his enemy. Not even Whitebeard would dare to say such a thing. The other 5 elders also felt the same way. It was not that the world government had no way to deal with Lu Yun. If they used the world government's resources, it would not be difficult to eliminate the threat of Lu Yun. Issue a wanted order. This guy is the same type of person as the pirates. The order of the world government does not allow anyone to challenge it. Anyone who violates the order of the world government will be considered a rebel. Even if a wanted warrant is issued, they don't necessarily have to deal with Lu Yun immediately. Let the Marines deal with the rest of the matter. They will take action when it becomes absolutely necessary. What's the bounty? Even though this guy hasn't entered the Grand Line yet, his strength shouldn't be underestimated. And the girl next to him. According to the information, this girl seems to be a person with special abilities. It is said that she withstood the tsunami. The 5 elders discussed for a long time and finally decided on the bounty for the 2. Advertisement. White Ghost. Lu Yun. Bounty. 800 million. Note. Once defeated 7 warlords of the sea Hawkeye Mihawk, and defeated the world's greatest swordsman. White-eyed witch. Unknown. Bounty. 350 million. Note. Suspected of being a person with special abilities who once prevented a tsunami. Such a high bounty has never been seen in the ocean. I am afraid that it won't be long before Lu Yun and Hinata's reputation will resound throughout the entire ocean. Dash 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 dash. New World. Newsbird distributes wanted posters to all parts of the world. One of the pirates who had just entered the New World was holding the wanted poster in his hand. His hands were shaking uncontrollably and he looked at the wanted poster in horror. Oh my god, this young brat actually defeated Hawkeye's first bounty of 800 million. Is the world government crazy? What 800 million? Could it be some big pirates from the New World? Brother, let me see. Oh my god, 800 million. Something's happened to the captain. Not only New World, but almost the entire ocean received this wanted order. On that day, everyone on the ocean was shocked and could not calm down for a long time. The initial bounty was as high as 800 million, which almost set a precedent. A powerful man who was comparable to the Marine Admiral suddenly appears, and the sea will probably not be peaceful anymore. On a certain sea in the New World, on a pirate ship that looked like a white whale, Marco handed a wanted warrant to a giant about 5 meters tall. Dad, something big happened on the sea. It's not like you to be so flustered, Marco. Let me see. Whitebeard picked up the wanted poster and looked at the reward amount on it and laughed. Gulala, this kid was the one who defeated Hawkeye. It looks like the sea is going to be lively again. The news of Hawkeye's defeat had already spread in the New World. Hawkeye originally lived in the New World, and this kid was extremely important to the people of the New World. Although Hawkeye is one of the 7 warlords of the sea, his strength is not on the same level as other Shichibukai. He is even the most powerful among the Shichibukai. If Dad enters the New World, the balance we've worked so hard to maintain will be disrupted. Advertisement. Gulala. Marco, are you worried about Dad? Who do you think I am? Lousy as Whitebeard. Yes. His father is Whitebeard, the most powerful man in the world, the user of the Paramesha shock fruit. Even if this guy entered the New World, it would not have much impact on their Whitebeard pirates. Guys like this are enough to give Marine a headache. At this time, Lu also attracted the attention of the 4 emperors of the New World. The 4 kings of the sea all showed some interest in Lu Yun. At naval headquarters, Sengoku looked at the 2 wanted posters with a headache. What is the 5 elders doing? How can the Marines handle this guy right now? It was useless for Sengoku to complain now. They had to capture Lu Yun and take him to impel down before he entered the New World. Once Lu Yun entered the New World's ocean, even the Marine would not be able to control the situation. What a headache. If you want to imprison Lu Yun in impel down, you must at least deploy admiral-level combat forces. Who should be sent? Sengoku dialed Den Mushi. After a while, a somewhat wretched middle-aged man wearing a yellow suit and a marine coat walked in. Sengoku glanced at Kizaru. Kizaru suddenly had a bad feeling. Kizaru, take your lieutenants and a few vice admirals to snipe Lu Yun at the Grand Line intersection. Make sure to detain this guy and impel down. Really? Kizaru showed a helpless expression. He was the laziest person in the Marine and he would definitely try to slack off whenever he could. Although Kizaru was very reluctant, it was Marshal Sengoku's order and he had no choice but to obey. Yes, Marshal Sengoku. Be careful Kizaru, I have a feeling that guy is not that simple. Oh, Kizaru was a little surprised. Was it his intuition that made Marshal Sengoku say such a thing? Even if Sengoku didn't say it, Kizaru would still deal with it carefully. After all, he was a great swordsman who defeated Hawkeye. If he was not serious, he might fall even if he was an admiral. Chapter 193 Upside Down Mountain, Entering Grand Line. Lu Yun also knew about the world government bounty. Those are all insignificant things. Whatever the world government puts on a bounty for him, nothing will change no matter what the outcome. During this time, there was one more person on Lu Yun's ship. Lu Yun found a navigator before leaving Logue Town. The navigator's name was Kun. Lu Yun had already confirmed his ability and he was qualified to board his ship. Although Carmen knew that Lu Yun and Hinata were wanted by the world government, he did not think that they were bad people. During the time they spent together, it seemed that although Lu Yun and Hinata were somewhat special, they were not as brutal as the pirates. Now they are on their way to the Grand Line. Once they cross the Red Line, they will enter the Grand Line, where is the stage of the ocean. Swoosh. Boom. At this moment, Lu Yun and his team were suddenly bombarded by artillery shells, and not far away, a pirate's ship was slowly approaching them. Mr. Ron, the other party is the Scarlet Pirates, who have a bounty of 16 million. It seems they mistook us for a merchant ship. Kun looked at the pirate's ship in front of him with a grim expression. This was his first time being attacked by pirates. Scarlet Pirates. Leave Lu Yun Jun to me. Hinata stood up and smiled. Lu Yun nodded. The pirates group, with a mere 16 million, is just a toy in Hinata's hands. Is Miss Hinata going to take action? Carmen and Kun are both curious about Hinata's strength. The wanted poster states that Miss Hinata is suspected to be a fruit ability user. But they don't think so. In recent days, Lu Yun has demonstrated many abilities in front of them. If it is demon fruit power, it is impossible for him to have so many strange abilities. It is well known that demon fruit power can only be obtained by taking one devil fruit. If you take a second one, you will not be able to withstand the power of the devil fruit and will explode and die. He. The boys are ready to get to work. As usual, the women get all the treasures, and the rest of the men will be slaughtered by Lousy. Yes, Captain. On the ship of the fierce and aggressive Crimson Pirates, Yours looked at Lu Yun's ship greedily. At this time he did not know that he had stepped into hell. A middle-aged pirate holding a telescope suddenly noticed something flying towards them and spoke. Advertisement. Captain, it looks like something's flying towards me. Kindness. Yours frowned and snatched the telescope. Looking at the figure flying over, Jorah's pupils suddenly shrank. Damn it, it's a person with special abilities. Wait a minute. Why does this person look familiar? Bring me the latest wanted poster. It's the captain. Soon Yours got the wanted poster. He lost several wanted posters before he noticed one of them. Seeing the reward amount below, Joris's legs went weak and he staggered, looking a little unstable. Captain, what's wrong with you? Gurgle. Joris felt as if something was stuck around his neck, and he looked up in fear at Hinata who was above them. White-eyed witch. Joris could already smell the scent of death. Looking at the pirates under him, Hinata's eyes were filled with disgust. Lu Yun had told him that there were only a few pirates in this world who were like Luffy. Most of the pirates were notorious villains who did all kinds of evil, and Hinata had no mercy on them. Countless green chakra light bullets gathered in the air, covering the bloody pirates group. Fire! Fire! Kill this woman, or we'll all die. Bang! 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 Along with the sound of gunfire and the flash of flames, the smell of fire gradually spread, but all the bullets stayed in the air without hurting Hinata at all. The members of the Scarlet Pirates finally felt fear. Does the sea flow upwards? However, this is the ocean and they have nowhere to escape. The chakra light bullets in the sky are like a storm, turning the pirates' ship in front of them into a sieve. Lu Yun spoke at this time. What exactly is the Grand Line like? Being able to control gravity, he wanted to make the ship fly easily. Even if you enter the pirates of the Grand Line, the ending is the same. Advertisement. Everything will not go smoothly once entering the Grand Line. Marine will definitely take action. If he were Marine, he would definitely try his best to prevent himself from entering the new world. Hinata also looked at the seawater flowing upwards in disbelief. Hinata had never seen such a strange sight before. What an amazing ability. Who is Mr. Lu Yun? How could he master so many magical abilities? Even the demon fruit power is nothing in front of Mr. Lu Yun. The next moment, screams resounded throughout the sea, accompanied by green light and blood splattered several feet high. None of the members of the bloody pirates were able to escape. It's not that the strait is rising, it's that they are flying. It took them half a month to finally reach Upside Down Mountain. This has been his dream since childhood. Cross the red line and you'll enter the Grand Line. But none of this matters. If the enemy comes, we will fight him. If the water comes, we will block it with earth. He not only possesses the power of Tensagen but also the power of Rinnegan, and he has evolved once again. Nothing can stop him. Kun's eyes were full of anticipation. As a navigator, what he wanted most to complete was his nautical chart. He wanted to draw a nautical chart that could cross the entire sea area. How strong are Mr. Lu Yun and Ms. Hinata? Could they be on par with Marine Admiral? The 16 million pirates were powerless in Hinata's hands, just like a toy. This is the Upside Down Mountain. It is indeed a wonder. Just when Kun was still confused, he suddenly found that the surrounding vision began to rise. Kun and Carmen stared at the gradually rising strait with wide eyes. Kun, there's no need to go through so much trouble. Run. He knew he had to ride the last current to get to the Grand Line, but there was no need for that. Gradually, the blood dyed the sea red. Don't forget that he absorbed the giant Tensagen before this, and now Lu Yun's eyes have awakened. Did Mr. Lu Yun control the boat to fly? After Hinata returned to the boat, Carmen and Kun were still standing there in a daze. They were stimulated by Hinata's strength. Monster. We're about to enter the Grand Line. I'm really excited. Lu Yun narrowed his eyes and seemed to have guessed something. The strong smell of blood filled the air. A bounty of 16 million was considered a big pirates in East Blue, but facing Hinata and his men, they were no different from ants. Mr. Lu Yun. Chapter 194 Marine Attack. After crossing the red line they finally reached the Grand Line. A new adventure begins. But, Lu Yun looked straight ahead, and saw dozens of marine warships slowly heading towards them. It seems that Marine was well prepared. Captain, it's Marine. Looking at the huge number of warships, Kun's face turned pale in an instant. It was the first time he saw so many marine warships. Had these Marines been waiting for them here? Carmen, Kun, you two hide in your rooms. Hinata and I will take care of Marine. Carmen and Kun looked at each other and smiled bitterly. For some reason, they felt like a burden. Boom boom boom. Marine's shells came in a barrage, covering the entire ship, which was enough to show Marine's determination. They wanted to completely intercept Lu Yun at the Grand Line intersection. Bakudo number 80, splitting void. Boom. The roar of artillery fire shook the sea surface, and the calm sea was surging, rolling up waves several meters high that hit Lu Yun's ship. The boat remained steady despite the violent waves. The boat was controlled by Lu Yun. If the waves could capsize the boat, it would only mean that Lu Yun's ability was insufficient. It is impossible for a ship to be swallowed by the sea under the impact of waves in this world. Call out. All that was heard was a sound of high-speed movement, and the moment that sharp and piercing sound rang out, Lu Yun disappeared from the boat. As for Hinata, she just guarded the ship. Admiral Kizaru, our artillery shells have been intercepted by something. Oh, is there anyone with fruit abilities on board? Kizaru narrowed his eyes, and his obscene expression looked like an old chrysanthemum blooming. Maybe it was the white-eyed witch. It was said that she had intercepted a tsunami. It wouldn't be surprising if it was him. Keep bombarding and get closer. Even if it doesn't work, it will still be able to restrain the enemy. Yes, Admiral. Advertisement. This time, in order to intercept Lu Yun, the Marines dispatched their strongest force ever, including 3 vice admirals, 1 admiral, and 1,000 elite Marine soldiers from the headquarters. Even Buster Call is inferior to it. Kizaru looked at the ship ahead and frowned. Why is there no movement at all? Don't Lu Yun and the others want to have a head-on conflict with Marine? Right at this moment, a huge sense of crisis enveloped Kizaru. The space around him suddenly shook, and a terrifying pressure came, causing Kizaru's body to sink. Kizaru raised his head and looked at the sky in horror, his pupils shrinking tightly. Lu Yun in the sky was looking at Marine below with a faint smile on his face. Flying squirrel, keep moving closer to the pirates' ship. Leave the people on board to me. Yes, Kizaru Admiral. The three Vice Admirals, Flying Squirrel, Burning Mountain, and Doberman, looked up at the sky with serious expressions, their hearts suddenly sinking. Lu Yun is actually a fruit ability user. They had no such information at all. He is a great swordsman and a user of fruit ability, so how did he defeat Hawkeye? Could it be that someone is using his fruit ability? If one wants to reach the ultimate level in Kendo, no external factors can be involved. As a swordsman, Mole knows this best. A swordsman who is influenced by external abilities will never be able to reach the ultimate level in Kendo. But what on earth is going on with Lu Yun in front of me? Kizaru in the air put away his usual cynical smile and looked at Lu Yun in front of him solemnly. I miscalculated. I didn't expect you to be a fruit ability user. Hehe, what you define may be the ability of devil fruit, but the ability I possess is not comparable to that of devil fruit. Lu Yun smiled faintly. You Marines really think highly of me. You even came to deal with us personally, Admiral Kizaru. Sending out the Admiral was indeed beyond Lu Yun's expectation. Marine Admiral, as the top combat force of the Marine, was usually not sent out casually. It seemed that in the eyes of the Marine, he was an extremely big threat. Please do me a favor and follow me into Impel Down. I don't want to fight a monster like this head-on. Kizaru said sarcastically. Who do you think you are? The user of the face fruit. Face fruit. Kizaru was stunned. Is there such a fruit as devil fruit? The Marines below had already dispersed. They knew that if Lu Yun and Kizaru Admiral erupted, they would be caught up in the aftermath if they didn't move away. Advertisement. After all, Lu Yun is a strong man who is no less powerful than Marine Admiral. Let me see what the Marine Admiral is capable of. A terrifying aura that captivated everyone erupted from Lu Yun. Kizaru's expression suddenly changed. It was Conqueror's Haki. Looks like we can't just leave it alone. It's better for everyone if someone like you lives in Impel Down. Really? Then it depends on whether you have the ability. Kizaru shrugged, his expression turning serious. The next moment, Kizaru's body suddenly disappeared, a golden light condensed behind Lu Yun, and a calm voice slowly sounded. I don't know if you've ever been kicked at the speed of light. Kizaru raised his right foot, and a brilliant golden light shot out from the tip of his toe. Boom. The moment the golden light exploded, the horrifying sound of the explosion shook the air, and the sea became even more turbulent. The waves turned into ferocious beasts that devoured everything around them. The bright beam of light pushed Lu Yun to a small island in the distance. The ground shook violently and cracked into pieces. Kizaru's body once again condensed on the island. Looking at the smoke and dust in the sky, his eyes became strange. Lu Yun had not defended at all and took his attack head-on. What the hell is this guy doing? Kizaru couldn't figure out what Lu Yun wanted to do. Ahem. The ash is so big. As expected of an admiral, he's truly extraordinary. Lu Yun waved his hands to disperse the rising dust. Kizaru's eyes fixed and he asked in a deep voice, what's wrong with you? He clearly took his light speed kick head-on and was completely unharmed. Even a monster like Kaido would not be unharmed if he took his kick head-on without any preparation. Lu Yun showed a playful smile on his face. Don't be impatient, the game is more fun if you play it slowly. It's really scary, a monster like you. Marshal Sengoku still underestimated you. If you are allowed to wander freely on the sea, the entire sea will become even more chaotic because of you. That's just your guess. Lu Yun didn't take Kizaru's words to heart at all. Kizaru's figure flashed, and suddenly condensed in midair, transforming into a dazzling light Madara. Yasukani no Magatama. Chapter 195, The Terrified Kizaru. A golden diamond-shaped light appeared in the sky, and the dazzling light seemed a little dazzling. Dense light bullets fell from the sky, and the suffocating pressure came upon me. Hey, it's not dark yet. Lu Yun's figure suddenly disappeared. Kizaru already knew Lu Yun's next location through the detection of observation haki. Don't even think about escaping. Kizaru jumped again. Boom. The deafening explosion resounded throughout the entire island, and all the creatures on the island panicked and ran around the forest because of the huge explosion. The thick smoke enveloped the area again, and at this moment Kizaru sensed a hint of danger. A tiny black dot of light flew towards Kizaru. Kizaru disappeared in an instant and landed on land. At this instant, the black light spot suddenly expanded, and the terrifying suction force distorted the space. Its huge energy waves rolled up a huge cloud of sand and dust. Kizaru suddenly felt a cold sweat on his forehead and a chill on his back. What the hell is this thing? If he gets caught in it head-on, even if he transforms into an element, he might get hurt. What type of devil fruit did Lu Yun take? Ah la la, it turns out that your control over your strength is still a little rusty. Lu Yun walked out of the deep pit unharmed. Kizaru's expression was no longer calm. He was 100% sure that his light bullet hit Lu Yun, but why was Lu Yun not hurt at all? Are you confused? What you attack is nothing but the infinity between you and me. Your attacks never made direct contact. Lu Yun smiled faintly. Kizaru didn't understand what Lu Yun was talking about, but the only thing he knew was that the direct ability seemed to have no effect on Lu Yun. This is the first time. Could it be that Lu Yun's ability is to negate the Devil Fruit's ability? In an instant, Lu Yun's figure flashed and a sharp voice came from behind Kizaru. Kizaru didn't hesitate at all and condensed a lightsaber from his hand. Boom. Advertisement. How is that possible? Just use your fists. Air waves and energy swept around him. Lu Yun's body sank and the ground beneath his feet could not withstand the terrifying force and was gradually collapsing. Kizaru stepped back again and looked at Lu Yun in horror. He caught it head-on with his fist. The key point is that Lu Yun didn't use armament haki. What a strong physique. Now Kizaru knew that Lu Yun in front of him was likely a monster even scarier than Kaido. Both the world government and the five elders underestimated Lu Yun. At this moment, the sound of an explosion from the sea in the distance attracted Kizaru's attention. Kizaru's face changed drastically in horror. The Marines' warships collapsed one by one, and the tornado-like storm destroyed the limbs of the warships. At this time, the three vice admirals on the deck looked at Hinata in horror. The weapons in their hands were broken by the gray stick in Hinata's hand. What on earth was that black weapon made of? Just one encounter and the samurai swords in their hands seemed as thin as paper. Especially since this woman's abilities were strange and varied. They were pushed away by a huge repulsive force before they could even touch Hinata. It was the first time that the three vice admirals felt so aggrieved. They were the vice admirals of the naval headquarters, but they were being toyed with by evil people. How can they enforce marine justice if this continues? Hinata gave the three of them a cold look. Suddenly it slowly flew up. The three vice admirals opened their mouths slightly in shock. The white-eyed witch can actually fly. Is he demon fruit power? It's time to end it. However, a flash of black stopped him there. Lu Yun looked at Kizaru calmly and said, "Don't even think about going anywhere." Lu Yun slowly pulled out his Zanpakuto. Kizaru currently has no way to deal with Lu Yun's troublesome abilities. But if it weren't for the Devil Fruit's ability, could humans control such a strange and powerful ability? Silver Wheel Reincarnation Explosion. Advertisement. The three vice admirals used moonwalk to approach Hinata, but were pushed out again by the repulsive force and fell heavily on the deck. Sure enough, fighting is the best way to improve. The two sides started fighting again, with golden light and black flashes appearing one after another. Under the terrifying power of the two, the earth was riddled with holes. Lu Yun's control over the cursed power became more and more proficient, and with each attack that strengthened the cursed power, Lu Yun would have a better understanding of the cursed power. Boom. At the same time, Kizaru felt a sharp pain in his chest, and blood spurted out like a flower. Kizaru turned around with difficulty and looked at Lu Yun in horror. This guy was able to compete with him only by relying on physical skills from beginning to end. You know, the intelligence they got was that Lu Yun was a great swordsman who defeated Hawkeye. Kizaru's expression became increasingly grim. I had no choice but to hold on. Every attack of Lu Yun is enhanced with cursed power. In Lu Yun's eyes, Kizaru is just an experienced baby who provides him with progress. His control over cursed power is not perfect, so he has been using cursed power to fight from the beginning to now. Lu Yun never even drew his sword from beginning to end, and seemed to be at ease when fighting him. At this time, the three vice admirals began to doubt whether their judgment was wrong. What Lu Yun and Hinata showed was not the ability of Devil Fruit. Lu Yun took a look and saw that Hinata had almost finished the matter, so he couldn't procrastinate any longer. Lu Yun shook the blood off his knife behind Kizaru and put it back into the sheath. Several terrifying tornadoes gathered in Hinata's palms and destroyed the Marines' warships. Several warships were dismembered by the storm, and the cries of the Marines for help filled the entire sea. At that moment, Kizaru had an illusion as if time had stopped for a brief second, and when he came to his senses, Lu Yun had disappeared from his sight. Kizaru's eyes fixed, not daring to let his guard down. He was ready for Lu Yun's next attack. Accompanied by various roars, Kizaru was even more shocked during the fight with Lu Yun. There was no way he could take down Lu Yun by himself. Finally, you drew your sword. However, due to his position, Kizaru had to take the initiative to ask Lu Yun to stop. Under Hinata's godlike power, they had no power to fight back. The rocks on the side were turned into powder, and the creatures on the nearby coast were turned into bloody mist due to the impact of the two people's terrible aftermath and their weak life force. Hogyoku is also evolving due to the new power in Lu Yun. When Lu Yun evolves again, earth-shaking changes will occur. Looking at the destroyed warship, Kizaru wanted to provide support without hesitation. Chapter 196 Shocked Sengoku. Admiral Kizaru, I advise you not to move. If you don't want to die. Lu Yun's voice was cold, and his gaze was as cold as 10,000 years of ice, making Kizaru feel as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. Kizaru was so frightened that he dared not act rashly. What happened just now? Did he lose consciousness, or did his surroundings change? Kizaru didn't care about that now. He regretted why he agreed to the job of Marshal Sengoku. Wouldn't it be better for him to stay in naval headquarters? Warships sank one after another, and Kizaru did not dare to act rashly. A feeling of powerlessness gradually spread. Frustrating. This is the first time I've felt so aggrieved as a Marine Admiral. Marine Admiral stood at the top of the sea, but now he was restrained by Lu Yun alone. He could not do anything and had to watch his subordinates die. At this time, Lu Yun had disappeared. Kizaru looked at the horrific wound on his chest, his face pale. Monster. Kizaru's eyes flashed with a solemnity that he had never seen before. This marine's failure will shake the entire ocean, and Marshal Sengoku is having a headache. Kizaru's injury won't be fully healed for at least 10 days or half a month. Call out. Lu Yun's figure appeared on the deck as if teleporting, and he felt nothing in his heart as he watched the warships sink one after another. Carmen, Kundu is over, you can come out now. Lu Yun shouted into the house. Carmen and Kun looked around before walking out of the room. Is it all over? Carmen and Kun glanced at the sea, and their expressions gradually became dull. He opened his mouth slightly, and the shocking scene before him made them not know what to say for a moment. The sea was littered with the wreckage of warships. The surviving Marines showed no protest on their faces. They looked at the ship with only fear in their eyes. Carmen's hands trembled slightly. Advertisement. Dozens of Marine warships were destroyed just like that. When did Marine become so vulnerable? And all of this was done by Mr. Lu Yun and Ms. Hinata. How strong are these two people? With the strength of the two of them, they managed to annihilate all the Marines. Kun noticed the three people rescuing the Marine from the ruins. His pupils shrank and his voice trembled as he said, 3 Marine Vice Admirals. Carmen looked over when she heard the sound and took a deep breath. It's true. Even the Marine Vice Admiral was defeated. What kind of ship did they board? What Kun and Carmen should not worry about now is this, but that their appearance was seen by Marine, who already knew that there were 2 more people on Lu Yun's ship. After this incident, Carmen and Kun will also be put on the bounty list by Marine, and the bounty will not be too low because they are on Lu Yun's ship. Marine watched Lu Yun's ship leave, and they had no way to stop Lu Yun's course. Damn pirates. The 3 vice admirals looked at the pirate ship sailing away unwillingly, clenching their fists so tightly that their nails dug into their flesh. On the other side, Kizaru had simply bandaged his injuries. After all, he was a Marine Admiral and his physique was far superior to that of an ordinary person. At least now the injury has been simply treated and he is able to move around. There was a hint of bitterness on Kizaru's lips. This time the Marine was badly defeated. 1 Admiral and 3 Vice Admirals were completely defeated by 2 people. This was already a pirates group comparable to 4 emperors. At the moment they don't even know what Lu Yun's pirates group is called. As for identifying Lu Yun as a pirate, it was only a unilateral identification. Bulu. Hey, Borsellino, how can there be such absurd things in this world? What did Borsellino just say? Does Lu Yun have multiple strange abilities? Is he not a great swordsman or does he have demon fruit power? Kizaru listened to Marshal Sengoku's words and showed a helpless expression. Marshal Sengoku, the mission failed. We failed to intercept Lu Yun at the entrance of the Grand Line. The identity of the White-Eyed Witch has not been clarified yet. Even the world government has not found any information about the identities of Lu Yun and the White-Eyed Witch. Conqueror's Haki, another king. Advertisement. Kizaru is a Marine Admiral. This lineup is even more terrifying than Buster Call, and they can't even stop Lu Yun. Bang. Sengoku was extremely shocked and held the Den Dan Mushi in his hand stiffly. Crack. Kizaru is the user of Sparkling Fruit's ability, and his speed is comparable to that of a beam. Even if they underestimated Lu Yun's strength, Kizaru's strength should not have caused him to suffer a crushing defeat. Sengoku didn't dare to be careless. Borsellino was seriously injured. If the injury worsened and a Marine Admiral was left with sequelae, it would be a huge blow to the Marine. Marines wiped out. Kizaru seriously injured. Nowadays, the number of pirates on the sea has reached a terrifying level. Although there are not many powerful pirates, those who enter the New World and join the 4 emperors in the future will also be enemies that cause headaches for the Marine. The 3 admirals of the Marine are the cornerstones of maintaining peace on the sea. If anything happens to any of the admirals, it will be disastrous news for the Marine. And can use multiple abilities. All the warships have been destroyed, and I am seriously injured. Marshal Sengoku, please send assistance as soon as possible to recover as much damage as possible. It seemed as if these 2 people appeared out of thin air. Is something wrong? Borsellino, have you intercepted them? The threat posed by the White Ghost pirates is comparable to that of the 4 Emperors pirates. The key is that the main combat force on this ship is only 2 people, the White Ghost Lu Yun and the White-Eyed Witch. Sengoku, who was in the Marine Marshal's office, stiffened and his breathing became rapid. After hanging up Den Dan Mushi, Sengoku's expression remained frozen as always. Borsellino didn't respond for a long time, which made Sengoku a little flustered. He knew that Kizaru was the Marine Admiral and if something happened to him, the whole ocean would be in turmoil. How is this possible? Kizaru told Sengoku the details. The voice of Den Dan Mushi rang out, and Kizaru knew that things were going to be troublesome. If possible, he didn't want to answer the call. Sengoku contacted the Marine branch closest to Kizaru and his group and asked them to support Kizaru and his group immediately. We currently have very little information about Lu Yun. Damn Roger. Ever since what he said before his death, Marine has become somewhat powerless in controlling the sea. The desk cracked and collapsed. Kizaru remained silent for a long time. Sengoku slammed his fist on the desk with a scowl. The key point is that Lu Yun and Kizaru are both admiral-level fighters. Even if Kizaru is defeated, he should be seriously injured. Chapter 197 New Bounty Order, Bounty for all members. The next day, a piece of news spread throughout the ocean. The entire ocean was shocked by the news in the newspaper. White Ghost, Lu Yun, Bounty, 1.53 billion. White-Eyed Witch, Bounty, 870 million. Chef, Carmen, Bounty, 80 million. Navigator, Kun, Bounty, 50 million. Marine's initial deployment of such a high force would have surely attracted the attention of others on the sea, and even if they wanted to conceal it, they wouldn't have been able to keep it secret for long. Moreover, Sengoku is no longer worried that Lu Yun will join any of the four emperors. Those who possess conquerors' haki are kings themselves and they will not rely on anyone. Lu Yun's entry into the new world will inevitably lead to conflicts with the other four emperors. When the new world becomes turbulent, Marine can take this opportunity to take root in the new world. This way, the Marines can restrict the four emperors' pirates' actions. On the new world red-haired pirate's ship, the deputy captain Ben Beckman was stunned when he saw a newspaper. Hey, you must be kidding. Ben Beckman's eyes suddenly widened, and his heart was stirred as he read the news in the newspaper. The others on the pirates were also attracted by the shocked expression on Ben Beckman's face. Ben Beckman was the think tank on the ship. He is usually calm but he showed a shocked expression. Something big must have happened. Yo, Beckman, what happened? Shanks came over with a smile. As soon as he finished speaking, Beckman handed the newspaper to Shanks. Shanks was a little confused while holding the newspaper, but when he looked carefully at the news on the newspaper, his expression became serious. White Ghost, it's really scary. Even Kizaru couldn't take down the White Oni pirates, and 10 marine warships were sunk as a result. White Ghost, don't underestimate it. Shanks knew very well that Admiral Kizaru's sparkling fruit's ability was top-notch in the ocean. Even so, he still couldn't defeat Lu Yun, and he knew that Lu Yun had defeated his good friend Hawkeye. Shanks was also curious about Lu Yun. Shanks knew Hawkeye's strength very well. Even someone like him was defeated by Lu Yun. Shanks was also a little bit unbelievable when he first heard the news. Newcomers these days are truly terrifying. Marine has lost face this time. I guess Sengoku has a terrible headache. Beckman whispered. Marine did not gain any benefit from deploying admiral-level combat forces this time, which means that if they want to capture the White Ghost, they must deploy at least 2 or even 3 admirals. But Marine can't do that, it's too risky. Admiral cannot be deployed at will. Once Shanks enters the new world, the situation will change. We'd better prepare for it as soon as possible. Advertisement. Beckman said solemnly. A heavy look flashed across Shanks' face. Beckman was right. Even if Lu Yun entered the new world and did not conflict with them, any of the 4 emperors' pirates and the White Ghost pirates, the situation in the ocean will completely change, and the Marine can also take this opportunity to do something. An era of turbulence. Shanks sighed. Except for Shanks, the other 4 emperors also knew the news. He was somewhat surprised by Lu Yun's actions, but that was just surprise. The 4 emperors were the kings of the sea, and even something like this would hardly cause him much of a stir. Because of Lu Yun, pirates all over the world laugh at the Marine's incompetence and even think that the Marine admiral is nothing special. As a result, pirates on the sea are now more rampant. However, under the suppression of Marine forces, those ignorant pirate groups have also been suppressed by the Marine and sent into impel down. 2 pirates' ships collided on the sea one after another, the Jackal pirates and the Tomahawk pirates. Clang! Clang! The sound of blades clashing rang out sharply, blood splattered, and bodies fell one after another. It was common for conflicts to break out between pirate groups. Most pirate groups are formed because of conflicts of interest. The same is true when the Jackal pirates and the Tomahawk pirates engage in a firefight. The faces of the Tomahawk pirates were extremely gloomy. Noelson, it was you who leaked the information. Nolson is his second in command, and Captain Tomahawk trusts Nolson the most. But he didn't expect that the person he trusted the most would betray him. Why, Nolson? Captain Tomahawk roared like an angry lion. Nolson looked at Captain Tomahawk with a disdainful smile and said sarcastically, of course it's because I want more. The Tomahawk pirates are no match for the Jackal pirates. A devil fruit, and you actually want to take it yourself. You're clearly strong enough. I've approached you repeatedly but you've avoided the topic. Talking about brothers is just bullshit. Captain Tomahawk's face turned pale. Is this why you betrayed me? Of course not. In fact, I have been in contact with the Jackal for a long time, but you just don't know it. Who do you think leaked the information about the last ambush by the Jackal pirates? Nolson laughed coldly. You be **************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************$$$ $$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$ $$$ $$$ $$ $$ $ $$ $$$ $ $ $$ $ $ $ $ $ $ $ $ $ $ $ $ $ $ $$$ $ $ $ $$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$ hand and he wanted to chop the B asterisk 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 D in front of him into two halves, but now he couldn't even stand up. Captain, save me. The pirates under the command of the Tomahawk pirates were controlled by the Jackal pirates and killed one after another in front of Tomahawk. Dog fruit, demon fruit power in the form of a jackal. Advertisement. When Nolson saw Walden coming, a hint of fear flashed in his eyes and he called out respectfully. This scene made Captain Tomahawk's expression distorted. Boom. He felt as if a thunderclap had exploded in his head. Walden said in a trembling voice as if he had seen a ghost. It's you. Why are you here? Serves you right. Thump, thump, thump. Walden said coldly, one day you will betray me, so why should I keep you? Captain Tomahawk spat out a mouthful of blood in anger, and his face became even paler. Walden was furious. Captain, I don't know when a figure appeared on the boat. Reward. 85 million. It's all your fault. It's all your fault. Puff. Stop it, you bastards. Looking at the cold corpse of Nolson, Tomahawk felt extremely refreshed. Battle axe spat on Walden's face. Nolson's pupils widened and his body stiffened, and he fell to the deck and turned into a cold corpse. Ha 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 ha. Battle axe sneered, you want my fruit? Go find it yourself if you can. Don't think Lousy will tell you. A cold light flashed in Walden's eyes as he looked at Nolson, and at that moment the sharp wolf claws pierced Nolson's chest. Just as Walden was about to take action, he suddenly felt a creepy feeling spread across his back. Who? Walden's dull footsteps reached Battle Axe's ears. The captain of the Jackal Pirates came slowly. Surprisingly, the Jackal captain's posture was somewhat similar to that of a werewolf. He had extremely lush hair on his body, a wolf's head and a human body. The cold light from his sharp claws was chilling. Captain of the Jackal Pirates, Walden. As soon as he finished speaking, Valden crushed Nolson's heart. Blood splattered on the deck, and Nolson grabbed Valden's hand and looked at him in disbelief. Why, phew, this be ******** D. Where is the fruit? Court death. Walden turned his head away stiffly. Chapter 198 Wind Fruit. Walden would never forget this face. He had seen the wanted poster for this man a few days ago. White Ghost. The bounty. 1.53 billion. It's almost enough to get the 4 Emperor's Pirates officers. The air was filled with a suffocating atmosphere, and beads of cold sweat the size of soybeans appeared on the foreheads of the pirates under Walden's command. They wanted to move, but under the tremendous pressure exerted by Lu Yun, they felt as if they were bound by strong shackles. It made them unable to move. Lu Yun ignored Valden and slowly walked towards the battle axe, using illusion to give the battle axe to hypnosis. Where is Devil Fruit? Lu Yun's voice was very calm. When he walked past Walden, he was like air. Battle axe, with a dull and dazed expression, slowly said, inside the utility box in the underground warehouse. What's going on? Walden was shocked. Battle axe was so tough when facing him, but why did he become so stubborn when Lu Yun asked him? Even if it's you, I won't allow you to take my things. Valden roared angrily, and a ferocious aura like a beast instantly burst out from his body. A cold scarlet light stared intently at Lu Yun. The moment he moved his feet, he was suddenly knocked out by an irresistible powerful force. Valden was stunned in the air and fell into the sea in the next second. Demon fruit power is cursed by sea water. Once the fruit power user enters the water, it is the same as death. Boom. The air trembled under the enormous pressure. The powerful Ryutsu made the souls of the pirates of the Jackal Pirates tremble. The fear that was enough to absorb their souls made the pirates' eyes turn white and they fainted. The tomahawk that came into close contact with Lu Yun had his soul torn into pieces by the terrifying power of Ryutsu. Boom. Lu Yun simply blasted a hole in the deck violently, and jumped down when he saw the underground warehouse. Full perception. With his keen perception, Lu Yun could clearly feel a faint energy in a box on his right, which was piled among the miscellaneous items. After using repulsion to push away all the debris, a brown wooden box appeared in front of Lu Yun. Lu Yun opened the box and found a dark gray strange fruit inside. This shape. Lu Yun narrowed his eyes. It seems that this is Logia's devil fruit, a devil fruit I have never seen before. The moment Lu Yun touched the fruit, his expression froze, his pupils shrank slightly, and a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Advertisement. I see. Devil fruit is just like this. The fruit itself carries an extraordinary power. This power is indeed strong, but in Lu Yun's opinion, it is nothing special. Moreover, this power has its flaws. The user of Devil Fruit's ability is not immune to seawater. Seawater and seastone are both the nemesis of the user of Devil Fruit. The power of the world. There is no doubt that Devil Fruit is a power differentiated from the world itself. It also belongs to the special power system of this world and is a power derived from the birth of the world. The power contained in the Devil's Fruit is not profound, it can be analyzed just by touching it. Back on the pirate's ship, Lu Yun called Carmen and Kun over. The two of them exclaimed when they saw the devil fruit in Lu Yun's hand. Isn't this a devil fruit? That's right. Which of you two wants to eat this devil fruit? This devil fruit is most likely from Logia. Hiss. Carmen and Quinn both gasped. Lodge. Everyone on the sea knows that there are 3 types of devil fruit. Zone, Paramesha, and Logia. Logia is especially recognized as the strongest of the 3 devil fruits. This is actually a Logia fruit. Both of them were extremely moved. Some time ago, they were all depressed because of their own strength, and the only thing that could quickly gain powerful strength was devil fruit. Kun hesitated for a moment, then looked at Carmen and said seriously, Carmen, you should eat this fruit. I eat. Carmen shook her head. You're a navigator. You're more important than me. You should eat this devil fruit. With the protection of Mr. Lu Yun and Ms. Hinata, my life will not be in any danger. Kun sighed. Precisely because I am a navigator, I cannot eat this devil fruit. Besides, Mr. Lu Yun is already teaching me taijutsu, so I'll be able to protect myself in the future. You are our precious chef on board. We may not be able to taste your delicious food. This advertisement. Carmen gave Lu Yun a troubled look. Lu Yun said calmly. Kundu said so, just eat it. Oh well. Carmen took the devil fruit from Lu Yun's hand and swallowed dryly as she looked at the strange devil fruit in front of her. Take a bite. Vomit. Carmen's expression suddenly twisted. She had eaten disgusting food before, but this was the first time she had tried such disgusting fruit. The taste was hard to swallow. With her eyes closed, Carmen swallowed the fruit without chewing. Kindness. Lu Yun frowned slightly. Carmen's body is changing, the power of the devil fruit transforming her body into natural elements. Interesting. This devil fruit was indeed a little beyond Lu Yun's expectations. Cough cough cough. Carmen coughed dryly several times, quickly picked up the water that had just been placed on the table and drank several sips before she felt better. Mr. Lu Yun, one bite is enough, right? Carmen couldn't imagine eating all the devil fruit. It would be a hellish experience for him. Well, you can gain abilities by eating a bite of devil fruit. Feel what kind of ability you have gained. Lu Yun said lightly. After hearing this, Carmen finally felt relieved. She didn't have to eat it anymore. Carmen guaranteed that no matter how good her cooking skills were, she couldn't make this devil fruit into delicious food. This is not food for humans at all. At this time, Carmen clearly felt an extra force in her body. Carmen felt this energy and released it. Sudden, a terrible hurricane blew everything on the deck of the ship away. If Lu Yun hadn't held it steady, everything on the boat would have been blown into the sea. Carmen was stunned with her hair disheveled. It seems my guess was correct. This is the Logia wind fruit. This ability is not inferior to the fruit ability of the 3 Marine Admirals. If you develop it well, you may be able to stand on equal footing with the 3 Marine Admirals in the future. Chapter 199 Landing on Sky Island. During this boring time at sea, Lu Yun is helping Carmen develop her devil fruit ability. The wind fruit is definitely one of the top Logia fruits in Logia. By making good use of the principle of the fruit, it can also cause the power to destroy the world. Waves were crashing on the sea, and Lu Yun looked into the distance. The White Sea should be approaching. His target was Sky Island, that magical island Lu Yun wanted to see with his own eyes. After several hours, they finally reached the White Sea. Mr. Lu Yun, why did we come to Baihai specifically? Kun asked doubtfully. Lu Yun's mouth curled up into a mysterious smile. You'll know later. As soon as he finished speaking, Kun felt their boat gradually rising into the air again. Feeling a little unstable, Kun grabbed a pole to steady himself. After about a few minutes, Kun saw a huge shadow in the clouds. This is. Kun's body trembled violently, and the expression on his face gradually became excited as he looked at the huge shadow. Sky Island. It's Sky Island. It's the legendary Sky Island. Oh my god, Sky Island actually exists. When I was little, I thought it was just a legend. Sky Island really exists in this world. Kun shed crystal tears of excitement, and seeing Sky Island seemed to have opened up a whole new continent for him. Now Kun finally understood why Lu Yun came to Baihai, but how did Mr. Lu Yun know that there was a Sky Island 10,000 meters above Baihai? Breaking through the white clouds, Lu Yun's ship landed on the white empty sea. Incredible. Absolutely incredible. This cloud, is it the sea? Kun looked around excitedly. Looking at the white clouds around him, Lu Yun smiled. This world is really wonderful. Hinata walked up slowly and looked at Lu Yun seriously. Lu Yun, how do you know there is an island up here? Lu Yun smiled faintly. It's just a hunch. Advertisement. Intuition. Hinata looked at Lu Yun doubtfully, and looking at the huge sea of space in front of him, Hinata felt a strange feeling in his heart. This world is completely different from the ninja world. There are so many wonderful places. No one could have imagined that there is a Sky Island floating in the air at an altitude of 10,000 meters. Lu Yun's purpose of coming to Sky Island this time was to see the guy who calls himself a god on Sky Island. At the same time, he also wanted to verify his idea. If Lu Yun remembered correctly, there was a scene in the original book where after a creature with fruit abilities died, the fruits nearby had a chance to transfer the devil fruit abilities of the dead creature. If the ability of devil fruit is to attach to other fruits and transform into devil fruit after the user dies, then maybe thunder fruit. Someone is coming. Lu Yun's observation Haki has detected a presence rapidly approaching them. That's it. A masked Shandian flew towards Lu Yun and the others at high speed, and Carmen's eyes fixed on him. The peaceful Sky Island was no longer peaceful at this moment. The violent hurricane submerged the Shandians like a wave. The irresistible force made the Shandians terrified. Under the violent hurricane, the Shandia people were swept into the empty sea. Creatures similar to sea kings also exist in the empty sea, and this Shandia man is likely in great danger. Not bad, Carmen. Now I can stand on my own. Kun praised. Carmen, feeling a little embarrassed by the compliment, said modestly, I'm still far from that. Call out. At this moment, another figure was approaching them rapidly. A knight in silver armor riding a pink Pegasus was heading straight towards them. Lu Yun knew the man's identity, but he hadn't spoken yet. Carmen moved quickly and once again stirred up a violent hurricane, and Gonforl was inevitably blown away by the force of the hurricane. This ability, Gonfor, who was unable to resist and was blown away by the hurricane, suddenly had his pupils shrink and was filled with horror. This is a similar ability to Enel. Who are these people from Qinghai? Gonforl didn't know where he would be blown to. Pierre under him flapped his wings but was unable to resist the power of the hurricane. He could only let the hurricane carry them away. Advertisement. As for where to fly to, they could only wait silently for the power of the hurricane to disappear. Stunned Lu Yun showed a helpless expression. Carmen's action was too quick. She didn't even give him a chance to speak. Lu Yun didn't take this little episode to heart and controlled the boat to slowly sail to the gate of heaven. They also encountered the supervisor at the gate of heaven, but Lu Yun didn't take it seriously at all and ignored the old woman as he passed through the gate of heaven. Lu Yun also clearly sensed the gaze that was secretly watching them. Is it that guy Enel? This guy's heart network is observation hockey, but because of Thunder Fruit, his heart network can cover the entire Sky Island. Enel is indeed a genius. However, because he appeared too early and was defeated by Luffy's protagonist Halo. Lu Yun also thought it was a bit outrageous at the time. Enel was absolutely an invincible strongman in the first half of the Grand Line. Even if his strength was not as good as Admiral, it was definitely not inferior to Marine Vice Admiral. Of course, Enel also has a shortcoming of arrogance. As the user of Thunder Fruit's abilities, he calls himself a god on Sky Island. If it weren't for his arrogance, he might not have lost so badly. If Enel is sensible, Lu Yun can let Enel on the ship. If not, Enel will just be his experimental subject. After all, he didn't know whether the experiment would really succeed. It was a question of probability. Shrine. An amused smile appeared on Enel's face. Interesting Qinghai people. That woman seems to have the same abilities as me. Perhaps I can learn something from them. Getas, Shadley, Shira, Some people from Qinghai have trespassed on Sky Island. Bring them to me. The 4 god-tier officers knelt respectfully on the ground. Yes, God. Lu Yun and his companions did not encounter any major trouble when entering the island. Occasionally, a few creatures similar to Sea Kings attacked them. However, all those creatures were given to Carmen and Kun to practice with. Moreover, when Enel appeared, Lu Yun did not plan to do it himself. Enel was a good training object. For Carmen, fighting with Enel can allow her to quickly accumulate combat experience and improve her abilities. Training with herself alone is not enough. She must feel a sense of crisis in order to complete her transformation. Are you here? Lu Yun raised his brows as 4 figures approached them rapidly. The 4 god-tier officers under Enel. He's just delivering food, a good opportunity for Carmen and Kun to practice. Chapter 200. The 4 god-tier officials defeat. Wing. Are these people angels? Do angels really exist on Sky Island? Looking at the 4th god-tier, Guan Kun cried out in shock. The 4 priests looked at Lu Yun and his group indifferently. People from Qinghai, you have trespassed on Sky Island without permission. We are capturing you by order of the gods. If you had known better, you would have suffered less. The 4 priests looked at Lu Yun and others coldly. God's command. Lu Yun smiled disapprovingly. It's nothing more than Enel. Mr. Lu Yun, is there really a god on Sky Island? Kun asked. Lu Yun smiled faintly. God. That guy calls himself a god, but he is just a demon fruit power. At best, he is just a frog in a well. No wonder. It turns out to be demon fruit power. I didn't expect that Sky Island also has demon fruit power. Presumptuous. How dare you, despicable Qinghai people, slander God. We are the 4th tier god-tier officials and will never allow you to slander God. Lu Yun glanced at Kun and Carmen and said, these guys are quite capable, so I'll leave them to you. This is also a test for you. Let me see your strength. Carmen and Quinn looked at each other and nodded. A cold glint flashed in the eyes of the 4th god-tier officer. You're courting death. If we take action, our crime is unforgivable. Be careful. God's instructions are to keep them alive. Don't kill them. I know it without you telling me. Gave Getas a cold look. God's command. A bunch of frogs in a well. Carmen sneered, and suddenly his figure disappeared and turned into a gust of wind and appeared behind Shira. Storm roll. Advertisement. The violent hurricane turned into a terrifying tornado spinning at high speed. The surrounding airflow was also sucked in by the tornado's huge suction force, and the surrounding white clouds were affected and turned into white cloud tornadoes. Tear. It was too late for Shira to react at this time. The terrifying impact of the tornado shattered his internal organs and a mouthful of blood spurted out of Shira's mouth. Puff. There was a sound of falling into the sea of clouds, and the 4 god-tier official Shiras were easily dealt with in less than a single encounter.
Not bad. It seems that we have gradually found a path to development. A glint of admiration flashed in Lu Yun's eyes. Hinata, who was standing by, looked at the ability of the devil fruit with her eyes flashing. The devil fruit was truly the most magical product in the world. Before this, Carmen's strength was probably not even as good as that of a genin. Now, the tricky ability of the devil fruit would give even the Jonin a headache in the ninja world. How is this possible? What was that just now? Powers like God. No. God is thunder. This guy is wind. Who are these people from Qinghai? Ohm's eyes widened with horror. However, at this moment a strong wind passed by, and Ohm protected his head with one arm and the dull blow made a muffled sound. It's so heavy. Omi's heart was shocked again. These Qinghai people are different from the Qinghai people they have encountered before. The Qinghai people they have encountered before did not have such powerful strength. When faced with them, those people from Qinghai didn't even have the ability to resist. They were just ants that were slaughtered by them. Damn it. Qinghai people, stop being so arrogant. Iron whip. Ohm roared angrily, and the iron cloud sword in his hand turned into a long whip and swung it out, and the sharp sound of it piercing the air reached his ears. Kun knew that with his current strength, he was not able to directly withstand the iron whip that was sweeping towards him. Bang, 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 moonwalk. Human potential is maximized in situations of oppression. Lu Yun chuckled. He was the one who taught moonwalk to Kun. The principles of Marine 6 styles were not difficult to understand. For Kun at this stage, Marine 6 styles was the most suitable physical technique for him. Advertisement moreover, under the pressure of Lu Yun's devilish training, Kun's growth rate has exceeded Lu Yun's expectations. What? I can actually walk in the air. Ohm was horrified, and when he came to his senses, he was greeted by a blue vacuum slash. Tempest kick. Kun kicked out, and a blue vacuum slash came rushing towards him. Iron levy. The iron cloud sword changed its form again, transforming into a white shield that neutralized Tempest kick's vacuum slash. Kun's physical skills are actually not bad, but Ohm in front of him restrains him a little. Compared to Ohm's situation, the pressure on the other two priests was extremely heavy. Facing Logia's ability, these two priests had no ability to deal with it at all. This woman is like a god. Ordinary attacks have no effect on her at all. Shadley's face was gloomy, and beads of cold sweat the size of soybeans appeared on his forehead. As soon as he finished speaking, the air around him became thinner under the influence of the whirlwind. Shadley and Gadaz's breathing became increasingly rapid, and their physical strength was consumed much faster than before. Boom! At this moment, an irresistible force controlled them. Their bodies sank, their feet were deeply inserted into the ground, their faces flushed, and the huge pressure was like a mountain, making it difficult for them to breathe. Carmen clenched her fist, and the enveloping tornado emitted a sharp, piercing buzzing sound, making the two priests' eardrums feel like they were about to tear apart. There were sharp blades hidden in the violent tornado. At that moment, the two priests seemed to be cut into pieces. Screams rang out, and blood kept splashing out, accompanied by screams. Ohm looked back at his companions, a look of fear on his face. Only God can deal with this woman, they are no match for her. Fear and panic spread in Ohm's heart, and the atmosphere suddenly fell into silence. Before coming, they never thought that they would suffer a crushing defeat. When they were priests under Enel, even if they encountered people from Qinghai, those people from Qinghai would only be slaughtered by them. But the situation now was completely different from before. Ohm had the thought of running away, but because of his fear of Enel, he suppressed the thought. At this moment when Ohm was distracted, good opportunity. Kun's eyes focused, and he seized the opportunity of Ohm's clone and kicked out with all his strength. The huge force hit Ohm directly. Ohm crashed to the ground like a waterfall and became embedded in the earth. The four god-tier officers, who were considered invincible by the people of Sky Island, were defeated in just a few encounters. The four priests are quite powerful, and are considered experts even in the Grand Line. However, they are unable to deal with Logia's tricky abilities. Even with observation Haki, Shingon, it is ineffective against Carmen who has transformed into wind. It's not that observation Haki is ineffective, but the cultivation of the four god-tier officials is not yet sufficient. Chapter 201. Void Style, Z. You two are already quite capable. Even a Marine Vice Admiral can handle Carmen with ease. But Marine Vice Admirals usually have Haki, so if Carmen isn't careful, she'll suffer. Lu Yun turned his attention to Kun again. Kun's taijutsu has reached the level of a Marine Colonel, and he's considered a master in the Grand Line. I'm quite surprised by all of you this time. Lu Yun looked at the two of them with admiration. The two of them lowered their heads in embarrassment. If our strength is too weak, wouldn't we be holding Mr. Lu Yun back? Lu Yun remained silent and smiled faintly. Looking up, Lu Yun stared at the sky. If Enel's mind really covered the entire Sky Island, he would probably know the situation here best. Can you still pretend that nothing happened? At this moment, a flash of lightning suddenly appeared in the clear sky, and a roar of thunder was heard above the sky. Boom, boom. The lightning that rushed down turned into a lightning pillar, and the terrifying lightning contained in it was instantly bounced away by an invisible energy. Before Kun and Carmen could react to what was happening, Lu Yun's figure suddenly disappeared across space. In the shrine, Enel frowned. That guy's presence actually disappeared from Sky Island? How is that possible? His heart network covered the entire Sky Island, and no one's breath or voice could bypass him. But now, he could not detect any breath of Lu Yun under his heart network. Strangeness. Suddenly at this moment, Enel's expression suddenly changed. He looked straight ahead as if facing a great enemy, with a hint of shock in his eyes. Lu Yun looked at Enel with a smile on his face. Qinghai people, when did you break into the shrine? Enel's face was extremely gloomy. This was the territory of God. Anyone who entered the temple without God's consent would be offending God. Is that so? Didn't you notice that I was standing here a few seconds ago? Lu Yun said lightly. What a joke, I won't believe you. Enel yell rode. Sizzle. The lightning was so bright, as if thousands of birds were singing together, and a flash of bright lightning turned into a dancing silver snake. The lightning flashed and roared away. Advertisement. Lu Yun had a blank expression on his face. He stretched out his hand and connected the dark green energy horizontally and vertically, easily disintegrating the lightning. Enel's arrogant expression gradually became stiff. What have you done, Qinghai people? His thunder and lightning had never been so easily dismantled by anyone before. This was the power of thunder and lightning, and it was the reason why he called himself a god. Nice power. But this power is only so strong at best. Lu Yun looked at ease from beginning to end. The expression on Enel's face became ferocious, and he struck the taiko drum behind him. A thunderbird made of thunder and lightning flapped its wings and made a harsh sound. Li, 30 million volts. Thunderbird, Qinghai people, stop being so arrogant. God is beyond the reach of mortals. You scum who despise God, disappear in the thunder. 30 million volts is no longer something humans can withstand. The discharge just now was only 10 million volts. There is no way this man could be his opponent. The thunderbird let out a cry that shook thousands of miles away, and its flapping wings were like thunderblades that could tear everything apart as it flew towards Lu Yun. Lu Yun's approach is simple. With just a simple and rough slap, the ferocious thunderbird in front of him seemed to be made of paper and was shattered by a single slap. How is that possible? I don't believe it. Enel's eyes widened in disbelief. The thunderbird was actually shattered by Lu Yun with just one slap. What kind of monster is this man? Suddenly, Enel's pupils shrank. Lu Yun disappeared from sight. Where is that Qinghai guy? Enel continued to use Shingang to try to find Lu Yun, but at this moment Enel felt someone grabbing his shoulder. Instantly, Enel trembled all over and looked at the hand that was grabbing his shoulder in disbelief. How is this possible? Ever since he ate the thunderfruit, no one has been able to touch his body for many years. He is the incarnation of thunder and lightning. How could a mortal touch him? So, you are just a frog in a bigger well. Advertisement. The logia fruit doesn't mean invincibility. Even someone as powerful as a logia has ways to counter it. Want to see a wider world? Come aboard my ship and see how big the world is. Enel's body trembled slightly. Lu Yun's words touched Enel's heart. He was indeed moved by Lu Yun's words. But, he couldn't accept that he was the same as before, the memory of being bullied and called a monster and weak. I, Enel, am God, should be in control of everything. Stop kidding. I'm a god. How can I be inferior to a mere human? Unforgivable. You people of Qinghai have incurred the wrath of God. You all die. Debris flew everywhere. A terrifying gust of air swept around, the cracks in the ground continued to expand, and the entire temple was destroyed beyond recognition by the power of thunder and lightning. Impotent rage. There was a cold glint in Lu Yun's eyes, the power of thunder and lightning rage. Tiny silver snakes danced, and under the infinity, no thunder and lightning could touch Lu Yun. The power of thunder and lightning gathered, and the entire lightning enveloped Enel. The lightning expanded violently and turned into a giant hundreds of meters tall. The dazzling lightning flashed across the entire sky island. The Shandians who had been hiding in the dark felt the aura of destruction emanating from the thunder giant, and fear appeared on everyone's face. That's Enel? Can we really defeat a monster like that? Even from such a distance, we can still feel that suffocating force. Do we still have a chance to reclaim our homeland? The Shandians' minds went blank. Looking at Enel in this posture, they felt that everything they had done so far was in vain. Waver's expression was solemn, his posture was serious. Who is fighting Enel? 200 million volts, Thor. Die by my hands, Qinghai people. Enel roared angrily, and terrifying lightning swept over in an instant. The pressure alone turned the surrounding buildings into dust. Lu Yun exhaled a breath of foul air. Homeopathy technique, Kang. Reversal technique. The two spells overlapped, causing irreversible changes. Enel, transformed into the god of thunder, felt the crisis of death for the first time. Lu Yun flicked his fingers. Empty form. Z. Chapter 202. Enel dies. The experiment succeeds. The energy ball was like a black hole, distorting the surrounding space, like an abyss that could swallow everything. The surrounding space was cut apart by the energy, and the irreversible force caused Enel's soul to burst out. The lightning was caught in it and lost its original dazzling light in the moment the lightning flashed, facing an energy wave that was like a small black hole. The terrifying thunder ravaged the temple. At this moment, the sky was filled with thunder. The thunder struck the black energy waves intensively, and everything seemed to be destroying the world. The thunder turned into a sea of thunder that was more than 50 meters high and fell down. Stop it! Enel roared and trembled violently. The lightning that originally enveloped his body dimmed a lot, and the silver arc of electricity gradually subsided. Oh, I'm a god. There's no way I can lose to something like this. I can block it. The sea of thunder swallowed the black hole energy wave like a glutton, but unfortunately Lu Yun's expression did not change at all. It's useless. The hollow style, C, is already in a different dimension, and Enel can't block it even if he tries his best. This kind of thing. Wherever the black hole energy wave passed, nothing was left behind, and the destroyed space was flashing with black thunder. Boom! A deafening roar resounded throughout the entire Sky Island, shaking the surrounding space. The residents of Sky Island were terrified, thinking that a disaster was about to happen on Sky Island. The lightning gradually faded away, the harsh crackling sound of electricity was no longer as violent as before, and the little silver snake stopped dancing. The hollow style submerged half of Enel's body. Even if it was transformed into an element, it was useless. Half of Enel's body was completely destroyed by the hollow style. Lu Yun's eyes were not on Enel's half-body, he was staring at a few apples placed beside him. At this moment, one of the 4 apples shook violently. Lu Yun's eyes fixed. There's a chance. he could feel the special power of the devil fruit. The apple was shaking violently, and at a speed visible to the naked eye, the apple gradually changed into a devil fruit with patterns. Success. Sure enough, once the demon fruit power dies, the original power of its devil fruit will be transferred to the nearby fruits. That was back then. Lu Yun narrowed his eyes. Perhaps later on, Blackbeard didn't absorb Whitebeard's abilities through the dark fruit's power, but rather the devil fruit's power was transferred to nearby fruits. Advertisement Teach may have known this secret for a long time, of course this is just Lu Yun's guess. Thunderfruit. Lu Yun played with the thunderfruit in his hand, thinking. What to do with this thunderfruit? Gave it to Kun. Kun has a good talent for physical skills, but eating this devil fruit will actually limit his future development. Although thunderfruit can instantly increase Kun's strength to a higher level, devil fruit also has its drawbacks. Those who are strong in physical skills can also reach the top. Never mind. Let Kun make his own decision. There was nothing on Sky Island that interested Lu Yun. For others, there is another treasure on it, that is the historical text, but Lu Yun can't understand those words at all, and he is not interested in the blank 800 years of history of world government. Across space, Lu Yun's figure disappeared in the ruins. At this time, the residents of Sky Island looked at the black hole in the sky in horror, and countless people's faces turned pale and fear spread in their hearts. The sky. A hole opened in the sky. What on earth did that Enel guy do? Hey, have you forgotten that Enel can hear all of us? Are you looking for death? The Sky Island man's expression changed instantly, and he quickly covered his mouth and looked at the sky in horror. As if worried that something would fall. Kindness? Everyone was a little confused. Normally, Enel would have executed this person by now. Even if someone had slandered Enel in his heart, they would have been killed by the lightning. Enel. Suddenly, a crazy idea popped into their minds. Could it be that the hole in the sky wasn't caused by Enel? They quickly dismissed the idea. How could a monster like Enel be defeated if there was a monster that defeated Enel ruling Sky Island? Then their lives will be even less hopeful. Maybe Enel is just in a good mood today. Advertisement. Looking at the black hole in the sky, the atmosphere fell into dead silence for a moment. The black hole that the people of Sky Island saw was nothing more than a dissipating void technique. Void techniques were inherently heaven-defying, and it was impossible to make them disappear immediately. The cursed power in the energy wave will gradually weaken, and at the current speed, it will take about a day for the hollow style to disappear. In the ruins of the temple, a group of Shandia people flew over rapidly on airshells. The Shandians looked at the ruins of the temple, their minds going blank for a moment. Is this the original Enel shrine? It was unbelievable that the shrine had been reduced to ruins. Looking at the black hole in the sky, just looking at it made Weber feel the heart-pounding energy. He saw with his own eyes that Enel's god-like figure was pierced by the black hole energy, and it was precisely because of this that Weber held a little hope in his heart. What about that guy Enel? Weber searched for Enel in the ruins of the shrine. Looking at the devastated shrine, his heart could not calm down for a long time. Suddenly at this moment, he saw half a body in a pile of rubble. Because it was far away, Weber thought that Enel's upper body was on the other side. Weber's gaze darkened, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. The Shandians hate Enel all the time because it is because of Enel that they cannot return to their original homeland. This day has finally come. Enel, you be *****D finally died in my hands. A powerful airflow erupted from the airshell beneath Weber's feet, accelerating it as it flew towards Enel. However, after reaching this position, the expression on his face changed drastically, as if he had seen something very scary. This is, Weber's voice trembled slightly, he had never imagined this scene. The other Shandians also rushed over because of Weber's strange behavior. Weber, what's wrong? The others looked down and saw a Shandian man's weapon fall from his hand. He looked at the scene in horror. It's actually like this, Enel, this guy, didn't even leave a complete body. Who did this? Screams of horror echoed throughout the ruins of the shrine. Weber and the others were not happy about Enel's death. Instead, they were enveloped by an invisible fear. They could hardly imagine that there were monsters in Sky Island that were more terrifying than Enel. This is an unknown fear for them. Chapter 203. Children make choices, I want them all. Has Mr. Lu Yun resolved everything? It's all over. There's nothing much to keep me interested in Sky Island. Do you guys want to stay longer? Hinata and Carmen nodded. Women after all. We are all attached to beautiful things. Since Hinata and Carmen don't want to leave, there's nothing wrong with them staying in Sky Island for a while longer. But, Kun, where are the people? Lu Yun was a little confused when she didn't see Kun. That guy thinks he lacks combat experience and is still fighting the Sea Kings in the sky. Carmen spoke up. Not bad. This guy Kun never slacks off on himself. In terms of strength, Kun is indeed the weakest one on the ship. Hinata and Carmen went around the sky, and Lu Yun came to the Sky Sea and saw Kun fighting with a large number of Sea Kings. Kun's breathing was a little rapid. He had already dealt with 3 Sea Kings before, and now Kun's physical strength could not hold up. But even so, Kun's gaze is still sharp. He wants to go beyond the limit. Kun flew straight towards the Sea Kings in the air. The Sea Kings roared angrily and swung their huge tails. The wind pressure caused by the strong gusts put some pressure on Kun. Kun gritted his teeth and leapt onto the heads of the Sea Kings. Tempest kick. Blade combo. Kun quickly kicked out several vacuum air blades, which pierced through the air and swept through the Sea Kings. The dense vacuum air blades were not something Sea Kings could easily resist. Blood splattered 7 or 8 feet high, and a blood flower exploded on Sea King's stiff head. The shattered brain tissue fell into the empty sea. Kun stood against a tree, gasping for breath, his face looking pale. This was his limit, he no longer had the strength to fight. Why do you have to work so hard? A familiar voice came from behind Kun, but even so, it still scared Kun. Mr. Lu Yun. Kun turned around and saw that it was Lu Yun and breathed a sigh of relief. Advertisement, I just don't want to hold everyone back. If I run into trouble again and need Mr. Lu Yun and the others' protection, I'll be a burden on the ship. The expression on Kun's face looked a little bitter. At this time, Lu Yun took out the thunder fruit. Devil fruit? Kun was a little surprised. Did Mr. Lu Yun come to Sky Island just for this devil fruit? There should be nothing that can interest Mr. Lu Yun except devil fruit. This is thunder fruit, one of the strongest logia. Eat him, and your strength will be raised to a higher level in a short period of time. Thunder fruit? Kun was shocked that this was actually thunder fruit. But hasn't thunder fruit been consumed by people for a long time? Mr. Lu Yun had told them before that the Sky Island person who called himself God was the one who had the ability of thunder fruit. Could it be that Mr. Lu Yun has some special ability to extract the thunder fruit from the original ability user? That's too incredible. It seems that the original thunder fruit user has died at the hands of Mr. Lu Yun. You have a good talent for physical skills. You might become a powerful warrior who can stand alone and rival the Marine Admiral in the future. This devil fruit is just giving you a choice. Whether to become a demon fruit power or refine your taijutsu skills, it's up to you to decide. Lu Yun had already said this much and it was obvious that she wanted Kun to think it over carefully. Kun was silent for a long time. Thunder fruit is one of the strongest Logia devil fruit abilities, possessing the power of thunder and lightning. But in terms of physical skills, Kun also knew that he had good talent, but the thunder fruit and the wind fruit, if these two fruits work together, maybe he could develop even more terrifying tactics. Mr. Lu Yun, have you ever heard of a saying? What? Lu Yun showed a puzzled expression. Only children make choices, I want them all. Kun took the thunder fruit, took a bite, and his expression instantly twisted. Oh my god. I've heard that devil fruit tastes bad. But he didn't expect it to be so unpalatable. Is this something a human can eat? Kun swallowed the fruit pulp with one breath. Advertisement. Cough cough cough. At this time, Lu Yun came back to his senses and looked at Kun in surprise. How did Kun know this sentence? This sentence is too classic. You have quite a bit of ambition, Lu Yun said with a smile. He was not wrong. Only people like this were qualified to board his ship. Ha 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 ha, I can't embarrass the captain, right? Both Kun and Lu Yun burst into laughter. The laughter echoed throughout the dense forest. The Sea Kings in the empty sea looked at the corpses of their own kind in the depths of silence, and they were actually a little afraid. Before Lu Yun left, he almost forgot one important thing. Enel built a huge golden ark on Sky Island. It would be a waste to leave this golden ark abandoned on Sky Island. The ship he had just built before was like a small sailboat in front of this ark. Oh, it's hard to imagine the guy could actually create such a huge thing. It's unimaginable. These things, are they all gold? It's so luxurious. What was seen in the animation was completely different from what I saw with my own eyes. It was a masterpiece of divine craftsmanship. Enel contributed his last bit of value even before his death. If Enel knew about this, his corpse would probably be P***D off. Lu Yun had thought about taking over Enel Hollow before, but he decided not to. If Enel continued to call himself a god on his ship, he would be afraid that he would destroy Enel's ashes. There are still many voids in his void space, but those voids are not qualified to evolve into Ajukas. Most of the voids in the space now are Menos Grande of the Killian level. The current void space is more like a small Hueco Mundo, inheriting the law of the jungle of Hueco Mundo. If there is a hollow that evolves into Ajukas in the void space, Lu Yun will not hesitate to directly Oronkarize that hollow. However, the Shu here obviously does not have that ability. He needs the soul of a strong man. Abandoning their previous ship, Lu Yun and his crew left Sky Island on the Golden Ark. Watching the Golden Ark sail away from below, Weber wiped the sweat from his forehead. Does that man Weber really have the ability to defeat Enel? He doesn't look like it. Lackey, judging the opponent's strength with your naked eyes is the stupidest way. You didn't even feel the pressure from that guy. Just by looking at him from a distance, I can feel the destructive power in him. Lackey's mind was filled with doubts. Is that man really that scary? Chapter 204 Floating Islands. Legendary pirates. It was unknown how long the Golden Ark had been flying in the sky. Lu Yun and the others danced with the clouds and enjoyed their time in the sky. Although there is no sea breeze, it is more comfortable in the air than on the sea. Being away from the pirates and the marines, there are not so many troubles. In the spiritual world, Lu Yun and Gojo Satoru are fighting. Although Gojo Satoru's ability is still as tricky as before, the gap between Lu Yun and Gojo Satoru has suddenly become much smaller. Moreover, in order to hone his control over the cursed power, Lu Yun has not used any abilities other than curses from the beginning until now. As expected of you, Lu Yun looked at the injury on his right arm and murmured softly. For the cursed creatures in that world who lived in the same era as Gojo Satoru, even living was a tragedy. The power of cursed energy is amazing. It can strengthen the body and even promote its evolution. In addition, Hogyoku is gradually integrating this power. Now Lu Yun has gradually integrated these powers. Once these forces are released at the same time, they will unleash terrifying destructive power that will crush everything in its path. At this time, Lu Yun had returned to reality from the spiritual space, and there was a towel in front of him. Looking at Hinata, Lu Yun showed a smile on his face and wiped the sweat from his forehead. Lu Yun pulled Hinata into his arms. Hinata cried out softly and her face gradually turned red. She lowered her head and didn't dare to look into Lu Yun's eyes again. Holding Hinata, the two of them stared into the distance as they shuttled through the clouds. Carmen and Kun walked out of the room. When they saw Hinata and Lu Yun on the deck, they were stunned and then closed the door. The two looked at each other, their faces full of embarrassment. Then they went back to the training room to continue honing their fruit abilities. If the news that there were 2 Logia fruit users on Lu Yun's ship spread, the entire ocean would probably be shaken. Not long after, a huge island suddenly appeared in front of the Golden Ark. This island is different from Sky Island. Sky Island is fixed in one location and cannot move, but this island floats slowly in the air. Kun looked at the floating island in front of him in shock. Could it be that there is more than one Sky Island? Lu Yun squinted his eyes and looked at the island, a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. It seems I have a special connection with you famous pirates. This island is naturally not Sky Island. Lu Yun knows it best. Lu Yun controlled the Golden Ark and gradually approached the floating island. At this moment, in an empty hall, a pirates ran in a panic. Boss Shiki. There's a boat approaching us. Shiki, who was sitting on a high place, looked at his face change. What did you say? A ship is approaching this island. Who is it? Advertisement. The legendary great pirates and Pirate King Roger and the world's most powerful man Whitebeard are contemporary figures. Pirates Admiral, Golden Lion Shiki. A user of lion fruit's ability, he is also a great swordsman. It's still unclear, but the other party's ship is a huge ark, seemingly made of gold. What? Gold? The pirates in the palace all exclaimed in surprise. That was a ship made of gold, and its weight was probably as heavy as the island. What the pirates cared about most was gold. They couldn't imagine or even believe how much an ark made of gold would be worth. Of course, they would not be naive enough to think that the entire ship was made of gold. At least part of the ship was made of a large amount of gold. Boss Shiki, what should we do? These pirates are all led by Shiki. Looking at the pirates under his command, Shiki showed a rampant smile at the corner of his mouth. Hey guys, follow me and let's go out and see who dares to approach us. Yes, Shiki-sama, many pirates shouted excitedly. This island seems a little different from Sky Island. Kun looked at the environment on the island in confusion. This isn't Sky Island. The reason this island floats is simply due to the power of the devil fruit. What are the abilities of devil fruit? Float. Gurgle. A look of horror flashed in Kun's eyes. Captain, you're not talking about Golden Lion Shiki, are you? Lu Yun nodded lightly. OMG, it's really him. Golden Lion Shiki is the only pirates to escape impelled down, and almost everyone on the sea doesn't know him. Ever since Golden Lion escaped from Marine has not been able to find any trace of Golden Lion. Unexpectedly, they encountered the legendary pirates. Advertisement. No wonder this island can float. Speaking of which, the animals on this island are too huge. They encountered many unusual animals when they entered this forest before. Although those animals looked ferocious, Lu Yun and his group experienced what cruelty was. Thump, thump, thump. There were violent footsteps coming from the distance ahead, and the entire ground was shaking. A very strange-looking blonde old man landed in the air and looked at Lu Yun and his group seriously. A white-haired boy, a girl, and 2 young guys, are they this group of people? Shiki boss. All the pirates under Shiki rushed over, and the crowd was densely packed like a black mass. However, the moment they saw Lu Yun and Hinata, the expressions on their faces became strange. It's them. One of the pirates recognized Lu Yun and Hinata, and fear flashed in his eyes. White Ghost, and the white-haired witch, you know them? Looking at the fearful expressions on the faces of the pirates under his command, Shiki also became interested in Lu Yun and the others. The bounty on the head of this pirates under his command in Grand Line is 150 million new Taiwan dollars, so the person who can make him feel afraid is probably not a simple person. Shiki boss, since you've been to the islands you've never heard of them. But they are definitely the most dangerous group on the ocean. The threat they pose to the Marines is comparable to that of the 4 emperors of the New World. What? All the pirates were shocked by this news. Is the threat comparable to that of the 4 emperors? How is this possible? Those are the 4 emperors of the New World. Comparable to 4 emperors, do you know what they did? Shiki looked at Lu Yun and his group with a strange light in his eyes. Gurgle. The pirates couldn't help but swallow because he was so shocked by the news he learned. They severely injured the Marine Admiral. Boom. This news was like a thunderclap, causing an uproar among the pirates. The Marine Admiral was seriously injured. It must be a lie. Even Shiki's pupils shrank sharply. Chapter 205 Zanpakuto's abilities. Marine Admiral seriously injured. There was an uproar in an instant. You must be kidding. They actually seriously injured the Admiral. Why? Why are they still standing here intact? Even if he faced the Marine Admiral, he could have escaped unscathed. While everyone was still amazed, the pirates added another sentence. In addition to the Marine Admiral, there are 3 Vice Admirals, 10 warships, and 1,000 elite sailors from the naval headquarters. All 10 warships were destroyed, and only 500 Marines survived. After these words were spoken, the atmosphere froze instantly, and all the pirates stared at Lu Yun and his group with wide eyes in horror. Such a lineup. Marine actually lost. Who are they? Ha 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 ha. At this moment, Golden Lion Shiki suddenly burst into laughter, and the pirates looked at Shiki in surprise. What happened to Boss Shiki? Interesting, really interesting. Even the Marine Admiral is no match for you. If you can defeat the Marine, I, Shiki, will recognize you. White-haired boy. Join my pirates and conquer the world together with me. Golden Lion's idea from the beginning to the end was to conquer the whole world. Lu Yun looked at him indifferently, and his eyes shifted to the pair of legs that had been replaced with blades. Shiki, do you think it's still the same as it was back then? It's really sad that the former great pirate, Golden Lion Shiki, now dares not show his face on the sea. Shiki, you are old. You no longer belong to this era. Lu Yun's sarcastic words made Shiki's face darken instantly. A-hole. Do you know who Boss Shiki is? Don't think that defeating the Admiral is enough to make you look down upon the sea. Boss Shiki once fought against the Marine Marshal and the hero Garp. When Boss Shiki was roaming the seas, you were barely even fully grown. Boom, a terrifying and oppressive surge of Ryotsu erupted, and the ground beneath Lu Yun's feet suddenly sank. The terrifying impact caused several cracks to spread all around. Swish. Hinata's figure suddenly disappeared, and in an instant, many scarlet blood flowers spurted out from the pirates' crowd, and heads flew up in the air and rolled to the ground. Panic. Screams. Blood. Advertisement. The pirates never imagined that Lu Yun and the others would choose to take action regardless of the consequences. Damn it. You're so arrogant. Stop it. The Golden Lion was furious, like an angry lion. Lu Yun and the others clearly don't take him seriously. Lousy. But it's the Golden Lion. What on earth is this pressure? It's so heavy. Even his actions were affected by this. This was not conquerors but the purest pressure. Let me experience the power of the legendary great pirate's Golden Lion Shiki. Lu Yun said lightly. Shiki's face was extremely ferocious, and he growled coldly. You little brat. Don't underestimate me. Lousy is the Golden Lion. Slash wave. Shiki kicked out with both feet, and the slash was so powerful that it seemed to be able to split the island in half. A strange color flashed in Lu Yun's eyes. It seems that he underestimated Shiki's strength. Although his strength is not as good as before, his kendo skills still maintain the level of 80% to 90% of his peak period. Golden Lion Shiki has the value of being hollowed. Bang. With a wave of his hand, the slash that extended more than 20 meters disappeared in an instant. How is that possible? What on earth did he do? Shiki's face couldn't calm down. Although he could no longer recover to his peak strength, his strength was so great that even the Marine Admiral could not defeat him. However, he couldn't engage in excessive fighting with Marine Admiral, as he was as old as Whitebeard. My physical strength is simply not what it used to be. Boy, what did you do? Are you demon fruit power? No, that's not right. Even the user of the devil fruit tree ability isn't as weird as you. Lu Yun brushed off the dust that had just been stirred up on him and looked at Shiki calmly. Shiki, do you want to gain power beyond that of humans? Shiki frowned, not understanding what Lu Yun meant. The screams still echoed in my ears as Hinata ruthlessly harvested the lives of the pirates. Carmen and Kun, who were not far away, shuddered inexplicably. They finally understood why Marine called Miss Hinata the white-haired witch. What vacuum slash? What lion majesty? Earthcoiling. It exploded into nothingness in an instant, and the surrounding white clouds disappeared without a trace. Golden Lion Shiki's expression suddenly changed, and he was filled with fear. At this moment, he even felt so insignificant standing in front of Lu Yun. Advertisement. This is his own Zanpakuto. Swish. This is no longer Kyoka Suigetsu. Kyoka Suigetsu's abilities have long been integrated into his body. That unique temperament that is different from that of ordinary people, and this posture are like the legendary god. In the blink of an eye, the Golden Lion was stopped, but the fear beyond death still enveloped him. Green flames rose from Lu Yun's body, and suddenly green divine feathers gathered from chakra were draped over his body. Lu Yun drew out the Zanpakuto, and an endless sandstorm suddenly rolled up. With a swing of the sword, the world shattered like a mirror, making a harsh sound of fragments. The fruit ability itself is not a very powerful ability. If it were someone else, they might not be able to develop lion fruit to this extent. Shiki's eyes widened, and with fear as deep as the abyss, Shiki fell to the ground like a cold corpse. The Golden Lion roared angrily, and the Sakura and Muku in his hands flashed with cold blade light. Armament Haki transformed the two famous swords into black swords. They brought this upon themselves. Shiki, if it were you who was offended, they wouldn't be able to survive either. Not over yet, Shiki, you are worthy of being able to develop lion fruit to this extent. A pair of mooing eyes are as bright as the stars in the universe. Just looking at them can make people fall in love with them, as if being swallowed by the sea of stars. Just like Shiki and myself now, Shiki has not seen how big the world is, so he will not understand how terrifying Lu Yun's strength is. Time and space are all under his control. Although it is only for a few seconds, no one can resist this great power. Assholes, Those are my men. The gap between people is like a chasm. At this moment, he did not feel the gap between him and Lu Yun, because it was no longer a gap, but a different dimension. Lu Yun smiled faintly. Shiki waved the famous sword in his hand and swung out several terrifying sword energies with his feet that were strong enough to split mountains, and several vacuum slashes swept towards Lu Yun. Miss Hinata now does look a bit like a witch. Lion Majesty, Earth Coiling. Sure enough, there are no useless fruits in this world, only useless people. Time stops, the world is silent at this moment, and time and space are frozen at this moment. Lion. Thousand Slice Valley. All of this came to an end because of the Zanpakuto in Lu Yun's hand. As the power of the golden lion fruit was activated, the yellow sand on the surrounding land surged, and countless yellow sands rushed up, forming a lion that was hundreds of meters tall. Space, time, restored. Tear. Kid. Tell your men to stop, Shiki roared angrily. His men were like cutting watermelons in front of Hinata, and they had no strength to resist. This gesture. The four lion heads bit Lu Yun fiercely. Chapter 206. Golden Lion Hollow. Thriller barked. The atmosphere shattered, the island trembled, and the simple sword seemed to split the world in two. The pirates under Golden Lion's command went blank when they saw the cold corpse. Shock, panic, fear, confusion. The pirates were stunned for a moment, unable to accept the facts before them. Shiki Boss. Boss Shiki is dead. I don't believe it, I don't believe it. Boss Shiki is a great pirate from the same generation as Whitebeard Pirate King Roger. How could he die so easily? Illusion. This is all an illusion. Tear, tear, tear. The endless screams brought them back to reality. Looking at Hinata's cold eyes, a chill ran down the backs of all the pirates. Their inner defenses were completely broken. Run. Monsters. They're all monsters. Get out of here. Get out of here. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. I am willing to surrender to the White Walker pirates. No. Hinata ruthlessly harvested their lives as if she didn't hear what these people said. Lu Yun looked at her without any intention of stopping them. These pirates are dead and they're dead. These pirates are basically extremely vicious and cruel people. Besides, how could he still be alive after speaking rudely to him? Looking at Shiki's body, the hollow field, like a tidal wave, enveloped the entire island. At this moment, an inexplicable throbbing made the pirates stop. The situation on the field gradually changed, and even Carmen and Kun looked at the strange scene in front of them with pale faces. Roar, Hollow's soul roared in anger, and that beast-like roar impacted the hearts of several people. Thump, thump, thump. With heavy footsteps, the hollowed soul crushed the ground with one foot and inserted both feet into the ground. The golden lion behind Hollow, with his blonde hair and strange mask on his face, is chilling. The pirates were killed by the Hollows and their souls were devoured by the Hollows. What on earth are these black monsters? Hinata stopped and glanced at Lu Yun. Advertisement. Lu Yun nodded. The next second, Hinata was back beside Lu Yun, and Carmen and Kun felt dizzy. The hellish scene before them made their legs tremble. Those black monsters were not human. The cold aura they exuded was chilling. What on earth did the captain do? What are these black monsters? Devil fruit ability? Stop joking, there is no devil fruit in the world that can create life. Is the captain a devil? Or maybe God? Lu Yun's methods were undoubtedly beyond their comprehension. Such methods would be appalling even if they were placed in the sea. The island gradually shook, and without the support of the lion fruit's ability, the island had already shown a tendency to fall. After another tremor, the island stabilized again. Lu Yun's power is temporarily supporting the island, and the island cannot fall for the time being. Golden Lion, don't let me down. He was not worried at all that Golden Lion Arankar would not submit to him in the future. After showing this method that surpassed the power of demon fruit, Golden Lion should understand how great Lu Yun's power was. Golden Lion, his first espada in the pirates' world. The overwhelming combat power of the Golden Lion behind the hollow devoured the remaining hollows, and the violent expansion of Ryotsu gradually increased. But after devouring hundreds of pirates, Golden Lion still did not become a Manos Grande of Killian's level. Lu Yun is not worried that Golden Lion cannot become Manos Grande. The stronger the soul, the more nutrients it needs. A hole opened in the space, and like a mouthful of the abyss, it swallowed the hollowed Golden Lion into the void. Next, let the Golden Lion wreak havoc in the void space. As long as he can become an Ajuka's level Manos Grande, it will be enough for Arankar. He will always keep an eye on the Golden Lion's every move in the void. Looking back, Lu Yun saw that Carmen and Kun still had terrified expressions on their faces. He sighed. It was obvious that the two children were frightened by the scene just now. Okay, it's all over, let's go back to the boat. If you have any questions, I will answer them. Carmen and Kun's bodies trembled, and they looked at each other in silence. Without the support of gravity, the island gradually fell, and the squeezing of air currents in the cloud layer made a series of strange noises. Advertisement. At this time, in the sea below, the Liuyan pirates were holding a banquet on their ship. This pirates group has some reputation in the Grand Line, and the bounty on the ship is as high as 80 million. Bailey is a swordsman. This party was to celebrate the arrival of new partners. Just as they were laughing and talking happily, a huge shadow suddenly enveloped them. The captain of the Liuyan pirates frowned. Is it going to rain heavily? The moment he raised his head, the wineglass in his hand fell to the deck. Captain Liu Yan was terrified and trembling all over as he watched the island falling from the sky at high speed. "Run!" Captain Liu Yan shouted, abandoned the pirate's ship and jumped into the sea. The pirates didn't understand why and looked up. In an instant, everyone's expressions were stunned, and their hearts were invaded by fear, making them unable to move. Boom! A deafening roar submerged the pirate's ship, and a roar stirred up thousands of waves. The turbulent sea was stirred up by the island and waves tens of meters high were generated. Even if Captain Liu Yan escaped from the pirate's ship, he could not avoid the impact of the island. The pirate group was shattered, countless corpses floated on the sea, the island fell into the sea, gradually tilted and was submerged by the sea, and the seawater was dyed a bright red. A famous pirates group on the Grand Line was wiped out due to an unexpected disaster. Liu Yan's consciousness peered into the void, and seeing that Golden Lion had become Manos Grande at the Killian level, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Golden Lion did not disappoint him. Even after becoming a hollow, he still maintained the arrogance of a lion, worthy of being a great pirates of the older generation. After the lion fruit left the Golden Lion, it did not possess its unique power in the nearby fruits. As Liu Yan expected, this method is probabilistic. Blackbeard seemed 100% confident at the time. Perhaps dark fruit really has the ability to deprive devil fruit. Blackbeard teach. During this period, he should have already judged the Whitebeard pirates, so his joining did not affect the timeline of the original work too much. Boom! The golden ark fell into the sea, causing huge waves. The creatures in the sea were frightened by the violent waves and fled in panic. The surroundings were filled with fog that made it impossible to see clearly, and there were several abandoned pirate ships around. This place. Very familiar. Ahead, a huge shadow gradually emerged from the hazy fog, like a sailboat on a moving island, moving slowly with a gloomy and weird atmosphere. Chapter 207 Gecko Moria, The Desire to Sacrifice Life. 7 Warlords of the Sea, Territory of Gecko Moria. They didn't expect that they would land casually in this place, 7 Warlords of the Sea. Other pirates might retreat when they heard these words. Because they are all big pirates with bounties of hundreds of millions, their strength is not comparable to that of ordinary pirate groups. But are Liu Yan and his crew ordinary pirates? The thriller bark is also a good place, and Liu Yan is also curious whether Moria's shadow fruit ability can shorten his own shadow. If it could be cut short, then what container in this world could withstand his terrifying power? Inside the palace, there was a huge and strange figure. His huge body was like a giant, his skin was an eerie dark purple color, the scars from his forehead to his neck were strangely stitched together, and the sharp horns on his head made him look like a vampire playing with life. Lord Moria. Someone has landed on the island. At this time, a zombie with suture marks all over his body ran in outside the palace and reported to Moria. 7 Warlords of the Sea, Captain of the Gecko Moria terror bark. Jehehehe. Great, new material has arrived. Moria's sharp laughter makes people feel cold all over, and his strange face makes people tremble with fear. So, who are they? Moria's strange eyes flashed with cold light. No one who has entered the thriller bark can escape from his hands, and their shadows will become his puppets. Lord Moria, it seems to be the White Walker pirates. Moria was stunned and looked extremely surprised. White Walker pirates? How could those guys get into his territory? The cold smile on Moria's face gradually became stiff. Jehehehe. Moria laughed again. If he could get the shadows of those people from the White Ghost pirates, he would have the chance to return to the New World and seek revenge on Kaido. The crazy idea overcame Moria's fear of the White Walker pirates. This is his territory, Absalom, the words fell. A figure suddenly appeared in the palace. He had been in the palace the whole time and no one noticed him. His body was like a human-shaped lion, and he wore a round tall hat that was almost the same as Moria's, even with clear marks of stitching. Advertisement, Moria is an adult. Absalom knelt respectfully in front of Moria. Go monitor them. With your abilities, they won't be able to find you easily. Understood, Master Moria. A dark light flashed in Absalom's eyes. With the transparent fruit, almost no one could detect his existence. Not only that, Absalom is also a pervert and a nymphomaniac, and he has long coveted the white-eyed witch of the White Pirates. With that turbulent weight, this woman is just right to be his wife. At this time, Liu Yan and his team had already landed on the island. In front of them, the stitched-together 3-headed hellhound had its tongue exposed and even its soul chopped off, turning into only half a corpse. So disgusting. Who on earth could have stitched these creatures together, and how on earth did they survive? Carmen frowned and looked at the cold corpse on the ground with disgust. Gecko Moria, he's capable of doing that easily. Liu Yan looked at the gloomy castle in the distance, a smile appearing on the corner of his mouth. Wanokuni, the legendary warrior, it's a pity that a person like you died like this. The only thing that could interest Liu Yan was Wanokuna's legendary dragon-slaying warrior, the swordsman Ryama. A samurai with many legends in Wanokuni during his lifetime. He was a very powerful swordsman. If he could hollow out Ryama, his subordinates would have greater fighting power. Espada's second, it won't be too long before Golden Lion becomes a Rancor. On the way, Liu Yan and his group also encountered many zombies. Although zombies are immortal, if their bodies are completely destroyed, their shadows will no longer have a container. The so-called immortality is only for ordinary people. Thunder and howling wind ruthlessly destroyed the gloomy forest. The zombies here were not dead creatures without intelligence. They also felt fear and terror. Amidst the thunder and howling wind, the zombies in the forest all stayed away. Even if they didn't die, after seeing the other zombies turned into ashes, they realized that not being dead in front of this group of people would be a joke. Captain, were these zombies created by Moria? Kun asked doubtfully. Lu Yun said calmly, Moria merely gave life to these shadows. As for the zombies, someone else was responsible. These zombies are nothing more than puppets. After Moria was defeated by Kaido and left the New World, his spirit was long gone. How can I possibly take revenge on Kaido with just these? It's wishful thinking. He's just a coward. Lu Yun's words were full of contempt for Moria. The ability of the Shadow fruit is not bad. If it is developed well, it may be possible to become a top powerhouse in the sea. However, Moria has gone astray, and it is impossible for him to reach the top by relying solely on the power of others. Moria deserves to live under Kaido's shadow all his life. Advertisement. This B*********. He actually slandered Lady Moria. Absalom, who was secretly monitoring Lu Yun and his group, muttered indignantly. Everything he has now is a gift from Lord Moria. Lord Moria has given him a new life. But the White Ghost actually said that Lord Moria was a coward. You, wait until Lord Moria gets your shadow, then you will disappear into the sunlight. Absalom's eyes flashed with an icy light, then his eyes greedily looked at the gorgeous Hinata. Her long purple hair and the sheer volume of it made Absalom unable to look away. There was only greed and possession in Absalom's eyes. The white-haired witch. Only a woman like that is worthy of me. That was the wife of his dreams. At this moment, Hinata's brows suddenly frowned, and that look made Hinata feel uncomfortable all over. Who's there? Hinata used an 8 trigrams air palm, and a visible shockwave shot out. With a scream, Absalom flew backwards and fell heavily to the ground. He covered his abdomen with his hands, looking very unconfident. How is that possible? Isn't he invisible? Lu Yun's eyes changed slightly, so it's him. He had previously thought that it was the gaze of a nearby zombie and didn't pay much attention to it. After all, Lu Yun wouldn't care about the gaze of an ant. Hinata walked over with a frosty expression, and a faint green chakra emanated from her body. The terrifying chakra pressure spread outwards, making Absalom feel suffocated. At this moment, Absalom's lust for Hinata disappeared without a trace, and now there was only the fear of death. He likes weak women rather than strong ones. Hinata was completely different from what he imagined. Ah, hiss. What kind of power is this? Gravity pressed down on Absalom, and he lay on the ground, shaking all over like a dead dog. At this moment, he only felt that he was carrying a heavy mountain on his back. Disgusting guy. Hinata's eyes were filled with disgust and coldness. Boom! At the moment when gravity exploded, Absalom's internal organs were squeezed and ruptured under the pressure of gravity, and he bled to death from all his orifices. 6SM Chapter 208 Yo ho 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 ho, Absalom adults. The zombies' eyes looked like they were about to pop out. Absalom was the zombie commander, their boss, and a close confidant of Lord Moria. Absalom's tragic death made these zombies feel a fear they had never felt before. Hinata didn't even want to look at Absalom again, as if touching him would pollute his eyes. This guy's gaze made her feel uncomfortable all over. She couldn't tell what weird things were going on in this ugly guy's head. Absalom. Lu Yun couldn't help but smile in his heart. I wonder what Moria's expression would be if he knew that his trusted subordinate had died like this. The user of the transparent fruit ability. The transparent fruit seems to have no effect, but this only makes it look rubbish in Absalom's hands. In Lu Yun's opinion, the transparent fruit is a good ability. Moreover, the awakening of this fruit will probably cause the surrounding terrain to become transparent. Lu Yun didn't take this little incident to heart. Because of the recent incident, the zombies in the forest all retreated away from Lu Yun and his group, and even those who spied on them from afar were a little scared. This group of people is even more terrifying than the pirates who have come to the island before. After walking for a while, Lu Yun and his friends came to a cemetery full of zombies. Carmen and Kun came to such a place for the first time and were frightened by the gloomy atmosphere, especially after seeing the densely packed corpses. Their scalps went numb. What kind of place is this? It's so weird. 7 warlords of the sea. Is Gecko Moria a pervert who likes to collect corpses? Perhaps you can understand it this way. Lu Yun smiled faintly. Moria does like to collect powerful corpses, hoping to use these corpses to return to the New World and seek revenge on Kaido. But those were just his fantasies. When Lu Yun and his group crossed over to the cemetery, the small mound on the ground suddenly shook, and corpses one after another broke out from under the ground. I am a zombie. A zombie with a dry body and suture marks all over it slowly walked towards Lu Yun and the others. Boom! Thousands of thunders roared overhead, dense thunderclouds gathered in the sky, and a brilliant silver dragon danced and wreaked havoc among the zombies. The destructive energy brought by the ferocious thunder dragon turned the zombies' bodies into ashes. Advertisement: the zombies didn't even have a chance to resist before they all turned into small black mounds. The shadow flew out slowly, and Lu Yun looked at the shadow with a gleam in his eyes. The shadow fruit is indeed an interesting ability. As long as there are enough shadows, they can form an army of zombies. Moreover, the shadow fruit has a way of giving life. The lives of these zombies are based on their shadows. Shadow fruit. Lu Yun glanced at the various fruits in his backpack and smiled faintly. Moria's huge body in the palace almost covered half of the palace. He was still playing with the toy. in his hand and didn't take Lu Yun and his gang seriously at all. Moria is an adult. A zombie rushed in and shouted in panic. Moria's eyes turned unhappy, and he asked in a low voice, "What's the matter?" "Lord Moria, something terrible has happened. Absalom adult." Absalom adult. Moria's eyelids twitched, and he suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. He asked sharply, "What happened to Absalom?" "Absalom is dead." The zombie closed his eyes and told the story in one go. "What?" Moria's body stiffened, and his eyes gradually widened. The huge hand grabbed the zombie, and the zombie was held in Moria's hand like a toy. "Say what you just said again. Absalom is dead," the zombie said in a trembling voice. Suddenly, Moria angrily crushed the zombie in his hand and threw it to the ground like garbage. "White pirates." Moria's angry voice echoed throughout the huge castle, and the zombies in the city were frightened when they heard Moria's angry voice. Lord Moria is angry. What on earth happened to make Lord Moria so angry? Advertisement. At this time, Lu Yun and his companions had already arrived at the castle gate, and at this time a strange laugh was heard from inside the castle. Yo ho 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 ho. This sound. Lu Yun's expression changed slightly. "It can't be wrong. It's Brook, Captain. That voice is so creepy." Both Carmen and Kun shuddered. Lu Yun smiled helplessly, then looked at Hinata, who had a blank expression on her face. Hinata was not afraid, which was beyond Lu Yun's expectation. There was no such environment in the ninja world. However, if Hinata met Brook later, he wondered if he could still remain calm. "When we walked into the castle, we found many zombie corpses with marks of being chopped on their bodies." Because Brook knew the zombies' weaknesses, the shadows on these zombies had all been removed. Looking at the messy interior of the palace, it seems that Brook has caused another big commotion in Moria's palace. "It's really getting spooky in here." Carmen inexplicably felt a chill on her body, even though Lu Yun had told them that these zombies were only able to move because of Moria's ability. But in this gloomy atmosphere, and because the two people had never had such an experience before, they couldn't help but feel a little scared. However, if the two of them started fighting, they would not have any scruples. After all, they were both Logia demon fruit power, and they could fight even against Moria. As they went deeper and deeper, the noise inside became louder and louder. The roar was incessant, and the castle would shake with each roar. "Is someone fighting in there?" Kun looked surprised. Swish. At this moment, a dazzling flying slash shot out, passed through Kun's waist and hit the stone pillar in the palace, leaving a mark. "That was a close call. I was really scared to death." Kun wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. If he hadn't been the user of the Logia fruit, he might have been cut in half just now. Nosing song sanding. Arrowtail slash. Brook's voice came from a room not far away, and then the wall that isolated the outside environment exploded, and a white creature flew out and rolled several times before landing in front of Lu Yun and the others. "Kindness?" Lu Yun noticed that Hinata had tightened her grip on his arm and took a look. At this time, the expression on Hinata's face had become strange. Chapter 209. Do you think Shichibukai is strong? It seems that Hinata still feels scared when facing a creature like Brook that is beyond human common sense. After all, Hinata is just a girl, and it is not easy for her to get to this point without showing any fear. Hiss, Carmen and Kun gasped and looked at Brook in horror. Skeleton. The skeleton is moving. What is this? Could it be that this guy is also due to Moria's ability? Brook got up and shook his neck. He was still a little confused just now. But when he heard other people's voices, he froze. Yo ho ho ho, I didn't expect there were other people here. Although I'm not a human, I'm just a white skeleton. Yo ho 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 ho. Hinata grabbed a little harder when she heard Brook's laughter. He had never seen a talking skeleton before. This was the first time he had seen something so explicit, and the key point was what shape this skull had. Why is there an afro? Yo ho 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 ho, that's really rude. I scared you all. Brook took off his hat and expressed his apology like a gentleman. What's going on with this skeleton, still so polite? Yo ho 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 ho. Another laugh, the same as Brook's, echoed throughout the hall. There are other intruders. What day is it today? Why are there so many guests? A warrior-like zombie slowly walked over with Chu Shui in hand. Hey 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 hey, what's going on? This skeleton has no shadow. Kun cried out in horror. Lu Yun glanced at Kun and said calmly, Moria's ability is to cut off the shadows of living people and give zombies new life. This guy's shadow is on this zombie. Bruce looked at Lu Yun in surprise. Although he had no eyeballs, he was equally shocked inside. Sir, how do you know so much about me? Lu Yun did not answer Brook's words, but walked forward and looked carefully at the zombie in front of him. Yo ho 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 ho. Do you want to fight me too? From the looks of it, you're also a swordsman, right? Advertisement. Lu Yun carefully looked at the body of the swordsman Longma in front of him, shook his head and sighed regretfully. What a pity. The soul of the swordsman Ryama did not return to his body. In the final analysis, the will retained by this corpse is nothing more than the remaining will of Ryama in the flesh. What do you mean by sighing? The voice of Longma's corpse gradually became cold. Young man, this guy is very dangerous. You'd better leave here quickly. He is my enemy, Brook said to Lu Yun and his group in a serious voice. Ho 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 ho, no matter how many times I try, the result is the same. Shut up, you're just my shadow, Brook yelled angrily. Brook felt even worse when his own shadow mocked him. Although the moves were the same, He was no match for the zombie in front of him in terms of reaction and speed. This was not the first time he had fought against his own shadow zombie. But in previous battles, he was still no match for the zombie in front of him. I'm just borrowing the body of the swordsman Ryoma. How dare a mere zombie say that? Lu Yun walked forward and said lightly, "Hey, white-haired boy." Just as Brook's voice fell, Lu Yun had already arrived behind the Longma zombie without knowing when. Is that all? The legendary warriors of Wano Kuni are not so weak, right? Zanpakuto retracted the knife into the scabbard, and Lu Yun's back looked unusually cold. I see. If it's you, I really don't have the qualifications to do that in front of you.
It's finally over. The last word didn't seem to be something Brook's shadow could say. Both the tone and the temperament changed in that instant. Remaining will, Lu Yun took a look and saw the Longma zombie fall heavily to the ground. A shadow flew out from under Brook and his own shadow reappeared. Shadow is back. Great. Brook jumped up excitedly and after a brief moment of excitement, he shook Lu Yun's hand gratefully. Thank you so much, white-haired boy. Lu Yun felt the strange sensation in his hand, and his expression became strange. The feeling of shaking hands with the skull with sharp corners really has a unique flavor. It's nothing, just a little help. Lu Yun's eyes were still fixed on Longma's corpse, and he felt very regretful.
The legendary warrior Wano Kuni still has a will left in his body even after years of death. How great it would be if Ryoma's soul was still there. What a pity. In contrast, Lu Yun is also very interested in the yellow spring fruit.
Oh, Lu Yun's expression changed slightly. Brook's soul is different from that of an ordinary person. His soul is even stronger than that of an ordinary person. Is it because of the power of the Yomiuri fruit? Advertisement. Since Longma's soul doesn't exist, why not just hollow Brook? But if Brook is killed, will the power of the Yomiuri fruit also disappear?
Lu Yun guessed that part of the reason why Brook's soul was so powerful was because of the Yomiuri fruit. Let's just forget it. Brook's own strength is not that strong, and Lu Yun's bottom line is at least pirates who can compete with Admiral.
Forget it, Brook, Lu Yun shouted. Kindness. Brook's grim, bony face was changing subtly. Why do you know my name?
Don't worry about it. Laboon has been waiting for you.
Laboon. Have you seen Laboon? Brook became extremely excited, thinking of the huge whale many years ago, and memories of the past emerged. His eyes gradually became moist. Laboon. It still remembers us. Brook wiped away her tears. Kun, Carmen, Hinata, and Hinata all looked at each other. What a strange skeleton. Well, go back and take a look when you have time. Lu Yun doesn't care that she will change the plot, but the friendship between Laboon and the Rumba pirates is indeed very impressive. Thank you for telling me, could you please tell me your name? Lu Yun. Lu Yun responded calmly. Let's keep going. Lu Yun held Hinata's hand, which made Hinata feel much more at ease. But now Hinata is not afraid of Brook anymore. Although Brook looks scary, his words and actions give people a funny feeling. Mr. Lu Yun, do you still want to move forward? Kindness. Suddenly, Brook's tone became serious. Mr. Lu Yun, I suggest you don't go any further. There's an extremely powerful pirates living in this fortress. It's because of him that I lost my shadow.
7 warlords of the Sea Gecko Moria. His strength can only be described as monstrous. Mr. Lu Yun, you are my savior. I cannot let you put yourself in danger. Lu Yun's expression did not change at all. His eyes were as calm as a lake. Brook, do you think Shichibukai is strong? Chapter 210. Princess Mononoke Perona, finally meeting Perona.
Mr. Lu Yun, the Shichibukai are recognized as great pirates by the world government. They are almost unbeatable in the first half of the Grand Line. Gecko Moria's bounty is 320 million berries. Brook thought Lu Yun didn't understand the value of Shichibukai, so he told her the reward.
Bounty is basically a criterion for judging the strength of pirates. 320 million berry. Brook, do you know what my reward is? Lu Yun showed an intriguing smile and walked up slowly with Hinata without looking back. This. Brook was a little stunned. Did Mr. Lu Yun mean that his bounty was higher than Moria's? How is this possible? Your name is Brook. Carmen stayed away from Brook, but Kun was not as scared as before. Instead, I became interested in Brook, kindness. My name is Kun, and I'm a navigator, Mr. Kun. You really don't know our captain? Kun asked doubtfully. Brook shook his head, indicating that he really didn't know. This thick foggy area is almost isolated from the outside world, and there is very little news coming in from the outside world. After Brook said this, Kun understood. Kun took out a few wanted posters from his pocket and handed them to Brook, saying slowly, take a look and you'll understand. Wanted warrant? Isn't that Mr. Lu Yun above? Reward amount? Brook's empty eyes gradually widened, and cold sweat suddenly appeared on his head. 1 billion. 1 billion. 1.5 billion? 30 million? This. Brook was incoherent for a moment. Below Lu Yun's bounty, there were Hinata, Kun, and Carmen. When he saw that Hinata also had a bounty of 870 million, Brook was completely stunned. What on earth did Mr. Lu Yun and his men do outside before? The reward of 1.53 billion has made Brook lose the ability to think. When he came to his senses, Lu Yun and the others had already gone far away. Brook hesitated for a moment, but finally followed, regardless of whether Moria was strong or weak in Mr. Lu Yun's eyes. Advertisement he had to follow, because Mr. Lu Yun was his savior, and Brook couldn't let Lu Yun be in danger. As Lu Yun passed by, dense crowds of zombie corpses fell to the ground, and the entire narrow road was like a tide of zombies. Brook also understood Lu Yun's strength. Zombies and the like were nothing but trash to Lu Yun. Buzz, 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 buzz. At this time, there were ghosts coming out of the walls in the corridor. These ghosts did not look scary and gave people the feeling of ghost dolls. Lu Yun was not surprised at all when he saw this. Princess Mononoke, Perona. These ghosts are said to be able to make people lose their will, but it is not known whether this is true or not. What are these? Ghost. Looking at the ghosts Kun and Carmen beside him, he didn't feel scared, but instead found them a little cute. At this moment, when the ghost passed through their bodies, Kun and Carmen's bodies suddenly stiffened, and they both knelt on the ground with their hands. I want to turn into a bug. I want to be a louse. Mr. Kun, Miss Carmen, what's wrong with you? As Brook finished speaking, the ghost passed through his body again. I am just a bone that has lived for a long time. I shouldn't be in this world. Hinata looked at the people who had lost their will in confusion. Could it be because of the ghost? But, when the ghost passed through Lu Yun and Hinata's bodies, they didn't feel anything and were not affected at all. Lu Yunjun, is this because of this ghost? Hinata asked. Well, this is the devil fruit ability. Is this also the ability of the devil fruit? Hinata looked at the ghosts in surprise. She hadn't expected the devil fruit's abilities to be so cute. I really didn't expect that. It's really amazing. A ghost. There's a bit of soul energy. Lu Yun unfolded the hollow field, and suddenly several wandering ghosts stopped, their bodies trembling violently, and their expressions gradually distorted and expanded. Perona kept a good distance from Lu Yun. Perona was so sad that she couldn't even cry. Advertisement would just affected her lovely ghost. Lu Yun smiled and pointed in a direction. Your real body is over there, right? Perona cried out in tears as if he had seen a savior. Platform. Now Perona had no other choice but to nod obediently. Lu Yun's voice reached Perona's ears, causing Perona to tremble all over. You. Why do you know my name? Lord Moria, come and save me. Boom. Lu Yun had a friendly smile on her face from beginning to end. At the same time, he felt extremely desperate, wondering why he didn't just stay with Lady Moria. Lu Yun. Give Perona back to me. Moria roared angrily, the sound shaking the gloomy forest and scaring away many crows. The next second, Lu Yun appeared right in front of him. Moria adult. The unbearable force burst the ghosts, and they exploded and turned into spirit particles. Wait, Perona. Perona, who was following behind, was trembling even more. Perona wants to go back. Carmen and Kun have recovered, but they are still slightly affected, but the problem is not serious. Perona almost fainted on the spot. The feeling of suffocation made Perona feel like she was in hell. Perona followed Lu Yun and the others until they reached the door of his original body's room and then paused after returning to his original body. Don't worry, I won't do anything to you. As long as you go with me to see Moria, I won't do anything to you. What's wrong with that guy? Moria is an adult. Disaster. A delicate scream was heard from behind the hidden stone pillar. Perona, who had pink twin ponytails, a crown on her head, and a burgundy umbrella in her hand, looked at Lu Yun in panic, her heart gradually filled with fear. It turns out that the Pirate's King's expression is not exaggerated, but that people who are frightened will really look like that. How horrible. These people. When they reached an open space on the top floor, a huge shadow came into view. Gecko Moria looked at Lu Yun and his group with a grim look. Perona screamed in fright, and her expression suddenly twisted, completely different from her previous cute appearance. I don't believe you. Chapter 211 Moria dies. Shiki becomes a Rancor. Perona, like Absalom, is a trusted confidant of Moria's. Although Moria is a bit timid and weak, he is kind to his crew members. He is a qualified captain. Come on, I'll let you go. Lu Yun said lightly. Perona thought she had misheard and looked at Lu Yun in disbelief. Are you really going to let her go just like this? So, is it true? Even Moria was a little confused about what Lu Yun was up to. He is very cautious. Even though Moria was arrogant, he knew his place. That guy's shadow. Lu Yun noticed Moria's gaze, but didn't pay much attention to it. If Moria really had the ability to cut off his shadow. White Ghost, you are the ones who invaded my territory. What do you want to do? Did you kill Absalom? Moria's face was extremely gloomy. Absalom was one of his important subordinates and one of the few demon fruit powers. Is that so? Who made that guy offend my wife? My wife didn't like him and killed him. Lu Yun grinned with a harmless smile. Moria's anger had already reached the edge of exploding. When he saw Lu Yun's indifferent and mocking smile, Moria could no longer bear it. You be *****D. Become my puppet, shadow cut. Moria suddenly switched places with his own shadow, and grabbed Lu Yun's shadow with his bare hands. Jihehehehe. I win. Moria held Lu Yun's shadow in his hand and laughed triumphantly. As long as he gets this shadow, he can create the most powerful zombie puppet in the world, and then he can seek revenge on that ******D Kaido. Oh no. It's over. Brook held his face in his hands as if his soul was about to come out. However, Lu Yun's expression was very calm, without any change. Instead, he looked at his own shadow with great interest. Is this my shadow?
What a strange ability. Looking at the playful smile on Lu Yun's face, the smug smile on Moriya's face darkened again. White Ghost, I will use your shadow to create the most powerful zombie in the world. You regret your ignorance. Chihihihi. Moriya had a huge pair of scissors in his hand. He looked at Lu Yun proudly. Just when Moriya was about to cut off Lu Yun's shadow. Advertisement suddenly Moriya felt that what he was cutting was not a shadow, but something as hard as sea stone. Moriya's expression suddenly changed because he couldn't reduce the shadow as usual. How could this happen? Why can't I cut it off? Perona on the side was also stunned. Moriya couldn't even cut off the man's shadow. Lu Yun had already put away his cynical smile. You're smiling like an idiot. You think you can cut off my shadow? If I let someone like you cut off my shadow, I might as well jump into the sea and drown. The gap between us is not even on the same dimension. Moriya's pupils suddenly shrank and his expression suddenly twisted. Impossible. Break it for me. No matter what Moriya did, she couldn't cut off Lu Yun's shadow, as if Lu Yun's shadow was more rigid than sea stone. Then you can experience the difference between different dimensions. Lu Yun's black eyes turn into eyes like the stars in the universe. Even Perona was amazed by Lu Yun's eyes at this moment. So beautiful. The field expands. Boom, a huge amount of cursed power erupted from Lu Yun's body like an infinite ocean, and at this moment Moriya's expression changed instantly. Everything in front of his eyes changed rapidly, as if he had come to another time and space. A large amount of invalid information poured into his mind. Infinite space. Immersed in a world of stars, Gecko Moriya, inundated with useless information, was unable to move. What is this place? What does this feel like? A large amount of information is poured into my mind. Whose memory is this? Whose information? Is this the devil fruit ability? Why can't I move? Don't waste your energy. I told you the gap between us is a dimensional gap. This is my territory, there's nothing you can do about it. In this field, you are just a fish on the chopping block. Like right now, Lu Yun's blade pierced Moriya's thigh. Even though Moriya felt pain, his expression did not change at all. Blood continued to flow from Moriya's wound. Everyone outside only saw a huge black sphere floating in the air, and no one knew what was inside. What on earth happened in there? Brooke looked at the black ball floating in the air curiously. Could this ability be the devil fruit? But it doesn't seem like it. Advertisement Lu Yunjun's new moves? Hinata had a smile on her face. Lu Yun always gave people surprises. There are so many wonderful things in this world, especially the devil fruit, which can give people extraordinary power just by eating it. In the ninja world, there is no such thing that can quickly make up for the gap in strength. Bang! In an instant, the domain was lifted, and a huge shadow fell from the sky. Moriya fell to the ground, stirring up endless smoke and dust, and the entire ground shook because of him. Moriya is an adult. Perona ran over in horror, his face gradually turning pale as he looked at the injuries all over Moriya's body. What exactly happened in there? Gecko Moriya's body temperature has gradually dropped. Lu Yun looks at the baskets of fruits around him with anticipation. However, disappointingly, there was no change in the basket of fruit. MMP. Lu Yun cursed in his heart. It really comes down to a question of probability. Whether you have used up your luck after getting the thunder fruit. Is Gecko Moriya going to hollow this guy? He came here for Ryama's soul, but now he has returned empty-handed. Besides, this ship can be used as an Espada base. But this guy's determination and strength. To be honest, Lu Yun felt a little disgusted. Aside from the ability of the Shadow fruit, there's nothing special about this guy. After thinking for a while, Lu Yun decisively ruled out Gecko Moriya. He needed the most powerful Espada, not a half-baked guy. At this moment, Lu Yun suddenly noticed the movement of the void space, and his consciousness quickly shifted into the void space. Finally transformed. Golden Lion successfully evolved into an Ajuka's-level humanoid Manos Grande. Kindness? Lu Yun found that something was wrong with Golden Lion? The Golden Lion's eyes were a little confused. He looked at the barren land in the world full of Manos Grande and made a hoarse sound. Where is this place? Who I am? I'm Golden Lion Shiki. Boom. The next moment, the Ryotsu on Golden Lion's body changed drastically. The Ryotsu quickly condensed into a Ryotsu light beam that enveloped Shiki. The change in this scene was something Lu Yun had never imagined. Shiki. Being self-Arankar. Chapter 212, Subordinate Officer, new Shadow Fruit user appears. Shiki's presence attracted the surrounding Killian-level Manos Grande. When the Manos Grande approached Shiki, it was suddenly suppressed by the huge Ryotsu and could not move. It's unexpected. Self-Arankar is also the first time Lu Yun has seen a Manos Grande who can self-Arankar. To a certain extent, its strength is much stronger than the Arankar transformed by the power of Hogyoku. Ryotsu was still expanding rapidly, and the Ryotsu light column hit the disadvantages of the void space, and Lu Yun frowned. The three fused forces reinforced the void space to prevent any accidents. Time flies. Outside, Hinata and his group were guarding Lu Yun, and Perona didn't dare to act rashly because she knew that everyone here had the ability to easily destroy her. What's more, she is not in ghost state now, and he has almost no means of defense in his original state. What happened to that man? Why has there been no reaction for so long? Could it be the side effects of the move I used before? Perona's heart was filled with despair at this moment.
After Lady Moria died, she had nowhere to go. She didn't even know what Lu Yun and his gang would do to her. The Ryotsu gradually stabilized, and an even more powerful Ryotsu surged crazily, with a roar like a lion's roar, shocking everyone. Shiki came out of Ryotsu, his eyes still a little confused. Looking at the dark and unfamiliar environment around him, Shiki fell into confusion. His memory was not fully recovered, but he knew who he was from vague fragments of memory. Shiki, why don't you wake up? Lu Yun took a step forward and came in front of Shiki. Shiki looked at Lu Yun in front of him and saw the memories surging wildly in his mind. Gradually, he widened his eyes and looked at Lu Yun in disbelief. It's you? Am I not already dead? Is this the world of the dead? Where am I? Shiki looked at the empty space in confusion. In this empty world, especially seeing Manos Grande like Killian, Shiki's mind was shocked. Indeed, you died at my hands. Now that you have been reborn, feel the power within you, the power that transcends human nature. Power beyond human power. It was then that Shiki noticed that a large hole had suddenly appeared in his chest, and that many unfamiliar memories had appeared in his mind. These were the few memories he had turned into nothingness. When becoming a hollow, Shiki actually still retained some self-awareness. There is a hideous bone at the corner of Shiki's mouth, with the bones exposed and the teeth and forehead connected, but Shiki now looks much younger than before. My legs? Shiki's expression changed drastically, and excitement appeared on his face. Advertisement: his legs are back. In order to escape from impelled down, Shiki had to cut off his own legs. It is precisely because of this that his strength declined so quickly. So this is the superhuman power you mentioned? It's truly an incredible power. Shiki sighed inwardly, his heart still unable to calm down for a long time. He was reborn, and although he was no longer human, he was still alive and even gained almost eternal life. Lord Lu Yun. Shiki lowered his head. He knew clearly how Lu Yun could bring people back to life. This ability was no longer something Devil Fruit could possess. Shiki feels it is an honor to work under Lu Yun. Lu Yun smiled faintly. The first place of Espada is finally here. Lu Yun, who had kept his eyes closed in the real world, opened his eyes. Captain, are you okay? Carmen and Kun asked worriedly. Lu Yun smiled faintly. It's okay. The channel that opened the void space connected with the outside world. Suddenly, a black space channel spread and cracked in front of their eyes. The suffocating pressure of Manos Grande spread, making everyone except Lu Yun and Hinata extremely uncomfortable. Shiki slowly walked out of the void passage. When Kun and Carmen saw Shiki, their pupils suddenly shrank, their eyes filled with horror and fear. Isn't that Golden Lion Shiki? Wasn't he killed by the captain? What on earth is going on? There's a hole in this guy's chest. How is he still alive? Brooke also cried out in horror. Kun and Carmen glanced at Brooke and thought to themselves, how dare you say that about others? It's surprising that I'm still alive when I'm just a skeleton. Shiki, this place will serve as Espada's base from now on. Your goal is to collect devil fruit and spread the word that Espada is willing to help anyone out of trouble for a high enough price. Trade is only through devil fruit, do you understand? Advertisement: yes, Master Lu Yun, I understand. Hiss. Kun and Carmen's pupils widened and they gasped. It seems that Shiki's resurrection was the result of their captain's trick. Shiki now looks like he has returned to his youth. Although it looks a bit weird, it is not unacceptable. After all, there are many strange races in the sea. I remember now. You are Golden Lion Shiki. Brooke's bony arm trembled as he pointed at Shiki. Shiki frowned, watching as a gleam flashed in Brooke's eyes. Skeleton? Is it demon fruit power? Or is it the masterpiece of Lord Lu Yun? Golden Lion Shiki? Perona's head was spinning. Oh my god. Who are Lu Yun and his gang? Even the legendary great pirates Golden Lion Shiki became a subordinate of the White Ghost. How did he do it? Moria adult. We shouldn't have messed with the White Walker pirates. Golden Lion Shiki is just the beginning. If Lu Yun wants to get a more powerful Espada, he thinks Impelled Down should have many samples. If the Summit War breaks out and Whitebeard dies in front of the world, if he reappears in front of everyone in Whitebeard Hollow, the entire ocean will probably be shaken. Impelled Down, that's a great place. After Moria's death, all the shadows returned to their original bodies, and the zombie army turned into corpses. As for how to deal with these bodies, that is none of Lu Yun's business. Golden Lion didn't know why he suddenly felt a chill on his back. What's going on? For consideration, Lu Yun still planned to equip the Golden Lion with 2 subordinate officers, and Lu Yun named the 2 Killian-level Manos Grande Irankar. Atkas, Ireland. All the corpses on the island were left to them to clean up. A few days later, shocking news came from the sea. A new user of the Shadow fruit appeared on the sea. Both Marines and pirates knew that the Shadow fruit belonged to Gecko Moria. If the ability of the Shadow fruit appears in other people, doesn't that mean that the 7 warlords of the sea Gecko Moria are dead? Chapter 213 Sengoku's Decision, 7 Water Cities. Naval Headquarters Conference Hall. A bounty poster for Gecko Moria shows a large red cross through it. Marine Marshal Sengoku, Marine 3 Admiral, Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral, and Hero Garp all gathered in the conference room. Kazaru, how are your injuries? Sengoku didn't get straight to the point at first. Kazaru is one of the 3 admirals of the Marine. If he leaves any hidden dangers, it will not be a good thing for the entire marine. Kizaru chuckled and said, "It's nothing, my body has almost recovered." But the White Walker pirates really love to make some noise. White Walker pirates. It was undoubtedly a thorn in everyone's heart, especially the 3 vice admirals who had participated in the previous crusade. They couldn't help but clench their fists when they heard the words, White Walker pirates. That day they were unable to resist the white-haired witch. They were like toys in her hands, being teased at will. Yes, the White Walker pirates. The ocean is gradually losing its balance, partly because of the emergence of the White Walker pirates. Sengoku himself was also having a headache, as he had lost one of the 7 warlords of the Sea Gecko Moria. The key point was that more than one Shichibukai suffered heavy damage during this period. The crocodile in Alabasta was also defeated by another pirates group. Thinking of this, Sengoku's eyes lingered on Garp. Why are the people in this family so unreliable? First it was Dragon, then the Straw Hat Boy, and now Garp's identity. Sengoku feels a headache when he thinks about the series of things he will have to consider in the future. Crocodile was imprisoned and impelled down for violating Shichibukai's writing order, and Abelastan was freed from Crocodile's control. Who will fill the positions of the 2 Shichibukai? Gurgle gurgle gurgle. At this moment, the temperature in the room suddenly became like a furnace, and the cold light in Akainu's eyes, who was wearing a floral shirt, was clearly visible. We cannot allow evil to continue to grow. We must completely eradicate the White Walker pirates. Marshal Sengoku, the White Oni pirates must be prevented from entering the New World. Once the White Walker pirates enter the New World, the pirates in the New World will inevitably become famous and leave. The chaotic situation in the New World will then be beyond the control of the Marines. I propose an ambush of the White Walker pirates in the Sabaody archipelago. There was a murderous tone in Akainu's words. As for pirates, Akainu hated evil all his life and would rather kill 1,000 people by mistake than let one go. In his opinion, pirates should not exist on the sea. Advertisement Akainu's words actually reflect what most people think. Once the White Walker pirates enter the New World, they will not be able to control the situation. Sniper the White Walker pirates. Sengoku had thought about it, but one admiral alone was not enough to kill the White Walker pirates. At least 2 or even 3 admirals would be needed to attack together. Sengoku, let me go. I also want to meet that young man named Lu Yun. Garp, who had been silent all this time, spoke up. All the Marines in the conference room were a little surprised, even Akainu frowned. Garp, you. If we leave them alone, the balance of the ocean will be completely disrupted, and you don't want to see that happen. Right? Garp is also out of consideration, although Garp's taste in salted fish are basically no different from the life of retirement. But he is also a Marine and he will also consider the situation on the sea. He doesn't want the balance that has been stabilized with great difficulty to be broken. Sengoku was silent. Garp was right. The balance of the ocean could not be easily disturbed. After a unanimous decision, Sengoku finally adopted Sakazuki's plan to ambush the White Oni pirates in the Sabaody archipelago. Marine has such a terrifying lineup that even the 4 Emperor's pirates would have to retreat. A cold light flashed in Sakazuki's eyes. Justice must not be trampled upon, and none of the evil pirates should be spared. Everything on the ship was the same as usual, with not much changes except for the new member Perona. The people in the 7 Water City are just fish at the mercy of others. Lu Yun stood up and looked at the blurry silhouette of the city, muttering, "Are we finally here? How could a person like him come to the 7 Water City?" Having said that, there is someone in CP9 that Lu Yun cares about. After staying on the ship for so many days, Perona finally adapted to life on the ship. She found that the ship was not as scary as they had imagined. Kun walked over slowly and said in a deep voice, "Does any gun have the ability to destroy an island, or does only one gun have such power?" Lu Yun glanced at Kaku's disappearing back, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. Advertisement: the White Walker pirates are a powerful pirates group that has a record of severely injuring the admiral. Is that person the White Walker? What are these guys doing in Kashueji? The world-famous White Walker pirates, known as the pirates who entered the New World and became the 5th Emperor, came to the 7 Waters to do something. 2 updates today and tomorrow, 4 updates the day after tomorrow. Just missing some of his zombie toys. The author has something to say. Lu Yun was completely unaware of the series of plans Marine had made for him. There are 3 ancient weapons in the pirates' world: Pluton, Poseidon, and Uranus. It is said that Pluton's power is enough to destroy an island with a single shot, but even the user of the Logia fruit can do the same. CP9. The 2 weapons Lu Yun knows are Pluton and Poseidon. Pluton's blueprint is on Frankie's body, while Poseidon is the mermaid princess Shirahoshi from the Fishman Island. She is the king of sea kings and has the power to destroy the world. Kaku, wearing a white hat and having a long nose, looked at Lu Yun and his group with a serious expression. After Lu Yun and his group came down from the dock, several other people nearby noticed them. Hurry and report to Mayor Iceberg. This group of people coming to the 7 Waters City is likely to cause serious trouble. As for the one shot, Captain, the 7 Waters capital will be here soon. Lu Yun's golden ark docked on the coast of the 7 Water City. When the shipbuilders of the 7 Water City saw Lu Yun, they all looked terrified. Of course, even if Lu Yun knew about it, he wouldn't care too much. At this time, Lu Yun was leisurely enjoying the sunshine on the sea, and there was a fresh fruit platter on the table beside her. The purpose of Lu Yun's trip is to capture the ancient weapon, known as God, the most evil battleship on the sea, Pluton. He was indeed an extraordinary person. Even from a distance one could feel the pressure coming from him. In short, in addition to being curious about Pluton, Lu Yun also plans to kill time in the Seven Water City. It's him. The White Walker pirates coming to Kashweji must be reported immediately, otherwise no one will know whether the White Walker pirates will affect their plans. Chapter 214 Pluton Blueprints obtained. Bingshan received the news early in the morning that Lu Yun and his gang had landed on the Seven Water City. After hearing this news, Bingshan felt like the sky had fallen. This is the pirates group that is hailed as having the greatest potential to become the 5th emperor, and they killed a Shichibukai not long ago. Its power is terrifying and despairing. Lu Yun and his group were invited into Bingshan's office. When Bingshan saw Lu Yun, his pupils couldn't help but shrink and his heart skipped a beat. Is this the white ghost? The pressure on me was indeed suffocating. A forced smile appeared on Bingshan's face, and he said with a smile, I wonder what brings you from the white pirates to my humble abode. The smile on Bingshan's face was forced, and his legs were trembling slightly under the desk. Lu Yun smiled faintly. Mayor Bingshan, we have only one purpose for this trip. Where's Frankie? Click. Bingshan's heart suddenly sank, and the expression on his face changed drastically as if he had seen a ghost. At this moment, the iceberg can no longer remain calm. What does the white ghost want to do with Frankie? Could it be impossible? Absolutely impossible? No one knew about that except him. Gurgle. Bingshan couldn't stop swallowing, and an inexplicable fear enveloped him. When he looked at Lu Yun, it was as if he saw a terrible abyss that could swallow everything. Under this man's gaze, all secrets could not be hidden. Pluton's manufacturing drawings. No one should know how this news was leaked. Bingshan could no longer calm himself down, and the smile on his face could no longer be maintained. He asked in a trembling voice, Master Bagui, are you looking for Frankie? Lu Yun smiled playfully. Shouldn't you know more about this kind of thing than me? Iceberg Mayor. Completion. He really knew about that thing. Bingshan's face was as pale as tinfoil, his legs were a little unsteady and he sat down on the chair. How could the design drawings of Pluton be easily handed over to pirates, especially to big pirates like Lu Yun with a bounty of 1.53 billion? This will cause chaos to the whole world. Mayor Iceberg, if the city of Seven Waters suddenly disappeared into the ocean, do you think the ocean would be shaken? Advertisement Lu Yun had a smile on her face, but to Bingshan, such a smile was undoubtedly a devilish smile. Threaten. This is threatening him. Bingshan clenched his fists and his whole body was shaking. He looked at the calm lake in Lu Yun's eyes and knew that what the man said was true. Let the Seven Water City disappear into the sea. If he really has such ability, why would he still covet Pluton? I understand. If I give you the blueprints, will you leave safely without touching a cent of the Seven Water City? Bingshan asked in a deep voice. Certainly. Lu Yun smiled. Bingshan pondered for a while, then used the Denden Mushi to contact Frankie. Come to my office. After just a few brief words, Bingshan hung up the phone. Lu Yun appeared beside him at some point, with a hand on Bingshan's shoulder. A man of insight is a hero. Mayor Bingshan, you made the right choice. Iceberg's breathing was very rapid. Just. The ghost was clearly sitting there, but how could it be next to him in the blink of an eye without him even noticing anything? Gurgle. Iceberg swallowed in fear. This man was more terrifying than he had imagined. At a certain dock in Water 7 City, Khalifa came to Lucci with a serious expression and said solemnly, Lucci, the White Walker pirates have entered the company. They went straight to Mayor Iceberg. Could the White Walker pirates' goal be the same as ours? Lucci, who was usually calm, now had a look of caution on his face. Has the news been passed back? What did that Spandam guy say? Khalifa sighed and said, Spandam told us to get the Pluton design before the White Walker pirates. Bang. A step onto the dock road instantly splashed up a lot of gravel, and a small hole appeared under Lucci's feet. This B**********. D. Getting Pluton's design drawings before the White Walker pirates, isn't that a joke on them? Those are the White Walker pirates, not the pirates with a bounty of tens of millions. Advertisement Spandam, that greedy guy. Lucci, what should we do? Khalifa asked. Lucci is the strongest among their group, and their team basically listens to Lucci. Even a monster like Lucci is so cautious about the White Walker pirates. How terrifying are the White Walker pirates? Just observe them for now. You don't need to go over to the iceberg. Those guys from the White Walker pirates are not that simple. Lucci looked down at the floor where the iceberg was. About an hour later, Lucci and Khalifa couldn't help but frown when they saw Frankie. Why did this guy come here suddenly? They also knew Frankie's identity. Like Bingshan, he was a disciple of Master Tom. However, as far as they knew, Frankie and Bingshan did not have a particularly good relationship. In fact, the two people don't seem to have a good relationship, but Bingberg and Frankie have always been in contact privately, otherwise Bingberg would not have handed over such an important thing as the Pluton design drawings to Frankie. The office door opened and Frankie walked in like a gangster. Hey, Iceberg, what's the matter that's so urgent for you to talk to me about? I'm very busy. Suddenly, Frankie froze, glanced at the people in the office, and was still in shock for a while. Frankie, take that thing out. Bingshan got straight to the point, because he knew that playing tricks under the noses of the White Walker pirates would not end well. Click. Frankie's face changed seriously. He turned around and wanted to leave but suddenly found himself being restrained by something. Frankie, stop running. Hand over the things obediently. It will be good for you, him, and the entire Seven Waters City. Lu Yun said lightly. Frankie couldn't control his body, gritted his teeth and whispered. I don't understand what you are talking about, let me go. Buzz. Suddenly, Frankie's expression became dull. Lu Yun whispered, hand over the Pluton drawings. Frankie opened his body with a dull look and took out the Pluton drawing from inside his body. This is... Cyborg. Kun exclaimed in shock. When Lu Yun got the Pluton blueprint, he lifted the illusion on Frankie. After Frankie came to his senses, he looked at the Pluton drawings in Lu Yun's hand in shock and anger. What did you do to me? Chapter 215. CP9 was completely defeated, and Lucci was taken away by the White Walker pirates? Don't get excited, it's just an illusion, Lu Yun said lightly. Opening the design drawing, Lu Yun narrowed his eyes and a strange light flashed in his eyes. What a grand project. Just by looking at the blueprints, the Pluton battleship is twice as large as an average warship. As for the design details, Lu Yun is not a shipbuilder, so he naturally cannot understand them. Can this thing really destroy an island with one shot? Can Pluton build it? Lu Yun looked at Frankie and asked. Frankie's face didn't fade at all, and he shouted angrily, don't even think about it. Oh, it seems that it can be built. He does not need Pluton, but Pluton's weapon system can be modified to the Golden Arc. Mr. Lu Yun, I've given you the blueprints. I hope you'll keep your promise. Bingshan looked at Lu Yun anxiously, worried that the other party would make any excessive demands. Lu Yun glanced at Bingshan calmly and put away the Pluton design drawings. Don't worry, I am a man of my word. Let's go. Lu Yun walked out of the office and everyone else followed. With a bang, Frankie slapped the desk. What on earth do you mean? That's the Pluton blueprint. Are you worthy of Master Tom? You be ****D. You knew this group wanted the blueprints, yet you still ask me to come over? If this had happened, you shouldn't have given me the Pluton blueprints in the first place. Bingshan remained silent, sighed, and a wry smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He looked at Frankie with bloodshot eyes. If you don't hand over the Pluton drawings to him, the entire Seven Water City will be destroyed. What's the meaning? Frankie frowned. Destroyed the Seven Water City. Just these guys. Bingshan took out the wanted posters for Lu Yun and the others and placed them on the table. Frankie picked up the wanted posters suspiciously, and the expression on his face changed rapidly. After calming down for a long time, Frankie glanced at Iceberg. Without saying anything, he walked out of the office. At the dock, after Lu Yun and his group arrived at the dock, they saw several figures in black suits and smiled. CP9, advertisement, these guys really dared to stop them. Looking at the White Walker pirates, all the CP9 members took a deep breath. The pressure of facing the White Walker pirates could only be experienced by those who had faced the pirates in person. CP9, what can I do for you? Lu Yun said lightly. Rob Lucci looked at Lu Yun, took a deep breath, and asked solemnly, White Ghost, what did you get from Carrera Company? When Rob Lucci saw Frankie entering Carrera Company, he felt something was wrong. Their mission of lurking in the Seven Waters City was to get the Pluton drawings. But for many years, nothing was achieved. Even they doubted whether the Pluton drawings really existed. But now, Rob Lucci felt that the Pluton drawings had most likely been obtained by Lu Yun. Are you questioning me? You CP9 don't have that qualification? You're called the strongest of Enies Lobby's CP9 in 800 years. Let me see if you truly possess such power. The words fell. Except for Rob Lucci, the other members of CP9 didn't react to what was happening and were sent flying. Everyone fell on the road and fainted. Khalifa. Kaku. Rob Lucci looked at the people who fell to the ground, and his face instantly darkened. In an instant, Rob Lucci's muscles bulged, and his black suit was blown up into a human cheetah. Cat fruit. Leopard form. Go devil fruit. Carmen and Quinn were both a little surprised, and Perona looked at Rob Lucci with pity. Even Lord Moria is no match for Lu Yun. This little mustache guy is in trouble. Cat fruit. Leopard form. Lucci swung his foot, using it to create a spiral slash like a beast's tail as he sped towards Lu Yun. Lu Yun remained unmoved and stretched out his hand to crush the spiral slash. How is that possible? Lucci's face was filled with horror. It was the first time he saw someone who could crush Tempest Kick. Not bad. Buzz. That's all. Some weight. Advertisement. What do they want to do? Are you looking for that mustache brother? In an instant, CP9's sharp gaze shifted to him. Rob Lucci's body was suspended in the air. After bringing Rob Lucci on board, Lu Yun and his Golden Arc left the Seven Water City. Hit by the huge force, Rob Lucci lost his eyes and released the leopard form and fainted on the ground. Kaku asked in shock. The child was so frightened that he fell to the ground, his face pale. The other members of CP9 gradually woke up. Kaku looked around and found that everyone was there except Lucci. The White Walker pirate's ship has disappeared, but Lucci is nowhere to be seen. If this guy is trained, he will become an admiral-level fighter in the future. Jabra looked strange. Could something have happened to that guy Lucci? Lucci is the absolute core in their hearts, and Lucci has long attracted the attention of the higher-ups. They will not be held responsible if anything happens to Lucci. As soon as he finished speaking, he felt another sharp pain in his body. The pain on his body felt like needles whenever he moved violently. Lucci was actually taken away by the White Walker pirates. This book will probably be finished this month, CP9. At this time, a child who looked about 7 or 8 years old walked out from the corner of the street, looking at the CP9 members with weak legs. Khalifa walked over, stroked the child's head and said gently, "Child, do you know where that brother is?" The child felt relieved by Khalifa's gentle words and said, "After the mustache brother was knocked unconscious, he was taken on the boat. Now they have gone far away." As soon as the words fell, a sharp sound like breaking the sound barrier was heard, but Rob Lucci did not react at all. Lu Yun hit Rob Lucci's neck with a knife from behind. There was a glint of admiration in Lu Yun's eyes. At such a young age, Rob Lucci has the ability close to that of a naval headquarters vice admiral. He is indeed a gifted person. The author has something to say. Hiss, shut up, Jabra. Khalifa growled with a deep look in his eyes. Not bad. Where's the Luki? That. The CP9 members had solemn expressions on their faces as they searched around the dock for Rob Lucci, but they couldn't find him even after searching the entire dock. Chapter 216, Heavenly Golden Fleet, St. Charles Eni's Lobby. Also known as the Island That Never Sleeps, it was established by the world government. It houses a court in name only. Anyone who is taken to Eni's Lobby is considered a criminal. After CP9 returned to Eni's Lobby, everyone's face looked extremely ugly. This was the first crushing defeat in their careers. Even Lucci was taken away by the White Walker pirates. A man with short purple hair, a dark nose bridge, noticeable dark circles under his eyes, and a leather mask covering his face frowned as he looked at the 6 members of CP9. Spandam is the head of CP9, a secret agency directly under the world government, and also CP9's boss. Where's Lucci? Did you bring back the blueprints? The 6 people were silent, looking at Spandam with sharp eyes. Spandam was startled by the sharp looks of several people, and his heart twitched. Lucci was taken away by the White Walker pirates, and the blueprints cannot be verified. Bluno spoke in that magnetic voice. What? Lucci was taken away. Then what are you doing here? Save Lucci for me. At this time, the CP9 members resisted the urge to beat Pandam. Why would the world government send such a fool to be their boss? Those were the White Oni pirates, the pirates who had severely injured the admiral and massacred the Shichibukai. In the eyes of the White Oni pirates, these people were nothing. Sir, those are the White Walker pirates. They are not ordinary pirates. Even if we mobilize all of them, we are no match for them. The White Ghost attacked us in an instant and we fainted. I suggest you notify the Marine. Spandam was breathless and pointed at them with a trembling finger. You guys. When Lucci was around, Spandam didn't dare say anything more to CP9. Lucci was a moody person and was known as a killing machine. Spandam was a person who valued his life and had an instinctive fear of Lucci. But who are these guys? What qualifications do they have to disobey his orders? Just wait for the government's punishment. Spandam yelled, turned around and walked into an office, and used the Den Mushi to contact the people in the Holy Land of Mariajoy. Rob Lucci looked gloomy after waking up. Don't waste your energy. You can't get rid of this thing. Lu Yun, who was lying on the recliner, made a lazy sound. The rope was constructed by him using spirit particles, and it was basically impossible for Rob Lucci to break free. What do you want to do to me? Rob Lucci asked gloomily after trying several times without success. After the words fell, Lu Yun did not respond for a long time. He stood up and looked at Rob Lucci with a smile on his face. Don't worry, I won't do anything to you. I'm just a little interested in you. Advertisement, what's the point of following the world government and becoming their machine? Why not follow me and turn the world upside down? Rob Lucci had no fear in his heart when facing Lu Yun. He just smiled coldly. Haha, let me follow you pirates? You are just wishful thinking? If you want me to follow you, I'll have to die. Why? Lu Yun sighed regretfully, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. What a pity, you didn't have the right to choose from the beginning. Buzz. At this moment, Rob Lucci couldn't help but tremble all over. Looking at those eyes that were as bright as the stars in the universe, his gaze gradually became distracted. That strong willpower seemed to be getting weaker and weaker. Lu Yun admires Rob Lucci, but he doesn't try to persuade him to join them. He would take the simplest approach, and modifying his will and spirit seemed much easier than he imagined. After the modification of his mental will was successful, Rob Lucci's eyes gradually regained their brilliance. But the disgust he had for Lu Yun turned into awe, and he said respectfully, Captain. Clatter, with a snap of his fingers, the rope constructed by spirit particles disappeared. Perona, who was floating in the air, saw this scene and his face turned horrified. What did Lu Yun just do? In such a short period of time, the man who was full of disgust and disdain for Lu Yun, but now the awe in his eyes and the way he addressed him has changed to, Captain. So scary. What a terrifying method this is, if Lu Yun uses it on himself. As Perona thought about it, he felt an inexplicable chill on his back. Captain. Kun came out of the cabin and walked over slowly. We still have 3 days on board to reach Sabaody Archipelago. But I'm worried. Lu Yun raised his head and looked at Kun. What are you worried about? That's the closest place to the Holy Land of Mariajoy. I'm worried that the world government and the Marines will ambush us there. Kun said solemnly. An ambush by Marine and world government? And they can make anyone their slave. If anyone offends Celestial Dragons or hits Celestial Dragons, the General of Celestial Dragons Naval Headquarters will send out Marine Admiral. Advertisement suddenly. I want that ship. You, go get the Marines to get over there and have them eliminate the pirates on board. Lu Yun looked into the distance. This is how Celestial Dragons have always acted. In their eyes, the lives of ordinary people are even less important than those of their pets. Hearing this, Lu Yun couldn't help but chuckled, stood up and patted Kun on the shoulder. That's enough. This ship belongs to me, the Saint. Low-class pirates are not worthy of owning it. At this moment, a luxurious ship came sailing on their side. A layer of gold could be seen on the surface of the ship, inlaid with gems of different colors. Snap. Snap. Lu Yun narrowed his eyes. How could a ship escorted by a marine warship be so luxurious? Saint Charlos' eyes suddenly lit up when he looked at Hockey's golden arc. It's just the Marines and the world government. I hope the people they send can give me more fun. How dare a lowly person like you go against this saint? Celestial gold is a treasure that all member states of the world government must pay to Celestial Dragons every year. The treasure is delivered to the government Marines escort ship, which will deliver the celestial gold to the Holy Land of Marihoa. It's just a pirate ship, and you're asking me to give way. Could it be a ship transporting gold from the sky? A glint of determination flashed in Kun's eyes. Don't be afraid, I will follow the captain and fight my way out. What would you do if the Marines and the world government ambushed us? At this time, on Tian Shangjin's ship, a Tianlong with thick lips, fat body, and an extremely ugly bubble hood on his head was whipping the half-dead slaves on the deck with a whip. That ship, waste, it's your honor to be my slave. What are you talking about? Yes, St. Charlos. The Celestial Dragon's guards threw the body into the sea. The Celestial Dragon's guards lowered their heads and whispered to St. Charlos, St. Charlos, there's a pirate ship ahead, should I take a detour? Someone, throw him down. They are descendants of the 20 kings who established the world government 800 years ago. They consider themselves descendants of the Creator, and wear a bubble mask on their heads because they consider themselves noble and disdain to breathe the same air as ordinary people. Kindness? This scene. Lu Yun pondered for a moment, then looked at Kun and asked, are you afraid? With a bang, St. Charles aimed his golden pistol at the guard's head and shot him, and blood splattered on the deck. As for Celestial Dragons, they are the most distinguished nobles in the pirates' world. And there is a marine warship on both sides of this ship. Damn slave, dirty your hands. The slave was hit by whip after whip. He was covered in blood and fell in a pool without any movement. In fact, the slave had died just now. Chapter 218 Celestial Dragon's death. At this time, a marine adjutant on the ship walked up to St. Charles with a grim expression. St. Charles. The people on that ship are from the White Walker pirates. To deal with the White Walker pirates, we need to send out at least an admiral. I think we should just forget it. St. Charles kicked the marine adjutant to the ground and pointed the golden pistol in his hand at the marine adjutant's head. Who do you think you are? How dare you oppose this saint? If you can't handle it, contact headquarters and have them send me an admiral. You must remember that you Marines are nothing more than dogs of his Celestial Dragons. Dog. Just be obedient and be good. The Marines on the ship were shaking with anger and felt indignant. They knew that the Celestial Dragons were such trash, and what the Celestial Dragons said was undoubtedly an insult to them. But those present knew the consequences of offending the Celestial Dragons. Isn't it just a pirates? You guys. Fire. St. Charlos had a look of disdain on his face. The Celestial Dragons who had been staying in the Holy Land of Mariajoy had no idea how terrifying the great pirates were. In the eyes of Celestial Dragons, they can look down on everything. Everything in this world belongs to them. They are the descendants of the Creator. Under the protection of the world government and the Marine, kings of all countries must kneel before them. They have supreme power. No, you can't do that, St. Charlos. Doing this will anger the White Walker pirates. White Ghost. But he severely damaged Kazaru Admiral. In order to prevent the situation from getting out of control, the Marine lieutenant tried to persuade the fat Celestial Dragons. Bang! As the gunshots rang out, the Marine lieutenant fell to the ground unwillingly with his pupils widened, his eyes filled with dissatisfaction, anger, and despair. The Admiral is seriously injured. St. Charlos was even more disdainful. Can anyone be a Marine Admiral now? Being seriously injured by the pirates only proves that he is a piece of shit. Grass. A Marine on the ship threw his gun to the ground. I'm done. What's the point of protecting this garbage? I'm here to be a Marine, not a running dog. What's so great about Celestial Dragons? Following the first man's outburst, the other Marines also dropped their weapons to the ground. Advertisement, that is. Who wants to protect this kind of trash? Lousy, I won't accompany you anymore. Celestial Dragons? I think they're Celestial Dragons. You untouchables are planning a rebellion. Charlos's whole body was shaking with holy energy, and he didn't know who to point the golden pistol in his hand at for a moment. At this moment, the Vice Admiral on another Marine warship walked in the air and used moonwalk to reach Tian Shangjin's fleet. The Marines threw their weapons to the ground and stared at the Celestial Dragons angrily. The Vice Admiral's face changed drastically. Then he noticed a man in a Marine uniform lying in a pool of blood. His pupils suddenly shrank. It's his adjutant. Vice Admiral Neerman clenched his fists, trying hard to suppress the anger in his heart. He finally understood why the Marine on the ship did this. Pa 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 pa, At this moment, fierce applause came from nowhere. Vice Admiral Neerman's face suddenly darkened and he shouted angrily, "Who's applauding?" "Get out here." However, at this moment, Neerman suddenly noticed that the Marine's face on the ship changed. They looked up at the sky, their faces pale and their eyes filled with fear. Vice Admiral Neerman also raised his head, and suddenly his expression froze and his face turned pale in an instant. Lu Yun in the air had a sarcastic smile on his face, watching them as if he was watching a show. "Wonderful, wonderful, it's absolutely wonderful." Vice Admiral Neerman's body trembled violently. White ghost. A chill ran down the shoulders of all the Marines on the ship, including Vice Admiral Neeman. However, only St. Charlos looked at Lu Yun looking down at him from high above in the air, with endless anger surging on his face. "Who are you? How dare you let this saint look up to you? Damn you lowly people. Die." St. Charlos's face was filled with anger and arrogance. Celestial dragons were stupid creatures. They were just maggots that wasted the airworld. Bang, bang, bang. With several shots in succession, Charlos Saint shot at Lu Yun in the air. Vice Admiral Neerman's face changed drastically. Are all these celestial dragons so stupid? Several golden bullets remained in the air, and Lu Yun looked at Charles Saint jokingly. "Give it back to you. Advertisement, just a flick of the finger." Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Several bullets flew straight past, and Vice Admiral Neerman could not sit idly by and drew his knife. Ding ling clang. Dazzling sparks exploded, and Vice Admiral Neerman blocked the bullets. St. Charlos was shaking violently, and he shouted in frustration, "Rebellion! Rebellion! How dare you, such a lowly person, attack me? Lawlessness! Lawlessness! You, contact Naval Headquarters and get the Marine Admiral to come to me. I want this pariah to die." Lu Yun looked at Vice Admiral Neerman with a faint gaze. "Is there any point in protecting this fat pig?" Vice Admiral Neerman's eyes changed slightly. "He's a celestial dragon." Celestial dragons. The world government is really old-fashioned. It seems most celestial dragons are as stupid as him. A sharp voice was heard, and Lu Yun disappeared from Vice Admiral Neerman's sight. Suddenly, his pupils widened, because in his observation, Lu Yun was right behind him. "Stop!" Vice Admiral Neerman screamed in horror. Phew! The chakra blade in Lu Yun's hand easily left a clear mark on the neck of Charlos Saint. Woo! St. Charlos' eyes were filled with fear, and he covered his neck with his hands, but even so, blood still gushed out like a waterfall. Bang! The fat body fell heavily in a pool of blood, splashing blood. St. Charlos' eyes widened and he lost his breath. Boom! Neerman's mind was blank. Looking at the corpse of Charlos Saint, Kakuzu's mouth was trembling. Sky! Celestial dragons are dead. This has never happened since the establishment of the world government. Neerman could no longer imagine that once such news spread throughout the ocean, the entire ocean would be earthquake. Thinking about what will happen next, Vice Admiral Neerman can't help but shudder. Chapter 219I, The Concubine, will follow the White Ghost Pirates. Marineford, Marine Headquarters, Marshal's Office. Bulu Bulu. Sengoku was working when the Den Den Mushi on his desk suddenly rang. Before Sengoku could speak, Vice Admiral Neerman on the other end of the line cried out in horror, "Marshal Sengoku, something's happened. Celestial dragons have been killed." What? Sengoku stood up suddenly, his expression extremely horrified and his eyes revealed disbelief. Celestial dragons. The celestial dragons were actually killed. Who did this? Which celestial dragons died? Sengoku's face was serious, his heart heavy. The celestial dragons are dead, and the celestial dragons in the Holy Land will never let it go. He could already foresee the coming of a storm that would affect the entire ocean. It's St. Charlos. Yes, it's the White Ghost. The murderer of the celestial dragons, it's the White Walker. Click. Sengoku held the Den Den Mushi in his trembling hands, making his other hand clench into a fist. White Ghost. It's them again. What on earth do they want to do? Do you want to disrupt the order of this world? After I woke up from my coma, the devil fruit of the Heavenly Golden Fleet disappeared. I'm afraid it's been stolen by the White Pirates. In the face of such a thing, the loss of devil fruit is just a small matter. The killing of celestial dragons is something that has never happened since the establishment of the world government. Even if the four emperors wanted to kill the celestial dragons, they would hesitate. The celestial dragons are the bottom line of the world government, and no one wants to get themselves into trouble. I see. After Den Den Mushi hung up, the expression on Sengoku's face gradually solidified, and he immediately summoned all the vice admirals and admirals to discuss countermeasures. New World, Moby DK. Dad, something big happened. Marco rushed over with a newspaper in his hand. Kula la la la, what happened to Marco? Whitebeard laughed. Advertisement, Dad, take a look. Marco handed the newspaper to Whitebeard with a serious expression. When Whitebeard saw the contents of the newspaper, his brows furrowed and his eyes revealed a hint of shock. A long time later, Kula la la la, the White Walker pirates have done something truly remarkable. Killing celestial dragons is something that the world government has never done since its establishment. Killing celestial dragons is equivalent to touching the bottom line of the world government. Dad, what happened to Marco? The other squad captains knew nothing about this matter. Marco took a deep breath and said solemnly, the white pirates killed the celestial dragons. Hiss. As soon as these words were spoken, all the captains took a deep breath. Kill celestial dragons. The White Walker pirates are so brave. He even dared to kill celestial dragons. Whitebeard looked at his sons with a solemn look in his eyes. The sea was no longer peaceful. The White Walker pirates had completely disrupted the order of the sea, and the impact in the future would definitely gradually affect the Four Emperors pirates. No Four Emperors pirates group is immune. Be prepared to deal with it. Amazon Lily Kingdom. In the magnificent palace, the Queen of Seven Warlords of the Sea, Pirates, Boa Hancock. Hancock clutched the newspaper tightly in his hand, his pupils dilated sharply, and he couldn't express the shock in his eyes. They actually killed celestial dragons. White pirates. Hancock held the newspaper tightly in his hands, his eyes gradually became moist and crystal tears fell. Good kill. Celestial dragons are trash, they deserve to die. Hancock's words contained immense hatred, she wanted all the celestial dragons to die. Hancock doesn't want to recall that childhood, it was a painful time for her. Sandersonia, Marigold, prepare yourself. I am going to see. Marigold raised her head and looked at Hancock in confusion. Where are you going, sister? Hancock's exquisite face and golden proportioned figure are intoxicating, and there is a glint of determination in her eyes. I will follow the White Ghost pirates, it only takes an hour to reach the Sabaody archipelago. Kun exclaimed in disbelief. Captain, you have really done something extraordinary. After killing the celestial dragons, it seems we are completely unable to escape the world government. Lu Yun said nonchalantly, celestial dragons, I don't know why the world government keeps those idiots around. Advertisement, a bunch of termites, this world is sick. Yes. Celestial dragons claim to be descendants of the creator, and what they do is even worse than pirates, but even so, the world government still protects them. Because they are celestial dragons. In the eyes of celestial dragons, ordinary people should kneel down and respect them, and be proud to be their slaves. Celestial dragons are the worst creatures in the world. Lu Yun stood up and stretched. Everything is ready. Once we reach the Sabaody archipelago, we're probably going to be surrounded by pirates. There is a tough battle to fight, and it will also be a test for you. Carmen, Quinn, and Lucci all knew that these words were directed at them. Lu Yun looked up at Perona and said, just protect the boat well. Perona is not considered a combat member. Her abilities have not been fully developed, so even if she joins the battle, she won't be of much use. Perona was ecstatic, it was great not to have to join the fight. If we don't protect them well, we'll have to increase the amount of training tenfold after the war. Lu Yun said lightly, Peron, oh my god. Save me. That kind of training is so painful that she would almost die. If she were to increase the amount tenfold, she would faint from the pain. It depends on how much the Marine has prepared. Don't just prepare 2 admirals, otherwise it would be too boring. Lu Yun smiled faintly. Everyone's faces froze. 2 admirals were too boring? Captain, how many admirals do you need to satisfy you? During this period of time, the strength of both Kun and Carmen increased rapidly. Even if they were no match for Admiral, they could still fight with him. Although I can't defeat him, I can still hold my own. As for Rob Lucci, he majored in the 6 styles of physical exercises, and his strength was far superior to before. In terms of talent and physical skills, Rob Lucci is undoubtedly strong, even Kun is not as good as him. The 3 of them have also learned hockey, armament hockey, and observation hockey, and have reached the entry level. It's impossible to fight a big battle with Marine without hockey. Gradually, a small island appeared in their sight, with many bubbles floating above the island. Sabaody Archipelago is a must-pass place for every pirate. If you want to enter the New World, you must pass through Sabaody Archipelago. The Golden Ark docked at the pier, and Lu Yun and his group felt a subtle atmosphere after landing in Sabaody Archipelago. Chapter 220 Pluton Rayleigh. There are quite a few pirates in the Sabaody Archipelago, but the pirates here are generally not too ostentatious. Because celestial dragons often appear in the Sabaody Archipelago, even pirates with a bounty of hundreds of millions are unwilling to provoke celestial dragons. There are many pirates who offended the celestial dragons in the Sabaody Archipelago and were taken as slaves. Besides, offending the celestial dragons will also attract the Marine Admiral. For pirates who have never been to the New World, the Marine Admiral is an invincible existence. The pirates knew how powerful the Marine Admiral was, but they didn't know the upper limit of its strength. Lu Yun and his group appeared at the dock and immediately attracted the attention of other pirates groups. Captain. Look, it's them. One of the pirates looked at Lu Yun and his group in horror. The Red Star pirates are considered to be the well-known big pirates in the first half of the Grand Line, and the bounty on their ship is as high as 110 million. But even so, they still looked at Lu Yun with horror. White Walker pirates. The most eye-catching pirates group on the ocean right now has attracted countless people's attention before even entering the New World. They severely damaged the Marine Admiral, killed the Shichibukai, and did things that no one in the world dared to think of. Kill celestial dragons. Oh no, let's get out of here. The captain of the Red Star pirates' face suddenly changed. The pirates beside him looked puzzled. Captain, why are you leaving? I don't think we have any problems with the White Walker pirates. Idiot. The white pirates showed up in the Sabaody Archipelago. Do you think the Marines will miss this opportunity? Killing the celestial dragons is equivalent to going against the world government. I'm afraid it won't be long before the Sabaody Archipelago becomes a battlefield. If the Marines want to deal with the White Walker pirates, they will definitely have to send out the Marine Admiral. Once we're involved, it's hard to leave. The captain of the Red Star Pirates is not stupid. It is precisely because of his brain that he can avoid so many crises on the sea time and time again. After hearing what the captain said, the pirates immediately understood and panic appeared on their faces. Captain, let's leave now. After the Red Star Pirates collected supplies in Sabaody Archipelago, they didn't care whether the bubble wrap was coated or not. They also had no plans to enter the Fishman Island now. At least at this stage, a major war was about to break out in Sabaody Archipelago, which would definitely involve countless pirates. Advertisement: the appearance of the White Ghost Pirates attracted the attention of countless people, and everyone swallowed deeply when they saw Lu Yun and his group. The most vicious pirate group in the world, the murderers of celestial dragons. White Walker Pirates. The sense of oppression from them is too strong, they are not on the same level at all. Is that person with white hair the White Ghost? The aura that man exudes is suffocating. Captain, where are we going? Go meet someone first. Is there anyone else on this island that the captain wants to see? Kun showed a look of surprise. The situation in Sabaody Archipelago is turbulent. The Marine is ready and the Marine Admiral is already on the way to Sabaody Archipelago. Although there are many bounty hunters on the island, they are not brainless people. At that moment, they did have the idea of taking action. But when they looked at Lu Yun carefully, it was as if they had fallen into an infinite abyss and even breathing was very difficult. This was also the reason why the bounty hunter just collapsed to the ground powerlessly. Lu Yun brought people to a pub. None of them understood why their captain would attach importance to a tavern. Was there someone in the tavern that the captain knew? Open the door. There was no one inside the pub. Shaki, who was wiping his wineglass, subconsciously raised his head when he heard the sound of the door being pushed open. When Shaki saw Lu Yun and his gang, his face froze instantly and he didn't even bother wiping the wineglass in his hand. Boss, give us a few drinks. Everyone here wants them. Lu Yun said to Shaki with a smile while sitting in her seat. Hinata on the side looked at Lu Yun in confusion. Everyone's eyes widened except Hinata's. Rayleigh looked at Lu Yun with deep eyes. This white-haired old man. Sometimes Rayleigh would even sell himself as a slave at an auction house and use the money to buy alcohol. Rumor has it that White Ghost has many strange abilities, which are not from devil fruit. There is no record of where White Ghost was born. What if I could make you young again? Advertisement. Oh my god, they actually met the legendary figure. Lu Yun looked at Rayleigh with interest and said with a smile, no one would have thought that Pluton Rayleigh, the right-hand man of the Pirates King, would be hiding in the Sabaody Archipelago. Shaki. Why does Lu Yun know so much about this world, including the ninja world? Does this mean that Lu Yun is omniscient and omnipotent? Is this kind of thing really possible? Even the Marine didn't bother him over the years? Back to youth. Rayleigh was also stunned for a moment, then shook his head. I'm already old, I can't stand the tossing anymore, you young people should just leave me alone. Lu Yun's observation hockey has covered the entire tavern but did not detect Rayleigh's presence. It seems that Rayleigh went out to drink again. He knew very well that Lu Yun was here because he must have come to the bar, but what made him curious was how his whereabouts were leaked. Now is the time for you young people. I, an old man, should just spend my retirement in peace. Shaki's expression changed slightly. The White Ghost actually wanted Rayleigh to join his pirates group. At this moment, the sound of wind chimes rang at the door, and an old man with white hair and round frame glasses walked in. A smile formed at the corner of Lu Yun's mouth, and his eyes looked at Rayleigh as if they had some kind of magic that made him look back involuntarily. Lu Yun said lightly, it is estimated that no one on the sea would have thought that Pluton Rayleigh, the right-hand man of the Pirates King, would live in seclusion on this island and be the coding general of this island. Not only Rayleigh but also Shaki was moved. The White Ghost and the white-haired witch seemed to have appeared out of thin air from this world. Lu Yun smiled faintly. What if I can change the world? Rayleigh walked into the tavern and was a little stunned by the number of people in the tavern, but when he saw Lu Yun's conspicuous white hair, his eyes flashed with a strange color. Is it the legendary pirates Pluton Rayleigh? Back to youth? What exactly is the purpose of your pirates group? Pluton Rayleigh, come aboard my ship, kindness? Shaki didn't understand why Lu Yun came to the tavern, but since guests are welcome, Shaki was happy to provide drinks for the pirates, the most controversial group on the ocean. Rayleigh looked at Lu Yun and smiled helplessly. Please spare me, my old bones can't stand it anymore. This. Pluton Rayleigh, Chapter 221 Marine vs. White Ghost Pirates. Change the world? Rayleigh's heart skipped a beat, and the look in his eyes when he looked at Lu Yun was filled with turmoil. What he said is true. Does he really want to change the world? Even Roger didn't have such a crazy idea at the time, because it was too difficult to change the world. A behemoth like the world government cannot be overthrown just like that. It's true that the young people are the ones who are getting old. Pluton smiled bitterly. Rayleigh, Golden Lion is already one of my men. If you don't believe me, you can meet him. I believe you will be surprised to see an old friend like you. What? That guy Shaki became Lu Yun's subordinate. How is this possible? Rayleigh's eyes suddenly widened. He knows it best. That arrogant guy would never bow to anyone. Is it because? If Lu Yun really has the means to help people regain their youth, that would be terrifying. I'm afraid that all the pirates in the ocean whose strength has declined due to age are willing to join Lu Yun's army. If you can survive this marine siege, I will join you. Rayleigh said in a deep voice. The smile on Lu Yun's face deepened. He stood up and left the pub without answering Rayleigh. The others followed. Rayleigh, do you think they can survive this crisis? Shaki asked. Rayleigh looked at the departing figures of Lu Yun and the others and said gravely, I don't know either, but their captain is much more terrifying than I thought. If we underestimate him, the Marines will suffer greatly. At this time, the Marines of Sabaody Archipelago have been assembled, and under Akainu's feet is a pirates with a bounty of over 100 million. All the pirates around him looked at Akainu with fear on their faces. Marine Admiral, it's simply a monster among monsters. Their captain couldn't even stand up to the Marine Admiral. The White Walker pirates were able to inflict heavy damage on such a monster. Has everyone else arrived? Akainu Admiral, Aokiji Admiral, Vice Admiral Garp, and the other Vice Admirals have all arrived. Kizaru Admiral is capturing the other Sabaody Archipelago pirates. They should be here soon. Akainu nodded, a cold gleam in his eyes. Marine must completely wipe out the evil pirates from this ocean today. Justice. Do not trample upon it. Island number 30, not long after Lu Yun and his group came out. Advertisement sudden. At this moment, a loud shout rang out. Great eruption. The rolling magma comes straight towards you, and the scorching temperature is scorching. A fist made entirely of magma suddenly swept towards Lu Yun and his group. Boom, thunder and lightning flashed, and Kun turned into a bolt of lightning that exploded with brilliant lightning. 50 million volts, thunderstorm, sizzle. The lightning gathered and turned into a huge thunderball, and the air around it was shaking constantly. The thunderball formed by lightning and the fist made of hot magma collided with each other. Boom. The fist made of magma was instantly torn apart by the violent lightning. The scorching magma exploded, transforming into a huge firebomb that impacted the surrounding 30 islands, instantly transforming them into a sea of fire and hell. Lodge, Akainu's expression changed slightly, and his eyes darkened instantly. Is it that fruit? One of the strongest fruits in nature, thunderfruit. There is actually a thunderfruit user in the White Oni pirates. Once grown up, he becomes a powerful enemy of the Marine and the world government. We can't let people like you live. Kun and Akainu were fighting each other, and Lu Yun was staring ahead. He was not worried that anything would happen to Kun, as it was always difficult to determine the winner in a fight between users of the Logia fruit. Besides, Kun's strength is close to that of Admiral, so he won't be defeated by Akainu for a while. It seems that Marine has made up his mind. Lu Yun squinted his eyes and looked at the three figures in front of him. Kizaru, Aokiji, Garp. 3 admirals come out together. There is also the legendary marine hero Garp. Such a lineup is enough to deal with a pirates group of the 4 emperors level. The entire war was broadcast live, and countries around the world were stunned and horrified when they saw this scene. Marine 3 Admiral, Hero Garp. These people were just here to deal with a group of White Walker pirates. These people are the top combat forces on the sea. The White Walker pirates are doomed this time. If they can escape, the Marine will probably lose face and its control over the sea will be completely weakened. White Ghost. That's it. Garp looked at Lu Yun with a gloomy expression, and his face gradually became solemn. This White Ghost. The feeling he felt was so overwhelming that even Roger had never felt such oppression. Sure enough, Sengoku's decision was correct. Advertisement. Not bad, Marine. Looks like you guys can finally bring me some fun. What? Bring some fun? Just go for it. In an instant, Kizaru's body trembled. Let my crew members mess around on their own. Hinata nodded slightly. Or was he just pretending to be calm? Garp looked at Kizaru solemnly. The icy cold air under Aokiji's feet gradually spread like an invisible light wave. He admitted that those eyes were beautiful, but the danger they posed to him was the same. Hinata, I'll leave the rest to you, Kizaru said in a teasing tone. Let's just forget about letting him face the White Ghost. Okay, it's our turn next. The temperature of the entire island number 30 dropped suddenly, and a thick layer of ice instantly formed on the ground. Looking around, island number 30 turned into a frozen world. This war will not end so easily. Undoubtedly, the final outcome of this war will affect the future course of the ocean. The White-Eyed Witch probably doesn't have the same strength as the White Ghost. Miss White-Eyed Witch, let me be your opponent. Those eyes. Swish. What eyes are those? The White-Eyed Witch is not simple either. Suddenly Hinata's Byakugan switched to Tensagen, and the ice-blue Tensagen stared at Kizaru. My injuries have finally healed, but if I get injured again, I'm afraid it will cause a chronic illness. Kizaru's figure suddenly disappeared, condensing into golden particle light. The faces of people watching the live broadcast around the world froze. Was the White Ghost joking? That unique figure was displayed before everyone, making people all over the world fall in love with it. Lu Yun faced Garp and Aokiji calmly. What's that gesture? Could it be a mythical beast devil fruit? Under the watchful eyes of the world, what will be the outcome of this war? Swish. Green flames ignited, and Hinata immediately entered Tensagen chakra mode. Facing 2 admirals and the hero Garp, even a 4 emperors cannot handle it with ease. Ice Age. Chapter 222 Planetary Devastation, Aokiji Admiral. All the Marines became excited. They had 3 Marine Admirals and Vice Admiral Garp, so there was nothing to be afraid of the White Walker pirates. Even the 4 Emperor's pirates are enough to deal with them. Marine will completely eradicate the White Walker pirates. Aokiji. Lu Yun narrowed his eyes and looked at the lazy Aokiji. Frozen Fruit's ability is indeed well deserved. None of the three Marine Admirals are simple. There is still some gap between Kun and Carmen's strength and that of Marine Admiral. Aokiji exuded a bone-chilling chill, and the usually lazy Aokiji became serious. Ice, explosive mouth. The cold air of the forest was released, and the Ultimate's ice turned into an icy bird, and its huge double spikes flapped like sharp ice knives. Li. The ice bird swooped down, and Lu Yun slowly formed seals with his hands. Fire style. Great fire extinguishing. Raging flames gushed out, and the boundless flames turned into a blazing sea of fire. The sea of fire rose like a tsunami, burning everything around it. Sizzle. The collision of Ultimate's coldness and the blazing flames instantly erupted into a huge amount of steam that transformed into a thick fog that enveloped the surroundings. Flame. Garp's face darkened. It's another new ability. What kind of devil fruit did the white ghost eat? Could it be that someone in the ocean is actually capable of consuming multiple devil fruits? If it's not devil fruit, then how do we explain Lu Yun's abilities? This is totally inexplicable. If it's not devil fruit, then what is it? Vice Admiral Garp. Shave. In an instant, Garp appeared behind Lu Yun. As a veteran Marine, Garp's strength was not inferior to the three Marine Admirals. In fact, his strength when he burst out with all his strength was even better than the three Admirals. Armament Hockey. Hardened. Fistbone. Meteorite. Garp's enormous power erupted from his body, and that terrifying power was enough to destroy an island. With a boom, there was a sound like a cannonball exploding. This punch was even more terrifying than a cannonball. A huge roar resounded through the sky, the ground suddenly sank, and an invisible airwave spread out from the crack and shot out in all directions. Garp's expression changed slightly. It felt like the punch had indeed hit Lu Yun, but why did it still feel so weird? Advertisement. As the thick smoke and dust dissipated, Garp's pupils suddenly shrank, and a look of horror gradually appeared on his face. How is that possible? Garp stared at his fist in horror, unable to move forward even a little bit. His punch did hit, but it didn't hit Lu Yun. Instead, Lu Yun seemed to be covered with an invisible armor that couldn't allow Garp's fist to get even a little bit closer. Boom, an invisible repulsive force suddenly burst out, and Garp was instantly blown away by the invisible shockwave. Vice Admiral Garp. Aokiji's expression changed drastically, revealing a look of horror. Damn it. Swish. Shave. Ice-frozen moment. When Aokiji touched Lu Yun, the icy coldness on his body quickly spread. However, Aokiji, like Garp, only reacted at this time. What they touched was not Lu Yun's body, but the invisible armor. That is infinity. Boom boom boom. A roar was heard from island number 35 in the distance, and the huge island tree was shaking violently as if it would collapse at any time. The Marines fighting Kun were also stunned by the noise. Garp walked out of the smoke and dust, and countless Marines' eyes widened instantly when they saw Vice Admiral Garp covered in dust. It's actually Vice Admiral Garp. Could it be that Vice Admiral Garp was just beaten here by the White Ghosts? How is this possible? Vice Admiral Garp is considered the spiritual pillar of Marine. Garp has captured Roger and Sengoku and fought against the Golden Lion Shiki together. He is a legendary Marine. They have never thought about being beaten to death. Boom, Garp shot out, turning into a puff of smoke. The speed of the explosion had already broken the sound barrier. The violent gust of wind created ripples on the ground. Garp's face was more serious than ever before. White Ghost. It's too scary. This man is definitely the most terrifying enemy that Marine and world government have ever encountered. Kuzan. You must hold on. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Advertisement. Drops of blood fell on the cold ice. Aokiji looked at Lu Yun with a pale face, his heart filled with horror. White Ghost. So scary. He is definitely no match for the White Walkers alone, not even the three admirals. They felt strange from the very beginning when facing the White Ghost. His attack had clearly penetrated deep into the White Ghost's body, but the real touch and any feeling from his body were fake. It was wrong from the beginning. Kuzan brat. Garp looked at the pale Aokiji in horror. One of Aokiji's arms seemed to be disconnected, and blood kept flowing out. The blood fell on the ice and turned into blood-colored ice crystals. Vice Admiral Garp. Perhaps we have fallen into the White Walker's trap from the very beginning. Garp frowned. What's the meaning? Don't trust any of your feelings. The White Ghost might also possess some kind of illusion ability. What? Illusion? Garp looked at Lu Yun in horror. How many abilities does Bai Gui have? This guy is the real monster. Lu Yun looked at Aokiji with a hint of admiration. As expected of a Marine Admiral, you're very perceptive. You had no chance of winning from the beginning. The moment you see me, all 5 of your senses are controlled by me. Whether it's touch or hearing, any sensation is false. Only I can control the difference between falsehood and reality. Marine, this farce ends here. Speaking of which, I've never tested this ability since I gained it, so it might be a good opportunity to give it a try. The corners of Lu Yun's mouth curled up slightly. Struggle hard. Lu Yun clasped his hands in front of his chest, and strange energy surged through his body. When he opened his hands, a black substance that shimmered with a faint light like a truth-seeking ball slowly rose. Planetary devastation. What is that? Aokiji and Garp both looked extremely solemn. They didn't think that the thing flying into the sky was a good thing. At least judging from Lu Yun's methods, they must be prepared to deal with it. The ability to control the five senses, how can these people capture Lu Yun with just this ability? The next moment while he was thinking, the round black substance stopped. Boom. The next moment, the void trembled, and at this moment, a terrifying wave spread throughout the entire Sabaody archipelago. All the people in Sabaody archipelago showed horror because of this terrifying wave. Chapter 223 Marine Admiral, killed in action buzz. The sudden surge of terrifying power caused the entire Sabaody archipelago to tremble. Countless bubbles in the sky were swept up in the black substance, and the surging terrifying power spread across the entire Sabaody archipelago. The Sabaody archipelago shook violently, the ground beneath the feet of countless people began to churn, the huge trees were gradually uprooted, and the marines could not stand steadily and fell to the ground. What happened? Countless horrified voices were heard, and such a sudden change made people panic. It's gravity. That black ball has a huge gravitational force. Damn it. Does the white ghost want to destroy this island? People around the world who were watching the live broadcast had pale faces. After seeing Aokiji Admiral's arm being crippled, everyone's hearts were filled with darkness. That's the Marine Admiral, the Marine's strongest fighter. Even such a person is no match for the white ghost. In the eyes of the white ghost, severely damaging the Marine Admiral was not something worth getting excited about, because his expression did not fluctuate from beginning to end. After seeing this devastating scene, a look of despair appeared on everyone's face. Is Marine going to lose? Boom, the terrifying waves shook violently, everything on the entire island began to take off, and the Sabaody archipelago began to collapse. Clods of earth, rocks, and trees were uprooted and gathered towards the black substance. No. We must destroy that thing, or the entire Sabaody archipelago will be destroyed. Moonwalk. Garp began walking in the air, but as he got closer, controlling his movements became too difficult. The black matter gathered and swallowed everything like a black hole. Sakazuki. Kizaru. Stop for now. Destroy this thing. Otherwise the entire Sabaody archipelago will be destroyed. Garp roared at the top of his lungs, his voice echoing across half the island. The rolling magma spreading from Akainu's hand fell on the ground and made tiny holes. He glanced at Kun and his face looked very ugly. Snort. Akainu snorted coldly, but finally rushed over. The Sabaody archipelago cannot be destroyed, they must destroy that thing in the sky. Hey, Borsellino. Advertisement. Akainu suddenly stopped and noticed Borsellino standing there alone with his head lowered. Seeing that Borsellino didn't respond, Akainu's face darkened. This is not the time to be lazy, come with me. As Akainu approached, his expression suddenly changed drastically, as if he had seen a ghost, and he staggered back several steps. Borsellino. Akainu pushed Kizaru. Kizaru's entire body was limp, and he fell heavily to the ground like a puddle of mud. Boom. Akainu's mind went blank. The marines around seeing this also stood there in a daze with empty eyes. Kizaru Admiral. Akainu suddenly shouted, turn off the live stream, turn off the live stream. Looking at the dead Borsellino in front of him, Akainu felt a bone-chilling chill. Marine Admiral is dead. How could such a thing happen? This was being broadcast live in front of the eyes of the entire world. Once such news got out, the entire ocean would be out of control and the Marines' prestige would be gone. At this moment, in a country in West Blue, people gathered in the square and watched Kizaru fall to the ground during the live broadcast. All of their faces turned pale, and the suffocating feeling made it hard to breathe. One of them pointed at the huge screen with a trembling finger. Kizaru. Kizaru Admiral, is he not going to die? One sentence caused 1,000 waves, and countless people were frightened because of this sentence. Marine Admiral. Dead. Marine Admiral is dead. Everyone's body was shaking violently. Even the Marine Admiral was dead. Who else on this sea could stop the White Walker pirates? Under the influence of several huge forces, a clearly visible crack finally appeared in the black substance. The cracks in the ice gradually widened, and the marines around were lying on the freezing ice because of the terrifying storm. The freezing temperature penetrated into their lungs, making them shiver uncontrollably. Aokiji opened his palm and released a shockwave of cold air, shooting directly towards the black substance in the sky. There won't be any problems in the short term. Boom 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 boom. Advertisement. Akainu's face was extremely gloomy. Why did a terrifying monster like the White Ghost appear in the sea? Click, click. The whole scene looked like the end of the world. It was unimaginable that a mere black spherical substance could cause such strenuous effort to the Marines' top combat power. The ejected magma fist tore through the sky and shot towards the black substance in the sky. The terrifying shockwave turned into a storm that swept across the entire Sabaody archipelago. The huge trees shook and bent continuously, as if they would collapse and break at any time. Sakazuki. The world of black matter suddenly exploded, and Garp's face suddenly changed. The shockwave contained terrifying power and knocked Garp away. A mouthful of blood splattered into the air, and Garp flew away like a comet, with several of his ribs broken. Aokiji exuded an even colder chill than before. He glanced at the place where Lu Yun disappeared and a bitter smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. On this day, an atmosphere of panic spread across the entire ocean. Boom. He did not directly answer Aokiji's words, but instead looked at the black substance in the sky that was constantly surging with terrifying waves. Aokiji looked at the black substance with deep eyes, and the coldness in his body gradually spread. His blood had frozen, and the bleeding had stopped temporarily. Akainu's arms turned into magma, and the scorching temperature burned the ice beneath his feet. The air trembles. Did he think it was all over? The storm gradually disappeared, and the entire Sabaody archipelago was in ruins. The Loess was rolling, with uneven potholes everywhere, and many huge cracks extending for hundreds of meters. Aokiji's face lit up with joy, but then a hint of doubt appeared on his face. Where's that fellow Borsellino? Akainu's face was extremely grim, and his heart felt as if it was being weighed down by a huge rock. Borsellino died in action. Frozen time capsule. Meteor volcano. Aokiji looked at Akainu with a dark expression. Sakazuki, what happened to Borsellino? Marine lost completely this time. Seeing this, the three of them burst out with unparalleled strength and exerted all their strength without reservation. Vice Admiral Garp's bulging muscles held a breathtaking power as he pounded the air with punch after punch, releasing powerful vacuum shockwaves. Boom boom boom. Chapter 224 The most terrifying pirates group on the sea is born. Aokiji's pupils contracted violently, and all the nerves in his body were tense at this moment. At this moment, he even doubted whether he had heard it wrong. Sakazuki, you have to be responsible for what you said. Aokiji said with a dark expression. Akainu knew that Aokiji would not be able to accept it for a while, and Akainu also could not accept that Kizaru, an admiral like them, was killed by the White Oni pirates. So what else in this world can stop the White Walker pirates? Marine was completely defeated. After losing an admiral, the Marine didn't even manage to keep any of the White Walker pirates alive. This live broadcast did not demonstrate Marine's strength, but instead shook the world's confidence in Marine. If even the Marine admiral is defeated, what else can protect them? How can they survive in this turbulent era of pirates? Feelings of terror and anxiety have arisen in countries around the world. Bulu bulu, bulu bulu, Akainu's den den mushi started ringing. It was undoubtedly from the marshal's office at naval headquarters. Marshal Sengoku. Akainu spoke in a heavy tone. Sengoku was silent in the marshal's office for a long time. Then a hoarse voice came from the phone. Come back. Count the casualties and return. Bring back Kizaru's body and prepare a funeral of the highest standard. This war. We lost. Sengoku's voice was particularly trembling. The Marine was completely defeated by the pirates and lost an admiral. From then on, the Marine's prestige on the sea plummeted. The most terrifying pirates group on the sea was born. I'm afraid that pirates will become even more rampant in the future, and the morale of Marine branches everywhere will also be affected. Aokiji and Akainu were trembling all over, with cold air and magma surging in their bodies, and they were unwilling to give up. But even so, now even the members of the White Walker pirates cannot be found. And this time they already knew clearly the strength of the White Ghost pirates. This is a pirates group that is even more terrifying than the Four Emperors. The strength of the White Ghosts is probably above that of several Four Emperors. Even above Whitebeard. Is the position of the strongest man in the world going to change? Vice Admiral Garp. Garp's lieutenant searched near where Garp had fallen, his observation hockey searching for Garp's presence. Vice Admiral Garp, you must not get into any trouble. The adjutant was extremely anxious, after losing Kizaru Admiral, if even Vice Admiral Garp had an accident. Advertisement then the morale of the entire Marine will be completely destroyed. Vice Admiral Garp is known as the legendary Marine because of the honor he possesses. Hero Garp, if even heroes get into trouble, then what will the Marines have to do to protect the ocean? Vice Admiral Garp. Vice Admiral Garp. The adjutant shouted anxiously and searched carefully around for fear that he had missed it. At this moment, there was a sudden movement in one of the overturned piles of earth, and a hand covered with yellow soil broke out from the pile. Vice Admiral Garp overturned the mounds and gasped for air. Ha 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 ha, I thought I was almost dead, hiss. Garp's face suddenly twisted, and the intense pain made Garp gasp. The White Walker pirates are truly terrifying. Garp felt a sense of helplessness in his heart. In all the years he had fought, not even the rocks had made him feel so powerless. White Ghost. Where did he get those weird abilities? Those abilities are definitely not those of Devil Fruit. Vice Admiral Garp. Bogart ran over and wiped the cold sweat from his head. I'm so glad you're okay. Vice Admiral Garp, I'll pull you out. Stop, stop, stop. Garp shouted hurriedly. My injuries are not light, please send the medic. Several of my ribs are broken. What? Bogart's expression, which had just relaxed, changed drastically. Vice Admiral Garp was actually injured so badly. Where are the White Walker pirates? Cappy asked. Bogart's face suddenly darkened, and he said weakly, the white pirates have all retreated. Why? Marine has completely failed this time. Garp looked up to the sky and sighed, seeming to have aged several years in an instant. Vice Admiral Garp. There's one more thing I need to tell you, Bogart said dejectedly. Tell me, what's the matter? Kizaru, Admiral Kizaru, is killed in action. Advertisement Garp. Omega D Omega, inside the pub. Rayleigh looked at Liu Yun in front of him with a complicated expression, and his heart could not calm down at this moment. Kill the Marine Admiral. The White Walker pirates have truly done something remarkable. And it wasn't the White Ghost who did it, it's the girl next to the White Ghost. These two are husband and wife. They're truly a pair of monsters. Mr. Rayleigh, now is the time to keep your promise. Liu Yun smiled faintly. Rayleigh gave a wry smile. I really don't know what you're so attracted to with my old bones. I'll just go crazy with you youngsters for a bit longer. Lu Yun smiled faintly. There is one more legendary pirates. A few days later, the entire ocean was shrouded in an unprecedented haze. The situation on the sea was completely changed by the Lu Yun pirates. Each of the 4 emperors of the New World felt extremely heavy-hearted. The strength of the White Walker pirates was beyond their expectations, and they could no longer take it easy. There are only a few people on a ship, and each of them has the combat power to stand at the top of the ocean. If Marine couldn't defeat the White Oni pirates with such a lineup, then what qualifications do the 4 emperors of New World have to be enemies with the White Oni pirates? After entering the New World, the White Walker pirates will inevitably clash with the 4 emperors, and at that time the waves of the sea will swallow everything. Thriller bark. Shiki turned off the live broadcast, but the emotions in his heart could not calm down for a long time. Ha 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 ha. Marine and these guys can no longer control the situation on the sea. You have no idea what kind of existence you are facing. He is God. The real God. Everything will change because of him. Shiki's laughter sounded a little crazy, as if he was crazy. Master Shiki, someone in the Dark World offered us 3 devil fruits to hunt celestial dragons. Shiki's expression changed slightly, and he touched his chin with a hint of amusement. Hunting celestial dragons? Interesting, since someone would let them hunt celestial dragons. Reply to him, we'll take the job. Yes, Shiki-sama. Chapter 225 The Fishman Island. The news of Marine's defeat could no longer be concealed. The pirates in the 4 seas have become more and more rampant in the past few days. The marine branches in various seas have lost their morale and their military spirit has collapsed due to the loss of Kizaru. As a result, the Marines' combat effectiveness is not as good as before. New World, Whitebeard Pirates Tuan Ideographic Period. Dad, what kind of changes do you think the White Walker Pirates will bring to the ocean? If the White Pirates enter the New World, which 4 emperors will they clash with first? Marco's face was extremely solemn. The combat power of the White Walker Pirates was already comparable to that of the 4 emperors' pirates. Even more heaven-defying than the 4 emperors' pirates. Killing the Marine Admiral will cause the entire Marine to collapse, and the Marine Sea will definitely be unbalanced without its high-end combat power. The key is that once Kizaru's flash fruit falls into the hands of some pirates, it will become a huge enemy for the Marine. What the Marine needs to do now is to fill this gap in combat power and make up for the Marine's high-end combat power as soon as possible. Aokiji, Akainu, and Garp were all seriously injured, and several vice admirals also suffered considerable damage. The war that Marine had carefully prepared this time was a complete failure. Whatever changes the White Walker Pirates bring, they will have an impact on the world. The world government won't let the White Walker Pirates off so easily. They've disrupted the balance of the world. The White Ghost and the White-Eyed Witch are both too mysterious. Their abilities are strange and unpredictable. Their combined combat power is probably no less than that of the 4 emperors. Any 4 emperors pirates group would be in trouble if they faced the White Ghost. They are no longer comparable to any other pirate group on the ocean today. Whitebeard said solemnly. The 4 emperors pirates, the top power on the ocean, are actually wary of a pirates group that hasn't even entered the New World yet. In the past, that was something that no one dared to think about. It's hard to imagine. Dad, what about us? Marco asked gravely. Whitebeard was silent for a moment, then burst into laughter. Kulalalala, Marco, who do you think I am? I'm Whitebeard. Yes, Dad is the most powerful man in the world, and the Whitebeard pirates have nothing to fear. Marco's worries gradually disappeared, however, he didn't notice the heaviness in Whitebeard's eyes. Whitebeard is old and has too many hidden diseases in his body. He has been relying on these potions to survive over the years. If the power of shock fruit is used frequently, the impact on Whitebeard will be huge. My sons. Dad can't protect you forever. Advertisement. At a depth of 3,000 meters under the sea, the Golden Ark is heading deep into the seabed towards the Fishman Island. Amazing ability. Rayleigh couldn't help but sigh. It can isolate the pressure of the seabed even without coating. What a convenient ability. It seems as if there is an invisible protective shield protecting the ship. By the way, this ship is not ordinary, as these things are all made of gold. Tisk tisk. It's so luxurious. No matter how magical the power is, it cannot compare to the amazing sight of this underwater world. Who would have thought that there are so many giant sea kings in the underwater world? Lu Yun watched with interest as the sea kings swam past their boat. Hinata felt the same way. Some of these strange-looking sea kings were even bigger than the tailed beasts in the ninja world. If she were attacked by these sea kings on the seabed, she would surely die. This world is really different from the ninja world. It's amazing. There were also attacks from sea kings during this process, but they were torn to pieces before they could even touch the Golden Ark. The invisible layer isolated the pressure from the seabed, and even the sea kings could not withstand the destructive energy. There is no concept of time under the sea. You can't see the sky or the sun, so you can't calculate how much time has passed. After an unknown amount of time, they finally saw a ray of sunlight, and a huge island covered by a huge bubble appeared in front of Lu Yun and his group. This is the Fishman Island? Hinata's beautiful eyes sparkled as she was attracted by the Fishman Island. It's amazing. There is actually a sun inside this bubble. It is hard to imagine that there is an island deep under the sea. The Fishman Island has finally arrived. A curve appeared at the corner of Lu Yun's mouth. But at this moment, several huge shadows covered Lu Yun and his Golden Ark. This is Kun's pupils couldn't help but shrink, revealing a look of horror on his face. A group of sea beasts. Oh, what kind of experience can this beautiful island bring them? Reissue the bounty. How on earth did this guy train at such a young age to develop such a level of hockey? Advertisement. The reason why the 5 elders did not dare to act rashly was because they had too little information about Lu Yun, and none of them knew what other abilities the White Turtle had that had not yet been revealed. World government, in a magnificent palace, White Oni actually has Conqueror's Haki? Call. An unrivaled aura erupted from Lu Yun's entire body, and the Conqueror's Haki attacking him transformed into a black form similar to lightning. It wasn't the White Ghost who attacked, it was the white-eyed witch beside the White Ghost. You all saw her posture during the live broadcast, right? Conqueror's Haki. The White Walker Pirates are a greater threat than the 4 Emperor's Pirates. I underestimated the strength of the White Walker Pirates. Perhaps that's not the Devil Fruit's ability. If those abilities aren't Devil Fruit, then what are they? The sea beasts roared, and the rolling waves made the air tremble. Kun and Carmen both exclaimed excitedly, "The Fishmen Island." Roar. Kun let out a long breath. Fortunately, the captain was there and he finally got through it safely. The 5 elders' expressions were more solemn than ever before. The threat posed by the White Walker Pirates was far beyond their expectations. I never thought Borsellino would die in this war. The 5 elders gathered again. That's a capability we've never seen before. Let's go to the Fishmen Island. But their lower body is a long and huge tail. Generally, when a pirate group encounters a group of sea beasts, they are basically wiped out before they even enter the Fishmen Island. But then I thought, given the White Ghost's strength, it's not surprising that he has conquerors. Affected by Conqueror's Haki, the fierce eyes of the sea beasts gradually turned into fear. After a brief silence, the sea beasts left in a hurry. The White Ghost is still too mysterious. I don't have time to waste with you guys. Oh, unexpectedly, they also encountered sea beasts such as lions, elephants, and tigers, whose upper bodies looked no different from those of land animals. Despite mobilizing such a large force, Marine was still defeated by the White Walker Pirates. Rayleigh's pupils suddenly shrank. Don't act rashly for now. The White Walker Pirates entering the New World might be a good opportunity for us. However, even he couldn't compare to Lu Yun in terms of being able to condense conquerors to this level. Chapter 226 Arrogant Hody Jones Dragon Palace City. The minister rushed into the palace and shouted at Neptune. Your Majesty. Something bad has happened. A huge fishman with orange curly hair and a golden crown. He has tattoos on both sides of his arms and a round transparent bubble ring wrapped around his waist. Minister, what happened? Why are you in such a hurry? If you have anything to say, tell me in detail, don't be anxious. The minister was gasping for breath, and after finally stabilizing his breathing, he said in a trembling voice, Your Majesty, the White Ghost Pirates have entered the Fishmen Island. What? Neptune's roar was like the sound of thunder from the sun the moment he heard the words, White Walker Pirates. His pupils shrank into needlepoints. Why didn't you tell me about this earlier? The minister's face was frozen and he was speechless. Your Majesty, didn't you tell me not to be anxious? Where are they now? In Fishman Street. Let Sharkstar and the others go out with me, and send someone to keep a close eye on them to make sure no one offends the White Walker Pirates. Otherwise the Fishmen Island will be destroyed. Yes, Your Majesty, the White Pirates won't do anything rash, will they? The Fishmen Island is under Whitebeard's protection. Even the Whitebeard Pirates wouldn't easily offend Whitebeard. Neptune's face was gloomy, and he lowered his voice and said, You have no idea what kind of lunatics the White Pirates are. Celestial dragons. Marine Admiral. They even dared to kill these people. Is there anything in this world that they dare not do? Whitebeard is certainly powerful, but the Whitebeard Pirates are not weak either. We can only hope that the White Walker Pirates don't stay on the Fishmen Island for too long. The minister on the side hesitated for a moment and said, Your Majesty, should we inform Jinbei? Suddenly, Neptune's eyes lit up. Yes, how could he forget Jinbei? Have someone contact Jinbei and have him rush to Urine Street as soon as possible. Yes, Your Majesty, is this the Fishmen Island? Advertisement, but they look so scared of us. Kun looked at the frightened eyes of the surrounding fishmen in confusion. Lucci was speechless and said coldly, If even the death of a Marine Admiral doesn't frighten people, then it can only be said that Marine Admirals are nothing special. Hearing Lucci's cold voice, Kun scratched his head in embarrassment. By the way, where's that Perona guy? He went to other places on the Fishmen Island. Lu Yun said lightly, Captain, aren't you afraid she might escape? Kun continued, Don't worry, he doesn't have the guts. Mining area. Now Perona has been considered a member of the White Walker Pirates. Now no one is willing to protect Perona except staying on his ship. At this moment, not far from Lu Yun and the others, Neptune hurried over with a group of people. When Neptune saw Lu Yun and his gang, he felt very nervous. These people are among the most vicious criminals on the sea, especially Whitebeard, who is even called a man who surpasses Whitebeard. This is enough to show how powerful Lu Yun is. Hiss. What a huge fishman. Carmen and Kun couldn't help but gasp. It was the first time they had seen a fishman of this size. Neptune lowered his head nervously and glanced at the White Walker Pirates. Suddenly, his expression froze and his huge body trembled. Pluton Rayleigh? Rayleigh is actually following the White Walker Pirates? OMG. Neptune suddenly felt his head spinning.
Captain Lu Yun, welcome to the Fishman Island. Dragon Palace City has prepared a banquet for you. Please come this way. Although Neptune had a smile on his face, it was a stiff smile. At this time, Neptune was still nervous. Since King Neptune has invited us so graciously, we will not neglect his honor. After hearing these words, Neptune's heart finally calmed down a little. At this time, Jinbei also arrived. Hearing that the White Ghost Pirates had arrived at the Fishman Island, Jinbei was extremely anxious. The horror of the White Walker Pirates was known to everyone in the world during that live broadcast. As soon as the words fell, the atmosphere in the hall gradually solidified, and everyone's wineglasses were suspended in the air. Jinbei's mouth dropped open. Advertisement: there is no doubt that if the White Walker Pirates are angered, it will definitely bring a devastating blow to the Fishman Island. Under the leadership of Neptune, Lu Yun and his group followed Neptune to Dragon Palace City. Suddenly at this moment, a familiar voice made Jinbei shift his gaze. Neptune's heart tightened, but a smile appeared on his face. I wonder what Captain Lu Yun wants to talk about. Under the gaze of those Murlocs, the residents of Murloc Street couldn't help but feel a little sad when they saw their king being so reserved in front of a pirate. Let's not dawdle any longer, Lu Yun said lightly. What's wrong with you? Really? Well, we'll talk about it later. King Neptune has prepared a banquet. Jinbei, long time no see. Besides, Your Majesty. As expected, he is a white ghost. What the hell are those white ghosts? Murlocs are naturally superior to humans. Let's use the death of the white ghosts to tell those humans on the sea how powerful Murlocs are. Rayleigh smiled disapprovingly. It's a long story, but I'm already a member of the White Walker Pirates. My old bones can still accompany these young people to have some fun. In a hidden corner of the street, Hody Jones's eyes were fierce and his expression was extremely ferocious. When Jinbei saw Rayleigh, he had an incredible expression on his face. This is too incredible. They're just mere humans, yet they actually set up a banquet just for them. King Neptune, I came to the Fishman Island for one thing. Neptune, you old man are a disgrace to the fishmen. As to whether they are pirates, it is probably only determined by the world government and the Marines themselves. Did even Rayleigh get on the White Ghost ship? Seeing Jinbei coming, Neptune felt a little relieved. When we arrived at Dragon Palace City, Lu Yun and his group were not polite at the banquet. Why should we be polite when everything was specially prepared for you? Jinbei called out to Neptune respectfully. Rayleigh and Jinbei are old acquaintances. They talked a lot at the banquet, and Rayleigh told Jinbei that the White Walker Pirates were not as scary as the legend said. White Ghost Pirates. Although the outside world has always called them the White Ghost Pirates, there is not even a pirate's flag on Lu Yun's ship so far. Even when he looked at Lu Yun and felt the invisible pressure from the other party, he was horrified in his heart. He felt such a strong sense of oppression just by making a move. Chapter 227 Princess Shirahoshi, Vanderdecken Ix's Burial. Shirahoshi. I want to meet Shirahoshi. In an instant, Neptune's expression changed drastically, and panic gradually appeared on his face. Jinbei's expression became particularly solemn. As one of the few people who knew about that matter, Jinbei knew very well that Shirahoshi was a special existence. Why did Lu Yun ask to meet Shirahoshi? Did he know about that? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Neptune tried his best to suppress the fluctuating emotions in his heart, but no matter what he did, his heart could not calm down for a long time. His voice was a little stuttering. I don't know why Captain Lu Yun wants to see my daughter Shirahoshi. Lu Yun narrowed his eyes slightly. I think you know better than me. There is no need to explain it in such detail. It is enough for you to understand the meaning. Neptune was instantly enveloped by a suffocating feeling. His brain was buzzing, and his face gradually lost its color. Jinbei's body was also shaking. Rayleigh grabbed Jinbei's arm and shook his head seriously. The atmosphere in the hall suddenly dropped to freezing point. Shirahoshi was Neptune's favorite daughter, and he would not allow Shirahoshi to be harmed in any way. Neptune, don't worry. I'm just interested in your daughter. I just want to know what's so special about her. With my abilities, there's no need for me to covet such things. Lu Yun said confidently after drinking. Neptune's gaze changed slightly. He could sense that there was no falsehood in Lu Yun's words, and that confident tone reflected his belief in his own strength. How powerful must this man be to show such confidence? Once Shirahoshi's power awakens, it will be enough to destroy the world. Okay, I promise. As soon as the words fell, the ministers around Neptune shouted, Your Majesty. Needless to say, I trust Captain Lu Yun, Neptune said solemnly, making the ministers shut up. Jinbei stared at Neptune with wide eyes, but then calmed down. The banquet was not as pleasant as expected. At the huge palace gate, Shirahoshi is in this room. Kun, Carmen and others looked at the huge door and opened their mouths. Could it be that Princess Shirahoshi is the same size as her father? King Neptune's appearance. I don't know what his daughter looks like. King, why are there so many marks on this door? Advertisement Kun couldn't help but ask. The marks on the door seemed to be left by something sharp. Why did Princess Shirahoshi's door have these marks? King Neptune sighed and said, To be honest, my daughter has been harassed by a pirate for many years. Pirates? In that case, why don't you destroy him? This made Kun even more confused. Neptune gave a wry smile. The other party is the user of the target fruit, capable of automatically tracking over long distances. Even our Dragon Palace guards will have a hard time finding the pirates.
So that's how it is. At this moment, a cool light flashed in the distant sky, and a small knife flew towards Lu Yun's position. Such a scene almost frightened Neptune to death. This is not because Lu Yun is located, but because the Shirahoshi knife inside is randomly positioned without any direction. Snort. Lu Yun snorted coldly, and a huge amount of energy shattered the knife. The moment the momentum burst out, Neptune and Jinbei felt the pressure as if a mountain. Is this the white ghost? It was even more terrifying than they had imagined. Swish. In an instant, a thick mist exploded beside Lu Yun. Everyone's pupils shrank suddenly except Hinata. This. Why is there an extra Lu Yun? Lu Yun said to his clone, I'll leave that guy to you. Kindness. In an instant, Lu Yun's clone disappeared. Everyone was stunned in astonishment. What was happening before their eyes was beyond their comprehension and made their brains short-circuit for a moment. Captain, what was that just now? Kun asked. Just a clone. King Neptune, soon Shirahoshi will be free. Open the door so I can see Princess Shirahoshi. Neptune hesitated for a moment, but finally opened Shirahoshi's door. The door slowly opened, and Shirahoshi's huge body gradually came into view. His delicate face, like a delicate or exquisite object, was fascinating, especially his pair of peaks, which were even more amazing. Even Hinata was stunned for a moment. So big? Hinata glanced down at herself. Advertisement why? After a short while, Vanderdecken X gradually stopped twitching, his eyes wide open as he died. It is hard to believe that this is the daughter of King Neptune. The king underestimated the importance of the three ancient weapons, which are powerful enough to overturn the sea. Ah. Jinbei whispered, Your Majesty, you should understand that Lu Yun's words clearly reveal the hidden power of Princess Shirahoshi. Why did you still let him see Princess Shirahoshi? After all, there is a difference in body size, there is nothing to compare. Shirahoshi looked at the unfamiliar faces of Lu Yun and others with some fear. Vanderdecken X looked at the figure with great fear. The cold light made Vanderdecken X feel as if he was in an ice cave. No matter how powerful humans are, they cannot go against nature. Those sea kings are enough to destroy any island silently. Father, are they? Hinata and I will go in. Everyone else should wait outside. Who is it? Captain Lu Yun. Oh shit, people like him might not covet that power. Neptune shook his head helplessly and sighed. I don't know why I agreed, maybe it was because of what he said. At this time, on a dilapidated pirate's ship outside the Fishman Island, Vanderdecken Ix was wiping the knife in his hand. Neptune showed a doting smile on her face. She had infinite love for her daughter Shirahoshi. Shirahoshi, my love. Watching Hinata and Lu Yun walk in, Neptune's heart became uneasy again. These are my father's friends. This is Captain Lu Yun, he wants to meet you. Kun exclaimed in his heart, this is Princess Shirahoshi? Vanderdecken X kept muttering to himself, and the silly smile on his face never disappeared. At this moment, Vanderdecken X couldn't help but tremble all over, and a cold chill suddenly rose behind him. Lu Yun's clone glanced at Vanderdecken X indifferently, then exploded into smoke. Shirahoshi looked at Lu Yun curiously, especially at her eyes, as if there was some magic in her eyes that attracted her. We'll be together soon. Because of his childhood and Shirahoshi's own special circumstances, he rarely comes into contact with outsiders, especially humans. Kun and Carmen were a little disappointed, as they wanted to ask Princess Shirahoshi some interesting questions. Swish. It was like the sound of a sharp object being drawn from its sheath. At that moment, Vanderdecken Ix's face stiffened and the blood on his neck gushed out like a waterfall. He fell heavily to the ground and twitched continuously. Beautiful girl. Jinbei sighed heavily. Chapter 228 Huo Dichong invades Dragon Palace City. Time passed quickly and Neptune, who was waiting outside, was anxious. No one knew what was happening in Shirahoshi's house. Although Lu Yun said that, as a father, he couldn't help but feel a little worried. Crunch. The door was slowly pushed open, and Neptune looked inside anxiously. He couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when he found that Shirahoshi was fine. Master Lu Yun, is everything you said before true? Lu Yun smiled faintly. Of course, you will see it soon. Come on, little Shirahoshi. I hope you can master the power within you. Yes, Master Lu Yun. Shirahoshi nodded heavily, her beautiful eyes full of longing. Neptune and Jinbei were both confused. What on earth did Lu Yun say to Shirahoshi? Neptune had never seen such a look in his eyes before. Expectations. What is Shirahoshi expecting? However, the power Lu Yun mentioned should be Poseidon. Could it be that Lu Yun is in the house helping Shirahoshi master the power of Poseidon? Is this possible? Neptune quickly dismissed his ridiculous idea. However, if things were just as he had just thought, perhaps others might not have a way, but that didn't mean Lu Yun had no way. Poseidon's power, in fact, for Lu Yun, there is undoubtedly a difference between that power and the power of Devil Fruit, but Poseidon's power is hundreds of times that of Devil Fruit. That's why Shirahoshi is the king of sea kings. As long as she masters this ability, her power will be enough to subvert the entire ocean. Shirahoshi, don't be afraid. You don't have to hide in the room anymore. That guy is dead. Lu Yun took a look and couldn't help but sigh at the frightened look of the man who wanted to leave the room but didn't dare. Isn't the pervert guy of Vanderdecken Ix a mismatch in size? He was so small that Shirahoshi could have sat on him to death with just one move of his butt. Captain Lu Yun, are you telling the truth? Neptune said excitedly. Of course, that fellow Vanderday is dead, Lu Yun said lightly. Very good. Neptune cried tears of joy, his daughter finally didn't have to hide in the room anymore. Father, can I come out now? Shirahoshi still couldn't believe it, she hadn't stepped out of her room for many years and felt a little nervous. Well, from now on, you don't have to stay in this room anymore. Neptune nodded and said seriously. Advertisement Shirahoshi's huge body twitched, and he covered his face and began to sob. However, at this moment, a guard from Dragon Palace City ran over with wounds all over his body and fell to the ground in an instant. This sudden change caused everyone's expression to change slightly. The Dragon Palace guard looked at Neptune and said in a trembling voice, Your Majesty, Hody Jones and his companions have captured the Dragon Palace City. The princes have all been captured. All the ministers are in Hody Jones's hands. He said that if your Majesty doesn't hand over Shirahoshi, he will kill several princes. What? Neptune's expression changed instantly, his face full of horror. How dare Hody Jones do this? Jinbei couldn't help but frown, and when he thought of the child he had met before, his frown deepened. It's the child. The child was influenced by Arlong and held Murloc's supremacist racism. Jinbei glanced at Lu Yun. Was it because of the arrival of the White Ghost Pirates? These lunatics have no idea how terrifying the White Walker Pirates are. Hey, Hody, isn't it a bad idea for us to capture Dragon Palace City like this? Geo said slowly from the side. Hody Jones said coldly with a cold glint in his eyes, that old fellow Neptune is completely old. His rule over the Fishmen Island will only bring disaster to the Fishmen Island. From now on, we are the kings of the Fishmen Island. Boss Hody is right. Neptune, who kowtows to humans, is unworthy of being the king of the Fishmen Island. We, the new mermaid pirates, are the future of the Fishmen Island. Wow, the fishmen under Hody Jones shouted excitedly. Very good, that's it, there was excitement in Hody Jones's eyes. The merfolk were the top race in this ocean, and mere humans were nothing to worry about. He would hang that man's head in the merfolk square. Let people know the true horror of fishmen. Hody, what have you done? At this moment, a roar came from not far away. Neptune was full of anger at this time, and his round eyes glared at Hody Jones. Do you want to rebel? Neptune scolded coldly. Hody Jones looked at Neptune with a sneer on his face. Neptune, your dynasty should have been overthrown long ago. The Murlocs have no future under your rule. We, the new mermaid pirates, are the future of the Fishmen Island. You, who kowtow to humans, are unworthy of being the king of the Fishmen Island. Neptune was shaking with anger. Hody Jones stared at Lu Yun with a cold gaze. Advertisement looking at Jinbei, the smile on Hody's face became more and more disdainful. Jinbei's face darkened as he looked at Hody coldly. Hody, stop it, don't make the same mistake over and over again. The three of them became excited all of a sudden. It was not difficult for them to deal with these small fry. Neptune, hand over Shirahoshi, and I will release the prince and his men. He also said that Boss Hody was just a bigger trash. Jinbei, you have become a human lackey, you have no right to criticize me. Lu Yun looked at Hody Jones indifferently. Then what? Just relying on those small fry behind you? Jinbei didn't know what to say for a moment. Hody had been indoctrinated with the racial concept of fishman supremacy by Arlong since he was a child. This guy hated humans and believed that it was humans who made them live on the Fishman Island. Lu Yun yawned and said lazily, sure enough, another idiot like Arlong. Looking at the ghost Lu Yun, a smile appeared on her lips. The girl finally came back. Too arrogant. A-hole, what's wrong with you? I want to be a flea. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. At this time, a lazy voice came out, you're just a bigger trash fish. Understood, Captain. The leaders of the new mermaid pirates group were immediately furious and actually called them trash. Hello. What? Almost all of their compatriots died at the hands of humans. Shirahoshi shrank back at the look Hody Jones was giving him. Kun, Carmen, Lucci, I'll leave these people to you to practice with. Don't hurt those princes. Human, don't be so arrogant, this is not land, it's the Fishmen Island. You're sorry, Brother Tiger. Hody stared at the huge Shirahoshi with his eyes full of hostility. A strange, ethereal laugh reached everyone's ears, and a transparent ghost passed through the fishman's body. Human. Don't underestimate us. The leaders of the new Murloc pirates and their mermaid extras roared in anger. Hee. Chapter 229. The new mermaid pirates group is destroyed. After the ghost penetrated the bodies of the Murlocs, a large number of them lost their fighting spirit. Hey, what the hell is wrong with you guys? Cheer up. Ghost penetration. I am a waste of air living. Hody Jones's face became more and more gloomy. What a bunch of useless trash. What is that ghost? Chi-chi-chi-chi, Geo chuckled coldly, and at this time he came invisible behind Lucci. Humans are nothing but big-mouthed trash, I'll take your head. Swish. The chain was thrown out instantly, but at this moment Lucci's figure suddenly disappeared. A cold voice came into Geo's ears from behind. Is this the only strength that all mermaids have? Suddenly, Geo's pupils constricted. He wanted to keep a distance from Lucci, but it was too late. Armament hockey. Hardened, finger pistol, Coptus chinensis. Swish, swish, swish. The finger pistol was pulled out at high speed, creating many afterimages that were as dazzling as lotus flowers. The power of the finger pistol was no less than that of an ordinary pistol. The violent attack made Gio unable to resist. Gio flew into the air, but was unable to come down after being hit by a series of attacks from Lucci. The piercing pain gradually overwhelmed Gio's consciousness. Wow! Gio spat out a mouthful of blood, and the blood dripped onto the ground. Lucci was not polite at all and kicked Gio away with another whip kick. Like a comet flying backwards, Gio hit the ground hard, rubble flying everywhere. Lying in the pile of rocks, Gio was covered in blood, his eyes rolled back, and he fainted. When the many fishmen saw Gio fainting, their faces suddenly changed and everyone's minds were buzzing. Cadre. The cadres just fell like that, Boss Gio. That's impossible. Advertisement, Boss Gio, stand up. Sizzle. In an instant, the roar of thunder and lightning erupted, and the shining rakage, like a silver dragon, wreaked havoc on the group of fish. They could not resist the power of thunder and lightning, and the violent force tore their bodies apart. The screams resounded throughout the entire Dragon Palace city, and countless fishmen in the Dragon King's hall let out wailing screams. Looking at the defenseless new mermaid pirates, Neptune was stunned for a moment. Is this the strength of the White Walker pirates? Logia Thunder Fruit, Logia Wind Fruit, and a Taijutsu Master? I'm afraid each of these people is as strong as Admiral. Neptune glanced at Perona, who was suspended in the air. Is this little girl also a demon fruit power? Those ghosts might be her ability, an interesting ability that can make people lose their fighting spirit. Hody Jones saw that something was wrong and suddenly roared, take the deadly medicine. The other cadres took out a capsule-like pill from their pockets and swallowed it. At this moment, the hostility in their eyes became even stronger. The power in his body expanded rapidly, and his combat effectiveness instantly increased to a higher level. The deadly drug S. It greatly improves the body's functions in a very short period of time. After taking a certain amount, a huge mutation will occur, and you can gain extremely strong combat power in an instant. The side effect is that it burns your own life. It is equivalent to overdrawing one's own vitality to gain powerful strength. Hody Jones grabbed a handful of drugs from his pocket and poured dozens of them directly into his mouth. Seeing this scene, the three princes who had been rescued earlier changed their expressions drastically and shouted in horror. Is that guy Hody crazy? Taking so many powerful drugs will bring irreparable side effects. Sure enough, at this moment, Hody's aura increased several times. Not only that, Hody Jones's hair was gradually turning white. Why? Jinbei sighed. Hody had been led down the wrong path by Arlong and there was no turning back. Boom! In an instant, Hody Jones swooped down like a sharp arrow, his violent eyes full of murderous intent looking at Lu Yun. Is the target me? Lu Yun let out a breath of foul air. Hado's 91st, Senju Jiaoshan Taipao. Even if Lu Yun now gives up chanting, the power of his Kido will not be affected at all, because he has reached another dimension. Several bright rays of light containing terrifying energy shot out. At this moment, Hody Jones's face suddenly changed, probably because he felt the crisis of death. This light, what is that? Advertisement. It was too late for Hody Jones to react at this time. The Senju Jiaoshan Tai cannon affected time and space and seemed to be moving slowly, but in fact it had already reached Hody Jones. He protected himself with both hands to block the Senju Jiaotian Tai cannon. Innocent. As Lu Yun finished speaking, boom. The void was turbulent, and the entire Fishmen Island seemed to have suffered a huge impact. The dazzling explosion flames shot up into the sky, and the terrifying wind and waves left behind were difficult to resist. The remaining fishmen around were blown away in an instant, and the scorching heat turned this area into a hot sea. Oink oink. Three figures returned to Lu Yun's side. Their brows trembled for a moment, then relaxed. Now nothing their captain did would cause them much alarm. Rayleigh opened his mouth and looked at the flames that had not yet dissipated, his heart in turmoil. With such power, this guy has demonstrated his new abilities. It's unbelievable, this guy must have hundreds of abilities. This was definitely not the ability of the devil fruit. Rayleigh even suspected that a group of people had fallen into a deep sleep in the distant history and had only recently awakened. The flames gradually dissipated, and not even a trace of Hody Jones was left. Under such a powerful explosion, there was no possibility of Hody Jones surviving. Several new mermaid pirates officers also fell in a pool of blood at this time. There is no doubt that this was a massacre without any suspense. Only 1/3 of the fishmen were left, and their morale had completely collapsed. They had completely lost the will to fight the enemy. The cadres and Boss Hody were both dead. Witnessing the irresistible power, all the new mermaid pirates dropped their weapons and knelt on the ground. The guards of Dragon Palace City detained them one by one and put them in prison. Lord Lu Yun, does every human possess the same powerful abilities as you? That's when Shirahoshi spoke up in confusion. Lu Yun looked at Shirahoshi and said calmly, there are not many strong men like them in the sea. Their lightning and wind abilities are due to their demon fruit power. What about you? Are you also a demon fruit power? Shirahoshi continued to ask. Neptune's forehead broke out in sweat, and he felt even more nervous. My daughter, please don't ask any more questions. As for me, of course not. All my abilities come from my own strength. Chapter 230. Summit War Eve. The turmoil surrounding the new mermaid pirates group has come to an end. The fish people imprisoned in the cells are waiting for judgment from the royal family. After the storm passed, Neptune specially held another banquet to thank Lu Yun and his group. Jinbei looked at Lu Yun with deep eyes. the legendary white ghost didn't seem so scary when they got along with each other on a daily basis. From the current perspective, Bai Gui has a good temper, but he knows that once someone provokes Bai Gui, his aura will probably be extremely miserable. After staying on the Fishman Island for a few days, Lu Yun and his friends were ready to leave and enter the New World. After the White Walker pirates enter the New World with their influence, it is estimated that the New World will set off a storm. The world's attention is focused on the White Walker pirates. Which of the 4 Emperor's pirates will be dragged down by the White Walker pirates first? Lu Yun and his group purchased enough supplies on the Fishman Island and prepared to leave. Shirahoshi looked at Lu Yun reluctantly. She was full of anticipation for the Shirahoshi ninja world that Lu Yun mentioned, and she wanted to see another magical world. In fact, Shirahoshi even mentioned to Lu Yun that he wanted to go to the New World with the White Walker pirates, but Lu Yun still did not agree. Although the Golden Arc was large enough, Shirahoshi's huge size was too eye-catching. The key is that Shirahoshi's ability is quite special. Once Shirahoshi's identity as Poseidon is exposed, I am afraid that the entire Fishman Island will be devastated. The Holy Land of Mariajoy, where celestial dragons live. Celestial dragons with square hoods travel with their slaves, and at their feet are big pirates with bounties of hundreds of millions. The celestial dragons rode on this pirate like a mount and whipped him constantly. In the eyes of the celestial dragons, hundreds of millions of pirates were nothing to be afraid of, and they were all their slaves anyway. Saint Charmiko, here is the latest slave list for you to see. The celestial dragon's servant at the side handed over a list in a flattering manner. Saint Chalmac looked up and pointed at several slaves on the list. Throw these people to feed the dogs, and keep the rest for now. Remember to tame him for me, and don't let the situation like last time happen again. Hearing Saint Charmiko's cold voice, the celestial dragon's servant shuddered in fear. Yes, I understand. At this moment, above Saint Chalmar, a woman with orange hair and a big hole in her lower abdomen looked at Saint Chalmar with cold eyes. Advertisement is this celestial dragons? It's all garbage. There was a glint of disgust in Feng's eyes. Ryotsu gathered purple light and shone. Saint Chulmako frowned slightly below. The flashing purple light in front of his eyes made him open his eyes. The moment he looked up and saw the abundant crops in the sky, death came upon him. The moment Ryotsu was released, the terrifying hollow bullet stirred the void and shot straight towards the chest of the Saint of Charmiko. In an instant, Saint Chulmako's eyes widened, and he lowered his head in disbelief, looking at the empty hole in his chest. At the last moment before his consciousness faded, Saint Chulmako couldn't believe that someone dared to kill celestial dragons openly in the Holy Land. Saint Chulmako. The celestial dragon's servant's mind was blank, and his face was as white as tinfoil, devoid of any blood. Celestial dragons. The celestial dragons are dead. The celestial dragons are dead in the Holy Land. This. When the celestial dragon's attendant looked up at the sky again, Fang had disappeared. Suddenly, the big pirates who had been crawling on the ground looked at the celestial dragon's servant with a fierce look in his eyes, and his rough big hand grabbed the servant's head. Pinch it hard. The servant was bleeding from all 7 orifices, his eyes were wide open, and he was squeezed to death. Not long after, the news that celestial dragons was killed in the Holy Land shook the entire ocean. Countless people couldn't believe that someone dared to assassinate celestial dragons in the Holy Land. Who on earth has such courage? This was Tianlong himself, and he died in the Holy Land. The pressure from the 5 elders was unprecedentedly huge, and the pressure from the celestial dragons also gave the 5 of them a lot of headaches. If it weren't for that lord, these celestial dragons would be nothing but a bunch of trash. What do you think of this organization calling itself Espada? It is said that the Espada can assassinate anyone for a price. The mustachioed 5 elders said this in a deep voice. Advertisement: the White Walker pirates have already caused headaches for the world government, and now there is an assassination organization called Espada. This organization only collects devil fruit and no one knows what they are planning. The reason why the world government currently ignores the White Walker pirates is partly because the White Walker pirates have already arrived in the New World, and neither the world government nor the Marines are willing to openly enter the 4 Emperors' territory. They hope that the White Walker pirates can help them eliminate one of the 4 Emperors' pirates. From what we can see now, the White Walker pirates are a bunch of lunatics who never consider the consequences, otherwise they wouldn't do something like killing the celestial dragons. Have CP0 investigate the Espada organization's hiding place with all their might. Once they find their hiding place, have them wiped out. We must not allow another force of the same magnitude as the White Walker pirates to emerge on the ocean. The Marines' prestige on the sea is in jeopardy after the last war. Marine branches across the country have been attacked by pirates. I have sent CP personnel to help them. With the loss of Kizaru, the world conscription plan cannot be delayed any longer. The sparkling fruit must also be found as soon as possible and must not fall into the hands of the pirates. By the way, what do you think of the plan that Sengoku mentioned? The bespectacled 5 elders said in a low voice. The remaining 4 people's eyes flickered, and a murderous look appeared on their faces. The sinful bloodline must not be allowed to remain in this world. Sengoku's plan is feasible. If this plan succeeds, it will be a chance for us and the Marine to save face. In that case, let's get started. I guess no one on this sea could have imagined that the evil bloodline of the Pirate King still exists in the world and has become a famous pirate. Captain of the Whitebeard Pirates 2nd Division, Firefist, Ace. Hail continued to fall and lightning flashed continuously. At this time, Liu Yun and his companions had already entered the New World. The weather in the New World is strange and unpredictable, and the astronomical phenomena in the New World are impossible to predict, but fortunately, neither hail nor rain can fall on the deck of the Golden Ark. At this time, the sound of fighting coming from the distance was Lucci and a group of pirates fighting. This group of pirates had just arrived in the New World and suffered heavy losses because they were not familiar with the situation in the New World. For a moment, Lard was blinded by his guilt and went looking for Liu Yun and his gang to commit suicide. By the time the captain of the pirates wanted to beg for mercy, it was too late. Liu Yun would not let Lucci show mercy to these pirates. Buzz. A void portal suddenly opened into space on the deck, and a familiar figure walked out of the portal. Looking at the figure, Liu Yun just glanced at it lightly and then shouted to Rayleigh. Rayleigh, chapter 231, who do you think I am? Pull the boat over. Rayleigh looked up from reading a book, and suddenly a sharp sword light came towards him. Rayleigh pulled out his own knife, and the sound of blades clashing rang out. An invisible airwave swept around, and Rayleigh's pupils shrank as he looked at the golden lion in front of him in disbelief. Shiki. It's you. Ha 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 ha, Rayleigh, your strength isn't as strong as it used to be. It seems like you can't resist the ravages of time. Shiki's hearty laughter echoed across the deck. Rayleigh gave a wry smile and said helplessly, everyone will grow old eventually. I am content with my age. Tisk, people can't escape the baptism of time after all. Shiki's words revealed deep disdain and contempt. It was then that Rayleigh noticed that something was wrong with Shiki. Not only does the person look younger, but there is also a piece of white bone at the corner of his mouth. Shiki, what's wrong with you? Rayleigh asked. Why'd I always feel that Shiki's breath has become a little strange, and when I get close to him, I feel an inexplicable pressure, even as if it directly affects my soul. This is the power bestowed upon me by Master Liu Yun. I have escaped from my weak human body. Now I have obtained a life close to eternal. What? Rayleigh's pupils shrank sharply. How is eternal life possible? As far as he knows, the only way to obtain eternal life is the Op Fruit's anti-aging surgery. Rayleigh, you don't understand the power of Lord Liu Yun. He is the only god in this world. Shiki's eyes were filled with faith and admiration for Liu Yun. God. From the current perspective, those strange methods really seem a bit divine, but are there really gods in this world? Rayleigh is still a big question mark. Master Liu Yun doesn't have the same ability as you? Shiki said with some confusion. Logically speaking, once Rayleigh becomes a hollow like himself, his strength will definitely not be worse than his own. Yes, it's just that I don't want to do that. Rayleigh said lightly. Why, don't you want eternal life? Shiki couldn't understand why Rayleigh refused. In his opinion, no one should be able to refuse eternal life. Eternal life is indeed something to be desired. Advertisement, but for me, my life has almost reached its end, there is no need to continue. Following the captain is also my last madness. Rayleigh thought back to the first time he met Roger. His encounter with Liu Yun did indeed bring back fond memories of his youth. Snort. Old stubborn. Shiki snorted coldly, showing a look of contempt. Rayleigh just smiled faintly at Shiki's words, pretending nothing had happened. Lucci, who returned from the pirate's ship, was covered in blood, and the strong smell of blood filled the entire deck. Liu Yun frowned, glanced at Lucci and said, go wash it, don't dirty the deck. Lucci nodded. After entering the New World, they also fought against many pirates. The level of the pirates in the New World and the pirates in the first half of the Grand Line are not at the same level at all. Of course, for Lucci and the others, it was just a lot more tiring, and the one who had the most leisurely life on the ship was Perona. His ability is such that even pirates who can use armament hockey cannot attack him in his soul state. Unless it attacks the main body, no attack can cause any damage to Perona. At this time, Perona was just acting as a cruise monitor, observing whether there were any pirate groups around on the sea. At this time, Perona, who was flying over the sea, saw a ship silhouette in the fog ahead. Huh? What is that? A pirate's ship with a mammoth on the front was slowly moving towards the location of the Golden Ark. It was likely that the two ships would collide soon. On the deck, the burly Jack stared into the distance. Not long ago, one of their teams was wiped out. He was a member of the Beast's pirates, and how could he dare to attack the Beast's pirates? Captain Jack, we've spotted a target ahead. It looks like a little girl. Little girl. Jack snatched the telescope away, and when he looked, he only saw a departing figure. Demon fruit power? Captain Jack, I seem to have seen that woman somewhere. Yeah, I feel the same way. Bring the reward. Soon Jack's younger brother took out the bounty order from the cabin. Jack quickly flipped through several wanted posters and finally noticed one of them. Ghost Girl. Perona, bounty, 180 million. Pirates Group, White Ghost. The White Ghost pirates are right after all. Advertisement. Jack muttered. At this time, another pirate ran over in a panic, saying breathlessly, Captain Jack, we are about to meet the White Fruit Pirates. What? White Walker Pirates? The pirates on the ship all showed horror on their faces. It turned out to be the White Walker Pirates. Could it be that their previous team was destroyed because of the White Walker Pirates? Hiss. Everyone's heart skipped a beat. Captain Jack, do you want to turn back? Bang. Jack slammed his fist on the deck, his violent eyes filled with hostility. A-hole. Who do you think I am? Pull the boat over? Yes, Captain Jack, Captain, there are pirates' ships approaching us. Perona yelled after returning. Well, you guys handle it. Lu Yun said lazily, and entered the spiritual space again to fight with Gojo Satoru. Ah, this. Kun squinted his eyes and looked forward, and suddenly his expression changed. That flag. It's the Beast's Pirates flag. Is it because of the team they destroyed before? Here comes a great group of pirates. Kun looked at Lu Yun again and gave a helpless smile. Forget it, just leave Jack the Drow to them. However, given the current influence of the pirates, no Four Emperors Pirates group would want to have a direct confrontation with them. Is this drought really a drought or a disaster? Four Emperors? There was a hint of excitement in Kun's eyes. Are we finally going to fight the Four Emperors Pirates? It's exciting to see how strong the three calamities of Beast's pirates are. Don't let them down. The two pirate ships finally met. Jack the Drow looked at everyone on the deck with eyes full of hostility and said coldly, White Ghost Pirates, do you want to make enemies with the Beast's pirates? Chapter 232 Rayleigh's Strength. Every member of the Four Emperors Pirates is arrogant and proud. Even the White Walker Pirates have made a great reputation. In Jack's opinion, the White Walker Pirates have not yet established a firm foothold in the New World and do not dare to become enemies with the Four Emperors Pirates. Of course, the main reason is that Jack is too confident in his own abilities. Jack the Drow, are the three calamities under Kaido's command all mindless beasts? Kun said helplessly. Boom, in an instant, thunder flashed in the sky, and in the flash of lightning, Jack's gloomy face could be clearly seen. I think you're looking for death, little brat. The anger on Jack's face looked like a volcano that was about to erupt at any moment. Captain Jack. The pirates under Jack's command could not help but feel nervous. Captain Jack was powerful but overconfident in his own abilities. The key point was that Captain Jack was not very smart and was too naive. Of course, they only dared to complain in private, and no one dared to speak ill of Captain Jack openly. Ah, it's time to stretch my muscles. Kun Brad is in direct conflict with the Four Emperors Pirates. Aren't you really worried? Rayleigh suddenly appeared in the eyes of Jack and his pirates. Jack had a cruel smile on his face. How dare you, an old fool, come join in the fun. Jack. Captain Jack. That man is. Many pirates recognized Rayleigh and began to stutter. MD. Stop giving me that bullshit. Tell me, who is this person? Jack exuded a suffocating pressure. The pirates beside him suddenly stopped breathing and felt a chill on their backs when they saw Jack's scarlet eyes. Silver Rayleigh. That guy is wearing the uniform from the Pirate King's ship, Pluton Rayleigh. What? Pluton Rayleigh. Everyone on the ship who didn't know the situation had a dazed expression on their faces. The second captain on the Pirate King's ship was a legendary figure. Jack's pupils shrank, but he didn't show any fear. Snort. So what if I'm Pluton Rayleigh? I'm Jack the Drow. He's just an old guy from the old days. Let's see if the Pirate King's second in command is really that powerful. Boom boom boom. Advertisement. The battle was about to break out, and the sound of artillery bombardment echoed throughout the sea at this moment. At the same time, Rayleigh's eyes focused, and the unrivaled Conqueror's haki instantly erupted and attacked Jack and his pirates. Conquerors. Most of the pirates on Jack's ship could not withstand the Conqueror's impact and fainted, with only a few elite pirates still barely maintaining consciousness. Oh. Master Rayleigh is about to take action. Tisk tisk, what a guy who doesn't know how to respect the elderly and love the young. Even though Mr. Rayleigh is old, he is still a legendary figure. After all, he can still fight against the Marine Admiral. Kun looked at Jack the Drow jokingly. At this time, Lucci came out of the cabin and was stunned when he saw the battle. How come another group of pirates came when he was just taking a shower? And it looks like. It seems that they are still cadres of the Beast's pirates. Are they finally going to confront the Four Emperors Pirates? Don't underestimate Lousy. Jack roared suddenly, and there was no fear in his eyes when he faced Rayleigh. He held the shortle knife in both hands, and the two blades as sharp as sickles fell. Boom, the entire ship was shaking violently due to the impact of the battle. Because the waves in New World were extremely bumpy, the entire ship was shaking like a rocking car. Rayleigh slumped and frowned. This guy's strength is really enormous, and his strength is worthy of being a monster under Kaido's command. If a few years pass, my old bones will really not be your match. Bang. Rayleigh held the big knife, the muscles on his arms expanded a little, and the terrible force burst out and thrust upwards. Jack suddenly took off. Captain Jack. The pirates under Jack's command screamed, with expressions of disbelief on their faces. In the contest of strength, Captain Jack actually lost. Is this the second captain of the Pirates King's ship? Even though he is old, he is still as good as he was in the past. Pluton Rayleigh is worthy of being the legendary pirates. In fact, Rayleigh's strength has been maintained quite well and has not declined much since his peak period. It's mainly because he is old and his physical strength cannot keep up and he can't fight for a long time. The moment Jack fell, the whole ship seemed to have encountered an earthquake, and endless waves were stirred up on the sea again. Jack shook his head and looked at Rayleigh gloomily. The old man is quite capable. As soon as he finished speaking, Jack's body shape changed. Under the change visible to the naked eye, Jack turned into a huge mammoth. Elephant fruit, ancient species, mammoth form. In the blink of an eye, a dazzling blade light rose from the ground. He hadn't fought for many years, but this time he actually felt the same excitement as when he was young. Advertisement here. At this time, Jack had returned to human form, but he was weak all over due to severe injuries and excessive blood loss. As expected of Uncle Rayleigh, he's still as good as ever. Is this the strength of Pluton Rayleigh? However, even so, he still couldn't hurt Rayleigh at all. Bright blood splattered out, and a huge wound suddenly appeared on Jack's nose, and the entire deck was dyed bright red. Rayleigh stopped anyway. If he had wanted to kill Jack, Jack would have died with that blow. Captain Jack will destroy their ship with one blow. Young people today are really scary. Jack, transformed into a mammoth, roared, and the wind waves created by the sound were like a hurricane. Click, click, boom boom boom, crack, 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 crack. Another kick, the huge impact force directly broke Jack's huge tusk. In terms of hockey attainments, Rayleigh is definitely one of the rare people in the world who stands at the top of the pyramid. Rayleigh pushed his glasses up, a rare hint of excitement in his eyes. At this moment, Rayleigh seemed even smaller in front of Jack. Captain Jack. The collision between the huge nose and the blade formed a dazzling spark, and the overflow of hockey actually formed a strange vision like black lightning. The sea became more vicious and turbulent because of the battle between the two people. Armament hockey. Hardened. The shock wave of the residual power was surging. A single ship could not withstand such a terrifying force. Gradually, under the impact of the force, Jack's ship appeared with spider-web-like cracks that were constantly expanding and spreading. Jack's ship was shaking, and in an instant the entire hull collapsed rapidly, the deck collapsed, and the pirates on the ship all looked terrified. Under the watchful eyes of Lu Yun and his gang, Jack and his pirates fell into the sea. Bang! The pirates under Jack's command were horrified. It was the first time they saw Captain Jack being beaten like this. The pirates under Jack's command all screamed in horror. Bang! Boom! Woo! Jack came roaring with his huge and long nose swinging, and the fierce wind pressure made people feel the terrifying power contained in it. Roar! Jack roared again, trying with all his might to throw Rayleigh away. Chapter 233 Marine's Plan. Then Jack is a demon fruit power. Isn't his falling into the sea a death sentence? Kun said slowly. At this moment, a cold voice came into Kun's ears. At this time, Lu Yun had returned to reality from the spiritual space, his forehead covered with cold sweat. It was obvious that he had a fierce battle with Gojo Satoru in the spiritual space. Jack won't die so easily. He is a demon fruit power, yes, but he is also a fishman. It's just that you can't swim in the sea, ah? Everyone was stunned. Jack the Drow was actually a murloc? Then he took the elephant fruit of the ancient mammoth. He is a fishman but a user of the zone fruit, which is a bit strange when combined. Lu Yun stood up and looked at the silent location of Jack's ship. The curse power in his body surged in a ray of red light condensed from his fingertips. Reverse the technique, huh, swish. In an instant, the sea was tossed and turned, and the dazzling red light flooded the sea and spread to a distance of thousands of meters. The huge waves of the sea instantly turned into a ferocious beast that devoured everything. The entire sea was divided by Lu Yun's magic, opening up a path in the sea in front of them, and the seawater rushed in again like a waterfall to fill it. Even though the waves were so rough, the Golden Ark was still not affected at all, as if it was sailing on the calm sea without any shaking. Everyone on the deck was stunned. Looking at the seawater pouring in, everyone was horrified by Lu Yun's power. Especially Rayleigh. This time he fully realized Lu Yun's power, and this kind of power was not all of Lu Yun. This kid is so scary. This is simply not a terrifying power that humans can possess. Even Logia's demon fruit power cannot be so terrifying. Under this destructive energy, Jack's recovery ability grew stronger and his body became stronger, and now there is nothing left. Sooner or later, a conflict between the four Emperor's pirates was inevitable. If you are going to do it thoroughly, and... The system also released a task. This is the first mission ever released by the system. Advertisement. Mission objective. Overthrow the world government and reform the pirates' world. Mission reward. The gate. The gate can form a space tunnel connecting the pirates' world and the ninja world, allowing anyone to travel freely between the two worlds. Through the gate. Lu Yun is interested in this thing, and connecting the two worlds will be beneficial to the development of both worlds. Wanting to overthrow the world government is just a thought for Lu Yun, and so far Lu Yun is also waiting for an opportunity. It seems that the mission can be completed by overthrowing the world government, but after overthrowing the world government, the world will inevitably fall into chaos. The mission also requires reforming the pirates' world, which means that the mission can only be completed after the order of the pirates' world is stabilized. Should I get in touch with the Revolutionary Army? Soon after, the news that Jack was killed by the White Walker pirates spread throughout the New World. No one expected that the White Walker pirates would act so decisively and not even give the Beast's pirates a chance to negotiate. Kaido has already announced that he is determined to avenge Jack and destroy the White Walker pirates. Any of the four emperors is the king of the sea, and they will not be afraid of anyone because of the other party's strength. Suddenly, the New World was in turmoil. Everyone knew that a war was about to break out, and it was an unprecedented war. Will the White Walker pirates be destroyed by the Beast's pirates, or will the White Walker pirates make history again and destroy the four emperors' pirates? Everyone on the sea was looking forward to it. Moby DK. Whitebeard held the newspaper in his hand and said nothing. That guy Rayleigh actually got on the White Ghost guy's boat. Will this guy get on other people's boats? Rayleigh's appearance on the White Walker pirates' ship surprised Whitebeard a little. The White Walker pirates are truly non-stop, causing a commotion wherever they go.
Marco said solemnly. Flower sword beast aside, war is about to break out. Are the White Walker pirates all a bunch of lunatics? What's more important is that the Pirate King's vice captain actually appeared on the White Walker pirates ship. I've heard that Bai Gui is a great swordsman, but so far he seems to have rarely used swordsmanship. He has many abilities, so how did he reach the pinnacle of swordsmanship? This made Vista very puzzled. It is difficult to reach the ultimate level of swordsmanship without specializing in Grandmaster swordsmanship, but Lu Yun did it. Advertisement. Is it really related to talent? Everyone on the sea is paying attention to the movements of the White Walker pirates. At this moment, the newsbird in the sky delivered another newspaper. Why is Morgan so weird today? Marco said this and picked up the newspaper on the ground. At this moment, Marco's expression changed drastically. Dad! Marco shouted, his expression looked very strange and even a little angry. What happened to Marco? Vista looked at Marco in confusion. Marco said in a trembling voice, Ace was captured by Marine. Marine will have Ace publicly executed in a week. In an instant, the Moby DK fell into silence. Whitebeard's face was extremely gloomy. He picked up the Kusagawa Kris and shook it violently. A terrible airwave hit the surroundings. Kula la la la, the Marine is coming with great force. Kids. 1 week later, Naval Headquarters, rescue Ace. The captains of Whitebeard's squads all roared. For the Whitebeard pirates, everyone in the captain's group is their family, and they have always called Whitebeard Dad. They couldn't let Marine treat their family members recklessly. Marine, are you about to face Whitebeard's wrath? At this time, Naval Headquarters Sengoku frowned and asked, is it really okay for Xiaohei to do this? His expression was also somewhat solemn. She said in a deep voice, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. A conflict between the White Ghosts and the Beast's pirates is inevitable. If both of the 4 Emperor's pirates were destroyed at the same time, the new world would be plunged into chaos. Then the Marines can use this opportunity to place personnel undercover in the world, and they can also gradually influence the situation in the new world. Are the 2 major 4 Emperor's pirates groups destroyed? This is something that no one on the sea dares to think about. No matter what the outcome of the White Walker pirates and the Beast's pirates is, it will be beneficial to us Marines. Sengoku pondered briefly, then looked at Suru and nodded seriously. He immediately issued an order, asking all Marines to prepare to deal with the Whitebeard pirates. Chapter 234. Battle breaks out. The world is watching. The world focuses on the battle between the New World, the 4 Emperors and the 5th Emperor, 2 of the most feared pirate groups. Although the White Walker pirates have a terrifying record, most people still don't have a good impression of them. Because the White Walker pirates had just entered the New World, they could not match the power of the Beast's pirates who had long been entrenched in the New World. Most of the Beast's pirates' special abilities are Zone, and Kaido of the Beasts is known as the most tenacious creature in the ocean. When 2 tigers fight, one of them will be injured. New World is bound to face an unprecedented storm. Of course, people's attention is not only on New World, but the actions of Marine are also of concern. Fire Fist Ace, captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates and also of the 4 Emperor's Pirates. There is no way the Whitebeard Pirates would allow Marine to execute Fire Fist Ace. Everyone on the sea feels an unprecedented pressure. The outcomes of these 2 wars will determine the course and future of the ocean. The weather in the New World was so bad with wind and rain, thunder and lightning. The Marine, the world government's intelligence organization, the spies of the 4 Emperor's pirates, and Morgan's employees all gathered near an island. The White Walker pirates all looked calm, not showing any solemnity at all. During this live broadcast, countless people were surprised by the calm expressions on the faces of the White Walker pirates. Are you so calm even when facing the Beast's pirates? What is the background of the White Walker pirates? At this moment, someone noticed Rayleigh on the deck, and everyone's heart sank. Pluton Rayleigh, the 2nd in command of the Pirate King's ship, never expected that he would also join the White Walker pirates. The White Walker pirates are truly terrifying. On the Beast's pirates' main ship, besides Kaido, there are the remaining 2 disasters. Fire Disaster, Ashes, Plague, Quinn, and the huge pirates' fleet behind them. White Pirates. Kaido, whose chest was already filled with rage, roared angrily. Dazzling thunder flashed in the sky, and the lightning shining on Kaido's hideous face was extremely terrifying. Lu Yun stretched lazily and yawned sleepily. Such a scene made everyone in the world watching the live broadcast break out in cold sweats. Is Bai Gui so casual? Is he sure he can win this war easily? Everyone in the Beast's pirates stared coldly at Lu Yun and his group. Today they must destroy the White Walker pirates to avenge Master Jack and declare to the world that the 4 Emperor's pirates are invincible. Advertisement. King versus King, General versus General, everyone else except Kaido is up to you. Lu Yun said in a light tone. Yes, Captain, sizzle. In the instant that the dazzling lightning flashed, Kun himself transformed into a terrifying lightning spear and shuttled through the Beast's pirates' fleet. Boom boom boom. The power of thunder and lightning rage, and the pirates in the rear were simply unable to withstand such terrifying thunder and lightning. In an instant, the fleet in the rear collapsed. Many people gasped when they saw several Beast's pirates' ships destroyed in an instant. Thunder fruit is truly terrifying, worthy of being one of the strongest Logia fruits. Lee. With a sharp cry, Jin transformed into a pterosaur, flames burning on his body, and swept towards Kun's position.
The strength of Yan Zai Jin cannot be underestimated. Kun suppressed his playful mood and a serious look appeared on his face. Bang, 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 boom, in an instant, Kun and Jin were entangled in a fight. The battle between the two sides was extremely fierce. The terrifying aftermath made people feel as if they were carrying a heavy mountain on their shoulders. Kun versus Jin. Lucci versus Quinn. Perona disrupts the morale of the Beast's pirates. As for Kun's ability, it is even more convenient. Combined with the severe weather in the New World, his ability is simply a natural disaster-level violent tornado accompanied by lightning to destroy the pirate ships under the command of the Beast's pirates. Countless people were shocked by Carmen's terrifying ability. The two Logia users of the White Walker pirates are probably as powerful as the Admiral. The growth of these two people is really too fast. They still underestimated the strength of other members of the White Walker pirates. White Ghost. With a boom, a deafening roar sounded, and at this moment endless thunder flashed in the dark clouds. Two figures, one big and one small, were on a nearby island, with strong winds howling and dust rising. Everyone was shocked when they saw this. Two irresistible forces erupted, and the Ultimate Conqueror's Haki collided with each other, setting off a terrifying shockwave, and a piece of the ground collapsed instantly. Kaido and Lu Yun's eyes met, and everyone looking at the two of them couldn't help swallowing. Boom boom boom. Advertisement. There was a loud roar, and the earth shook because of the huge force like an earthquake, and waves of air swept out. Such an ordinary attack makes people feel suffocated. Boom boom boom. If I make a move, you will die. Kill Lousy if you can. Lu Yun dusted himself off and looked at Kaido calmly. Give it your all, or you won't have a chance. Kaido looked at the tiny figure in the deep pit with a serious look. Kaido was stunned for a moment, then he burst into a ferocious laugh, with a hint of admiration for Lu Yun in his eyes. Kid, my attack clearly hit you, you little brat, and Lousy's appetite. Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, Kaido raised his mace. The terrifying armament Haki wrapped around it, and the mace rose and fell. The surrounding rocks couldn't withstand the aftermath of the two conquerors' Haki, and the cracks that appeared exploded. What's this? Because black thunder flashed, and the dark clouds gradually took on the appearance of a vortex due to the conquerors' Haki of the two people. Can Kaido of the Beasts, a monster known as the Immortal, really survive the hands of the White Ghost? How's the White Ghost? How will the battle between these two people turn out? White Ghost, today your White Ghost pirates will be destroyed. Dazzling black thunder overflowed, and terrifying winds and waves set off huge waves. Lu Yun smiled faintly. Really? That depends on whether you Beasts pirates have the ability to do it. Sizzle. A dragon roar shook the mountains and rivers, and Kaido transformed into a giant dragon and soared into the sky, staring directly at Lu Yun below with sparkling eyes. Haha, what you hit is nothing more than the infinity that exists between you and me. Don't worry, Lousy will tear you apart and avenge that jerk Jack. Hold head high. Just looking at it from a distance made them feel pressured. Kaido's body was as big as a small mountain, and Lu Yun's tiny figure looked much weaker in front of Kaido. In that case, Lousy will not be polite. The world's eyes were fixed on the place covered by smoke and dust. Even the White Ghost would probably be injured if it took the attack of the four emperors head-on. Chapter 235. Beasts pirates are doomed. Fish fruit. Mythical beast. Blue dragon form. Seeing Kaido transformed into a giant dragon looking down upon the sea, countless people were left speechless with shock. Kun stopped fighting with Jin and looked at Kaido, who turned into a dragon with a look of shock on his face. Kaido is actually a dragon? No wonder the guy has such a perverted recovery ability. In fact, the four emperors are all aware of Kaido's abilities, so those who don't know Kaido's abilities didn't enter the New World or the pirates who just entered the New World. Kaido's huge dragon eyes stared at Lu Yun below. At this moment, a trace of burning flame overflowed from his mouth, and the terrifying energy contained in it was about to explode. Hot breath. The terrifying dragon breath exploded, and the scorching temperature burned the sky. It was as terrifying as a heatwave laser. The destructive power contained in it could easily evaporate a mountain. The temperature rose rapidly, and Lu Yun faced the scorching Longshi with his eyes narrowed slightly. Swish. In an instant, Lu Yun's aura became even deeper and more majestic with the divine feather robe on his body, and even a wisp of his leaped aura could make people's souls tremble. Holding the black truth-seeking ball scepter in his hand, Lu Yun's eyes, like the starry sky, shone with a strange light. Give it back to you. In an instant, it was as if everything around Lu Yun froze, and the dragon's breath suddenly stopped. Lu Yun flicked his left hand and the dragon's breath instantly bounced back and shot towards Kaido's position. How is that possible? Kaido, who had transformed into a blue dragon, suddenly had his pupils shrink, and Armament Haki's entire body hardened, with the jet black dragon scales clasped together like iron armor. Thermal breath cannot be released immediately. There is a process similar to accumulating energy. Kaido's huge body at this time made him a sitting duck, and it was impossible for him to dodge. With a loud boom, the scorching heat exploded, and the heat wave rolled and spread. The black clouds in the sky that were flashing with lightning were instantly blown away, and a hint of brightness appeared in the dark sky. Kaido, what's going on? Marine, World Government, and Morgan's reporters all looked up in horror. Being hit head-on by their own attacks must have been a very uncomfortable experience. The wind was howling, and Kaido in the sky took a deep breath and exhaled. The fierce wind was so powerful that it was intoxicating. Kaido looked fine, but his expression looked very bad. This is the first time ever he was actually hit by his own attack. Isn't the ability of the little devil the ability of the devil fruit? Advertisement. It's really difficult. If the thunder had not struck at that moment and weakened the power of the heat breath, Kaido would probably be in a bad condition at this moment. Once again, Kaido swung out his massive tail as his armament haki covered him, striking down with a sound that shook the island. This was the first time anyone had seen such a fierce battle. But for some reason, Bai Gui has always been in a passive situation. Could it be that Bai Gui is no match for Kaido? In fact, Kaido's expression had gradually become ugly because his attacks again and again seemed to hit Lu Yun. But Lu Yun has been fine from the beginning to now. This can't go on. Transforming into a dragon would only make him a sitting duck. This kid's abilities were bizarre and he would be at a disadvantage if we didn't understand him. Boom! Kaido, transformed into a dragon man, descended from the sky, spinning his iron rod, wrapping Conqueror's haki around it, and attacked Lu Yun downwards. The thunder surrounding him was terrifying. The third world descends and leads to Naraku. The entire island was shaken, and the overflowing black lightning destroyed everything around it. The terrifying shock waves left terrifying chasms on the ground. The power of any four emperors is terrifying, and no one can withstand the full force of the four emperors head-on. Boom 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 boom. The shock waves spread and stirred up the huge waves of the sea, causing the cracks to continue to expand, as if the island was about to collapse. Can the white ghost survive such a heavy blow? Ah! Kaido roared once more, his muscles trembling a bit, his winding meridians like a giant dragon. There was no doubt that even a marine admiral would have difficulty surviving this blow. Crack, crack. At this moment, a crisp and shattering sound reached Kaido's ears. Kaido, who usually rarely showed any changes in expression, now had a look of panic on his face. The mace in his hand actually had cracks? Could it be? Boom! Suddenly, Kaido's mace shattered, and under the gaze of the world and everyone, Kaido was lifted up and spun several times in the air. Immediately afterwards, a tall figure appeared beside Kaido in an instant. Lu Yun's eyes were deep, and at this moment, terrifying energy was contained in his palm. It was another terrifying force formed by the combination of several abilities that could destroy everything in the world. At this moment, Lu Yun launched a shocking attack. One strike explodes. The moment the dazzling black light flashed, the dark clouds in the sky suddenly surged, and the originally dark sea area was gradually shrouded in sunlight. Advertisement, bang. Kaido's eyes suddenly bulged out, as if their eyeballs were about to fall out. The energy contained in them destroyed his internal body, and his internal organs were shattered by the violent energy in an instant. Puff. Kaido spat out a mouthful of blood and flew backwards like a comet. The sharp sound of breaking the sound barrier reached his ears. This scene plunged the entire world into silence. What did they just see? Kaido vomited blood. This is just one hit. Kaido's several attacks did not cause any damage to Lu Yun, but Lu Yun's attack made Kaido vomit blood. These are the strongest creatures in the world. These are the four emperors. The Marines and the world government CP0 were pale and their bodies were shaking violently. Could it be that the white ghost's strength was already able to crush the four emperors? How could such a ridiculous thing happen in this world? Kaido. It's impossible to be defeated in one blow. Kaido-sensei. Jin looked at Kaido's body flying backwards in disbelief. How so? Mr. Kaido was actually injured. Is the damn white ghost really that powerful? How dare you get distracted while fighting me? 100 million volts, thunder gun. Sizzle. The gathered thunder transformed into a sharp lightning spear, shining with terrifying lightning. Suddenly, the distracted Jin's pupils suddenly shrank, and he thought to himself that something was wrong. Phew. Wow. The lightning spear pierced Jin's chest, and Jin spat out a mouthful of blood with a distorted expression. Everyone who saw this scene knew that Beast's Pirates was doomed. Chapter 236 Kaido dies and gains abilities. The sounds of fighting and wailing came to an abrupt end. Jin looked at his pierced chest in disbelief, his life force fading away bit by bit, the power of thunder destroying the last bit of life in his body. A hole. Jin gritted his teeth, blood still flowing from the corners of his mouth. The eyes of the world are focused on this highly anticipated battle. Could it be that the Beast's Pirates will face their disastrous defeat? Sizzle. The silver dragon transformed from thunder and lightning boiled on Kun's body, and the violent power of thunder and lightning was transmitted again. A terrible wail came from Jin's mouth. Everyone felt horrified when they heard the scream. Especially the Beast's Pirates. After seeing Jin's chest pierced, they all showed expressions of disbelief and their hearts were filled with fear. Lord Kaido was knocked away by the White Walker, and Mr. Jin was seriously injured with a hole in his chest. This was the first time that the Beast's Pirates had ever experienced such a tragic situation. That's all, Kun said coldly, glaring at Jin. Jin left a last unwilling look, his eyes rolled back and he lost consciousness and fell from a high altitude. Mr. Jin. The Beast's Pirates and Jin's officers all cried out in horror. At the same time, not far away, a fat figure flew backwards and crashed heavily onto the Beast's Pirates ship. The Beast's Pirates were trembling all over, and they all collapsed to the ground looking at Quinn, who was covered in blood and didn't know whether he was dead or alive. Mr. Quinn. Countless people watched with trembling voices as Quinn and Jin fell in a pool of blood. After seeing this scene, no one knew that the Beast's pirates had no chance of winning. Now we have to see what happens to Kaido. Just one blow should not be enough to kill Kaido. If the strongest creature in the world could be killed by the White Ghost with just one blow, then the power of the White Ghost would be too terrifying. Kaido's huge body stopped only after it hit another island. Lu Yun, who had crossed the space, came to Kaido's side in a breath. At this moment, Kaido looked as if he was bathing in a pool of blood. I'm afraid it's hard for anyone to imagine that pirates as powerful as the four emperors would have such an embarrassing day. Ahem, Kaido's breath was weak, his aura had diminished by half, and even his cough came with blood. I never thought a monster like you would appear in this sea. You are the first one to hurt me like this. Is this what death feels like? Kaido said weakly. The vitality in his body was fading away bit by bit, and the brutal energy was still destroying the vitality in his body. Even if Kaido had a strong physique, he was unable to revolving heaven. Is death a luxury for you? Lu Yun said lightly. Advertisement, death. Kaido looked up at the seagulls flying past him in the sky and fell into deep thought. I long for death. I hate this world. I've tried to commit suicide and was executed by Marine. But those rubbish methods have no effect on me at all. I felt despair and gathered my strength to destroy this world I hated. Haha, now it seems my wish has come true. Death, what a wonderful feeling. Kaido slowly closed his eyes, tilted his head and passed away. At this moment, the fruit that Lu Yun took out of the backpack at the beginning underwent a change. Kaido's fruit? Lu Yun looked at the devil fruit and thought for a while. Take a bite. Suddenly, Lu Yun's face began to twist. Two special forces flowed in Lu Yun's body. In an instant, one of the forces was blocked under Hogyoku and was not absorbed by Hogyoku. Instead, it was obliterated by Hogyoku. Have I gained the ability? Lu Yun soared into the sky and transformed into a giant dragon, much larger than Kaido's. He rode the clouds and mist, controlled the thunder, and looked down upon the entire sea. The huge dragon mooed at the sea, and in an instant, Lu Yun swooped down and disappeared into the ocean. As expected, the power that was just wiped out belonged to the curse of the devil fruit. Dragon. Lu Yun sighed in his heart. This power did not bring much benefit to Lu Yun, but the transformation into a dragon reminded him of his past. Boom. Whoosh. Lu Yun transformed into a giant dragon, rushed out of the ocean and soared among the clouds. When the beast's pirates saw the dragon, they suddenly looked excited. It's Boss Kaido. Ha 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 ha, Boss Kaido is back safe and sound. That white ghost guy must have become a ghost under Boss Kaido. People from all over the world couldn't help but tremble in their hearts when they looked at the huge screen and the giant dragon in front of them. Did White Ghost finally fall to Kaido? Advertisement? Hinata raised her head and glanced at the giant dragon in the sky, and the expression on her face became strange. Mr. Lu Yun, you really do like to play around. Lu Yun transformed into a giant dragon and looked at the excited beast's pirates, and immediately understood. These people think of themselves as Kaido, a bunch of idiots. Lu Yun held his breath, and suddenly a burning temperature rose in his throat, and the scorching flames overflowed from the dragon's mouth. Dragon breath. Boom. Dazzling flames pierced through the sky, and the scorching flames burned most of the sky. The terrifying energy cannon that looked like an aurora destroyed the beast's pirates' fleet. Everyone's mind was blank at this moment. Why would Kaido attack the pirates under his command? The pirates who originally had an excited look on their faces were now filled with fear and confusion. Why did Boss Kaido attack us? Ah. Stop it, Captain Kaido. Marine and CP0 both stared at the raging sea of fire on the sea with a dazed look on their faces. What's going on? Why would Kaido attack his own fleet? Could it be that although Baigui died, he damaged Kaido's brain? Lucci, Kun and others looked at the giant dragon in the sky with a slight smile on their faces. It turned out to be the captain. It seems that the captain has obtained Kaido's ability. He is worthy of being the captain. He did something they couldn't even imagine, and since the captain had already gotten hold of Kaido's abilities, that didn't mean Kaido's fate. After destroying most of the beast's pirates' fleet, Lu Yun regained his human form and stood above the clouds. That's it, almost everyone's expressions changed simultaneously, and their eyes were particularly horrified. That's not Kaido. That's the White Ghost, Lu Yun. The giant dragon just now was transformed by the White Ghost Lu Yun. Isn't it Kaido's ability? Gurgle. Doesn't that mean something big happened? Four Emperors Kaido. Dead. Chapter 237 Big Momo's Thoughts. After this shocking battle, the entire ocean fell into silence. Four Emperors Kaido, known as the strongest creature in the world, died at the hands of the White Walker. What is even more shocking is that White Ghost actually obtained the ability of Four Emperors Kaido. How did he do it? Could it be that the White Ghost also has the ability to steal other people's devil fruit? However, after Marine learned the news, although he was shocked, he felt more fortunate. No matter what kind of demon fruit power it is, their nemesis is the sea and sea stone. Since Lu Yun has become the demon fruit power, it means that Lu Yun now has weaknesses. Before this, the Marines even felt that the hope of defeating Lu Yun was very slim, but now that Lu Yun has become the demon fruit power, they see a glimmer of hope. Even someone as strong as Lu Yun cannot escape the curse of the devil fruit. But even so, there was still one piece of information that suffocated Marine, that is, Kaido of the Beasts was severely injured by Lu Yun's attack. Lu Yun's strength may have surpassed that of the man known as the strongest in the world. Is there anyone on the sea who can stop the White Walker pirates now? Countless people are thinking about one thing in their hearts. Is the second pirates group going to be born after Roger? In the minds of the public, the White Walker pirates undoubtedly have this qualification. 2 Logia fruit users, and 1 who was once a traitor to the World Government Organization. The strength of these 3 people cannot be underestimated, and they have the ability to compete with the Marine Admiral. Add to that Pluton Rayleigh, the White Ghost and the White-Haired Witch, and the strength of these 2 people is like the abyss, which is terrifying. The situation at sea changed because of a group of pirates. Moby DK, Whitebeard looked up at the sky and couldn't help sighing. If the Whitebeard pirates could really do it, Kaido would be his old rival, and Whitebeard would know his strength best. The 2 men were not only old rivals, but in those long ago, they were also crew members on the same pirate's ship. The current White Walker pirates are undoubtedly the same as the Rocks pirates back then, and are a pirate group that threatens the status of the world government. I'm afraid it won't be long before the war breaks out. That little devil is still really scary. Advertisement. Whitebeard was already a little worried about his sons. Although his shock fruit ability was powerful, he could see from the battle between Lu Yun and Kaido that Lu Yun was far ahead in terms of power level. It's not the same dimension at all, especially after Lu Yun entered that mysterious state. His posture and temperament were as if he was not human. It's like a god. God. Whitebeard does not believe that there is a god in the world. If there really is a god in the world, the ocean would not be in such a mess. I'm afraid even this group of people don't know what the situation in New World will become, and what changes will happen in the future. On an island, Hawkeye and Red Hair gathered together, reading the news in the newspaper. A solemn expression flashed across Red Hair's face. We can't let the white ghosts act so recklessly any longer. Once they cross the world government's line, they will mobilize the world government's resources to completely wipe out all pirates. Red Hair knows this best because he has always been in contact with people from the world government. Hawkeye took a sip of red wine and said calmly, "You don't need to worry about this kind of thing. I have a feeling that the world will change soon." "Oh, you think the white pirates will change the world?" Red Hair looked at Hawkeye in surprise. He and Hawkeye were old friends, but this was the first time that Hawkeye spoke up for others. "It's just an intuition. You fought Kaido before, so you should know the monster's strength. Even Kaido couldn't withstand a single blow. His power level is not on the same level as ours." Hawkeye recalled the time when he fought with Lu Yun. Lu Yun's swordsmanship was different from his own. It was a swordsmanship that reached another dimension. Although he has reached the pinnacle of swordsmanship, it is extremely difficult for him to break through the dimension. For this reason, Hawkeye has been looking for ways to hone his swordsmanship. "Ah, what you said is indeed concerning," the redhead sighed. In addition to the major events happening with the Whitebeard pirates, Marine is also going to do something big. They are going to execute the second squad captain of the Whitebeard pirates, Ace the Fire Fist. Is Marine trying to regain the face she lost before? Once again proving the strength of Marine in front of the world, Fire Fist Ace was defeated by Blackbeard and sent to Marine in exchange for the position of Shichibukai. Thinking of Blackbeard, the scar at the corner of the red-haired man's eye ached slightly. That guy is also a dangerous person. Advertisement. Wangguo, Cake Island, belongs to the territory of 4 emperors BIGMOM. That Kaido guy was actually killed by that little white ghost brat. Was he too careless? The relationship between BIGMOM and Kaido is actually pretty good, but it's just pretty good. Both of them are 4 emperors and there are times when they don't like each other. Owen. The man with flaming hair and a body as strong as a boxer knelt in front of BIGMOM. Mother. Minister Scorch, Charlotte Owen, the 4th child of the Charlotte family and a user of the heat fruit. Owen, take some people with you to invite the White Ghost Pirates to come to Wangguo and tell them that I want to form a marriage alliance with the White Ghost Pirates. Ah, Owen was stunned. Mom, that white ghost already has a wife, the white-haired witch. Wouldn't that offend the white-haired witch? BIGMOMG looked at Owen with a gloomy look. Who said I'm going to marry the white ghost? Don't the White Ghost Pirates have other men? If we marry one of them, the BIGMOM Pirates and the White Ghost Pirates will become accomplices, and we'll have the final say in the new world. I'll leave this matter to you. Do it well. If you don't do it well, you know the consequences. BIGMOM's cold voice reached Owen's ears, causing a chill to run down his back. Yes, Mom. I will definitely take care of this matter. At this time, Charlotte Owen was desperate. He was asked to go to the White Walker Pirates alone. Those guys were monsters, and the White Walker Pirates acted like crazy. They don't care about the consequences, their lives are already half in hell. After defeating Kaido, Lu Yun and his gang did not occupy Kaido's territory. Even the pirates who came to seek refuge were destroyed by Lu Yun and his gang's indifference and ruthlessness. These people never understood from the beginning that if Lu Yun and his gang were really pirates, how could they not have a pirate flag? In fact, they were not pirates from the beginning. Chapter 238 Monzi D. Dorag. Ah, screams continued, and the big pirates who had just entered the New World were destroyed by the raging thunder. Why, White Walker pirates? We just came to join you, why are you attacking us? Kun showed a helpless expression, looked at the pirates with a bounty of 380 million and said calmly. When have we ever admitted to the public that we are pirates? What? The pirate's pupils contracted tightly and his expression changed instantly. The white ghosts aren't pirates.
How is that possible? Marine and world government clearly wrote it on the wanted poster. Wait a minute. At this time, the pirates noticed before he died that something seemed to be missing from the golden ark. That's right. It's the pirate's flag. In an instant, the pirates felt as if he was suffocating. The white ghosts aren't pirates. No one would believe such an absurd thing even if it were spread from the sea. Kun controlled the thunder, and the dense thunderclouds exploded with shining thunder. Okay, stop talking nonsense and just sink to the bottom of the sea. You're all pirates anyway, so dying would be like cleaning up the world's garbage. Pirates like the Straw Hat Pirates are a minority. Most pirates are evil bastards. After cleaning up this group of pirates, Kun returned to the ship. Recently, Lu Yun did not train them, but instead explained some so-called political knowledge and management knowledge to them. Until now, they still don't know why Lu Yun told them all this. Kun looked at Lu Yun and hesitated for a moment before speaking. Mr. Lu Yun, what exactly is the purpose of sharing all that knowledge with us recently? Are you planning to create a country? If their captain really wants to create a country, I'm afraid it will not be recognized by the world government. Advertisement after all, now they're at the point of a life and death struggle with both the Marine and the world government. Lu Yun put down his book on the history of the world government and looked out at the vast ocean. Soon the order maintained by the world government will cease to exist. This erroneous world will finally find its way back to the right path. Rayleigh, who was enjoying the sunshine, heard this and looked at Lu Yun. The moment he looked at him, his expression became serious. At this moment, he couldn't calm down. The meaning of Lu Yun's words was obvious. Does this guy want to overthrow the world government? This is not an easy thing to do. The background of the world government is not that simple. Once the world government is overthrown, the order on the sea will be completely chaotic. The pirates will do whatever they want, burning, killing, looting and committing all kinds of evil. This requires a large amount of manpower, time and powerful strength to suppress this sea. So this is what Lu Yun has always wanted to do. He was not interested in the treasure left by Roger. In fact, Rayleigh knew clearly what was on the island. The so-called treasure was not a treasure for most pirates. Perhaps it was just some useless historical record. The reason why the pirates on the sea were so crazy about the treasure Roger mentioned was simply because that was what the Pirate King said. The Pirates King left everything there, and no one would not be moved. At this moment, a gust of wind came whistling, and a figure appeared on the boat. It's not a good habit to come here uninvited. Lu Yun didn't go to sea, but he knew who was coming. The man, wearing a dark green coat and with a red square tattoo on the left side of his face, looked a bit ferocious and said with a smile, Mr. Lu Yun, I'm sorry to bother you by coming here. However, Lu Yun shook his head. Dragon, have you forgotten what I told you before? Soon this world will be liberated. You, the Revolutionary Army, only need to maintain order in the chaos that follows. Lu Yun said lightly. Today's world is wrong and twisted. The hereditary monopoly of the nobility should be broken. Those celestial dragons living in the holy land of Mariajoy do not deserve to live. During these 2 days, Dorag listened to the theories and concepts Lu Yun talked about, which made him respect Lu Yun more and more. This revolutionary concept is completely in line with the development of the current world. It is said that Uranus, one of the 3 ancient weapons, is in the hands of the world government. This world system should be eliminated. Mr. Lu Yun, why don't you join the Revolutionary Army? The world government, which has been in charge of this world for so long, has many hidden powerful people. The former Marine Marshal, Kong, is also in the Holy Land. Since you are here, just follow them and listen. I believe you will be interested. Advertisement, haha, Mr. Lu Yun, you're joking. Compared to you, we are nothing. Dorag said with a serious expression. Lu Yun said lightly. Overthrow the world government, completely wipe them out and rebuild the world order. The show is about to begin. Drago, it won't be long before this world changes. Lu Yun still shook his head. Dragon, overthrowing the world government is not as difficult as you think. Of course, this is only for me. You, the Revolutionary Army, don't have to worry about Howman's affairs. When he spoke later, Dorag's tone became heavier. Dorag knew it very well, but he was also very worried, because the background of the world government was definitely not as simple as it seemed on the surface. As the mentor of all revolutionary armies, more people should know what you said. Rayleigh's expression changed slightly. It's him. After Dorag left, Lu Yun looked at the blue sky with a slight smile on his face. Because the other party has been acting with the idea of overthrowing the world government and rebuilding the world, many countries have been liberated by the Revolutionary Army. Tomorrow is the day of Ace's execution, and his time in this world should come to an end. A Marine, a revolutionary, a pirate, and now you come to me again. You should go back too. You monkeys are really interesting. The revolutionary Long, Garp's son, is the world's most vicious criminal and the most troublesome enemy of the world government. Water can carry a boat, but it can also capsize it. Such profound words coming out of Lu Yun's mouth made Dorag feel unbelievable. I overheard what Lu Yun said earlier. I wonder what Mr. Lu Yun thinks of the current world government. What do you think? Once war breaks out, it will affect the whole world. Dorag was extremely shocked. He stared at Lu Yun with wide eyes and said with a quick breath, Mr. Lu Yun, are you ready? Dorag cordially invited Lu Yun. Mr. Lu Yun, if you are going to take action, please let us join you. Chapter 239 Fierce War. On this day, everyone around the world watched the big screen and saw Ace kneeling on the execution platform.
Garp, who was standing by, felt heartbroken. Ace is his grandson, but Garp can't do anything at this moment because of Marine's standpoint. He just hoped Whitebeard could successfully rescue Ace. Ace's identity is too special, Sengoku already knows it, and with Sengoku's personality, there's absolutely no way he would let Ace leave. And at the highest position, Marine Admiral IV sat in his seat. In addition to Akainu and Aokiji, the other two were recruited in this world conscription. Fujitora and Green Bull, the strength of these two people has been unanimously recognized by Marines, and they possess the strength of Admiral. Marine 4 Admiral, and the 7 Warlords of the Sea. Can Whitebeard rescue his son from Marine and escape successfully? Fire Fist Ace, who is your father? Sengoku took the microphone and questioned loudly. Whitebeard, wrong. My dad is Whitebeard. No one in the world imagined that the sinful bloodline still remained in the world. Your father is not Whitebeard. Fire Fist Ace's father is Gold D. Roger. Everyone watching the live broadcast, including Marine who was present, fell into silence after hearing such shocking news. You must be kidding. The Pirate King's bloodline is still alive. That guy actually fooled all of us. Fire Fist Ace is Roger's son. Everyone in the world couldn't believe it. The Pirates King's evil bloodline was still continuing, and there was absolutely no way he would let Fire Fist Ace live. Marshal Sengoku. The Whitebeard Pirates fleet has not been detected. Reporting to the Marshal, there is no sign of the Whitebeard Pirates in the surrounding waters. Sengoku's brows couldn't help but frown, and he had a bad feeling in his heart. Suddenly, at this moment, many bubbles appeared on the sea surface and Sengoku's face became solemn and gloomy. Just one move away, the Whitebeard Pirates came from below. The Whitebeard Pirates, the pirates under their command, and the squad captains all appeared. Boom! As a huge curtain of water fell in front, the Moby DK broke out of the sea. Thump, 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 the dull sound of footsteps seemed to knock on everyone's heart. Whitebeard slowly walked out with a grin on his face. Kula la la la, Sengoku, is my baby boy okay? Advertisement, Whitebeard. Sengoku's expression was more serious than ever. The strongest man in the world, his power is enough to destroy the world. Many Marines gulped, feeling a little scared even from a distance at the sight of Whitebeard's majestic figure. I don't know how the strongest man in the world compares to Master Liu Yun. Boa Hancock muttered in his heart as he looked at Whitebeard. Lord Liu Yun is undoubtedly the most powerful. Even Whitebeard cannot kill Kaido so easily. The title of the strongest man on the sea had long since changed hands. Dad. Ace looked at his brothers with tears in his eyes, feeling extremely guilty. Ace. We're here to get you. The pirates under Whitebeard showed no fear towards Marine because they believed in their father and believed that he would lead them to rescue Ace. Damn Whitebeard pirates. The Marines gnashed their teeth. This was clearly the naval headquarters, yet the pirates were so arrogant and emboldened. Is this the charm of that man? Whitebeard clenched his fists, and a milky white transparent halo appeared on his fists and punched the atmosphere. Crack, crack. The atmosphere was like a glass mirror, with visible cracks appearing. Suddenly, the entire naval headquarters began to shake, and all the Marines felt the movement under their feet. At the same time, a tsunami that was strong enough to submerge the naval headquarters rose on both sides as if it was going to swallow up Marineford. Swish. Aokiji, who was sitting on a high seat, suddenly disappeared. He appeared in the center of the tsunami. The thin ice cones in his palms penetrated into the tsunami, gradually freezing it. Ice Age. Kuzan Admiral. The Marines shouted excitedly. The moment they saw Aokiji take action, the Marines' morale soared. Frozen Imp. Whitebeard snorted coldly and looked at Kuzan with some displeasure. Ice. 2 spears. 2 spears condensed on either side of Aokiji and flew towards Whitebeard. Whitebeard curled his lips and punched the atmosphere, causing several cracks to spread across the atmosphere. Flower Sword Vista is a powerful swordsman. If the other party was not a pirate, Tashigi might be willing to communicate with Vista. After Smoker kicked a pirate away, he looked at the captains of the Whitebeard pirates with a serious look. Those captains are indeed brave and good at fighting. Tisk tisk, the captains of the Whitebeard pirates are very powerful. Advertisement. A green slash burst out, cutting the ice layer abruptly, leaving a clear gap wherever the sword energy went. The unmatched slash rushed straight towards Whitebeard's position. Sengoku's pupils shrank sharply. The sound of gunfire, screams, and blood spilling on the ice. Every war is cruel. The shadow of a ship appeared vaguely in the clouds. Doflamingo, Boa Hancock, and even Marine were all looking at Hawkeye Mihawk in great surprise. He raised his arm slightly and brought down the knife. Tashigi pushed his eyes up to watch the captain of the 5th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, whose swordsmanship was as graceful as a waltz. Ace stood on the execution platform and watched his brothers and sisters fighting to save him and the Marines. Ace's body trembled slightly and crystal tears appeared in the corners of his eyes. Doflamingo, whose clothes were quite conspicuous, laughed sinisterly. The bad premonition became heavier. Hey, Tashigi, stay with me. Go. Rescue Ace. As expected, every member of the Whitebeard Pirates is like a monster. After adding an admiral, it was obviously easier for Marine to deal with the 4 Emperor's pirates, but Sengoku did not dare to let his guard down at all. Marine didn't know how many people gulped, and Sengoku looked at Hawkeye with a deep gaze. I just want to see how big the gap is between me and that man. Everyone. Suddenly, a figure rushed out from the Moby DK. Hawkeye's move at this time was beyond his expectation. There was no doubt that the most powerful person in Shichibukai was Hawkeye Mihawk. Hawkeye Mihawk, once the world's greatest swordsman, is he going to take action? The shockwave shattered Aokiji into pieces, and he fell into the sea. Aokiji solidified his palm again and touched the sea surface, gradually freezing the sea and turning it into a frozen land. Yes. Mr. Smoker. With a foothold, the captain of Whitebeard's ship also joined the battle, and the pirates under his command charged forward and slaughtered the Marines. Gurgle. Under the gaze of everyone, Joes caught Hawkeye's slash head-on, stepped heavily, let out a dull roar, and threw the slash into the sky in one go. In the following, the war gradually entered a white-hot stage, and now Green Bull was the only one among the 4 admirals who had not taken action. Hawkeye slowly pulled out the black knife from behind him, Knight, his eyes fixed on Whitebeard. Damn it! How did he appear here? At this moment, Hawkeye's sharp eyes were looking straight into the distance, and the sound of a sharp blade rang out ethereally. However, at this moment, the originally clear sky suddenly flashed with dazzling thunder. Sengoku's face suddenly changed when he heard the roar of thunder. Diamond Joes, captain of the Whitebeard Pirates 3rd Division. Advertisement Chapter 240 Lu Yun arrives, Akainu goes to die. The huge golden arc descended from the sky. Green Bull's face changed when he was in a high position. Hey, are you kidding me? I didn't say before that we'd have to face 2 emperors at the same time, and this one at that. All the pirates and marines present stopped what they were doing and stared at the golden arc. Their expressions froze for a moment. White pirates. Why are they here? Shouldn't these guys be staying in New World and fighting for Kaido's territory? Fighting for territory? Don't you know? Kaido never even visited the White Oni pirates, his territory. Even those pirate groups that wanted to join him were wiped out. No one knows what the White Walker pirates are up to. The Marines looked at Lu Yun on the deck in horror. His eyes, like the abyss, were even creepy. Damn it, why are the White Walker pirates here? Sengoku clenched his fists, his face extremely solemn. It would be impossible for Marine to win against 2 emperors at the same time. Moreover, the White Walker pirates are so powerful that the situation of the war is likely to be reversed because of these guys. Why did the Whitebeard pirates participate in this war? The Whitebeard pirates and the Whitebeard pirates should have never met each other. Hey, Marine, you didn't say you were going to face 2 emperors. Doflamingo's face was extremely solemn. As Kaido's partner, he was very clear about Kaido's strength. That monster was actually killed by the White Ghost. It is hard to imagine how powerful the White Walkers are. If even the White Walker pirates want to intervene in this war, then he has to consider helping the Marine as well. Boa Hancock's beautiful eyes flashed with strangeness and enthusiasm. White Ghost. It's Lord White Ghost. Boa Hancock's face flushed slightly, and her heart kept beating. What is this feeling? I have never had this strange feeling when facing other men, but when I saw Lord Bai Gui, my whole body felt hot as if I had a fever. If Lu Yun intervenes in the war, Boa Hancock will side with Lu Yun without hesitation. Hey, white-haired boy, what do you mean? This is a battle between me and the Marine. Why are you interfering? I, Whitebeard, don't need anyone's help. Whitebeard was not very happy about Lu Yun's arrival. The 4 emperors were all kings and they would not easily seek help from anyone. Moreover, the Whitebeard pirates' intervention in this war might not be a good thing. Lu Yun glanced at Whitebeard calmly and said slowly, I'm not interested in the war between you two. I'm only here to use this war as a springboard. Advertisement springboard. What does this mean? Both Whitebeard and Sengoku frowned deeply. What on earth does this Bai Gui guy want to do? Lu Yun looked at Sengoku calmly. Sengoku, you Marines have always believed that we are pirates, so let it be as you wish. Suddenly, Lu Yun's eyes fell on Ace. Crack. The sea-stone handcuffs on Ace's hands were opened in an instant. Even Ace himself couldn't believe it when he heard the crisp sound. Boom, a raging flame rose up, and endless flames burned up the execution platform. Ace. The Whitebeard pirates shouted excitedly. White Ghost. An angry roar resounded throughout the naval headquarters, and hot magma rushed towards them. Sakazuki Admiral. The Marines at the naval headquarters cried out in horror when they saw Akainu take action. Dark Hound. The hot magma distorted the atmosphere, and the fist transformed into magma slammed towards Lu Yun. Boom, suddenly, an invisible shockwave instantly shattered the fist that had turned into magma. Lu Yun looked at Akainu with a cold gaze. Red Dog, I don't have time to play with you now. Since you are so eager to die, I will grant your wish. Clang. The moment Zanpakuto was pulled out, the sharp sword made an ear-piercing sound. Hawkeye's pupils in the distance suddenly shrank, and the expression on his face became extremely horrified. The world is going to be in chaos. The Marines were trembling, fear had taken over their hearts. Since he fell into the sea, doesn't that mean he was sentenced to death? It turns out that Marshal Sengoku's original target was not the White Ghost, but the ice under the White Ghost's feet. The sharp blade pierced Akainu's neck, and when Lu Yun passed by Akainu's side, the time and space around him recovered. Shockwave. Advertisement swish. The ice beneath Lu Yun's feet disappeared and fell into the water. Seeing this, all the Marines' expressions suddenly changed. The golden light exploded, causing the air to tremble. The huge shockwave came crashing down, instantly shattering the ice layer and other ruined buildings around it. Many bubbles floated on the sea surface. Lu Yun slowly flew up without getting wet, looking at Sengoku calmly. What kind of monster is the white ghost? Lu Yun killed Admiral with such a simple move, how terrifying is his strength? It's not even in the same dimension. Didn't the white ghost already gain the abilities of Kaido of the Beasts? Boom, the author has something to say, Admiral. Akainu's pupils dilated and he grabbed his neck in disbelief. He tried hard to turn his head back. Sakazuki Admiral. Buzz. The space and time around Akainu froze, and his speed seemed to have slowed down hundreds or thousands of times. Even when Lu Yun came in front of him, Akainu did not react at all. However, Sengoku's expression didn't slow down at all, he felt like something was wrong. However, blood splattered into the sky, erupting like a waterfall. Akainu's sight gradually shifted horizontally, and a bloody head rolled onto the ice. Do you think this trick will work on me? The Marines were as if struck by lightning, and even the pirates under Whitebeard were stunned. Everyone watching the live broadcast turned as pale as paper when they saw this scene, without a trace of blood. 2 chapters today and tomorrow, almost finished, thanks again to the readers who have read this far. At this moment, a golden light suddenly appeared, and Sengoku transformed into the wrathful Buddha Vajra. He roared like thunder, white ghost. With a kick, there was an earth-shaking roar, and Sengoku flew backwards like a deflated balloon, crashing heavily into the towering building of naval headquarters. Suddenly, another admiral died at the hands of the White Walker pirates. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Yun's figure appeared in front of Sengoku as if he had crossed time and space. A roar of grief and indignation resounded throughout the entire naval headquarters. The morale of all the Marines dropped significantly in an instant, and fear gradually appeared on their faces. Marshal Sengoku. This is Admiral, not the cabbage you can see everywhere. Admiral's strength is undoubtedly at the top of the ocean. Chapter 241. This world doesn't need the so-called Great Pirates era. This brat. Whitebeard looked at the tiny Lu Yun in shock. Just one blow was enough to incapacitate Sengoku. The power of this kid is too terrifying. Even Roger back then might not be as terrifying as this kid. Even Whitebeard couldn't help but feel a little fear in his heart. At this moment, the entire sea fell into a dead silence, and the kings and people of all countries seemed to feel as if they were shrouded in darkness. Even the Marine Admiral was killed so easily, who else in the world can stop the White Walker pirates? This kind of fear had never been brought to them even by the Pirate King Roger. Garp leapt up and landed on the ice, sending shards of ice flying all around him. Vice Admiral Garp. The Marines gradually came back to their senses from their fear when they saw this reassuring figure. Garp looked at Lu Yun with a gloomy face. He was aware of the difference in power between him and Lu Yun from the very beginning. Even if he and Sengoku were to fight Lu Yun together. I'm afraid none of them may be Lu Yun's opponent. Lu Yun, what on earth do you want to do? Garp asked in a deep voice. Although he was very grateful to Lu Yun for rescuing Ace, one thing is for sure. Lu Yun's actions completely disrupted the order of the ocean, and from now on the order of the entire ocean will be in chaos. At this time, Sengoku had already released the Devil Fruit's ability, and the medic hurried up to treat Sengoku's injuries. Although Sengoku was seriously injured, he was not killed, which was also because Lu Yun deliberately stopped. He recognized Sengoku's ability, and in the future, when the world government was to be destroyed, talents like Sengoku would be needed to manage the order of the ocean. As for why Akainu was killed, it was because Akainu's personality was too extreme. Even if Lu Yun destroyed the world government, people like Akainu might not necessarily serve him. And who made him the first one to rush to death? The eyes of the world were focused on this, and at the same time, in the holy land of Mariajoy, the 5 elders also watched this live broadcast with serious eyes. The strength of the White Ghost has exceeded their expectations. Even the rocks of the past might not be that scary to such a powerful person. And they still don't know why the White Walker pirates intervened in this war. Garp and Lu Yun's eyes met. It's simple. Re-establish order and put an end to the era of pirates. Lu Yun's voice was extremely calm, but when these words fell into the ears of the Marine and the pirates of the Whitebeard pirates, it was like thunder. What on earth is this White Ghost guy talking about? Advertisement, is he crazy? Reorder the sea? The order of the ocean is set by the world government, which controls the world. To change the order of the ocean, one must first overthrow the world government. Could it be that the White Walker pirates' purpose is the same as that of the rocks? Garp was becoming more and more frightened. The current White Walker pirates were even more terrifying than the original Rocks pirates. Because Bai Gui alone is enough to easily destroy any 4 Emperors pirates group, they are actually not in the same dimension anymore. He is a man standing at the top of the world. Even Whitebeard and the White Walker are probably no match for him. Garp, as the Vice Admiral, you should be aware of this sick world. I'm afraid you know exactly why you refused to become an admiral. Those termites are sucking the world's blood. They don't deserve to live in this world. Lu Yun's voice is extremely clear and bright, and one can feel his confidence in his own abilities from his words. Garp's heart was beating fast. He had never felt anything like this before. Can this kid Lu Yun really do it? No, it's impossible. The world government has such a deep foundation that overthrowing it is definitely not something that can be done overnight. If it were really that simple, his son Dragon would have led the revolutionary army to overthrow the world government long ago. I didn't expect you to harbor such a huge ambition. Garp's expression was more serious than ever. Ambition? Do you think I'm the same person as Rocks? Lu Yun chuckled. Garp's pupils contracted violently, and the solemn expression on his face gradually changed into horror. At this time, several five elders in the Holy Land also stood up calmly. Whitebeard laughed. After I restore the world order, you will no longer be allowed to disrupt the rules of the world by pretending to be pirates. I will give you an island so you can settle down. The white pirates are too dangerous. We absolutely cannot allow them to continue to act recklessly on the sea. It was unheard of that 3-4 emperors were born from one pirates group. I'm afraid that people on the sea cannot imagine that 3 of the 4 emperors they know came from Rock's pirate. The 5 elders had never felt so restless before. Advertisement. This world doesn't need a so-called great pirates era. Should I ask that lord for instructions? So what do you think we should do now? Let's wait and see what the white ghost does before making a decision, but the white pirates and red hair haven't met privately, so the chances of that happening are slim. Garp asked in a deep voice. There were too many secrets involved in Rock's pirate. The next second, his figure appeared in front of Whitebeard. The bespectacled 5 elders said gloomily, Rock's pirate has always been a taboo for world government. Whitebeard's height of nearly 7 meters was like a small mountain, but no matter how powerful Lu Yun was, Whitebeard was not afraid or retreated at all. The armored guards outside couldn't help but shudder. How can you disturb that adult so casually? Indeed, that guy is a pirate from the Roger Pirates group after all. If he's a pirate, we can't completely trust him. As soon as the words fell, murderous intent flashed across the faces of the 5 elders, and the temperature in the entire hall suddenly dropped a few degrees. The rocks incident is definitely not something that happened in that era at Lu Yun's age. 5 elders, who had long straight white hair and a long beard, said with a gloomy expression, no. Lu Yun looked at Whitebeard and said calmly, Whitebeard, take your sons with you and withdraw from this war. This war is over. How did he know? Marco and the other squad leaders screamed in horror. At this time, the curly-haired 5 elders hesitated for a moment before speaking. Kid, how did you know that? Oh my, don't forget, there is another person who knows about this. Kulala. Are you here to take my life, little brat? Lu Yun smiled faintly. You mean redhead? The news was most likely leaked from the red-haired man. The 5 elders with mustaches looked extremely ugly. Chapter 242. Blackbeard pirates are destroyed and the war ends. The atmosphere froze instantly. One of them was the man who was once known as the strongest in the sea. The other one is undoubtedly the most terrifying character on the sea today. Whitebeard's title of the strongest man has long been taken away by Lu Yun. But Whitebeard doesn't care about these so-called false reputations. The tense atmosphere made people swallow their saliva nervously. Now the Marines and pirates were staring at Lu Yun and Whitebeard. If it were Whitebeard and Lu Yun, what kind of fight would break out between them? It is simply unimaginable how many more moves Whitebeard can withstand from Lu Yun. Kulalalala. Are you teaching me how to do things, little brat? Whitebeard spun the kongyunki in his hand, his eyes fixed, and the tail of the kongyunki suddenly slammed onto the deck. An invisible wave of air surged up, and everyone present thought that Whitebeard and White Walker were going to fight. But who knew Whitebeard suddenly grinned. What an arrogant brat. Come back to me when you've accomplished that. Boys, set sail, back to New World. Wow. The pirates under Whitebeard's command all shouted excitedly, while the Marines were dead silent. There is no doubt that this war completely caused the Marine to lose its prestige on the sea. Aokiji's face looked very ugly. As he watched the pirates under Whitebeard leave, the coldness in Aokiji's body became more and more intense. But when he saw Lu Yun's back, he felt powerless again. This man gives people the feeling that he is invincible. Even the marshal lost his ability to move in one move. I'm afraid that if Aokiji acts rashly at this time, his fate may be the same as Akainu's. Huh. Green Bull wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Among the 4 Marine admirals, Green Bull was the only one who had not made a move yet. However, even if Green Bull took action now, it would not change anything. The White Ghost is truly a monster. Lu Yun looked at all the Marines at the naval headquarters and said coldly, this war with the Marines ends here. If you want to continue, we will play with you. Asphyxia. It's extremely suffocating. Looking at the people on the Golden Ark, Marine had never felt such suffocating pressure. Both of Marine's admirals died at the hands of the White Walker pirates. The feeling of suffocation cannot be understood unless you are in Marine's shoes. Advertisement. Some vice admirals are still dissatisfied and want to fight again. These people are hawks like Akainu and are usually close to Akainu. They were also extremely angry after Akainu's death. What they could not accept the most was that they had to bow down and compromise to a pirate. Garp jumped up and came to Lu Yun. Little ghost, was what you said before true? Of course, in fact, Lola and I have already contacted each other. Lu Yun said lightly. What? That B******* D actually went to find you instead of me. Has that brat forgotten who his father is? The next time I see him, I'm going to make him taste the iron fist of my childhood love. Garp said angrily, clenching his fists. Seeing this reaction, Lu Yun was suddenly at a loss whether to laugh or cry. The monkey family is really interesting. Marine was also confused as he watched Vice Admiral Garp and White Ghost actually start chatting. What on earth was Vice Admiral Garp talking about with the White Ghost? Are you sure? Garp also hopes that the world can change. Protecting the so-called celestial dragons makes him sick. If it weren't for his marine stance, if one day his family or acquaintances in Windmill Village became slaves of celestial dragons, Garp would probably abandon his marine stance and beat up the celestial dragons. Garp, it's always just a matter of wanting to do it for me. Garp fell silent after hearing Lu Yun's words. So Marine, what are your plans? Garp asked seriously. Don't worry, I won't do anything to Marine. This world needs Marine. Marine is the manager and monitor of order. The government will be reorganized. What happened again? Everyone. Having said that, Lu Yun's gaze suddenly shifted to a relatively obscure position of Marine. Potential threats must be eliminated as soon as possible at any time, and Lu Yun will not show mercy. Hearing this, all the Marines froze. Teach looked at it impatiently, and his face froze in an instant. Looking at the figure, Teach's body couldn't help but tremble. In the original novel, Blackbeard Teach replaced Whitebeard as the new 4 emperors. This guy's ambition is not just to be the 4 emperors. Advertisement. Lu Yun looked at Blackbeard Teach and his gang with a cold gaze. I almost forgot about you. You're also a dangerous person. White Ghost. Not Speed. Their plan has been ruined, and Whitebeard has already led his pirates group out of naval headquarters. Sengoku's faint voice came from the radio, echoing throughout every corner of the naval headquarters. Teach was filled with resentment. If the White Walker pirates hadn't intervened, he might have already obtained the ability of the shock fruit. Should we leave for a while? It seems to be some kind of ability to cross space. How capable is this kid? The next second, Lu Yun disappeared again. Garp's expression changed slightly. Captain, did the White Ghost discover us just now? Sengoku felt bitter, wondering how Marine would face such a terrifying monster. He even had some doubts, whether Lu Yun was a human being. I almost forgot, there are rats hiding here. However, Sengoku was also very clear in his mind. After experiencing Lu Yun's terrifying strength, he knew clearly that it would only take a thought for him to destroy naval headquarters. I bear the responsibility alone this time, damn White Ghost. At this time, Blackbeard Teach, who was hiding in the dark, had cold sweat on his face, and was holding his heart with a look of horror on his face. Captain. The war ended and everyone went to help the wounded. Badger's horrified voice reached Teach's ears. The war was over, but the result was unacceptable to Marine. Suddenly, several dazzling blade beams flashed by, and Lu Yun's sword moves were as graceful as waltzed steps. Not only the Marines, but even the world government is probably having a headache because of Lu Yun. The next moment, Lu Yun appeared on the deck again. Several members of the Blackbeard pirates fell in a pool of blood one after another, including the pirates that Teach brought out of impelled down prison. All of them died at the hands of Lu Yun. At this moment, Marine's radio suddenly became noisy. Lu Yun alone is enough to face the entire naval headquarters without anyone under his command having to take action. Chapter 243 5 Elders Trump Card. Use that. The white pirates must be eliminated. They are the most terrifying enemy since the founding of this government. The curly-haired 5 elders said in a deep voice. The other 4 were silent. They didn't want to use that if they could help it. After all, that thing is too dangerous, and once used, there will be a window period of more than 10 years for it to be unusable. This is their most powerful trump card before waking up that adult. That thing was also left to them by that adult. Will those White Walker pirates come to the Holy Land? That guy's previous words seemed to indicate that he wanted to destroy all celestial dragons. 5 elders, wearing round-framed glasses, wiped his first-generation kitetsu and snorted coldly. Humph, overthrowing the government is simply wishful thinking. The government has accumulated so much wealth since its founding, and a mere pirate group thinks they can change the rules of the world. That's right. No matter how strong Bai Gui is, he's nothing compared to that thing. It's the ultimate weapon. If anyone from the White Pirates dares to come to the Holy Land, that day will be their death. A fierce murderous intent erupted from the 5 elders, but they didn't know that their so-called ultimate weapon was nothing to worry about in Lu Yun's eyes. Lu Yun also guessed the so-called ultimate weapon. How could the world government not have one of the 3 ancient weapons? Uranus open black lens bracket, Uranus close black lens bracket. Ideographic period. Weapons are always just weapons, and the power they possess is infinite. And Lu Yun's own strength is just a bottomless pit. How could a mere weapon possibly have the power to compete with Lu Yun? In order to deal with Lu Yun and his group's invasion of the Holy Land of Mariajoy and the lives of the Celestial Dragons, the 5 elders once again instructed the Celestial Dragons to stay in their own mansions. However, those arrogant Celestial Dragons believed that the Holy Land of Mariajoy was the safest place, and as long as they did not leave the Holy Land, there would be no danger. Celestial Dragons have always been like this. Most people will only feel disgusted when they mention Celestial Dragons, because you Celestial Dragons are indeed the most disgusting creatures in the world. Of course, there are also rare Celestial Dragons who have reformed, such as the Celestial Dragon who was shipwrecked at sea and arrived at the Fishman Island. Now he has turned over a new leaf and disdains to associate with the Celestial Dragons today. Muscarad Street. This Celestial Dragons doesn't even wear a bubble hood. Advertisement. Some of the Celestial Dragons have awakened, which is truly a rare species among the Celestial Dragons group. At this time, the storm on the sea has never stopped, and the pirates have caused serious damage to many countries and towns. Marine lost all his dignity, and the pirates became more and more rampant. As for Lu Yun's words about ending the era of great pirates, the pirates didn't take it to heart at all. I think Lu Yun's words were just a joke. Logue Town, after losing the protection of Smoker, Town is no longer as peaceful as before. Lu Yun came from East Blue City, so many powerful pirates have appeared in East Blue recently, some of whom are even demon fruit power. In the weakest sea, East Blue is invincible. Everyone in Town was afraid to go out at night, for fear of encountering the pirates and getting hurt. Ha 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 ha, boss, this Town isn't as weird as they say. Aren't these beauties and treasures all ours? Boss, you will eventually become a great pirates like the White Walkers. The pirates known as the boss is the captain of the Tiger Pirates and a demon fruit power. Cat fruit. Tiger form. Jared looked at the pirates with a cold gaze, and the pirate's legs went weak because of his cold gaze. If you say something like this again next time, Lousy will destroy you. Remember, Lord White Ghost is the pride of his pirates, he is my faith. The pirate's younger brother nodded timidly. Got it, boss. At this moment, a figure appeared on the Tiger Pirate's ship. The sensitive Jared felt something was wrong and suddenly turned his head to see the figure. Jared's expression changed rapidly in an instant, and a look of madness and admiration appeared on his face. White Demon Adult. Before Jared could finish his words, he was instantly ignited by a dark green flame. Not only him, but all the pirates of the Tiger Pirates were burned to ashes by the dark green flame. The people who were robbed in Town were all staring at this scene in a daze. Advertisement looking at that figure, everyone felt a chill running down their spine. White Ghost. Lu Yun glanced at the people at the port calmly, and then their figures suddenly disappeared. Not long after, many wailing and screaming sounds were heard in Town. All the pirates in Town died at the hands of Lu Yun. Almost on this same day, unbelievable news came out in East Blue. All the pirates, big and small, in East Blue were wiped out by Lu Yun within a day. However, the most bizarre thing was that Lu Yun appeared not only in East Blue, but also in the other 3 sea areas. Moreover, these Lu Yuns all appeared on the same day. There were not just one but more than a dozen Lu Yuns appearing in one sea area. News came from the 4 major sea areas that some people saw 2 or even more white ghosts. As soon as the news came out, the entire ocean was shaken. What is going on? Why are there so many pirates in the 4 seas? Are they imitators of the White Walkers? This is also unlikely. That powerful strength and decisive means are the style of the White Ghost. But how to explain how so many white ghosts appeared? The most ridiculous thing is that someone spread the news that Lu Yun is the demon in the legendary devil fruit that curses people with abilities. Except for the 4 major seas, the Grand Line, and the New World, all other countries invaded by pirates have been cleared except for the forces at the level of the 4 emperors. Lu Yun seemed to be all over the ocean, and soon after, Morgans posted a photo of several white ghosts gathered together. This photo caused an uproar in the entire ocean, and everyone was terrified. Not understanding what was going on, the entire ocean fell into unprecedented panic. But not long after, this panic atmosphere gradually disappeared with a voice. Because the white ghosts only attacked the pirates and eliminated the pirates, Lu Yun never attacked any civilians, as if the white ghosts' only target was the pirates. At this time, someone recalled that during the war at Naval Headquarters, Lu Yun had said that he wanted to end the era of great pirates. Many people don't take such words seriously, because it is impossible to end an era by one's own strength. But now that these people think about it and combine it with what has happened in recent days, they feel that it may not be an impossible thing. Could it be that what Bai Gui said before was serious? Chapter 244. Invasion of the Holy Land Mariajoy. This is CP0's intelligence. The 5 elders gathered for a high-level meeting again, and this time the expressions on their faces were no longer as calm as before. There are hundreds of Lu Yuns appearing in various places throughout the ocean. The most important thing is that Lu Yun really eliminated those pirates. The elimination of the pirates is not a good thing for the 5 elders, because the order on the sea will be disrupted. Once the pirates no longer invade other countries, those countries will not seek refuge from the world government. The most unexpected thing also happened to these people, because the celestial dragons were assassinated before and the world government was fully investigating the Espada organization. Finally knowing the Espada's base, the world government ordered CP0 to solve the matter. The strength of CP0 is close to that of Admiral or even has Admiral-level figures. But the result was unexpected. All CP0 personnel were wiped out after entering the terror bark. The 5 elders were unable to accept this news for a while, and they fell silent one after another. During this process, they also thought of one thing, that is, the terror bark was previously Moria's territory, and the reason why Moria died was because of the White Walker pirates. Not long after the White Walker pirates left, an Espada organization appeared. Could this Espada be related to the White Walker pirates? What do you think of recent events? The situation is out of control. That guy's ability is too strange. The key is that its clones also possess overwhelming power. Recently, other countries have submitted documents to withdraw from government cooperation. If this continues, the government will no longer be able to control the sea. The White Walker pirates single-handedly broke a situation that had lasted for hundreds of years. Even the rocks back then didn't have that ability. 5 elders, wearing a crimson suit and short blonde hair, looked solemn. Before this, they thought that the rocks incident was one of the most difficult incidents encountered by the world government, but now a group of white ghost pirates has emerged in the new era. Its threat far exceeds that of Rock's pirate. Maybe they shouldn't just sit there and wait for it to happen, but take the initiative. The 5 elders were not weak in strength. Although they were old, they were still able to hold their own against the 4 emperors. They must be strong enough to sit in this position, but the reason why the 5 elders are hesitant is because they are too dependent on power because of their position. Even with Uranus in hand, the 5 elders still dared not be careless. But the situation is urgent now and they don't have time to think so much. At this time, an official from the 5 elders pushed the door open and walked in. Advertisement, my lords, those celestial dragons are causing trouble again. Hearing this, 5 elders' faces darkened. It was those guys again. A bunch of good-for-nothings. If they weren't descendants of that great man, the 5 elders would have expelled them from the Holy Land long ago. Continue to reject them with your exact words, the mustachioed 5 elders said impatiently. I did, but they wouldn't listen and insisted on seeing you. I have tried to persuade them with kind words, but they just won't listen. The subordinate also looked embarrassed. The celestial dragons were of noble status, so he could only say a few words. Once the celestial dragons got angry, even the adults could not save his life. A hint of anger appeared on the faces of the 5 people. That bunch of rubbish. The bespectacled 5 elders gritted his teeth and tightly gripped the first-generation Kitetsu in his hand. Lu Yun said this to Kun and Carmen. The fruits of the two have been developed to the limit, and their strength is not inferior to that of Marine Admiral. In the last moment before he lost consciousness, he couldn't believe that someone dared to slaughter celestial dragons in celestial dragons' territory. Saint Roseford had a look of disbelief on his face as his brain tissue flowed out along with the blood. The CP organization and the Marines in the Holy Land of Mariajoy all showed expressions of horror when they saw the Golden Ark. In the eyes of everyone on the sea, celestial dragons are just a bunch of trash, even the 5 elders think so. Fly. Finger pistol. Lu Yun gazed at the celestial dragon's residence and said calmly, the rest of you, enter the Holy Land and capture all the celestial dragons for me. This made Lu Yun a little confused about Hinata's thoughts. In fact, the 5 elders did not feel any emotion when the celestial dragons were killed, but the death of the celestial dragons would cause the world government to lose face. 5 elders adults. Why didn't the Espada kill all the celestial dragons? Something terrible is happening. Advertisement St. Roseward was riding his slaves, preparing to attend a celestial dragons meeting, but at this moment Lucci, dressed in a black suit, blocked his way. In the Holy Land, the huge ark fell into panic in an instant. How dare you, a filthy pariah, tread upon the territory of the mighty celestial dragons? Although Lu Yun's order was to capture them, Lucci judged that there was no need to capture such celestial dragons, so why let the captain waste his energy? As for the slave under him, he was already confused. When he looked at Lucci again, Lucci's figure had disappeared. What are the 5 elders and the rest of the CP doing? On the deck, a tall figure appeared on the Golden Ark, the pirate's queen Boa Hancock. Sound the alarm. At this moment, the 5 elders who were about to meet the celestial dragons outside, ran in hurriedly with panicked looks on their faces. St. Roseford's body rolled limply from its position and fell in a pool of blood like a dead dog. The white pirates have invaded the Holy Land. Before St. Roseford could finish his words, an invisible impact shattered St. Roseford's bubble jar, and a bloody hole suddenly appeared in the center of his brow. Although Kong is in the Holy Land, I believe in the strength of both of you. Moreover, although their taijutsu skills have not reached the peak, they have reached the level of the Marine Elite Vice Admiral, and their use of Haki is not as unfamiliar as before. Where did you come from, little brat? This is the Celestial Dragon's residence. Who let you in? Yes, it's the White Walker pirates. When Hancock wanted to board the ship, even Lu Yun himself was a little surprised, but thinking about it, it was normal for him to kill celestial dragons. It was just that Hancock was too enthusiastic towards her. Although Hinata would sometimes glance away, she didn't say anything. Having a stunning beauty like Hancock is also a good thing for the White Walker pirates. Leave the 5 elders to me and Hinata. At this moment, a huge shadow covered the Holy Land of Mariajoy, and a golden ark appeared in the sky above the Holy Land. The White Pirates have invaded the Holy Land. Chapter 245. Golden Wheel Reincarnation explodes, breaking through the red line. What? The 5 elders, who held high positions of power, looked completely upset. The White Walker pirates really dared to invade the Holy Land. How can they be so bold? Call Kong back immediately. It's the 5 elders. Kong, former Marine Marshal, now the Commander-in-Chief of the World Government Army. Although Kong is old, his strength has not declined much. His strength is even more terrifying than Garp today. But even so, the 5 elders do not think that the situation will change, because they are facing the most terrifying enemy of the world government in 800 years. The 3 celestial dragons outside at this time had no idea that the Holy Land was in danger. They stormed into 5 elders' office and demanded, 5 elders. Who do you think you are? How dare you neglect us like this? You must know who gave you your positions. Everything you have was given by Lord Yimu. Lord Yimu is the ancestor of his celestial dragons. To put it nicely, you 5 elders are nothing more than our celestial dragons' loyal dogs. The eyes of the 3 celestial dragons were filled with anger, contempt, and disdain. At this instant, the 5 elders burst out with unmatched momentum, and the pressure was like a mountain torrent. This caused several celestial dragons to stop and look at the 5 elders in horror. You guys, what do you want to do? The celestial dragons leading the group took 2 steps back in fear, their legs becoming unstable. The 5 elders had murderous intent on their faces. If it weren't for that adult, the 5 elders would probably attack together to kill the celestial dragons in front of them. They looked at the celestial dragons with icy eyes and said coldly, Come on, escort these people back. Remember, they must be well protected along the way. Suddenly, CP0 appeared in the palace. Yes, Lord Five Elders. Watching the celestial dragons fly away, the faces of several Five Elders became gloomy. What a bunch of damn trash. If it weren't for Lord Yim, these people wouldn't even be trash. At this time, the Five Elders had no idea that as soon as the celestial dragons walked out of the palace, they saw the golden ark towering above them. Celestial dragons are greedy and believe that everything in the world belongs to them. This golden ark. Advertisement, they must get it, a ship worthy of their status as celestial dragons. CP0, take this ship back for me. There's no need to keep anyone on board. Kill them all. Celestial dragons instructed CP0 in an arrogant and commanding tone. MD. Why are there such stupid creatures as celestial dragons in the world? Steal the White Devil Pirates ship? Do they have that ability? My lords, please follow me and hide. Pirates are invading the Holy Land. For your own safety, please leave with me for the time being. Pirates invasion? Several celestial dragons looked as if they had heard a huge joke. Is this a story the Five Elders made up for you? This is a holy place. How could pirates invade the safest place in the world? At this moment, several figures appeared in the sky above the celestial dragons. Lu Yun and Hinata slowly landed. Several celestial dragons were furious when they saw that Lu Yun and the others were actually above their heads. Who are you? How dare you stand above us? You untouchable. Get off my feet right now. Convex. FK-FK. CP0 crushed all the celestial dragons to death at this time. The damn celestial dragons actually took the initiative to provoke the White Walkers. Isn't this courting death? Lu Yun frowned and frowned when he heard the dog barking beside his ear. Celestial dragons. Hinata on the side fixed her eyes and shot out a green beam from her hand. The two CP0s hardened their armament haki and resisted it alone. They can withstand the chakra bullets, but can they withstand the power of the truth-seeking ball? Moment. The pupils of the two CP0s suddenly shrank. The truth-seeking ball pierced deeply into their abdomens. The destructive power of the truth-seeking ball raged, and the bodies of the two CP0s were shattered like paper. When the celestial dragons saw this scene, they were so frightened that their faces turned as white as paper and they fell to the ground with a thud. This is a holy place. Advertisement, someone actually dared to commit a crime in the Holy Land. The key point is, CP0 just died like that. Rubbish. Hinata said coldly, and the heads of the three celestial dragons fell to the ground. At this moment, Lu Yun suddenly felt a terrifying power contained in the Five Elders Hall. This power even vaguely brought a little pressure to Lu Yun. Not bad. It seems that the Five Elders do have some awareness of the cards they hold, but it would be a shame not to give them a welcome gift on our first meeting. The guards in the Five Elders Palace ran out one after another. When they saw Lu Yun and Hinata, their legs couldn't stop shaking. With weapons in hand, no one dared to go forward. The two of them exerted tremendous pressure just by standing there. An oppressive atmosphere permeated the entire holy city of Mangekyo. Activating Uranus takes time, and the Five Elders can only use the guards in the palace as cannon fodder. Because they knew that even if they showed up, they would probably not be able to defeat the White Ghost. It would be better to take a chance with the ancient weapon. Once Uranus is activated, that adult will wake up from his slumber. Even if Uranus is useless to Lu Yun, their last hope is that adult. Lord I Am, who founded the world government, swish. Lu Yun entered chakra mode, the flames transformed from chakra on his body rose, and the 8 truth-seeking balls behind him brought him tremendous pressure. Suddenly, the truth-seeking ball on Lu Yun's body began to vibrate, gathering in his hand and spinning. The next moment, a dazzling golden lightsaber shot straight into the sky, as if it was about to pierce through the sky. Golden Wheel Reincarnation Explosion. The terrifying power contained in the golden lightsaber was frightening. The next second, the golden lightsaber extended infinitely and fell down in an instant. At the moment of falling, the golden sword rotated and pierced through the holy land of Mangekyo. Traces left by the golden sword could be seen everywhere in the holy land. However, it was not just the holy land that was pierced, but the entire red line. At that moment, everyone felt the terrifying power. With a loud boom, the red line gradually collapsed, and the cliff-like gap told people what irresistible fear was. The Golden Wheel Reincarnation Explosion is a technique that is powerful enough to penetrate the moon, so it would be easy for it to penetrate the red line. Lu Yun's mighty power is enough to change the world's terrain and destroy the red line. Lu Yun's ability is enough to reconstruct an environment and change this complex route. At this moment, Kong, who had just arrived not far away, looked at this scene in horror, his face suddenly realizing what was happening. As the commander-in-chief of the entire army, he felt a surge of powerless despair in his heart. Chapter 246. Arrow of Chaos. Uranus collapses after going through so many events. This was the first time that Kong felt such powerless despair from the White Ghost. No one can imagine the White Ghost's mighty power unless they see it with their own eyes. The red line split into two, and such terrifying power was beyond the ability of Devil Fruit. This kind of power is still inferior to that of Ancient Weapon and White Ghost. In just a short period of time, the guards of the Holy Land were filled with despair and had lost their fighting spirit. How could they muster the will to fight against such a monster? The heavy pressure swallowed them like an abyss, plunging them into an irretrievable situation. The only outcome they could think of for being an enemy of the White Ghost was death. The White Walkers are so powerful that even if the five elders have the ancient weapon trump card, if they cannot guarantee a fatal blow, then the world government may really be destroyed by the White Walkers. Kong gritted his teeth and stepped on Moonwalk, stomping away. World government is the cornerstone of maintaining world order. Once the order is broken, the ocean will fall into unprecedented chaos. Before this, the world government had already notified the naval headquarters, and the admiral, vice admiral, and even the marshal of the naval headquarters were rushing to the holy place of Mariajoy. Lu Yun glanced at Kong calmly, his sharp gaze like an arrow piercing people's hearts. Commander-in-Chief of the World Government Army, you don't think you can stop me by yourself? Kong's face was extremely heavy. He said in a deep voice, I'm not that arrogant. White Ghost, are you really going to destroy the world government? All order will be broken, and the ocean will be plunged into chaos. Once this chaos occurs, who knows how many people will be torn apart and their families will be killed? Is this what you want to see? Order? Lu Yun sneered, you call this order to protect these rubbish? Out of the corner of his eye he glanced at the bodies of the celestial dragons. Kong was speechless for a moment. What Lu Yun said was indeed correct. Celestial dragons are indeed garbage. Even Kong, the commander-in-chief of the entire army, has to admit that celestial dragons are the garbagest creatures in the world. Their existence is to suck the blood of the world. The order you established should be phased out. The changing of times is a perfectly normal thing. Your world government has existed for over 800 years. That's more than enough. Lu Yun looked at Kong coldly. If you insist on stopping me, don't blame me for being ruthless. Facing Lu Yun's cold gaze, Kong's scalp went numb. If possible, he really didn't want to fight a monster like Lu Yun. This was almost a battle without suspense. But Kong had to take action due to his position. Advertisement. However, just after Kong launched a few moves, his figure instantly flew backwards like a comet. The Holy Land guards below looked at Kong flying backwards in horror. Even the commander-in-chief is no match for the White Ghosts. How can they resist the White Ghost pirates? White Ghost. That's it. A loud shout came from the palace, and the five elders looked at Lu Yun with serious eyes. The chakra flames rising from Lu Yun made them feel nervous. Is this Bai Gui guy a human being? At this moment, a huge force gathered in the sky above the five elders, and the originally bright Holy Land was suddenly covered with dark clouds. The vortex of energy gathered in the sky stirred up the wind and clouds, with brilliant lightning and flames flashing in it, and the Holy Land looked like a scene of destruction. Is this what you rely on? Interesting. A faint smile appeared on Lu Yun's face. The five elders' expressions all changed. They could actually laugh in front of Uranus. The White Ghost was indeed a madman. White Ghost, why don't we sit down and talk it over? We can give you whatever you want. There's no need to fight to the death. Five elders, who was wearing a red suit and had short blonde hair, spoke slowly. A life and death fight? What gives you the confidence? Uranus, do you have the qualifications to negotiate with me? Today's world government will perish, and a new order will descend upon the sea. Boom, as soon as he finished speaking, a huge pressure erupted from Lu Yun, causing the five elders' bodies to sink slightly. Even with Uranus's support, they were still terrified of Lu Yun's power. Snort, in that case, there's nothing more to say. Sizzle, sizzle, Uranus's immense energy distorted the void, and endless black lightning flashed dazzlingly. The energy contained in the vortex shocked the hearts of the five elders. They didn't expect Uranus's power to be so terrifying. It seems that they still underestimated Uranus's power. Advertisement each time Uranus is launched, it takes more than 10 years to recover. This means that they only have one chance, and if they fail they will be doomed. Interesting. A smile appeared on Lu Yun's lips. Boom, the next second, Susano, hundreds of meters tall, suddenly condensed, its huge body covering the Holy Land. Its godlike and devil-like back made people tremble. What is that? The eyes of the five elders all narrowed, and they looked at Susano in fear. What on earth is this huge giant? Is this also one of the White Ghost's abilities? White Ghost. Unfathomable. The energy condensed by Uranus was on the verge of exploding. Suddenly, a huge beam of light pierced through the void, distorted time and space, and rushed towards Lu Yun's position. The immense pressure caused the mountains to collapse, and a massive earthquake struck the Holy Land, affecting even the Earth's crust due to the immense pressure. Facing Uranus's attack head-on actually made Lu Yun feel the long-lost pressure. As expected of an ancient weapon, it possesses the power to destroy the world, but that alone is not enough. Several forces converged, and a dazzling white light gathered into a huge longbow. It was a convergence of several energies, and Lu Yun himself had long transcended a dimension. He wanted to try out what kind of terrifying power these energies could create when they came together. Chakra, spiritual power, cursed power, devil fruit, power of the eyes. Several forces were balanced with each other under the neutralization of Hogyoku, and the arrows that came together shone with dazzling white thunder, piercing through one piece of space after another. The aftermath alone can cause such an impact. Chaos arrow. Call out. The arrow broke through the sky, but the collision of the two forces did not trigger any terrifying aftermath. On the contrary, the power of the arrow completely crushed the energy cannon gathered by Uranus. In an instant, the ultimate destructive force contained in the arrow instantly tore Uranus's energy cannon into pieces. In an instant, the huge Uranus in the air, unable to withstand the destructive energy of the chaos arrow, exploded, and the entire sky was covered with huge flames. Chapter 247. The Master of the Void Throne, Yim appears. The destruction of Uranus caused a terrifying aftermath, and the entire Holy Land was like a major earthquake, with countless cracks as huge as canyons and abysses. Many buildings in the Holy Land were destroyed by the horrific aftermath. The shock waves spread by the turbulent aftermath were suffocating, and weaker people could not even withstand it and died instantly. The five elders blocked the storm, but their mood had already sunk to the bottom. How is that possible? Uranus is ruined. How could his power possibly crush Uranus? That's impossible. The 5 elders were stunned, their faces pale and revealing fear. The 5 elders, who once held a high position, no longer had the composure and aura of a great man. Without Uranus, they were like lost dogs. There is hardly any intact part of the entire Holy Land, and any ancient weapon possesses the power of a god. It is precisely because of this that the 5 elders placed their final reliance on Uranus. However, the destruction of Uranus was something they had never expected. Their bodies could not help but tremble, and the huge pressure from the huge Susano made them suffocate. The world government was defeated completely, and the 5 elders were also defeated completely. They still underestimated Lu Yun's power. The power of God can perhaps only be used on Lu Yun. His strength has already stood at the top of the ocean, a position that no one can reach. The Marines who rushed over from the naval headquarters were all staring blankly at the destroyed Holy Land of Mariajoy, and everyone was trembling with fear. Although Fujitora couldn't see it, the terrifying power and aftermath made him feel uneasy. Sengoku stared in disbelief at the fragments of Uranus falling like meteors. The ancient weapons have all been destroyed. Will the world government eventually meet its own destruction? However, at this moment, in a certain palace, a void throne stood there, and a figure appeared on the originally empty throne at some point. At this moment, Lu Yun couldn't help but frown, this feeling. There are also terrifying characters in the Holy Land. In an instant, the entire Holy Land of Mariajoy was filled with the sound of deep footsteps, and these footsteps seemed to tremble along with the heaven and earth. A towering and untouchable figure appeared in the air. His appearance made the 5 elders' expressions change drastically. The 5 powerful figures all knelt down before that figure. The respect that is ingrained in his bones is displayed to the fullest. Yimu adult. On the surface, the 5 elders seem to be the ones in power in the world government, but the person in front of them is the real ruler of the world government. The 5 elders are directly under Yim. Sengoku's heart trembled violently when he saw that figure. It felt as if my life was in that person's hands. It turned out that there was such a being above the 5 elders. Advertisement seeing the 5 elders kneeling on the ground, Sengoku even felt a little dreamy. It seems the prophecy was wrong. The original disaster was supposed to happen decades later. It seems the future has changed because of you. Yim looked straight at Lu Yun, and she was also shocked in her heart. She didn't expect that someone could reach this level just by relying on his own ability. It was really beyond her imagination that someone could reach this point in this era. Something unexpected happened? Perhaps. You must be the world government's last trump card. Lu Yun was rude to Yim and did not give him any compliments. Yim frowned, feeling a little unhappy. It had been a long time since anyone dared to talk to him like this. It seems you are very confident in your own strength. Yimu said lightly. Haha, that's natural. I'm not like those 5 idiots who rely on external things. The 5 elders, kneeling on the ground, heard Lu Yun's mocking words. Their faces flushed and they felt extremely humiliated. You are quite good. Join me and I will spare your life. Yim's words were very calm, but one could hear the murderous intent hidden in them. Lu Yun widened his eyes for a moment, as if he thought he had heard it wrong. What did she just say? Join her. She doesn't really think she's that strong, does she? That attack just now should have been your full strength. If that's all, you're no match for me. There was a sense of superiority in Yim's tone, as if all other creatures except her were inferior. For a moment, the entire Mariajoy fell into silence. However, a laugh echoed in Mariajoy. Lu Yun was laughing without any scruples. This laugh was a disdain for Yim. I see. No wonder you dare to stand in front of me so confidently. Absolutely impossible. What? Then let me see if it's really as exaggerated as you say. Yimu's face suddenly darkened. Don't underestimate me. Lord Yimu. The white ghost must be bluffing. Advertisement. At this moment, Lu Yun suddenly chuckled. It turns out that 800 years ago, those 20 kings became a part of you. Your power doesn't belong to you. The aftermath of the ensuing battle would surely be extremely terrifying. Even they would not be immune at such a close distance. The energy overflowing from IM caused the space to tremble violently, and Sengoku and the others in the distance had their backs wet with cold sweat. The 5 elders below roared in pain. They absolutely couldn't believe that such strength was only 30%. If that was true, then wouldn't it mean that a strong man like Whitebeard would be like a child in Lu Yun's hands? Yim's face changed drastically and he looked at Lu Yun in horror. Lu Yun pulled out his Zanpakuto and said to Yimu calmly, you should be thankful that you are the first person to experience its power. I'm afraid that the attack just now has already consumed most of his physical strength. He is just looking for excuses to delay time. How could such strength be only 30%? Honestly, if the world government is truly destroyed, what position will Marine be in, and what will the white ghosts do to Marine? Yim looked solemn and didn't dare to be careless at all. Lu Yun's voice echoed in Mariajoy and Sengoku and others stopped. Are you bluffing? Yim's tone was no longer as calm as before. How could he know that? This. Swish, you don't have to run so far, it will be over soon, and you will witness this historic moment with your own eyes. I only used 30% of my strength just now, let's get out of here. Lu Yun looked at Yimu calmly and said lightly, why don't you give it a try? Impossible. Whoosh, all of this is what Sengoku is worried about. To the bank. Is it for them to hear? You think that's all my power? When Yim heard this, her eyes widened instantly, and a slight fluctuation appeared in her calm heart. In an instant, Lu Yun's Zanpakuto disappeared, and everything around him seemed to have changed at this moment, and yet it seemed as if nothing had changed. Is Lu Yun really so confident? Chapter 248. World government destroyed, celestial dragons executed. How did Lu Yun know about what happened 800 years ago? What on earth did you do? Yim was terrified, as if his biggest secret had been discovered. Indeed, those 20 celestial dragons are indeed worthy of the name celestial dragons, but their descendants are nothing but good for nothings. You keep this junk just for peace of mind, Lu Yun said lightly. Shut up. What do you know? Im was enraged and slapped out energy with one palm, like a tidal wave crushing down. However, at this moment, Im felt that the world in front of him was shattered like a mirror, and the attack seemed to be effective. But it seemed to be resolved easily. What is going on? Where did the blade in his hand go, and why did he know all those things? Haha, are you angry out of shame? Well, let this all end. Lu Yun sighed lightly. He didn't know when the space beings around him had changed. The world in front of Yim suddenly changed, and the original Holy Land Mariajoy disappeared. The scene that replaced it seemed like a world like the starry sky, with bright and twinkling stars visible all around. What place is this? Yim's face changed drastically, and he felt panic for the first time when he saw the unfamiliar environment in front of him. Even more incredible was the fact that his abilities seemed to be suppressed and unusable. Welcome to my world. Lu Yun said lightly, what is this place? What on earth did you do before? Yim looked at Lu Yun warily. She tried desperately to call upon her own strength, but her strength seemed to be locked by some shackles and could not be used. Don't worry, I will make sure you die with a clear mind before you die. This is not Mariajoy, nor is it the Grand Line. This is not any part of the world you know. This is my world, the world created by my Zanpakuto. The universe is vast, so vast. My Zanpakuto, at the moment of liberation, changed time and space, allowing me to freely explore the past timelines of anyone. Everything about you is under my control. Time and space change, and everything will change. My ability is to create the world, control the world, and change the direction of the world. Lu Yun said lightly. This was his Zanpakuto ability, and there was no Zanpakuto more heaven-defying than this. Advertisement. Even Lu Yun is unable to fully utilize the power of Zanpakuto now, because its power is too vast, and it will take Lu Yun a lot of time to fully master it. Impossible. How could there be such a power in the world? Yim's face turned pale and he was filled with fear. The main reason is that what Lu Yun said was too exaggerated. He could see the timeline of anyone, change the world, affect time and space, and even turn it into a new world. Could it be that he is now in a completely new world? The world created by Zanpakuto is actually equivalent to a domain. In the eyes of Sengoku and the five elders, Lu Yun and Yimu are shrouded in huge spiritual power, and no one can move forward at all. Nothing is impossible. Everything ends here. For the Master of the Void Throne, 800 years is more than enough. A huge amount of spiritual power gathered, the surrounding stars shone brightly, and the spiritual power turned into a giant dragon with bared fangs and claws, grabbing towards Im. No, I won't give up, how could I lose like that? Im roared madly, but he was unable to use his power and was destined to die. The immense spiritual energy contained the power of destruction, and Im's body was torn into pieces like paper. Under the crushing force of this giant dragon, everything turned to nothing. Boom boom boom. The aftermath emanating from the spiritual energy was so turbulent that it made the five elders and Sengoku's hearts palpitate. What is the situation inside now? Who is stronger between Lord Yimu and Lu Yun? Buzz. At this moment, the spiritual power turned into a green flame and dissipated. A figure stood in the void. When the five elders saw this figure, their faces turned pale and their whole bodies trembled violently. White ghost. It's a white ghost. Yimu. Adult. Where is Lord Yimu? Five elders, Yim is dead, and now you are the only ones left. Mr. Lu Yun, you really did it. Both Sengoku and others are looking forward to what the world will look like in the future. Marine no longer has to protect stupid creatures like celestial dragons. Judging from Lu Yun's attitude, he will not allow garbage like celestial dragons to exist in the new government. Yes, Captain. Advertisement. Just that one look gave Sengoku goosebumps. World government completely disappears. Sengoku shuddered instantly and swallowed dryly. Your presence is indispensable. As long as you don't have any intention of rebelling, I won't attack you. Lu Yun's voice was very calm, but even those simple words made Sengoku perk up. What will the new world be like? It's almost over. Let's start the live broadcast. Yes, I understand. The five elders wanted to beg for mercy, but Lu Yun didn't give them the chance at all. He unleashed a ray of destructive energy, and the five elders were instantly reduced to ashes. Master Lu Yun. Lu Yun will execute the celestial dragons in front of everyone on the sea and declare the demise of the world government. Lu Yun's cold voice was like the whisper of a devil. The world government, which had ruled the sea for 800 years, was destroyed by the power of one man. Captain. The celestial dragons were furious. As the world's nobles, they were actually being trampled underfoot. This was a great humiliation. Lu Yun glanced at Sengoku and the others out of the corner of his eye. The captain's power was beyond their imagination. Hancock looked at so many celestial dragons with an extremely cold expression, and stepped on the faces of those celestial dragons one after another. And everyone looked at Lu Yun excitedly. They were so excited that it felt like a dream. The world government was actually destroyed. No one thought that such a thing would happen, because it was impossible for one person to destroy the world government. Watching the celestial dragons being executed one by the White Walker pirates, those who suffered unfair treatment from the celestial dragons shed tears. At this time, Long, who was at the Revolutionary Army base, saw this scene and tears welled up in his eyes. At this time, several celestial dragons were tied up on the Golden Ark. Their faces were filled with fear, and their eyes revealed worry and fear. The Marine will maintain order on the sea as usual. Until the government is reorganized, it will be up to you, the Marine, to maintain peace on the sea. The author has something to say. Sengoku is a smart man. The world government has already perished, so there is no need for the Marine to pay for the world government. Changing the government will not have any impact on the Marine. As the live footage played out, everyone on the sea looked in disbelief at the bound celestial dragons and the ruined holy land of Mariajoy. Chapter 249 Sevenfold Seraphs, Big Mom Pirates Destroyed. Mom. Parasparrow, the Minister of Sweets, rushed into Bigmom's palace in a panic. Bigmom's eyes were cold, and that icy gaze was chilling. Parasparrow, if you can't give a reasonable explanation, you know the consequences. Bigmom's cold voice reached Parasparrow's ears, and he couldn't help but shudder. Mom. Something terrible has happened. Look, the world government was truly destroyed by the White Walker pirates. What? Bigmom's expression changed drastically. He snatched the newspaper and looked at the news in the newspaper with wide eyes in disbelief. The world government is destroyed, and the white ghost shows the world his divine power, changing the red line to rain. This. Bigmom's face was filled with horror. The world government was actually destroyed by the Marine. How could such a thing happen? Everyone thought that what Lu Yun said before was just a joke and no one took it seriously. The world government has ruled the ocean for 800 years, and its background is unfathomable. Even the four emperors' pirates dare not completely turn against the world government. The reason why the world government has never taken action against the four emperors is because it needs to maintain the balance of the ocean. If there were no four emperors and no pirates, what reason would the world government have to allow other countries to join the world government? Now that the world government has been destroyed, it will be the four emperors' pirates' turn next. Boom. At that moment, the entire nation was struck by a terrifying pressure like a mountain torrent. The pressure was like several huge mountains pressing down on people, making it impossible to breathe. Mom. White ghost. The white ghost is coming. Bigmom's eyes narrowed sharply, his gaze darkening. Call Katakuri and the others over, get everyone here. High in the sky, Lu Yun looked at Wangguo indifferently. It would be better to call it the Desert Kingdom than the Wangguo Kingdom. Bigmom's abilities are very interesting. The user of the soul fruit can inject soul into any object or animal, giving it human thoughts and powers. Lu Yun has always been interested in the power related to the soul. Of course, he was just interested. If he wanted to give a soul, even Lu Yun could do it now. After his evolution, he had already glimpsed some of the mysteries of the soul. Bigmom pirates, it is basically impossible to ask them to disband the pirates. But no matter what, even if Bigmom resists, the final result will not change at all. The four emperors' pirates no longer need to exist. Advertisement Katakuri looked at Lu Yun in the air with fear in his eyes. The future before him was one of irresistible despair. This man is invincible to the entire Bigmom pirates. Thump, thump, thump. The dull footsteps in the square were accompanied by the shaking of the ground. Bigmom's huge body squirmed and looked at Lu Yun with cold eyes. White ghost. What are you doing in my place? Lu Yun looked down at Bigmom and said calmly, Bigmom, the new world does not need the four emperors' pirates. I'm giving you a chance to disband your pirates. I will also give you an island for you and your children to live on. Bigmom's hair stood on end as he roared angrily, what a joke. Why should I listen to you? These territories belong to me. You have no right to interfere. Lu Yun's eyes narrowed, flashing with cold light. If that's the case, the Bigmom pirates will become history today. Snort. I'm just going to see if you, this white ghost, are really as exaggerated as the rumors say. Zeus. Prometheus. Napoleon. These three are the strongest homies in Bigmom. Zeus the thundercloud, Prometheus the sun, Napoleon the bicorn. There's fire in the sky. A blazing flame suddenly condensed above Lu Yun and fell down with a loud bang. Lu Yun felt the scorching heat but was not moved at all. His body was like an invisible barrier, blocking the flames from the sky for him. Cut. Bigmom's face darkened when he saw that the fire in the sky had no effect. This Bai Gui guy is really a monster. Lu Yun looked at the soul power on Bigmom's body that was connected like a spiderweb, and couldn't help but reveal a hint of interest. This ability is quite good. able to use soul power unscrupulously without any side effects. This guy Bigmom is quite good at opening the soul fruit. Tear. At this moment, Lu Yun moved across the space and arrived in front of Bigmom in the blink of an eye, without even paying observation hockey in advance. Advertisement category's pupils suddenly shrank. There was no such scene in his future. Could it be that the future has changed because of the white ghosts? Mother. Bigmom was a little panicked, and suddenly the domineering conqueror's hockey burst out from his body. The terrifying hockey instantly swept around. Boom, the flames were blazing. Bigmom was holding Napoleon. Zeus's thunder was flashing in the sky, and flames were wrapped around the knife. Emperor's sword-breaking blade. The terrifying power of fire and thunder caused the entire cake knife to shake constantly. The power of this move even affected the entire world. Bite, there was a crisp sound, and Bigmom's blade could not get any closer. Lu Yun pinched the blade with 2 fingers and stood there as steady as a rock. Impossible. Cracker screamed in horror. He broke my mother's emperor sword with just 2 fingers. What kind of monster is White Ghost Lu Yun? I already know your abilities, and they're nothing special. Suddenly, the Ryatsu in Lu Yun's body erupted, and the pressure from a different dimension made everyone kneel on the ground with their knees bent. Such pressure. Katakuri looked at Lu Yun in fear. Buzz. Wisps of faint purple light gradually gathered together, and 7 dazzling purple light bullets shone behind Lu Yun. Sevenfold Seraph. The light bullet disappeared in a flash, and its speed had surpassed the light beam. Even Bigmom did not react in time. By the time she felt the severe pain, 7 bloody holes had appeared in her lower abdomen. Bigmom looked at Lu Yun unwillingly, and his body fell heavily to the ground. Mother. The entire Bigmom pirates group was plunged into fear and grief. Lu Yun slowly rose into the air, forming seals with his hands. Suddenly, several huge shadows enveloped the world, and the pirates under Bigmom looked at the sky in despair. It's not even in the same dimension. Is this the power of God? Boom. Accompanied by a deafening roar, the sea surged, and with the fall of several meteorites, the Bigmom pirates were completely destroyed. Chapter 250. The 4 Emperor's pirates disband. The demise of the Bigmom pirates no longer caused any waves on the sea. Compared to the destruction of the world government, even if a powerful group like the 4 Emperor's pirates were destroyed by Lu Yun, it still did not cause the same huge emotional fluctuations as before. The world government was destroyed, and the revolutionary army came from behind. Dragon and Marine took the initiative to contact each other and jointly maintain the stability of the ocean. As for the previous 7 warlords of the sea, except for Hawkeye and Hancock, the others either died or were imprisoned and impelled down. The bears of the revolutionary army are no longer considered human because they have been transformed into humanoid weapons. So no action was taken against the bear. New world on an island. Whitebeard and his sons held a banquet on the island. Whitebeard laughed and said, 800 years of world government have been destroyed in your hands. I never thought it would happen. Looking back, Whitebeard felt as if this incident had just happened yesterday. Lu Yun smiled faintly and drank the wine in the bowl. The old order will eventually be eliminated. The existence of maggots like celestial dragons shows that this government is sick. Whitebeard, this island would be a good place for you to retire. Whitebeard filled his bowl with wine, some of it overflowing. Kulala, I don't know how many islands like this I've built before. You kid, you are clearly exploiting me. Lu Yun glanced at Whitebeard calmly. Those islands are not your private property. Cut. Whitebeard spat, but didn't say anything else, just drinking. At this time, Malkeji beside him said worriedly, Dad, don't drink anymore. Your physical condition can't allow you to drink so much. Separate, Whitebeard hiccuped and said unhappily, Marco, are you going to deprive Dad of this little hobby? Without wine, it's the same as being dead. Marco hesitated to speak and sighed helplessly. Lu Yun glanced at Whitebeard calmly, and suddenly a green halo enveloped Whitebeard. This is a medical ninjutsu that has been specially modified by Lu Yun. There was no need to use physical contact to heal anymore. The injuries on Whitebeard's body were all caused by hidden diseases left over from years, as well as the effects of frequent use of the fruit's abilities. Ordinary doctors are unable to help Whitebeard treat these hidden diseases because the damage has already been done and treatment is almost impossible. Dad. Marco looked at Whitebeard in horror. Whitebeard felt as if there were countless warm currents in his body, and with this feeling he felt his body suddenly become much lighter. Not only that, the scars on Whitebeard's body gradually disappeared, and the pain in the places where he was originally vaguely painful also gradually disappeared. Advertisement, Lu Yun. Whitebeard knew that this incredible change in himself was definitely related to Lu Yun. Lu Yun stood up and glanced at Whitebeard. This is a little compensation for you. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Yun stepped into the void and disappeared. Kulalalala. What a dishonest little brat. Not long after, news of the disbanding of the Red Hair Pirates and Whitebeard Pirates spread across the ocean. This news is somewhat surprising. We originally thought that the outcome of these 2 pirates groups would be the same as that of the Bigmom Pirates group. I didn't expect the 4 Emperors Pirates groups to end like this. At this time in Sabaody Archipelago, Luffy and his crew arrived later than in the original story, but the crew on the ship remains the same as before. Robin, Chopper, Brooke, and Frankie all joined in. Oh. So many bubbles. What is this? It looks delicious. When Luffy arrived at Sabaody Archipelago, he was like a curious baby, and at this moment a figure appeared not far away from Luffy and his group. When the street vendors saw this man, they all shouted respectfully, "Master Lu Yun." Lu Yun? Luffy and his group stared at the figure with wide eyes. It's really Lu Yun. Gurgle. Compared to before, Sanji and Zoro both felt tremendous pressure from Lu Yun, a terrifying figure who destroyed the world government and rechanged the world order. It is said that not long ago, Lu Yun eliminated quite a few pirate groups, and there are only a few pirate groups left in the entire ocean. And those pirates groups also acted with their tails between their legs. Lu Yun didn't come here to deal with them, right? Lu Yun. It's you. I treated you as a friend, but you actually attacked us last time. You're going too far. Luffy growled in dissatisfaction. Lu Yun glanced at Luffy calmly and spoke slowly, as if he wasn't talking to Luffy. Okay, stop hiding, you little b*******d. Do you think you can hide it from me? Suddenly, at this moment, a figure flew out from nowhere. Luffy, have you forgotten what I said? Advertisement. Bang. One punch. It hit Luffy's head hard, and several big bumps suddenly appeared on Luffy's head. Ah, it hurts. It hurts. Luffy rolled on the ground in pain, clutching his head. Luffy, Sanji, Zoro, and the others screamed in horror. As expected, the visitor has bad intentions. This is probably the biggest difficulty they have encountered since they set sail. Luffy. Luffy shuddered inexplicably when he heard the hoarse voice. This sound. No way. Luffy suddenly raised his head and saw Garp's gloomy face and immediately jumped up in fright. Grandpa. Grandpa. Ah, Robin, Nami and the others were all stunned. They just heard Luffy calling this Marine Grandpa. Luffy's grandfather is a Marine, and a Vice Admiral. Hero Garp. Luffy is actually Garp's grandson. Robin muttered in shock. Robin, do you know Luffy's grandfather? Kindness. When Robin told Nami and others about Garp's identity, everyone stared at Luffy in disbelief with their eyes wide open. Luffy's grandfather actually fought against the pirate's king. The grandfather is a Marine, and the grandson became a pirate. What is going on? Grandfather. Luffy's fear of Garp is ingrained in his bones. Luffy, I told you that if you became a pirate, I would capture you myself. This time I will not let you go. Although Luffy would not give up easily given his personality, after being beaten up by Garp, even Nami and his group were taken away. In fact, they were not taken to prison, but to let Luffy and the others understand the current situation on the sea. Luffy and the others still have the opportunity to go to sea, but they can no longer sail on the sea as pirates. Pirates will never disappear. The sea also needs the existence of pirates. Where there is light there is also darkness. Good and evil are interdependent. Chapter 251. Journey to the Myriad Worlds. End. 3 years later, the government reorganized by the Revolutionary Army has begun to function normally, and the nobles of various kingdoms have been suppressed and can no longer exploit the people. The entire ocean has returned to its original order, but compared to the previous government, the happiness index brought by the current government is several times that of the previous world government. Now every country has people from the world government. These people are powerful and are there to protect the allies that join the government. The restoration of order also allowed Lu Yun to complete his mission and obtain the gate to cross the world. Mariajoy was rebuilt, and the new government was still based in the Red Line. Today, Lu Yun summoned all senior officials, including Marine Marshal Sengoku. Mr. Lu Yun, what is the matter that you called us together for? Most people noticed the mysterious portal in the palace, which did not connect to the walls or rooms. But for some reason it feels as if the door leads to another world. You'll find out in a moment, Lu Yun said lightly. About 10 minutes later, the gate suddenly opened, and the sky inside the gate was covered with bright stars, as if there was a world connected to the stars inside the gate. Hinata walked out with Tsunade and Kakashi. Looking at the unfamiliar environment, Tsunade and Kakashi were shocked. It's actually true. The door in Hyuga's house really connects to another world. Sengoku and the others were also confused when they saw Tsunade and Kakashi's unfamiliar clothes. Mr. Lu Yun, who are they? And what's with this door? Lu Yun said calmly, this door is called the World Gate. It leads to another world. Actually, I'm not originally from this world. It's normal that you couldn't find any information about Hinata and me at the beginning, Sengoku. What? This piece of news was like a thunderclap. Sengoku, Long and the others were all shocked, their eyes filled with disbelief. Mr. Lu Yun actually comes from another world. Could it be that there are other worlds besides the ocean? Sengoku understood by now. No wonder the Marines and the world government were unable to find out the origins of Lu Yun and Hinata. It was as if these two people appeared out of thin air. This provides an explanation. These two people are not from their world at all. For a moment, no one could digest this information. Later, Lu Yun also explained the ninja world to Sengoku and the others in detail so that they could fully understand it. It is particularly important that the two worlds are connected to each other. The world being connected means trade. If the two worlds develop in a cyclical manner, it will be a good thing for both worlds. Lu Yun is not worried about the restrictions of passing through the gate. The boundary gate is the result of the system's capabilities and can be set up in various places. He will set up a boundary gate in each country to facilitate the flow of population and trade between the two worlds. Over the past few years, the two worlds have been developing stably. The pirates world has ninjas, and the ninja world has demon fruit power. Although some forces that seek to cause trouble would occasionally appear, those people did not dare to act openly. There is no world where disasters will never happen, but disasters are always better than wars, at least they will not affect the entire world and the people. Ninja World, Hyuga family. At this time, Hinata in the family had a slightly bulging belly, and it was obvious that she was pregnant. 4 months ago, Lu Yun noticed that Hinata had a breath of life during her pregnancy. During these days, Lu Yun took good care of Hinata in every possible way. Lu Yun had never experienced this feeling before because he was going to be a father. Before this, Lu Yun had never thought that he would have a new identity in another world. 2 figures appeared on the moon. Otsutsuki Momoshiki and Otsutsuki Kinshiki noticed Kaguya sealed on the moon and couldn't help but smile sarcastically. Advertisement: even after consuming the sacred fruit, they're still useless. The Otsutsuki clan were sealed away by the natives of this world. It's simply a disgrace to the family. Otsutsuki Momoshiki's tone was very arrogant, and his words were full of respect for Kaguya. Lord Momoshiki, since Kaguya has been sealed, we should recover the sacred fruit as soon as possible. The fruit of the sacred tree is the power of the tailed beast. The purpose of Otsutsuki Momoshiki and Otsutsuki Kinshiki coming to the ninja world is to recover the power of the tailed beast chakra. Jin Shi, you are right. This traitor is nothing to worry about. The tailed beasts are the most important thing. Come down with me and see the world. Yes, Master Jinshiki. In Konoha village, Lu Yun, who was taking care of Hinata at Hyuga's house, suddenly frowned. Hinata beside him also felt 2 impressive chakras. Mr. Lu Yun held Hinata's hand and smiled reassuringly. It will be resolved soon. I'll be back soon. Kindness. Hinata nodded. In her heart, she was full of confidence in Lu Yun's strength. The chakras of these 2 people were indeed impressive, even better than the 6 paths Madara. But that's all. This power alone is not enough in front of Lu Yunjun. Above Konoha, Otsutsuki Momoshiki frowned. This is strange. Why are there so few tailed beasts in this world? Did that woman Kaguya do something? Peach-style adult. Otsutsuki Kinshiki's pupils suddenly shrank. A particularly terrifying figure was approaching them. This feeling even crushed Lord Momoshiki. Lu Yun was not surprised to see the Otsutsuki duo in front of him. According to the time, the 2 of them should have arrived. Amazing. As a human being, you can actually obtain such power. It seems that you are the strongest person in this world. The disappearance of the tailed beasts may be related to you. A glint of admiration flashed in Momoshiki's eyes. Jinshiki stopped in front of Momoshiki and said solemnly, Lord Momoshiki is very dangerous. It is indeed dangerous. Possessing this kind of power could indeed threaten him, but it was not impossible to deal with. Otsutsuki Daoshi. Otsutsuki Jinshi, I'm sorry, I don't have time to play with you guys, you better disappear quietly. Lu Yun's cold words revealed a murderous intent. Boom, not good. Momoshiki and Kinshiki seemed to have noticed something, but it was too late. They were trapped in the world and unable to disobey. What is this place? Otsutsuki Momoshiki cried out in horror. Lu Yun looked at the 2 of them with a cold gaze. The sword in his hand was like a gathering of stars. In the past few years, he no longer needed the help of Zanpakuto. His Zanpakuto ability had long been hidden within his body. Return to the ruins. Swish! With one slash of the sword, it was as if the world's mountains and rivers were cut off, and the Otsutsuki duo was overwhelmed by this devastating force. Advertisement: it took less than a minute from start to finish. The death of the Otsutsuki duo can be regarded as a complete solution to the hidden dangers in the ninja world. As for the other Urashiki Lu Yun, people will pay attention to him. That guy has too many people who can handle him. In the pirates' world, the Golden Ark was sailing on the sea, and all the ships on the sea retreated away from it when they encountered it. Besides Lu Yun and Hinata, there was a young figure on the deck. A little girl with long purple hair and eyes like stars is flying freely on the Golden Ark. Dad, look, I can fly. The little girl's face was filled with an innocent smile. Lu Yun now looks much more mature with a beard. This is his and Hinata's daughter Lu Yuming. Meng, be careful, don't fall, Lu Yun said worriedly. Dad, you underestimate me. I can do that. The little loli raised her mouth and said unconvincingly, but just as she finished speaking, Lu Yuming suddenly lost control of her strength and began to stagger. In an instant, she lost control of her strength and fell from a great height. Ah, Dad, swish, Lu Yun caught Meng, scratched his nose and said unhappily, until you have mastered your own power, you are not allowed to fly. Ah, no, Meng said coquettishly. At this time, Hinata said coldly. Since you don't listen to your father, then go back to your grandfather's house. Meng instinctively shrank her neck, she was deeply afraid of Hinata. No. I will be very obedient. Looking at her daughter's back as she walked back to the room, Lu Yun smiled faintly. Hinata's words really work. At this moment, a long-lost voice came into Lu Yun's ears. Host, would you like to proceed to the next world and start a new character template? The next world. Although everything has been perfect for Lu Yun, she is still full of anticipation for the whole new world. I have stayed here for so long, it is time to set off. In the evening, after the family had dinner, Lu Yun spoke up. Hinata, it's time. Hinata nodded slightly. Meng looked at the 2 of them with a confused look on her face and asked, Mom and Dad, what are you talking about? Lu Yun stroked Meng Meng's head and said gently, Dad is going to take you and Mom to a fun place. Really? Meng Meng screamed excitedly. Lu Yun nodded slightly. The family came to the deck, and Lu Yun called the system in his mind. The gate of the world emerged, and the backs of Lu Yun and the other two disappeared into the gate of the world. From then on, Lu Yun and his family began their journey across the universe. It can be considered finished. Although there are many anime that can be written about, they are all just the same routine and there is no need to continue. This book can be considered to have a hasty conclusion, mainly because there is nothing more to write about later. I would like to thank the readers who have read this far. Thank you for your support.